At the southern tip of Seneca Lake in western New York lies one of the fastest and most formidable racetracks in North America. It's Watkins Glen, home of the U.S. Grand Prix, the 1980s and prior, and it is still remains one of the fastest racetracks in the country that hosts NASCAR, IMSA, IndyCar, SRO, and more in its long storied history here at Watkins Glen. Welcome aboard to the MTEC Endurance Series, round number 2 from Watkins Glen. 9 hours on the docket here tonight. Kyle Heyer joined by DJ Clark, later by Jake Sperry and Finian DeCuna. DJ, this racetrack, everyone looks at this place and the powder blue walls, and they know the history that they hold, but today we're writing some new history in the MTEC Endurance Series history book. 9 hours at this racetrack.
9 hours around not only one of the most historic tracks, but one of the fastest, Kyle. This is going to be a test of endurance to the utmost for these drivers. Hitting these corners, carrying speed through all of them, and having to navigate traffic around this circuit is going to be very, very difficult for these drivers in all categories.
Yeah, here's a look at it. It all starts with that run down the front straightaway into the corner they call the 90. This used to be the last corner on the racetrack. Now it is the first. It's a 90-degree right-hander that leads you into the uphill S's. So fast, full throttle, flat out in all the cars we'll have here tonight, both GTP and GT3. Into the inner loop, the bus stop chicane, right, left, right, into the downhill outer loop. That's turn 5. That leads into the boot section DJ added in the 1970s.
Yeah, this boot really is a test of commitment as we run down into turn 6 and then all the way down into the toe itself. 2 corners where you've got to carry a lot of minimum speed and trust the downforce on these GTPs as well as going into the GT3 cars as well. From there, you head to one of the trickiest portions of the track, the heel. Yet another corner where you've got to carry a lot of minimum speed at corner exit, but it's more than you think. And due to the new updated track limits, you can run a lot wider than you think you can.
Yeah, there's a little bit of grace area here with all that pavement. I'm sure drivers will use some of it tonight. There's a look at Watkins Glen. Here's a look at your season standings so far. This is after our first round at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta a couple of weeks ago. It's Hydra Race Geodesic Racing and GTP atop the standings. Penguin RC Simulation Carbon, then the Bin Boys, Bombshell Racing Team Odin, and Penguin RC Magma. So the Penguin RC drivers off to a fairly good start. And in the GT3 category, it's Twin Turn Sim Racing, Ultraviolet atop the standings by just 4 points over the Overtake Race Team, Quoco Racing, CMSRacing.com, and NRG, the rest of your top 5. DJ, we're just a couple minutes away from the green flag here. The keys to this race, survival. This is a fast racetrack. There are places where you can run wide and not have any problems. Turn 1, turn 10, turn 8, as you pointed out. But there are some places, we're looking at one of them, that are big trouble spots, especially on race starts.
Very much so, and early on in the broadcast, Kyle, you mentioned that baby blue, powder blue Armco that rings this circuit. It may look pretty, but it is willing to come out and bite you. So there are many opportunities around the track where you've got to be very, very careful. Even just a little bit of contact with that outside barrier could spell disaster for any of these drivers in any category.
Especially on the opening moments of this race when you're heading up there on the initial launch. Tires are cold, you're not quite ready. You're not in the groove yet. You haven't had all the laps that you need. Qualifying is complete and the warm-up is complete, and that signifies our starting in just a couple of moments. It is about 11 o'clock on the East Coast, and 9 hours from now at about 8 p.m. Eastern, that's when we will conclude this race, but we are about to start things off here. If you want to know how many laps we'll do today, about 373 worth, and this is 3 hours more than the endurance race that IMSA holds here, the Salem 6 Hours of the Glen. So this is a longer and frankly just more laps race than one of the most famous endurance races in North America.
Yeah, very much so, and it's going to be a real test for these drivers. You know, you think that running at higher speed may be a little bit easier for you. You're able to kind of calm yourself down a little bit and be not having to focus nearly as much on some of the slower speed corners that you normally would. But because of the nature of the Glen, specifically coming through that last sector, it requires pinpoint precision every single lap. So I think we're going to see a little bit of attrition over the course of this race, not necessarily by any scruffiness from the drivers, but maybe by just mental a lag.
Yeah, this is a really challenging racetrack to have any kind of laps. Even at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, that place is frantic. Down the S's, really through turn 6 and 7. Turn 5 is a challenge as well. But at least you got a break. Here at Watkins Glen, your break, through the S's and up the back straightaway is still challenging. That's a fast area of the racetrack. You'll be coming up on traffic and having to contend with it the entire afternoon. Cars are rolling. Let's roll through the starting lineup here, DJ, and kicking things off on the front row. It's going to be Michael Diaz in the Precision Racing Esports Silver Team. The 111 starts alongside the number 14 Hydra Race geodesic car, the car that absolutely dominated at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
Yeah, and what's important there for them is two different makes and models there. It's a Cadillac and a BMW up front. In third place, though, that's going to be Kevin Birrell for Satellite Racing Arnage, followed by Ayrton Williams for Satellite Racing Mulsanne.
Yeah, two Cadillac GTP VRs running in that second row. And the same is true of row 3. Nate Stewart will kick things off for Penguin RC Magma, and it's a teammate alongside him in a Penguin RC Carbon car, Blake Reynolds. They had a really strong run at Road Atlanta. Going to try to repeat that tonight.
More Cadillacs make up the row behind with Dominic Dornenberg and Ray Kingsbury there in 7th and 8th.
And rounding things out here in the top 10, it's Lars Veal in the number 557 Emplower car. That is an Acura. Don't let the logos on the fenders fool you. I'll show you that in a moment. Kurt Crum starts 10th in the number 88 for Bombshell Racing Team Odin.
Moving back into 11th place, that's Ben Ford in a fellow Acura, followed by Bradley Holly, a staple in the Precision Racing League, making a debut here in MTEC.
And behind them, it's Thomas Bressi leading things off for JT Motorsports. In the number 24, it's Blue Chip Racing's Tom Fain that starts 14th.
Moving back into row 15, Ryan Sharp in another Acura is the last of the GTP runners, and then we move back into the GT3 field, and it's going to be Young Park leading the way for Composite Racing Performance 77.
Yeah, behind them, it's Victor Lind in the 327, Scarlett DeMarco in second and third in the 327 and 23 for Overtake and Twin Turn Sim Racing.
In fourth place, it's Stephen Hatter in the preferred car here. It would appear in the GT3 category, the Porsche 911 GT3R. Then it's Matt Kingsbury in the new Ferrari 296.
Yeah, it's a quick car. Should be fun to watch. Edward Shelley starts 6th in the number 19 for NRG Team 19. Anthony Flores starts in 7th with the Bombshell Racing Team Heimdall car.
Mark Johnson's going to line up for CMSSimRacing.com, followed by followed by Sam Harper, in the BMW M4 GT3.
Yeah, Sebastian Eisenberg starts in 10th place in class in the number 32. Then it's, of course, Lance Loomis will bring up the rear in the GTP class. He'll get up with them for the start of the race. Then it's Fernando Ferreira, Peyton Schofield that round out your GT3 grid. Now, there are separate points available in an AM class championship for those with the orange decals. For those with the green, those are your Pro-Am cars, but all will be competing for the same positions on the racetrack and for the same points in the general championship. All the while, the GTP class cars, mostly Cadillac machinery up towards the front. There's a couple Acuras towards the rear. Notably, no Porsches, just like we saw at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Not a popular choice at the moment, and teams have selected their car. They must stick with it. 9 hours is the race distance here at Watkins Glen, the super speedway of road courses here in upstate New York. Michael Diaz for the Precision Racing Esports Silver car is going to take us to the green flag. 9 hours from now, we declare a winner in round 2 of the MTEC Endurance Series. Green flag flies, and we're underway at Watkins Glen.
Looks like a good start there for Michael Diaz. A little bit of a challenge from Daniel Neese, trying to go around the outside. Late break there from Ayrton Williams. That's going to bunch up the rest of the field coming through the 90.
We're 3 wide from third on back as we head up. That was very dicey there. One of the Acuras had to get back in line, and they'll head up through the S's still side by side. This is quick moments here, 180 plus miles an hour through the S's. All the while, they head down to the inner loop as the GT3 field comes to the green flag here, DJ.
Young Park going to be leading the way here in that Porsche. Not the best start there for Victor Lind in the Ferrari. It looks like he may get a little bit swallowed up as they're going to run almost 3 wide down into the 90. A little bit of a look down into the inside, and now it's going to be Porsches for third place.
Overtakes Ferrari into second place. Victor Lind slots in. They're still door-to-door with Quoka Racing and Blue Chip Racing on the first run up the hill. And I think we've gotten through the first couple of corners without any dramas as the GTPs are all ready to turn 8. This is how fast these cars are, DJ. They are sailing down the back straightaway here as Michael Diaz in Precision Racing Esports tries to put the race-winning, the dominant car from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta up into the front as there is trouble, and big trouble, for NRG Team 19 and many more into the inner loop.
Yeah, quite a few drivers here at this point making contact into the outside barriers there. That's that powder blue that we talked about. More damage there for the number 96. Let's go back and take a look at the replay. Oh, this doesn't look great.
No, we had to go back a little further, but there was a couple of cars involved. Here's a look at it, and there's where it starts. The NRG car, and then the blue chip racing car just keeps fading left, and just didn't really adhere to the spotter call there, and they tangle together. And thankfully, it seemed like it was mostly just those two cars, and then the 32 twin-turn car spun in the background. But that's an early out for Stephen Hatter and Blue Chip Racing.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see at the start of a 9-hour endurance race, and I think therefore that blue chip car farther in the background, my guess is trying to slam on the brakes there a little bit to just try to avoid anything and maybe locking the rear differential of the car, and that's what caused it to spin around. They look like they're in pit lane, though.
So initial launch, it's the Composite Performance 77 that leads the way in GT3. Young Park and Victor Lind in the overtake 327. And that is lap one complete for those cars. And already cars on pit lane in GTP, and there's damage to the Bombshell Racing Team Odin car.
Yeah, you can see that car kind of bouncing a little bit as it came in. Let's take a look here to figure out what happened. Looks like there's damage on the right-hand side of the car. That suspension a little bit out of keel. Very strange there. That looks like it's coming down through
into the bus stop.
Yeah. We must have missed this. This looks like the opening lap.
Yeah, and just big curb. Oh, and the 66 and the 64 spin, and they slammed into the barrier. This is huge dramas here in the early going. We didn't have any of this at Road Atlanta. Have another look.
Coming down into the bus stop here, you see the acceleration here coming down, getting into the braking zone, and it looks like that Penguin car just got squirrely. That can happen here if you try to ride those curbs a little bit too aggressively coming through the bus stop. It can really unsettle the car, especially when you're on cooler tires. Remember, these new tire models take about 2 laps to get up to speed fully, and so when you're bounding over the curbs like that, you just lose contact patch with the road, and you try to apply the throttle again. Car doesn't like that, and it's going to want to spin.
Yeah, that's big dramas for a handful of really good teams, including the Satellite Racing Mulsanne car. They were also spun around for the same reason, those big curbs. We didn't address it in the pre-race there, DJ. When this track got repaved, they redid all the curbing in the inner loop, and it's much taller, and you just cannot assault it for 9 hours here in Watkins Glen. You just have to respect the racetrack more than that. These cars are not designed to take those big curb jumps, and obviously it's bitten some people early.
Yeah, certainly, and that's going to be the big difference we see between these GTPs and the GT3s. In the GT3 category, you can be a little bit more aggressive with that curbing because they are built a little bit more on a road-style car. That suspension's going to be a little bit more compliant. These GTPs are purpose-built race cars, for lack of a better term, and they do not like it. Their suspension is very firm, and jumping over the curbs like that is really going to upset the balance.
On board with Kevin Burrell from Satellite Racing Arnage. They've got at least another horse in the race with their sister car already out, at least out of the car. Maybe they're going to wait and repair. Maybe the repairs aren't that bad and they can get back on course, but this is a long race. I just don't think that you're going to be able to recover that many laps. We do have the possibility and chance for full course yellows, but they are at a random interval and a random number throughout this race, so you just can't count on those even with the chaos that we've seen. Dan Neese chasing down Michael Diaz. This Hydro Race Geodesic car is on the move right now and closing in on first place.
Well, and I think what's especially important to remember here is we are dealing with 2 different makes of cars. We've got that BMW and the Cadillac up in front, and so hopefully Nice here was going to know the advantages of his car and try to put that to advantage. But I think right now, from what we're seeing from this geodesic machine, that this is all about push, push, push. They do not want to be behind. They want that clean air, and crucially, as they come up on more and more of these GTP cars, they want to dictate the pace early on.
Yeah, there's a lot of traffic to contend with as well here, and Diaz is going to go down to the inside at turn 10. This is a really risky place right behind one of the other GT machines. That's the 901 of the Tabula Rasa Esports yellow car, and that was actually good for Diaz. He put some distance on Dan Neese, at least through the first couple of GTs. Now, Watkins Glen, in many areas, is actually not a bad racetrack to have multi-class racing. There's a lot of nice straightaways and things, but there's also some heavy braking zones, and one of the things that we see especially in the slower corners in the boot, is that your braking performance isn't that much better in these prototypes than it is in a GT machine, so you can't get too aggressive passing lap traffic late into the bus stop or corners of the Sword.
No, you really can't. And the biggest thing where they're going to try to make up that ground is going to be in two areas, Kyle. It's going to be through the boot section of this track where the GTPs are going to be able to carry a lot more minimum quarter speed courtesy of the downforce generated by these cars, the downforce coefficient that they are able to harness. The second part is going to be on these long straightaways. Remember, these are hybrid powertrains. And so
trouble. And the Hydra Race geodesic car is off and has big damage in the boot.
Once again, problems coming out here early. We take a look at that car. You can see him, Nice trying to be able to figure out exactly what happened. This is Diaz getting into a little bit of trouble in front of him. 3 wide coming down into the boot section of the track. Nice tried to go around the outside. That may have been a little bit of contact.
I think so. And this is just in stark contrast to Road Atlanta. We almost had no contact in the GTP category, but you see the leader there, the Precision Racing car pushed wide and got into the 14. Now the question remains, how much damage does that car have? I thought I saw the left front is destroyed. So this is the race-winning car after 6 hours at Road Atlanta. In 8 minutes at Watkins Glen, things have gone south.
And that's just what can happen here at the Glen. Now, Nice is going to bring this car down into pit lane. I've got to imagine they're going to try to salvage as many points as possible. You can see those lights flashing, indicating the pit lane speed limiter coming on. This is going to be a lengthy repair, though. I thought he may have gotten away with just some damage on that front clip, but if that tire is out of whack, that's going to be a lengthy repair here for the number 14.
It'll be the third GTP to head down to pit lane here early in the going. So much, make that fourth, rather. And already, big drama. This is going to be a true endurance race. If I can tell anything by this point, it's going to be outlasting. We said survival, and it's a lot more of a key than I thought it was going to be. So we jump back to overtake Team 1. This is Ben Ford in the Acura ARX chasing Lance Loomis in the Precision Racing Esports Blue 162 for 9th in GTP.
Yeah, trying to close down here, BMW versus Acura. You see that, big wiggle there out of that car up in front. That's something you've got to watch out for. You may not think at minimum corner speeds that you're going to have to worry about a little bit of tire squeal like that, but because of the speeds that you're sending through and because of the bite you need to get off of the corners here to really attack down these long straightaways, you may need to drop it down to gears. Bradley Holly's getting a little feisty coming out of 9.
Yeah, battling with Tom Fain here for 7th. This is just ahead of that other battle that we pointed out a moment ago through turn 10. This is Acura versus Cadillac, and all 4 of the GTPs could not possibly drive more different. The Cadillac is like riding a bucking bull. That thing will go, and it will go with a vengeance, but it can be a little challenging to control at times. The Acura is like a dart. It will just point wherever you ask it to go, but it really struggles out of the slower corners. The good news here, not a lot of slow corners at Watkins Glen.
No, not at all, and that's going to make things a little bit better for the drivers of the Acura. I would not be surprised if we see the likes of Precision Racing Esports Black overtake Team 1 and RSE Esports start to move up the field here a little bit more. Bradley Holly, a driver who's known a little bit more on the oval side of things, a multi-time champion in the Precision Racing League, now coming over here. He's been doing road course racing for a while, has really shown his teeth, particularly in MX-5s, and I've liked seeing Bradley step on more and more into this bigger machinery.
Yeah, looking really good in the early moments here. Just moving forward very quietly. Started in 12th, up to 8th now with some of the dramas that we've seen in the category. All the while, things up front have stabilized momentarily as Lance Loomis, who was being hunted by Ben Ford, now finds himself with the crosshairs lined up right on the rear bodywork of that 171 team car, by the way, in 2 different machines. This is a Precision Racing Acura versus a Precision Racing BMW.
Yeah, and a little bit interesting here that they decided to go with the Acura and the BMWs. We've seen that Cadillac really be the preferred choice by the majority of the field, but I like the decision to split strategies a little bit. I like that call from these 2 teammates. It gives them 2 bites at the apple. It means they're going to be strong at different circuits over the course of this year.
Yeah, I think, diversifying your team entries, if you're not locked into having the same kind of car, why do that, right? You've got a couple different arrows to choose from, and it looks like they've chosen kind of non-standard options. I still think the BMW is one of the quickest cars. I know I talked about the differences between the Acura and the Cadillac, but the BMW is on rails. If you know how to set this car up and know how to drive it quickly, it's not going to bite you until you step over the limit by quite a bit, and then it will really bite you. So it is one of those cars that you can drive up to the edge, and if you can keep it there, you're going to be very fast. We saw that with the Hydro Race Geodesic car at Road Atlanta, and by the way, the Hydro Race Geodesic car is still on pit lane now, 2 laps down to the class leader.
And I would frankly anticipate probably another 5 minutes or so of repairs being taken. Got a nice little battle here starting to play out, though, farther back down in the GT3 field. This is going to be for 5th overall. Peyton Schofield trying to hold off on Fernando Ferreira.
Yeah, and Sam Harper right behind in the BMW. So Porsche, Beamer. Here comes the BMW around the outside at the outer loop. That's a hard line to maintain. And now looks up the inside at turn 6, which I think is one of the most challenging corners on this racetrack. It's non-standard, it's a bit off camber on the entry, and you want to track all the way out to the right to enter it, but actually the middle is a safer bet because of the way the track falls away. It's hard to get the car down to the apex if you start all the way on the right. So it is a really tricky corner. We'll see incidents there before the end of the day, I'm sure. But Ferreira in the 901 for Tabula Rasa Esports Yellow, hounding the back of that Venom Sim Racing 289 Porsche. There's a little damage on the rear of that car as well.
Yeah, there is. And I like this decision here for Ferreira to just kind of hound the back. We're not seeing any super aggressive overtakes here at this point. He's just trying to force that Porsche into a little bit of an error, and that's a good call here at this point in the running. You don't need to be super aggressive. You don't need to go for the absolute dive bomb overtake. Just see if you can force a little bit of an error. Ooh, that was a very, very quick move down to the inside of Sam Harper.
That was 557 M Plower car. Lars Wheel behind the wheel in the 557. Here comes the Tabula Rasa Esports yellow car now into turn 1, offset to the right there just to try to fake the overtake. And as you said, not forcing it here in the early moments. It's too risky. But sitting in behind, waiting for the opportunity to come to him and absolutely applying pressure. And that's pressure that could crack Peyton Schofield here shortly.
Yeah, he's just going to see here if he's going to make anything play. This is the best run we've seen. Here comes the move. Surefire move down to the inside, going into the bus stop. You've got to be very, very firm on the brakes. Let's see if he is able to make it. And good heads up there as well from Harper, kind of recognizing that move coming, backing off, braking early, not putting that car in danger early on.
And nicely done. Sam Harper running a much wider line on the exit here at the carousel. That can get you into trouble. That wall sneaks up on you pretty quickly. But change for position for 5th in GT3. Schofield using all the road plus some there.
Yeah, pushing to the outside there. As we talked about going down into that corner, you've got to try to push a little bit as much as possible. Here, I wonder, though, if that BMW is going to have a little bit of a look at NRG Team 20 machine with Harper just trying to see. There's the poke to the inside. Again, doing the same thing that he saw Ferreira do on Schofield, just trying to back off a little bit and see if he can maybe force a little bit of an error.
And their sister car has already had some trouble. That's the 19 Team NRG car. Remember, they were involved in that lap 1 collision heading into the inner loop. So NRG's running out of horses in the stable. A little pass for position here for 10th. Ben Ford, Ryan Sharp. There's the, well, excuse me, that's Bradley Holly that's under fire here. And Ben Ford trying to work his way by in the Acura versus Acura battle here.
Holly not given any quarter there at that point, coming down through turn 8. Let's see if he's going to try to let him go. No, Holly really defending for all that he's worth here at this point. Wow, but a little bit of a bobble, and that can happen. That sudden change in camber coming up and over turn 9. I maintain it's one of the trickiest corners on any racing circuit.
It is. It's hard to apply power. The reason why it has to be flat is because it rejoins the Watkins Glen short course there, so it has to rejoin at a flat camber. So as you are coming up over that crest, the car is getting light and you're also applying power while you're cornering. It's just a bad combination of things for grip. And we see a lot of slow, lazy spins there, big understeer. And for the lead in GTP through traffic, battle on. Diaz under fire, this time from Nate Stewart in the Penguin RC Magma Cadillac.
And this has been a battle that's been brewing here for a hot minute. I've kept my eye on it, and it looks like here Stewart's just been doing the same thing that we talked about, applying slow and steady pressure to the back. They're dropping a little bit of Dominic Dornenberg here at this point. He's about 9/10 of a second back, but I think if these two really start to scrap and really start to battle, that composite performance 13 could find themselves in a position and maybe pick up a position or two.
Yeah, not even 20 minutes into this race, so the car that started 7th is running 3rd. That just shows you that qualifying isn't everything. Dominic Dornenberg for the Composite Performance team, they did not have the best race ever at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. They'd love to rebound from that and get themselves up onto the podium here. But as they work through traffic, past a BMW here, watch Nate Stewart have to swing from left to right, and that's going to give Dornenberg a nice big run here onto the front straightaway.
Yeah, that's going to cost Stewart some speed there. I think he had to back off of the throttle coming down off of the corner, and there you see just how much he lost coming down through the 90. He goes from the attacker to the attackee here at this point, coming up through the S's.
The slipstream, another big factor here at Watkins Glen. Not that it wasn't at almost said Laguna Seca, at Road Atlanta, but it's only one place there. Here you've got a couple of different straightaways that you can use to your advantage there. And sweeping through that inner loop, that is going to be a challenging section. And trouble again, this time Blue Chip at the top of the hill. Huge crash in the S's.
Oh, that front clip completely ripped off that Blue Chip Racing LMDH car. Let's go back and take a look at the replay. I think this is just a little bit, trying to force the issue down into the inside of the Porsche. Hard contact to the outside barrier.
Yeah, that was a really big impact, and that was just Tom Fain going for a spot that wasn't going to open. You know, that gap wasn't there, and he just went for it, and right here, slammed into the wall. That was a huge impact.
It almost got away with it. That initial contact, if we watch this one more time, watch this, he almost gets the car straightened back out, and it's secondary contact there with the Porsche that causes him to go into the outside wall. And yeah, that may be day done there for Blue Chip Racing.
Yeah, that's a real shame. That's a big hit there for the 07. That will likely be day over. And for the Porsche, I'm not sure that their day's completely done, but it's going to put them back. They're still running right now, so they were able to drive away, but it will be a probably fairly lengthy pit stop there. You see the front tires towed out. I am just surprised at how much carnage there has been in the first 20 minutes of this race. More in the first 20 minutes than we had in the entire 6 hours at Road Atlanta.
Well, I think part of the reason for that, Kyle, is the high-speed nature of this Watkins Glen circuit really invites these drivers to be aggressive, to go for that overtake, and to try to push themselves along. They're worried about this slipstream if you're up in this GTP field, and so they're making some moves that would be a little bit sketchier, that would be a little bit not okay at Road Atlanta, and I think that's part of what we're seeing here today.
Yeah, see a big slip there for Bradley Holly over the curbing in the inner loop. It's just a big commitment racetrack, and you're going so fast that the closing rates are even higher than they were at Road Atlanta. And if you make a mistake, you can jam on the brakes, but you're doing nearly 200 miles an hour into the inner loop in these cars. Again, that S's section, we talked about it in the pre-race, the fastest area of the racetrack. That impact was likely at 150 plus miles an hour. And there's not a lot of time to react here. Ben Ford still hounding Bradley Holly here. This is a battle for 8th in GTP.
Yeah, just trying to see if he can get anything over the back here of Holly. And as this battle continues on here at this point, they are losing time. It's about 2.5 seconds up the road here to Lance Loomis and the sister Precision Racing Esports team. So Holly clearly here a little bit of a cork in the bottle, and I think that's going to raise the stakes here for Ben Ford. He wants to try to get on by.
Into turn 11. Right out to the edge of that wall there. That's I've had a chance to drive Watkins Glen at speed once for a lap, and taking it all the way out there to the wall on the opening lap of my experience there was pretty wild. It is just a really high commitment corner, as everything is here. We go back up to second. Nate Stewart had tracked down Michael Diaz within a couple tenths of a second in traffic, but now Dominic Dornenberg closing back in this yellow and black composite performance car. The traffic has been the ebb and flow in this group so far.
Yeah, it really and truly has. That's what we've seen kind of give some speed over and take some speed away. Diaz is doing a very good job, though, of managing the pace up at the front of this field. It doesn't look like he's driving outside his means. And I'm really interested in this battle for P2 to see what Dominic Dornenberg has here at this point. He's the one that's just kind of been waiting back in the wings, and I think he may be one to watch out for as this race continues on.
Watch this as Michael Diaz leaves turn 8. Comes up off the corner, gets over the curbing. Watch how sideways he gets right here while he's leading. That is a huge slide in a GTP car. These are high downforce machines, and the downforce will assist you, but power slides are not what they're built for. So that was on the edge there for sure.
very much on the edge there for Diaz, and that's definitely a heart-in-mouth moment. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him back off coming through that corner next time around, maybe build himself back up to speed to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Yeah, you just got to be cautious. That's a wake-up call that maybe the tires and the grip isn't quite there. Throughout the race, as well as the marbles build up offline, you're not going to want to spend a lot of time off the racing line. You'll really find yourself in a low grip scenario here. Jumping back into GT3, this back to a battle that has had one of the contenders removed from it due to that crash a couple laps ago. This is Tabula Rasa yellow and NRG Team 20. That's Sam Harper in the green car and Ferreira in the yellow. This is for 5th in class.
And remember, they were battling a little bit farther up the road, and then we saw some of that incident take out a few of these drivers. And so I like what I'm seeing here from Sam Harper. That BMW M4 GT3, known to be very, very quick in a straight line. So I would have to imagine here a little bit, he's probably being held up ever so slightly by that Tabula Rasa Esports yellow machine in front of him. And as indeed, he takes a big look down to the inside, coming down through the 90. I think frustration may be starting to creep in here to Sam Harper. He wants to push ahead.
Yeah, and what better place to have a car that's good in a straight line than Watkins Glen, right? There's the Bombshell Racing Team Odin car kind of weaving its way through. And that time you saw the wide berth Sam Harper gave that GTP because he saw one of his fellow GT3 cars just get absolutely murdered there a couple of laps ago. So learning from the experience out the windshield, that's a way to make it to the end, but he did give up some time to Ferreira. All the while out front, it's Composite Performance and the 77 team leading the way. And Scarlett DeMarco, that was the winning driver at Road Atlanta with his team Twin Turn Sim Racing Ultraviolet, and off to a very good start in this one as well. Quokka Racing in the 55. They were up in the mix for a podium last time out, didn't quite get the win. This is that new Ferrari 296 GT3 DJ that you and I have talked about in real life, and more trouble in the S's. This time it's JT Motorsports.
Another one of our GTP entries getting the wrong way of things. Let's go back and take a look at the replay. That almost looks like there may have been damage previously, or that could have been a mechanical issue potentially.
Yeah, I think he had damage previously. Oh no, you're right. It was a hardware issue.
Yeah, you could literally see the front tires. Watch this here on the closer angle. They will just snap to the right. Oh. Yeah, that's a mechanical issue with the wheel and pedal at home. Now, obviously, we don't have mechanical failures here simulated on the sim. Watch the wheel. Watch as this goes. Yep, that's 100% a mechanical issue on the hardware at home. That's kind of our one-to-one analogy of mechanical failure when we talk about an engine blowout or something happening on the car.
Oh, that is just the worst time to have that happen. And early in the race, too, for JT Motorsports, they did not have a very good round at Road Atlanta, so they were looking for redemption. They're not going to get it here today. As we go back to a battle in GT3, the Bombshell Racing Team Heimdall, Anthony Flores behind the wheel. That's that BMW chasing the Quokka Racing car, Matt Kingsbury. This is for a podium spot.
Yeah, this is for podium spot as once again the attrition has started to wear in here. Ferrari versus BMW, two of the most storied names in all of GT racing. As they continue to work their way around. Patience being exerted here, it looks like, by that BRT Heimdall machine, just trying to find the opportunity to get by that Ferrari. Based off of what I'm seeing here, again, the straight line speed of that BMW coming into play, wouldn't be surprised if they maybe try to back up here, going through the next couple of corners and really focus on the exit off of the 90, use that BMW horsepower to their advantage coming up the hill.
Yeah, they're a little quicker, Bombshell Racing Team Heimdall is, than everybody. Sans the leader, so we've got really good pace in this BMW so far. And as far as the manufacturer diversity, we still don't see any of the Mercedes-AMG GT3s that you'd expect to see. It's two Porsches, a Ferrari, and a BMW, and that's effectively all we've got as far as the different makes here in GT3. Now, I think the Mercedes-AMG is one of the best cars currently with iRacing's balance of performance, so you'd think that one of the teams would go with that car, but they have not. Here goes Flores down the inside of Kingsbury there.
Yeah, and that was a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B there, Kyle. He backed up the corner just as I thought he might. And also, you saw that Quokka Racing Ferrari 55 make a mistake coming off of the 90 and just waiting. Or excuse me, you saw him make that mistake, and he just took advantage of it.
Yeah, so it looks like Kingsbury will drop down to 4th place. And we'll head back into GTP, where the lead is right behind Michael Diaz, Nate Stewart, and they're approaching this battle pretty quickly. And Nate has kept Diaz honest. I think he might have a little bit more raw pace, but needs a bit of assistance to get by.
Yeah, I think he will as well, and that assistance is going to come here in the form of that GT3 field. Not going to come out to help him there. It looks like they prevented him from really getting down to the apex, coming through turn 7 quite like he wanted to. He's going to be able to get a good run here. Going to get held up again by the Porsche. Traffic giveth and traffic taketh away, though. This is a long race. Still have about 8.5 hours left to go, so they are still going to have plenty of time to be able to push their way forward.
Have a look at the ticker now. Best laps of the race for the different teams. For the leading team, 128.802. That's the lap time that they're doing, in contrast to a 144.741 by Composite Performance. The lap time difference here is extreme, over 15 seconds, which means that you're going to be lapping these cars dozens of time in this race. So you got to get comfortable with handling traffic.
Yeah, you really and truly do, and that is part of the real key to endurance racing. Is you have to be able to manage that lap traffic as much as possible. Yes, if you've got straight line speed, if you're able to get your way along, that's going to help you out. You're going to be in good position, but if you can't manage traffic, those cars take that bus stop fast.
I was going to say, watch the jump here that the 0-3 takes on exit right there. Wow. And really, I think the subsequent curbs in the bus stop, you can get away with. You can take those pretty straight. It's the first one. It's that right-handed curb that will really get you in trouble. It's the one at the top of your screen there. If you overcommit to that, the car lands and you could just go right or go left, and it spears you off a particular way. If you don't nail it just right, you won't go straight, and it's hard to recover from. I did notice that the Hydra Race Geodesic car is back on track, DJ, but they are now 9 laps down to the race leader. It's going to be a long day.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day for them. Dan Neese and the rest of this team, based off of their performance in Road Atlanta, we know this team has speed. They may not be able to catch up to the rest of the field here at this point, but they're going to hope for a little bit more attrition from the GTP field, trying to work their way back up forward. And I think the other flip of it, Kyle, is that they're going to just be trying to bank on any points they can get. They want to try to maintain that championship lead, albeit early on.
Did a couple cars go wide. Just to reiterate the track limits here, they are as assigned by iRacing. So there are a couple corners that you can go a little wide, and it won't be a problem. Turn 8 in particular is really the only spot on the boot course where you might see cars go 4 off and not collect an off-track penalty. Battle for second. They have dropped pretty far off of Diaz the last couple laps around. Diaz was 1.3 seconds quicker last time through with the assistance of that traffic. And Dominic Dornenberg still has Nate Stewart lined up here. We're half an hour into this 9-hour race. Look at Dornenberg take it to the edge of the road.
Yeah, he is definitely pushing here at this point. And what I've noticed from that 111 up in front here at this point is really that Diaz seems to excel in clean air. That's where he is the best. Where he's lost some time has just been some ill-fated runs because of that traffic. So I think for Diaz, he's going to be hoping for a little bit of a clean air that he's got right now. Watch for him to keep extending.
Yeah, I think you're right. Every time that he gets out of traffic, he's able to run away. So as the traffic gets lighter throughout the day and more spread out, that should only assist him. But my concern is handling traffic. We've seen how quickly it can go wrong. Maybe he's just being overly cautious, or maybe he's just picking the wrong side of the road or what. But keep an eye on him throughout the day. And right now, 1.8 is the advantage.
At 1.8, the advantage here, that's going to be good for him. He's going to be able to want to hold on to that. That's crucially going to be outside of draft range that we talk about here. So we've got a little bit of a battle starting to shape itself up, as this is a Taboola Racing Esports, as well as Quoco Racing moving their way forward.
And add a third horse to that race, Sam Harper in the NRG team. This is all for 4th in the GT3 category. Taboola Rasa Yellow clings to it for now, but I'll tell you, Matt Kingsbury and Sam Harper are right there in the mix. Porsche, Ferrari, BMW, your 4th, 5th, and 6th place cars right now. And the 55 in particular has looked a little off. I'm not sure if they're nursing some kind of damage or something, but last time by, Kingsbury must have had a problem. He ran a 157.638.
Oh, and Kyle, we've got some big news coming here from Race Control. Let's check this out, and then we'll get to that news as this comes down right now.
I want to see where this was. Just slow. What's the update you got for us?
We have a 60-second stop and hold penalty given to the number 111 Precision Racing Esports Silver for contact with that satellite racing car.
It was the Hydra Race Geodesic car.
Hydra Race, excuse me.
That contact down at turn 7, and I had wondered if they were going to make a judgment call on that. And I'd have to say I agree with the penalty there. It reminded me so much of what happened in the real-world Petit Le Mans this year at the tail end of the race when the 31 and the 10 got together. The 10 went around the outside. Fair legal move there. But Diaz is going to pick up a penalty, and that's a 60-second stop and hold. And he's off in the bus stop.
And that's exactly what you talked about not too many minutes ago there, Kyle. Just too aggressive coming through those opening curves, sending the car up into the air, and a lack of grip on those tires, sending Diaz for a frightening ride. Yeah,
this is going from bad to worse here for the 111 Precision Racing Esports car. And Nate Stewart is going to be granted the lead here, and he can just try to run away while this 111 sits on pit lane. Now, a 60-second stop and hold with the time down pit lane, DJ, is almost certainly going to put you a lap down.
Yeah, it's going to be suboptimal here, so they're going to really have to hustle to try to get themselves back up and back into position. This is not going to be at all what Precision Racing Esports Silver wanted to have happen today.
They have such good pace, and they were off to such a great start that this is going to put them in a hole that they'll have to dig out of here. See if they'll serve the penalty this time through, if they're going to contest it. I'm not even sure if you can contest it, but they'll stay out this time.
Yeah, they'll stay out this time. They're going to keep on going on here. Not sure exactly what there is to contest about that. I think that's a pretty clean-cut penalty, but we'll have to see what their decision is to be able to do. You should have, I think, 2 laps from when the time the penalty is issued, so the maximum on that is they'll have to come in at the end of this next lap.
Yeah, and they'll be shouting on the radio that this and that. I mean, at the end of the day, the stewards are the one that get to make the decision whether you agree with it or not, so they'll have to come down and hit pit lane. And again, going back to the incident, they were chasing lap traffic. The geodesic car went around the outside at the boot, and this is just one of those things where my opinion generally is that if a car is alongside you, you have to give it space. Usually how they get there is important, so if you dive up the inside late in the corner, that's a problem. If you go to the outside, though, maybe there's something in the defense there for Diaz, that they had gotten to the corner, and once they got there, DJ, he couldn't have expected the geodesic car to go to the outside. Maybe that's what they're going to lean on as their defense, but I don't know that they're going to get to dissuade the stewards from making this call.
No, I don't think so as well. And in the history of MTEC, I've very rarely seen a penalty be overturned mid-race. We may see it occasionally post-race, but certainly not mid-race. Let's see here if Diaz comes down into pit lane. No, they're going to stay out once again.
Interesting. Cars on pit lane, by the way. Ryan Sharp, I was just about to mention that. We're going to be getting very close to the pit window now for those GTP cars, the RSC Esports car of Ryan Sharp, the first of the drivers on course to hit pit lane, not for damage. And maybe that's the goal here for Diaz, is if they come down and serve this penalty on a pit stop, it's going to be less intrusive than if they had to do it in the middle of their pit window. Obviously, it's going to line up with them pretty nicely. So they're effectively going to have a 1 minute longer pit stop than everybody else. It's still not ideal, but it's not an extra run down pit lane is what they're trying to avoid.
Yeah, and with a stop and hold penalty, they will be able to do that. They'll be able to combine the two, so that could be what they're thinking of doing here at this point, but we will have to see exactly what they decide to do. Speaking of those pit stops, RSC Esports is down into pit lane here at this point. They look like the latest to take their pit stop.
Yeah, they were down there a moment ago, so looks like they're leaving Ryan Sharp in the car. Again, I think for the GTPs especially, I think 2 stints minimum is what you're going to see drivers do. Again, at least as far as the opening run goes. We saw quite a bit more driver swaps towards the end of the race at Road Atlanta than I thought we would see. There was a couple that switched really just for the last fuel run, which I thought was a bit surprising, but 3 more hours in this race than the Road Atlanta event. Here comes Diaz, and he'll stay out again.
He's got to be careful there. Even if they disagree with that penalty, that's, from what I understand, if that penalty has been issued, they have got to serve it here sooner rather than later. Now, I don't know the full extent of the details on a stop and hold penalty. That's where things get a little bit different. If it was a drive-through penalty, that must be served within 2 laps. I think they have a little bit more leeway on a stop and hold.
You might be right about the stop and hold. It just might be applied to the next pit stop, and in which case they can continue. But this is going to be a little awkward here for Nate Stewart behind the twin-turn sim racing ultraviolet car, and he'll have to give up time there. But I liked how tentative he was. Now, also should mention that 777 RSC Esports car of Ryan Sharp that hit pit lane, they have not come back out. They're 2 laps down now. So a retirement perhaps, DJ?
It shows them on my screen as out of the race.
Wow.
So that could be a big blow here for RSE. So clearly maybe something happened there to him, or just a little bit frustrated with the running. They've decided to back on out.
Yeah, again, at Road Atlanta, we had about 35 entrants and only 2 or 3 teams not running at the end of this. So far, we've got about a half a dozen teams that are out and another half dozen or so that are multiple laps down. So this is going to be a real endurance race throughout the afternoon as drivers try to earn back laps that they had. And why not, right? Because we saw how chaotic it was. We've now got only 9 cars on the lead lap in GTP of the 16 that started. So there's incentive to keep pushing, because who knows what will happen to the class leaders here by the end of this race. It could totally turn things over.
Well, I mean, just look what happened at the beginning. I mean, one of the favorites here, Hydro Race, Geodesic, we thought they were going to be in like Flynn, be able to get themselves along and be competing for the lead of this race. They find themselves 9 laps down at this point.
Yeah, so there's just lots going on as far as the strategy is concerned to make back any time that they can, but just outlasting will now get them a top 10, assuming that everything stays as is. So Michael Diaz continues to lead by about a second in GTP. Back in GT3, it's the Composite Performance 77. And Composite's having a decent day. Podium so far in both categories, GTP and GT3. And Young Park was one of the many lap leaders at Road Atlanta a couple of weeks ago, and I expect them to be a tough one to beat. They did not win, ultimately, but they led most of the race in that number 77 Porsche.
Yeah, they led the majority of the race here at this point, and looking like they're going to be in good position here right now as they run. 77 holding off to about a 7.5 second lead, and after just one stint, that's good.
Yeah, 7.3 seconds is nothing to shake a stick at, but the thing I'd be most concerned about is the team that won at Road Atlanta is Scarlett DeMarco's twin-turn sim racing UV team. And while they're running back a little bit on pace, their long-term strategy and the ability to preserve the race car was what helped them finish up on the podium last time out. Bombshell Racing Team Heimdall wasn't much of a shower there at Road Atlanta. Here they are, though, in 3rd.
Yeah, and just making their way forward, and that just goes to show you, I mean, when we talk about Road Atlanta, we talk about Watkins Glen, we're really talking about pretty much diametrically opposed circuits. You mentioned the fact that long run going down on Road Atlanta, that's really kind of one of the only long straightaways there. Road Atlanta, much more of a sort of technical circuit. This is a power circuit, and so it just favors some teams and other drivers differently.
Yeah, they share some similarities as far as layout is concerned, but the technicality that you mentioned is a much bigger deal at Road Atlanta than it is here at Watkins Glen. You have to be precise here to get through places like the bus stop, but generally it's wider and a little bit less challenging to drive than Road Atlanta is, but there are some components of this racetrack, like the curbs and the bus stop, the turn 10-11 complex here, that can bite you, as we've seen in the early going so far. So 8 hours and 19 minutes to go. We are just past 40 minutes in. Would expect more of those GTP pit stops here relatively shortly, and then we'll see that change for the lead when Diaz and Precision Racing Esports Silver serves that penalty. Nate Stewart, Dominic Dornenberg, Kevin Burrell. Let's talk about Satellite Racing Arnage. They started in 3rd, fell back early, but look at them now up into 4th place.
Well, there, of course, Kevin here is going to be made aware of that penalty for Precision Racing Esports Silver, and so they know that they're sitting in what is ostensibly a podium position here at this point, so they don't need to push all that hard, and especially considering the fact they're only 2 seconds behind Composite Racing Performance 13. they're in a position where they just want to get to the latter stages of this race, keep pushing along here at this point and see what they're able to do. I don't think this team is going to really start to, for lack of a better term, come alive and start really pushing until later on in this race. This is a very, very experienced sim racing team.
Just watch the precision through here. I mean, this is a well-set-up race car and a well-driven race car to head through that bus stop at 130 miles an hour plus and just look totally planted to the ground.
Yeah, I mean, just absolutely perfect. Perfect hops of the curbs. You at least saw part of the tire in contact with the tarmac at all times. Really, really good stuff here from them. And really and truly, Kevin Burrell doing a great job of bringing that car around here at this point, just putting in good, consistent laps.
So in the GT3 category, lots of drama early for NRG, Overtake, Venom Sim Racing, and Blue Chip Racing. Even Twin Turn Sim Racing Aurora is 7 laps down, but as far as the 7 laps down to the overall leader, only 3 to the next runner. And this time, Sam Harper's got problems in the bus stop. And commentator Curse is alive and well, I'll tell you that. Here's a look, again, on those rumble strips, too aggressive.
Yeah, too aggressive. Nice catch. I mean, that was a full-on dirt maneuver there at that point to be able to hold on to a spinning rear car like that. Now, remember, traction control will be helping him there at that point, but we've got a battle for the lead.
Sure do. Here comes Nate Stewart to the outside, and he's going to go the long way around to Diaz. This is a very dicey scenario to be in here. I'm not sure how hard I'd be battling this, DJ, when you know you're going to get the lead anyway on the pit stop sequence, but he wrestles it away from Diaz, and Penguin RC Simulation Magma to the top spot in GTP.
I think there for Stewart, that was just frustration. That was just being stuck behind a car for far too long. Going to make the move down to the inside there. That's Edward Shelley. He was able to get around, trying to put a little bit of distance between himself and Diaz. You can see just how much he's pushing there, going out to the full exit of that track. Good move here from Stewart.
And watch Stewart now. He's going to start to drive away. All the while, Bombshell Racing Team Heimdall's on pit lane. A bit earlier maybe than I would think for the GT3s. We're not even an hour in, but they have come down and are putting tires on the car, leaving Flores in. But I would expect them to go about an hour, as here comes Michael Diaz down the pit lane in the Precision Racing Esports Silver car, and it looks like Dornenberg's going to follow, and so will Kevin Burrell in the Satellite Racing Team.
And I have a little bit of reasoning for that decision for the 111 to come down into pit lane from race control. The appeal that was filed on behalf of that Precision Racing Esports Silver team was denied. They will have to serve a stop and hold of 60 seconds. So clearly part of the reason why it did take so long for them to come in was waiting for that appeal.
Yeah, this is going to be a very long feeling pit stop there for Diaz. These pit stops are long anyway, and you add 60 seconds to it, it's going to hurt. So the 111 Precision Racing Esports car sits on the pit lane off the jacks now, as the 3 second, third, and fourth place GTPs sit on pit lane awaiting the rest of their service. Nate Stewart leads now Ray Kingsbury, the Penguin RC Ice car. Now there's 2 Penguin RC cars leading the way overall at the moment, with still a pit stop left to complete.
Yeah, and crucially here, let's keep track of just when these cars are coming in. We're about 45 minutes into the race, so it would appear that that's about the full distance here for these GTP cars, that means they're going to be able to run. Let's see what our leader decides to do here at this point. Slowing down, he's going to come on into pit lane, so it looks like 45 minutes is about the lap that is needed, or the time that is needed, rather, to have to come down into pit lane and serve that pit stop.
Yeah, generally 40 to 47 minutes is what you're looking at for the pit sequence here for the GTPs. Longer than that for the GT3s, obviously, which is why I was surprised at the Heimdall car. Here comes Kingsbury now into pit late commitment, locks up the tires. Did he speed? That was very close. And then Lance Loomis in the BMW behind.
Yeah, they're all going to be coming down in here at this point to bring these cars on in. Seeing that penalty being served here at this point, by the way, by Precision Racing Esports, that they have, oh no, they have just now been black flagged. They're going to have to come back in to serve that penalty. They were not able to do it over the course of the pit stop.
Oh, that's going to be so much worse than it was. So they're going to just get buried by that. And it's not an insurmountable penalty for sure. It's not going to ruin their day. It's just going to make it a lot harder than where they were running before.
Yeah, I mean, they could be looking at a top 5 here still with all of that based off of the pace that they have as well as the attrition level that we've seen from the rest of this field. But being put what ostensibly will amount to a lap behind, they're going to have it all to do in the rest of this race.
And more prototypes on the pit lane. Overtakes race team. Composite Performance is back out on track. Dominic Dornenberg, they're 6.2 behind Nate Stewart, so they lost some ground on that sequence. They were relatively close behind that 03 Penguin RC car. And other battles we'll have to keep our eye on as they leave pit lane. This is, well, there's the 111 now rolling into the box as the sister car now, Lance Loomis. They'll be the leading of the Precision Racing Esports team. The BMW, the 162.
Yep, they're going to be the ones out there in the front of that little teammate battle as they run. The other thing that's crucial here that I want to bring attention to, Nate Stewart, who is in the lead of this race, he's actually starting to come across some lapped GTP traffic. That's Kurt Crum up in front of him, down in 20th place overall for BRT Odin. That's one of those cars that had a little bit of problems early on. And I think here this is going to be a lot more difficult for them to overtake with similar machinery around them. They're going to find it a lot harder.
Yeah, it's safe to assume that 8 laps down, that damage is at least mostly, if not entirely, repaired on the 88. And Crum is not moving very slowly. So, you know, they've got a race left to do. They're 8 laps down, but there's positions to gain. So they're not going to be roll over and let them go by. That's not going to be the case at all, as we got some GT3 traffic now on pit lane. Sam Harper rolling on through. But to your point, it's going to be a lot harder to pass GTP traffic than it is the GT3 traffic.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, you're going to be dealing with that, and this is going to be something else that they're going to have to deal with. The pit lane exit here at Watkins Glen, not exactly the safest necessarily.
What do you mean?
It kind of dumps
it dumps you right under the racing line. What do you mean? It's not exactly the safest. It is wildly dangerous, especially when you're coming up on the same class traffic, DJ, that might just be on cold tires.
Yeah, exactly. And when you're coming out with those colder tires, you have to remember it takes a lap or two to get them up to temperature here with the new tire model that has been implemented on the GTPs as well as the GT3s. And so that means the car is going to be a little bit more unpredictable. And so you, as a car that is out on warm tires, you're going to have to factor that in and be a little bit cautious of it, that car may wiggle and wobble a little bit more unpredictably than you were used to.
Here's the leader in GT3, the composite performance car, a Young Park, continuing to slowly edge that gap out. It was 7.2 the last time we checked in. It's been fluctuating between 7.5 and 8 seconds now. But actually all 3 of the podium cars right now in GT3 are running in that Porsche platform. Whoa, big wiggle there by the Precision car. I think that's the BMW, Lance Loomis. But the Porsche, over the course of a race, of course, it's a popular endurance chassis for a reason, DJ. It's just one of the most successful cars of all time.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, when you talk about BMW, or when you talk about Porsche, rather, that was heresy that I almost just uttered. When you talk about Porsche, you are absolutely synonymous with not only endurance racing and you talk about sports car racing. It is just absolutely one in one. This 911 model, they've been doing it for the longest time. They've been doing it for 50 years at this point, and the car idea hasn't changed. It shouldn't work, Kyle. You and I talk about this all the time. A rear engine, rear wheel car, that thing should be an absolute pendulum, but by sheer persistence alone, Porsche has made it work.
Yeah, they've broken physics with their exceptional German engineering, basically. There's a lot that doesn't make sense about having the engine behind the rear axle, but they've effectively overcome those challenges, and not only overcome them, but they've actually made one of the best GT cars in the world. And it's no surprise that it's the top choice for a handful of these really competitive teams. And you jump back to a car like the Quokka Racing Ferrari. This is a brand new 296 GT3 that is an evolution of the 488 and 458, but takes a big swing in the engine department this time, away from the V8 platform to that twin turbocharged V6. And with it, a whole new concept as far as the chassis and bodywork are put together. The entire front end of this car comes off in just a handful of bolts. And I think the ability to work on it, especially in an endurance context, with such ease is going to be a big advantage to this car in the long run.
No, I think so as well. And, from everybody that I've talked to about the Ferrari, there's still some teething to be done. There's still some little things that they have to work out. But as I was lucky enough to be able to see, able to take its first victory in North America this year at Road America as part of Fanatec GT World Challenge America. And that was a very special weekend for this car to be able to see it finally get the success that it really, really has been hankering for.
Yeah, I think they've put in a lot of effort to make this car very solid, and that win at Road America was the first, as you mentioned, on North American soil, and since then it's picked up a couple more, so it's really going to be, I think, a good chassis in the long term. Some more pit stops to let you know about, and this one is big. This is not an intentional pit stop. This is was the second place running car of Dominic Dornenberg. What has happened to this GTP machine?
I smell the bus stop coming back to bite yet again. Chucks it down into the corner, and it's same story, different lap, Kyle. Just jumped that curb a little bit too much.
Yeah, this is exactly what I talked about earlier. If you have to be aggressive on these curbs, but if you land wrong, game over. And for Dominic Dornenberg, such a strong start for composite performance. This track has bitten today so far, in GTP especially. And that will be a long, long trip down pit lane.
Yeah, it certainly will. Maybe some suspension damage there on the front of that car, and that's really what's going to take the longest time to be able to fix in these pit stops. If it's just damage to the front clip, these cars are modular. They are sort of clipped together, kind of a pioneering technology that was actually developed by Porsche originally, that when you think about the different pieces of this car, they're literally just pieces of carbon fiber that actually clip onto the car. Think of it kind of like a complex Lego set that you're combining together. That's sort of what they are. So if there's just a little bit of cosmetic damage on the front or the rear end of this car, you can just kind of pop it off and put a replacement part back in. But obviously there, the problem that's happening to composite performance number 13, that's going to be a little bit more under the hood, and they're going to have to go in and actually work on that car.
Yeah, Carter Kundinger's jumped behind the wheel, but it will probably be at least 5 or 10 laps before we see that car come back out. Now, as far as damage goes, obviously the front bodywork and then that right front suspension, that's pretty major, but the benefit, I suppose, of running into the front of this car is that all the important mechanical bits as far as the engine are concerned are in the rear. So if you take a hit to the front, it's mostly cosmetic. The suspension will take some time, but I don't think it's day over. They're just going to be laps down. Here's why you don't give up, because everyone else has had this problem today too. So it's going to be a race of attrition. That is clear. You just can't give up this early, because you could still end up on the podium with how things are going so far. This first hour has been dramatic.
Yeah, it very well has. And I mean, look at it. At this point, they're still in 9th place, and they've got about 7 laps before they are caught by Hydro Race Geodesic Racing in the number 14 as they make their progress back away around the track. There you see them as they come back with Dan Neese behind the wheel of the car. And this is exactly what we talked about for this number 14 car, that you've got to keep just plugging along here at this point. You can't dive down and give up, because you don't know what's going to happen over the rest of this nearly 8 hours left to go.
Well, here's a key piece of this. On the left-hand side of the screen, the last lap by the leaders. The Penguin RC Magma car did a 1:30.097. Dan Neese just did a 1:28.794, just a couple hundredths off of his best lap time. So, yeah, 8 laps down, but 2 seconds a lap times 8 hours. He's going to make up some time. And I don't think a podium's off limits yet. I don't think a top 5 certainly is not off limits. They're already in the top 10. Just fight the good fight. It's not going to be as fun as battling up front on the lead lap all day, but there is still positions and points to be had.
Yeah, I very much think you're right about that, Kyle. You've got to just keep on going here at this point and keep pushing. And look at this. They're coming up against some cars that are farther up the road. That's Ben Ford and Lance Loomis. They're catching them.
Yeah, and quickly, too. So Dan Neese was one of the fastest drivers at Road Atlanta. That hasn't changed. The car is repaired. They are just laps down and have a lot of work left to do to get to where they need to be. More pit stops now in GT3. The Tabula Rasa Esports yellow car is on pit lane, and there's the It's at the cmsracing.com Ferrari. Indeed it is. So as we close in on the 1 hour mark, we're going to see more and more of the GT3 cars hit pit lane.
Yeah, I think that's more what you're going to see here at this point. Normally about 65 minutes is the absolute maximum for these GT3 cars, and that tends to be on a circuit where you're able to do a little bit more fuel saving. As we mentioned before here at Watkins Glen, this is a high power circuit, so fuel usage is going to be a little bit higher. So look about 55 to 65 minutes. That's when we expect these cars to come down into pit lane in the GT3 class.
Just for reference, you and I have the frame of reference of touring cars at SRO America. In a TCA class car, from turn 1's apex where you get back on throttle to the bus stop where you brake is 32 seconds of on throttle 100%.
Yeah, it's a power circuit.
Yeah. And here comes the leader, Composite Performance, on to pit lane. Young Park will bring it down. I'd expect to see, yes, Scarlett DeMarco using the pit line also properly, which is nice to see. He will head down to pit lane. And Matt Kingsbury, I'd expect to see the Ferrari come down as well. You know, one of the things our manufacturers are trying to gain, not only with road relevancy, but with fuel economy, is trying out different engine layouts and performances. And I'd have to wonder if this twin-turbo V6 uses a bit less fuel, perhaps, than the twin-turbo V8. But looks like Kingsbury's going to hit pit lane regardless.
Yeah, a little bit of a scary moment there as one of the GTPs kind of cut in front of him, but he was able to manage that quite well. So he's going to come down into pit lane here at this point, get on the binders. These cars do have, that was a little spicy up on the main straightaway.
That's the 66 Penguin RC Simulation Carbon car. Here's a name that I don't think we got a chance to see at Road Atlanta, but he has rejoined us here again. For those that have been watching SimTV since its beginnings in 2018, 5 years ago, Justin Richardson was one of the first drivers to compete on any SimTV broadcast back in the Scars Ferrari Challenge days, and it's been a long time, probably at least 3 or 4 years since we've seen Justin Richardson in a broadcast here on SimTV. So welcome back. I wish he was on better terms. They're 18 laps down to the race leader.
Well, but they're going to keep plugging away here at this point, and that's one of the joys of sim racing here, Kyle, is the fact that you get those names that just kind of show up every now and again, and it's just kind of fun to see them coming back in, and it feels like saying hi to an old friend a little bit as the number 66 down in 14th position just continues to work their way around here at this point. Now, they are being caught by that Hydro Race geodesic car that we talked about. There you can see that's the car second in line behind this number 66.
Yeah, Richardson trying to run away here a bit. Richardson is behind the Hydro Race geodesic car as far as track position is concerned, but you don't want to go further behind them, so we'll see what lap times he's got. He's running times that are basically equivalent to the leader's times, but as we saw at Road Atlanta, and we'll probably see again today, Dan Neese in this Hydro Race BMW Hybrid MV8 is going to be one of the fastest cars on the racetrack, provided it's in good running order.
Well, with the lap times that we're seeing here, still one of the only drivers to be putting times down into the sub 130s. The only two drivers that have been able to get close to that on the last running looks like Lance Loomis for Precision Racing Esports Blue, and then Nate Stewart, your leader for Penguins RC Simulation Magma. Both of them, though, up into the high 129s. You can see their knees down into the 129.7s. That's about 0.2 of a second faster.
Smoky through the bus stop. I wonder if there's something that we missed there. Let's go back and just have a look at the bus stop in general, and we'll see if we can catch. Oh, I think I just missed it. I heard a V8 something. Let's see what we can see. Oh, one of at the 111? It is.
Yeah, I think it was.
Michael Diaz. This was your leader for the first stint. They had served their penalty. They're a lap down to the leaders, and right there, another big wiggle. It actually did a really good job mitigating that incident and avoided the wall, but big slide there for the 111 car.
Yeah, big slide from the 111 car. Well held by Diaz, but I think that may be a little bit of a explainable error as
Holy cow.
is proving the point I was just about to make, which is Diaz here is clearly pushing, trying to gain that time back.
I would say that is clear. So is very busy on the racetrack right now. Here's NRG Team 20, Sam Harper. He's got an out-of-running car right behind him. That, I believe, is the overtake team car of Victor Lind. and who's a couple of laps down to them, but still battling here in contention. So all the cars that we saw off early, there were a handful of them. There are only 3 teams not on the racetrack now. That wasn't true about 10 minutes ago, DJ. So there are lots of teams that have fixed their damage and they're back on the road. Maybe because their damage was repaired and they always intended on coming back, or they took a look at the running order and said, hey, there's spots we can gain. Let's go back out.
I think it's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B here, Kyle. At this point, the only 2 cars that we have categorized as out of this race are Blue Chip Racing LMDH and Satellite Racing Mulsanne. That's the 07 and 64, respectively. I think everybody else recognized that there are positions to be gained here at this point, as it does look like...
Squeeze! Wow. And someone had to come to a complete stop there. That was one of the GTPs. Was that the 550... No, it wasn't the 557. One of the Acura GTPs. It was the RSE car. Had to come to a complete stop, basically, right there to avoid contact. And that's just one of those things where you're sneaking up on a battle and they don't see you. And Ryan Sharp had to bail out of that, basically.
Yeah, good heads up there by Sharp. And, you know, we talked a little bit about this turn 9 and just how difficult it is. Onto the grass, that's what got him slideways. One of the most difficult things about that corner, Kyle, is really if you run anything but the optimal racing line, you're going to get tire spin coming up and over that corner. And so for him to look to the outside like that, that was high commitment to begin with. And getting that pinch there, that's a real heart and mouth moment.
Oh, more trouble for Hydro Race Geodesic. And this time, it might be terminal. Let's have a look. This has just been a disastrous day for the team that won Road Atlanta, and the damage happened a while ago. Coming up through the S's, and I'm going to take a bet here that it's the bus stop that is just continued to... Oh, we got the wall.
Yeah, that's just being a little bit more aggressive. Now that may be, well, I did see that right front tire have a little bit of wobble on it. Let's see here again. Yeah, he just clipped that inside wall as he comes through. The damage to the front of the car may not be too bad, but there was a little bit. Now that may be iRacing and a little bit of wonkiness. Let's be weird. Let's be honest about that, that it could just be a little bit of the damage model trying to sort itself out, but we'll have to see. That may be limited to just a front clip repair, but...
Well, Peter Houston has jumped behind the wheel now. Dan Neese has had enough, I think, in the early moments of this. They might get back out on the racetrack. They might fight this out. There is a part of me, DJ, that especially having been in this position before plenty of times, where you look at it and go, hey, this is just not going to be our day. So why bother, you know?
There could be a little bit of that. I also wonder if taking Dan Neese out of the car right now and putting a fresh set of hands behind the wheel could change things up a little bit. Somebody coming in with a new mentality who doesn't feel like they necessarily have to fight tooth and nail for it. That may be their saving grace here at this point. So I think putting somebody else behind the wheel, putting Peter Houston behind it right now, that could be something that could be good for them.
Yeah, I think you're right. Just a fresh set of eyes on the road, and now that the jitters are out of the way from the race start, you can kind of just get in and put a driver behind the wheel. That's all about clicking off laps, and that's all you need to do right now with so many cars in trouble. The composite performance car, the Hydro Race Geodesic car, they are on pit lane again and out of the car at the moment. The 2 cars that I think are absolutely done for the day, the Blue Chip Racing LMDH with Daniel Perez Santiago, and then the Satellite Racing Mulsanne car with Ayrton Williams, they are also out after their early incidents today. Here's a battle for second in the GT3 category. Dominic Eisenberg in the 23 for the twin-turn sim racing car. He's new to the vehicle. Anthony Flores continues his stint, and the leader also on that pit stop. They switched out the 77 to Michael Marlowe's controls. So 2 of the top 3 drivers have, or top 3 teams have fresh drivers behind the wheel.
Well, and this goes to a little bit of differing strategy when we talk about how to handle an endurance race. There's really 2 sort of ways to think about it. Number 1 is what we're seeing here out of this number 23 car with Dominic Eisenberg, and that is ride the hot hand. If Dominic's feeling the car, let him stay in as long as he wants to. Let him keep going until his lap time starts slipping. The flip of that here is what we're seeing out of the BRT Heimdall machine with Anthony Flores, which is get somebody fresh behind the wheel of the car, put them in. They're going to be able to approach things a little bit differently and come in with a completely objective perspective on what's been happening, not really carry any of the biases in, as he's going to take a look down to the inside. That may have been a little bit of contact. Flores being aggressive.
Well, he's in the car because he is feeling comfortable, and that means he can push maybe a bit harder than Eisenberg or Marlowe. They're still coming up to speed with the conditions and the car and the setup and all those things, and Flores has got all of that in the back of his mind already, so that will allow him to be a bit more aggressive. I think you're right about leaving a driver in that is doing what they need to do and not making mistakes. You'll leave them in until they start to make mistakes, and then you'll pull out the driver and put a fresh one in. It's a long day, still 7 hours and 53 minutes, more than the duration of the entire running at Road Atlanta 2 weeks ago. But all that aside, you have to make sure you have fresh drivers in the cockpit. That got very dicey there. That's the M Plower car, I believe, Lars Vila. Now, here's what I was talking about with don't read the logos and assume what car you're riding on board with, DJ. If you look off to the right, I called this a BMW too many times at Road Atlanta with that M Plower logo.
Yeah, it's an Acura. And so that's going to be a little bit confusing for us. Something tells me it's not going to be the last time we make that error.
Definitely not, especially not in anger. Let's go back to that GT3 battle, though, because it is fierce. So we'll stay on board with the Bombshell Racing team, Heimdall team, as they rocket down the back straightaway here. Speeds over 160. That's still about 30 miles an hour down on what the GTPs are doing here. But into the bus stop. Now, bus stop is a passing zone in a sprint race. In an endurance race, though, it's not a risk that you're going to be willing to take.
No, certainly not. You really don't want to force the issue there, probably unless you're in the last 30 minutes of the race when it does come down to being a sprint race there at that point. But Flores going to take a big look down to the inside. Got to say there that Eisenberg did leave that door open a little bit.
He did, and it looked like he tried to cross him over, but didn't really line it up quite right. So he will drop to third, little twin turn sim racing. And this Heimdall car running well in the early moments here. It's a long, long day, but they are off to a very good start.
They're off to a great start. I mean, up 13 positions since the drop of the green flag, and that is 13 overall, I should clarify.
Yes.
Up 5 positions in class, but that's a pretty good position number 2 be gained here at this point. They're really only bested by Tabula Rasa Esports Yellow, who is up 7 here at this point in class.
And if you just watch Nate Stewart, he left the boot and had to sit behind that Porsche leaving the boot, and that was smart. He gave up some time, but he has a 17.5-second advantage over Satellite Racing Arnage. So what's the rush? What's the push? You've got to lead. You've seen how many drivers have already exited because of mistakes, because they're forcing the issue in such a long race. 360 laps is our distance if we go all the way to the end from here under green, which is a possibility. We will likely get some yellow flags along the way. But, yeah, I mean, Nate's off to a really nice opening couple of stints here in this Cadillac. And look how composed this car is over the curbing. That's a key factor here. You can set the car up for one of two things here at the Glen. You can set it up for that high speed stability and downforce, or you can set it up to be very compliant at the expense of some of that high speed handling. But I am of the opinion that the inner loop is one of the most important parts of this racetrack to go through at speed, because the braver you are, the faster you can go. If you can set your car up to match your bravery, you're going to be quick.
Exactly. And, I've got to say, going back to what we saw here out of Nate Stewart earlier on, that speaks volumes here at the mental state of this driver behind the wheel of the car. The fact coming out of the boot, he chose to wait and hold back. That tells me that he is putting his racer's instincts aside. He is knowing where he is. He knows about that 17-second advantage, and he is perfectly content to hold on where he is at the moment. That speaks volumes about the calm, cool, and collected nature behind the wheel of not only with Nate Stewart, but what's going on behind the scenes with this Penguin RC simulation team. That they're talking to the driver, telling him the gaps, and that they are calming him down. That is very, very impressive, and that, I think, is something that could bear fortune later on in this race.
And their team car runs third at the moment as well. And for all the dramas that have happened today, Penguin RC this time has not really been a part of it up to this point. And Ray Kingsbury, who's been behind the wheel since the drop of the green flag, is running times that are basically the same as Kevin Burrell, but give them a yellow flag to gain some track position on those ahead. See the headlights flashing on the inside of the 19 into turn 1, or the 20 car rather. Kingsbury and Stewart and Penguin RC as a whole operating unit is having a really good day. Imagine if they could double podium in GTP. That would be exceptional for them in the points. Let's show you again the season standings coming into the afternoon here. It was Hydro Race Geodesic over Penguin RC Carbon. The Penguin RC Magma team, which is Nate Stewart's team, who's the leader right now, they're in 5th. And the Penguin RC Ice team 10th. So this would be a huge climb for them as far as their championship efforts are concerned.
Yeah, that would be a huge, huge boon to them there. And remember, this is only after one round, so there's plenty of room to be able to be gained and made up, especially with Hydro Race Geodesic still down in pit lane. This is going to be a rough day for them, and I think the rest of these teams looking to be able to make up some ground. Now, the Penguin RC Simulation Carbon team, they're another one that had a little bit of problems out on the day, but they're only about 3 laps behind Hydro Race Geodesic, and with Geodesic still down in pit lane, Penguin RC Carbon still circulating here at this point, so they may be able to gain up a little bit of ground on the championship leaders.
And then here's a look again at the season points as far as GT3 is concerned, and to have a look at composite performance where they were after Road Atlanta, down in 6th place. They end up having some trouble mid-race after leading the opening stages, so they're off to a similar start. They need a better finish, though. They were 6th in points coming in. They're going to be jumping up the order. Now, Twin Turn Sim Racing, UV with Dominic Eisenberg behind the wheel. They're leading the standings, but Overtake Race Team, they have had a bad start. Victor Lynn down in 10th right now. Quokka Racing, kind of picking up where they left off. They were on podium earlier, but of course we saw Kingsbury have a little issue, and they're now running in 5th place. So also Tabula Rasa Yellow, 10th in points, running 4th on the track right now.
Yeah, that's going to be a big points day for them, and I think we're going to see some of these swings across the schedule this year. You know, this is a pretty diverse racing schedule as we talk about it, and so I think you're going to see some of these drivers move back and forth here at this point and be a little bit different. Be a little bit changing from race to race. That's going to be absolutely mega to see here for all of them, and we're going to have to wait and see just how these teams are able to handle each and every race as they come to it.
Yeah, it's a long schedule that takes us all the way through March of next year. This is event 2. Now, there are much bigger gaps between the events from here on out. There was only 2 in the last 3 weeks, which is a lot, but we're going to space them out a bit more for the rest of the season, and that will allow a lot of drivers time to develop, time to learn the cars, and who knows what balance of performance upgrades are on the way. I think the Porsche has a couple more kilograms than it did at Road Atlanta. That is MTEC specific balance of performance, so all those things have the ability to shift and shuffle throughout the season, and I don't think that we're going to see dominance, especially because of the chaos we've seen in the second round, which means we're going to have points battles kind of re-sifting for most of the season.
Yeah, we're going to see some back and forth, and with these longer endurance races, we're also going to see some drivers that have bad days. I mean, it is not out of the realm of possibility that we're going to see some drivers dominate at one point, and then we're going to see them have a day like we've seen here from Hydro Race, that they're going to find themselves farther back in the order. And so I think the team that's going to end up dominant may not be the team that wins every single race, but as is always the case when we talk about endurance races, it's not just over the course of a single race that you need to have consistency. It's over the course of the entire season. Yeah,
and with 7 rounds only, you don't get a lot of mulligans. There's going to be teams that execute very well from event to event and teams that don't. And there's a bit of a little battle shaping up there between the Bombshell Racing Team Odin car and the 557 and Plower car. Now, this is James Walker behind the wheel of the 88. It was Kurt Crum in the opening stint. They run 9th right now, about 9 laps off the leader, but the car that they're chasing is this one. They are just 8 laps behind it. So you got to pass him once, and then you got to go around 3.4 miles and do it 8 more times.
But just chipping away here. That's the name of the game. 45 minutes left to go in the race, so there is still plenty of time for them to be able to do just that for this BRT Odin team as they just continue to try to get as much position as they
spin.
can. No!
And yeah, you saw that blink there, that network blink, and then as he rejoined to the racetrack, kind of locked up the rears and lazy slide there, got into the wall just a little bit, but will hold back the progress a touch.
And that's exactly that part of the track that I was talking about a little bit earlier, Kyle, that turn 9 area. You get a little bit offline, you apply the throttle a little bit early because the track comes up and flattens out so suddenly, the rear tires have a tendency to get light. And if you are too aggressive with that throttle, you're going to get that slow, lazy oversteer spin. And that's exactly what we saw happening there.
Yeah, did a decent job recovering from it, and I don't think that damage will affect him at all. So he'll be able to continue. A little bit of a battle, not quite hot yet, but the embers are glowing. Lance Loomis and Ray Kingsbury. Some traffic there for Loomis and the Precision Racing Esports blue car. It was their team machine that was running up at the front, the silver class, or the silver Precision Racing Esports car. Michael Diaz that led the opening stint, but they have 3 teams in the top 7, PRL does. And Lance Loomis leading the way in the BMW. They have a horse in every car represented here. They have an Acura, they have a Cadillac, and they have this BMW.
Yeah, so clearly trying to take as many bites at the apple here as possible as Precision Racing Esports. Again, doing what we talked about, trying to, put their chips on multiple numbers here on roulette. And I think it's playing out well for them. The one thing that they are going to have against them is they're not going to be able to necessarily collaborate and create a setup across all teams that are going to be perfectly beneficial to them. They're going to have to specialize a little bit more, but they'll still be able to share information, and they'll still be able to communicate across the team. And having 3 entries like that, that can be very helpful.
Yeah, that's an interesting point that you bring up, because normally if you got a multi-car team, you can share information across them. Can't really do that if you're running 3 different chassis. There are generalities between them that will make sense between the hybrid system in particular, but as far as the actual characteristics of the car are concerned, these have to operate as completely independent teams. So that's a factor. 55 Quoka Racing car, Matt Kingsbury, a little bit of pressure from NRG Team 20, Sam Harper.
Yeah, starting to feel it here a little bit at this point, and Harper just continuing to gain his way up through the field. The Scotsman here doing a very good job in the Porsche, going to poke his nose to the inside, but probably not going to take that overtake here into the inner loop. As we said before, that was devilishly close there from the 296.
Yeah, that's about as close as I want to be into the towards the wall on the inside here. Again, the curbing is wide enough now that you can put the entire car on it. That is so close. We have to get an even closer look at that here on the entry into the bus stop. Watch, I mean, this is just unbelievably close, DJ. I can't believe that they can do this and get away with it.
I think we need to double check the side of that Ferrari and make sure some paint wasn't scraped off there at that point. I mean, if they put an extra coat on it, they may have found themselves in trouble.
I mean, that's unbelievable. That is how close it was for Matt Kingsbury there down at the inner loop, but he's finding pace with it, just struggling a little bit there on the exit of turn 8, and Sam Harper might be a hair quicker right now.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way, and I think that aggressive of a move there from Matt Kingsbury shows that he is feeling that pressure a little bit. I think here for Kingsbury, he's got 16 seconds back behind him to the next car in line. That's the CMSRacing.com AM entry. I wouldn't push that hard. If you see Harper coming up behind you and he makes a big move here at this point, let him go on by. There's nothing to be gained here from fighting at this point in the race.
Little wiper slide there, cleaning off the windshield. Now here's what excites me, is that we have a possibility that for about our fourth round, we will have weather play a role in this series, and I'm very excited for that. Let's check back into this battle here, though, for fifth, because Kingsbury is not going to defend, and 3 wide as the PRL 111 goes through. There goes Sam Harper down to the inside. He'll take 5th place away from Quokka Racing. But weather on the way, possibility for our subsequent rounds, and that will add a whole different complexity to these races.
Yeah, it certainly will. That hashtag soon is finally coming up to us here, and that possibility of weather really is going to change not only the very nature of this MTEC series, Kyle, it's going to change the nature of iRacing, and I couldn't be more excited.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of other changes that are coming alongside rain, in particular to the lighting engine and model as well, too. So there's going to be some fairly significant changes happening to iRacing in the next couple of months, and in the middle of this season, it's going to absolutely throw a wrench into things if you weren't prepared for it. So, and how do you prepare for it? You don't really know what's coming. You just know that there's rain on the way and a lot of other improvements and changes, tire model, lighting, optimizations that could absolutely change the complexion of this series. Matt Kingsbury not letting Harper get away here, though, as we're making our way towards the end of the stint for some of the GTP cars there. 23 laps for Penguin RC's Magma team leading the way.
Yeah, we saw about 29 to 30 laps. That was the last round that we saw for the GTP entry. So I expect within about 6 to 7 laps, we'll see the rest of this field come back in and make their next round of pit stops. So that could change up the order here a little bit. Maybe a pit lane speeding penalty or two could throw things around. Not the easiest pit lane entry to get right, as we saw in that last round. A couple of drivers lock it up big time coming down on into pit lane.
Lance Loomis working his way through traffic, and you mentioned that pit entry. It's the pit exit that scares me the most. GT cars in a pack, GTPs on the approach. It is one of those challenging ones. The other thing is pit lane's downhill, so if you're one of those teams that really likes to play with not using the pit limiter to get that extra tiny advantage, it's easy to accidentally roll a little too much, and the gravity assist will lead you to a penalty. I've seen that happen a number of times.
Yeah, as have I. It's certainly something that can come back to bite you if you are not ready for it, not ready to be caught by it. So I would highly recommend using that pit lane assist here at Watkins Glen. It can go disastrously wrong.
Sure can. Kingsbury now starting to lose touch a bit with Sam Harper. He's still within a couple of car lengths. Just behind him, though, is the overtake car, Victor Lind. And they had a pretty good end to their event at Road Atlanta. Not a great start to this one, but they are staying in the picture. And since their crash early in the show, we haven't really mentioned them a lot, which today has meant that's a good thing.
Yeah, exactly. I think today, the less we call your name, probably the better here for a lot of these drivers. Lind looking like he's coming down into pit lane, though.
Yeah, I think they were due, so they'll come on down. Maybe a little early, but possibly switching drivers out. And then as far as battles go, Penguin RC Simulations' Ray Kingsbury has Lance Loomis quickly approaching. And there's traffic to contend with as well. You see Loomis dealing with it at the moment. We're about to have a battle for third here in GTP.
Yes, we are, as that Precision Racing Esports blue machine starting to close on in on the back of Ray Kingsbury. As I've been taking a look here, Loomis has been doing a great job cutting out about 5, 6, 7 tenths of a second on the last couple of laps. He is really and truly just starting to rein in that car in front of him.
Yeah, that's that Penguin RC ice car. They go by the geodesic vehicle. It now has Peter Houston behind the wheel. So they are back on track. Car is repaired. They've used up the bodywork that was laying in the trailer, so hopefully they don't have to go back to it again, but it has been a pretty tough start to the day for Hydro Race Geodesic. They are the last running GTP at the moment. The next closest would be Justin Richardson in the Penguin RC Carbon car. That runs in 13th in class. With Justin Richardson behind the wheel, they're making really good pace, but again, a long way to go before they'll have anyone to contend with. Another 7 laps before they catch RSC Esports.
Yeah, they're going to have a lot of work to do, and here they're going to be one of those teams that's hoping for a little bit more misfortune up at the front of the field. But I think, unfortunately for them, now that this race has gotten on a little bit farther in, we're seeing drivers settle in a little bit more, and we're seeing less and less of these incidents take place. So they may find themselves in a little bit of position where they're not able to gain nearly as many spots as they thought they were able to early on. Nevertheless, you got to keep on keeping on because you never know what can happen.
Yeah, that's a great point. The aggression level has dropped quite a bit since the drop of the green flag about an hour and 25 minutes ago. About 35 more minutes of coverage here before we'll turn things over to Finian DeCuna and Jake Sperry for the next 2 hours, from hours 7 to go to 5 to go. Then we'll be back between 5 to go and 3 to go. Hand things back over to Jake and Finian. And then it'll be pretty shortly after that we will expect to wrap things up. I just had to double check my own schedule in there because I think we were going to switch off on the half hour. So I need to make sure that I was right.
Always have to double check. Just a little peek behind the curtain there to make sure we know exactly what we're doing. As there we see some more drivers moving on by here at this point. That Penguin RC Simulation Magma team just continuing to pace the field. They have lost a little bit of time here, it has to be said, to Satellite Racing Arnage. That gap was about 17 seconds. It's now come down to about 13 here at this point.
Yeah, giving up some time, but they have time to bleed. I think they're faster than... Well, I was going to say that they were... Best lap is about 0.3 quicker than Kevin Burrell. So all things equal, I think Nate Stewart's a little quicker, but we'll see how that pans out. By the way, it will be on the top of the hour for us, and then it'll be an hour and a half of coverage from Jake and Finney before we'll get things turned back over to us. Be about 90-minute stints from there on out. As for us up here in the booth, it's an endurance race for everybody up here, I'll tell you.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's, Kyle, you and I talk a lot about doing commentary and that kind of thing. It's a different muscle to engage here up in the booth, I'll tell you that. You certainly have to feel things out a little bit different and be willing to waffle. Whoa!
Holy cow.
Nate Stewart not only waffling, but being aggressive and controlled with that. My goodness.
Yeah, watch. Does he jump the curb here on the right at the end? He does. So here's a fun little factoid for those that aren't familiar very much with Watkins Glen. This curb that he jumps here, right here, this is remaining from what used to be the chicane that Formula One ran here in the 1980s for a short time. That curb, while it doesn't have all the parts on the backside of it, if you look from high above, you can see how the track juts to the right. That is left over from the F1 chicane there. And looks like Nate Stewart was about to take that line. That track hasn't existed in that form in 40 years. But just a little interesting piece of knowledge that I looked at that track and said, that looks a little funky in that area. What's up with that? Looked at some old Google images, and lo and behold, that's where the chicane used to be.
Well, there you go. You learn something new every day. Watkins Glen's Facts, provided by Kyle Hyder.
I got plenty more of them, but that one was one of my favorites. Because I always wondered why there was such a nasty curb right at the exit there. You wouldn't really use that for anything, but it's just remaining from Formula One days. Of course, there was more on the backside of it, but that sharp curve that you see is part of the course from way back when. And you see again, it just juts off to the right. That's where you would have had that right-left chicane slalom that they had after some incidents in the S's in the 1970s and 80s.
Yeah, this is obviously used to be the home of the United States Grand Prix way back in the day. As you said, the likes of Jimmy Clark and Graham Hill running on this circuit many a time. But obviously, due to safety concerns and just the nature of the track, it's not really suited all that much anymore to a lot of open-wheel racing. It's much more become a home to tin tops and sports cars.
Yeah, and it has been that, and stock cars as well with the short course. I actually really enjoy the short course layout here. It's a simpler layout that doesn't really well suit itself to sports cars that are all about handling, but for cars that don't turn very well and are all about horsepower, NASCAR looking at you, V8 supercars, please come here. That would be the best layout for those. And everyone goes, why didn't NASCAR use the boot? Don't. I love the fact that we get a couple different layouts to pick from and watch on, and the diversity there is the key. Variety is the spice of life, and we get a choice here at Watkins Glen.
Yeah, we do indeed, and it is one of those circuits that has done a great job of really changing itself over time. That is the real way to think about this here at this point, that it has just constantly changed itself, constantly made different iterations work, and continues to do the exact same thing. It's a special circuit without question.
Yeah, there's going down the history rabbit hole here as Kevin Burrell's on pit lane in GTP. We're expecting those pit stops here very shortly. The short course is actually the original layout of Watkins Glen. The boot was added in 1970. But right here, this didn't used to be this left. It was a sweeping left that went through what is now the modern-day garage area. A slight kink to the right, and then it would lead you down into what is now the 90s. So the track has changed quite a bit. The street course that ran in the town was where everything started, and then it ran on streets up in this area of the town, including this crossover road right here that goes perpendicular to the track right there. That was a part of a short-lived version of the course from 1955 to 1957, or 1953 to 55 rather. So lots of iterations. There are 3 different actual road course circuits that they ran on before they settled on the short course configuration. It was redone in 1970 with what is now the short course, and then the boot added in that same year. So very long and storied history. Not like Road America, though. That has been unchanged since it was built.
Yeah, RA, pretty much the exact same thing that it has been the entire time. And that's why I love calling races with you here, Kyle, because you absolutely know this place like the back of your hand, and you love it almost as much as I love the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Yeah, it's my home track. Grew up about an hour and a half north of it in Rochester, New York, and had a chance to call races there a couple of times. It really is a pleasure. Here's a battle for second. Ray Kingsbury is feeling pressure. The ice is cracking in that Penguin RC car.
Yeah, certainly is here at this point. The battle is on.
This is actually the other car pit. They must have. Oh no, we're looking at the wrong car. That's why. The battle still is on. We're just looking from the rear wing of the wrong car. Kingsbury and Loomis. I was looking at the BMW and I couldn't tell much else because the whole grille takes up the entire front end of the car. You can't even see the livery on it.
Yeah, you really can't. So that is the way the BMW has chose to run it there, and has made one of the most distinctive GTPs that you can imagine there with that. So there is Sam Harper, though, down into pit lane.
Yeah, GT3 pit stops also happening at the same time, but very quickly expecting GTP pit stops here as Kingsbury tries to run from Loomis. The gaping mouth of the BMW is hungry here for some Penguins as we approach the second place 52.
As we extend that analogy out about as far as it'll go here at this point, but very much trying to push here at this point and see what they are able to get. They're going to keep on keeping on here, just waiting to see if anything's going to fire off or if we're going to have a little bit of an attack here coming in. Lance Loomis just closing down in that gap now 0.5 of a second. Our leader down into pit lane, though.
Yeah, so I expect a lot more pit stops to happen here the next couple of minutes. And Kingsbury will probably follow Nate Stewart down on pit lane. Let's have another look at the stint length here. 31 laps for Nate Stewart. And I expect similar here for Kingsbury and Loomis. Coming to pit lane this time? Yes, they will. They're going to chase each other into the pit box.
All right, now it's going to be a battle of the virtual pit crews. A little bit of brake smoke there. I think everybody was able to get down to pit lane speed, though, on time, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem there.
Yeah. And you see the headlights stopped flashing on Loomis's car. That's what I was talking about. The pit limiter is not on because they're trying to maximize their speed on pit lane. You can push that limit a bit more if you don't use the limiter. But as you get towards the end of pit lane where the track slopes downhill, the gravity will push you past your limit. You have to really monitor your speed if you're going to do just that. And the other reason I see not to use a pit limiter, this has caught me out a couple of times, especially for those that are switching or putting on wheels all the time on their quick releases. Sometimes if you don't get your button mapping right, or you've changed your button mapping, or the sim forgets it, and you got a pit limiter on, you get stuck with the pit limiter on, and that is not a good scenario. So it's safer to not have it on.
Yeah, exactly. And so you've just got to kind of play it by ear a little bit and feel what you're most comfortable with here at this point. That's really and truly what is most important to be able to do. You need to be able to do that. You need to be able to lock that in and make sure you know what it is, because comfortability, that is the name of the game.
Umar Diallo jumps behind the wheel of the Penguin RC Ice car. Lance Loomis stays in the cockpit of the 162 Precision Racing blue car. So this battle will reignite with a different sniper behind the crosshairs of the 52.
Hold on here at this point. And now this is going to be another thing that we talk about. When these new drivers come into the car, are they going to be faster? Are they going to be slower? How are they going to stack up to the other drivers that we've seen in the car? We know what Lance Loomis can do. We're not sure about Diallo. We have to wait and see.
And I'm not sure if Diallo's sure about Diallo. Learning all the intricacies of Watkins Glen at speed here. There's marbles on the racetrack now. We've got about 62 laps here in the books already, so everyone else has had time to warm up. You're jumping in completely cold, so you have to get right on it into the thick of a battle here for a podium spot. Lance Loomis needs none of that. He's been out here for about an hour and 35 minutes, and he is about as hot as he's going to get.
Yeah, and that's a great point you made there about the rubber buildup, the marble buildup on the outside of the circuit. That's something that drivers will be in communication with their teammates to let them know, hey, this is a little sketchy, this is an area where you need to watch out, etc., etc. But you're not going to know that. You're not really going to feel that until you get behind the wheel of the car. So I think here for Lance Loomis, he may be on a little bit of attack here early on while Umar Diallo gets himself up to speed.
Yeah, and tire temp as well. If you've just switched out tires and put new virtual Michelins on, you're going to be at a slight disadvantage to those that have already warmed up tires. Tire wear is a concern, and you're not going to go much past double stinting, but fresh out of the pits, those cold tires absolutely take a couple laps. Loomis lifting early, recharging the battery there in the hybrid system, but also very conservative line through the inner loop. I think he's quicker than Diallo, at least right now, but he didn't seem keen to make that pass into the bus stop.
No, didn't necessarily want to make that pass here at this point. I think he is also in a little bit of just wait and watch, not wanting to push too far ahead, wanting to be nice and conservative with this and make sure he knows when the best time to make that attack is going to be.
This battle continues. Check back in here on GT3. And Michael Marlowe in the composite performance 77. They have been the dominant force of the day. But their lead, while it has ebbed and flowed over the afternoon, 7.9 seconds. It's basically stayed the same for the last hour or so. I think that's something to consider, that they are quick, but they are not that much quicker. And actually, last time by, Anthony Flores and Bombshell Racing Team Heimdall was the quicker of the two.
Yeah, I think you're right about that, but we'll have to see exactly how it continues to play. Have another nice little battle starting to shape itself up as Precision Racing Esports Black in 6th place in the GTP category. Nicholas Schwartz under a little bit of pressure here from the M-Plower machine with Lars Weil still behind the wheel of that car.
Two Acuras going to go to battle here. We haven't really talked a lot about the PRL Black car with Schwartz in the 171. We've talked a lot about the Silver team car. Steve Baker has jumped behind the wheel of that. They're still a lap down to the leaders after their 60-second stop and hold from early contact. And we talked also a lot about the blue Precision Racing Esports car with Loomis battling for that podium spot. Not a lot about the Acura, though. And you're right, that battle is hot. This one's hotter, though. Loomis on the back of Diallo into the toe of the boot. And this one's not going away.
No, it's not, as the battle that we were just talking about did go away as M-Plower and Lars Weil came down to pit lane, so we can just solely focus on this here at this point. BMW versus Cadillac, trying to break up that Cadillac domination up at the front of the field. Wider line there for Diallo, really pushing the car. That Penguin RC Simulation Ice Machine all the way out to the edge of the track limits coming through turn 8.
Yeah, you can use turn 8's runoff area with no penalty there. Turn 10 and turn 1. You got to keep a tire touching the rumble strip. That's been iRacing's implementation of the track limits. I don't mind it like that. I don't really truly understand why we don't have a limit at 8 and do in the other places, but iRacing tends to apply limits that allow you to run a realistic racing line, and generally you see drivers run a bit wide at 8. So just like the carousel on the short course, they've given us a little extra room to play, which I don't mind typically. But 3 Cadillacs, a BMW, and an Acura in the top 5. And it's Acura, Cadillac, Acura, the rest of the lead lap runners at the moment. Ooh, Lance Loomis it didn't use all the curbing on the right. And sometimes there's that curbing in the bus stop. If you overcommit, you crash, and if you undercommit, you crash. There's a very delicate balance of how you approach that first rumble strip that will land you the right way. And that time, I think it was a little underutilized there by Lance Loomis.
Yeah, you read my mind about that, Kyle. It really, really is a fine line that you have to be able to tread to get through that correctly. As we check back here, this is that Tabula Rasa Esports yellow machine. Fernando Ferreira still behind the wheel of the car right now. They've just been passed by Composite Performance number 13 as they move their way up forward. That Composite Performance being a GTP car, trying to make some laps back here.
Bombshell Racing Team Heimdall on pit lane. They were the second runners at the moment, and Murphy Nichols climbs behind the wheel of the 86, so their first driver swap of the day. They were keeping pace with Michael Marlowe in the Composite Performance 77. Murphy Nichols, the young SCCA racer that has really found his niche driving in sports cars in the DC Region SCCA Virtual Racing League. This is a very fast car. We'll see how Murphy does while still chasing the leader in class, Michael Marlowe.
And there is your leader on the screen, the Composite Performance number 77, putting that overtake machine another lap down here. I believe that's Team 2. They're going to find themselves about 22 laps behind at this point. That is a long, long way to run for them.
7 hours and 18 minutes remain as we watch off the rear bumper here of Michael Marlowe in the Porsche. Again, Porsche versus Ferrari, the little-known movie film, the sequel to Ford versus Ferrari. We're going to get that again next year, though, in GT3 Racing, DJ, and at Le Mans.
Well, we're going to get everybody versus everybody at Le Mans next year, which is something I'm incredibly excited for. Saw a little bit of highlights the other day talking about, obviously, the new Lamborghini that's going to be coming in, joining the WeatherTech Endurance rounds in IMSA, as well as running in the WEC and running at Le Mans. We're also going to have the Alpine coming on in as well. Going to be excited there for that. And the BMW going to be making the appearance at Le Mans as well. It's going to be a great field for 2024.
Yeah, both in IMSA and in the World Endurance Championship. I think everyone's really excited about the possibilities there with GTP or LMDH or LM8, whatever you want to call it, as far as the syllable salad goes. I think it's going to be a fun year. Then, of course, GT3, now truly a global homologation between the Fanatec GT World Challenge. You've got IMSA's GTD and GTD Pro, and now the WEC LM GT3. So lots of really good combinations of categories have led us to, I think, a really strong endurance push in the next couple of years. Lance Loomis on pit lane. Looks like he's going to stay in the car. No tires on this stop. Looks like it's going to be fuel only as they will get back out and continue to battle for that third spot. But Umar Diallo stays out because, again, he had just... didn't they just come to pit lane, actually? Hold on.
Yeah, I thought they had there. That's a longer than expected stop here at this point, Kyle. Something's going on here.
What's happening there? Stint length for PRL. Only a handful of laps. 4 laps.
Yeah, and they're down into pit lane here at this point, crossing over 1 minute and 45 seconds.
Yeah, what's going on
So that
there?
is longer than expected for a drive-through penalty or a stop-and-hold penalty. I haven't seen anything issued by race control. There's something wrong with that car.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what's going on, but they are not moving. I mean, Lance hasn't hopped out of the car yet, but perhaps a penalty. Have you heard anything about a penalty?
No, I have not seen anything issued by race control. I'll go back and double-check here. Huh. The last thing I'm seeing by race control is a penalty for car 06, but that was issued quite a while ago.
Oh, it sounds like it was another bus stop incident, DJ.
Oh, coming back to bite yet again. The bus stop taking one of our battles out of it. Let's try to go back on the replay machine and take a look. There you can see, is that bus stop or is that? Yeah, that is bus stop.
Yeah, so here's a look at it. And I saw all the bodywork on the car, so that was what was surprising to me is I didn't see it missing anything. Here's a look at it. Maybe it was just suspension damage, but missed the first curb. And then, on exit right here. Oh. And it was just suspension damage. That's why I didn't immediately signify it as an accident, but just lost it in a very strange spot, locked up and then into the wall there.
Yeah, it almost looked like he was trying to apply some brake pressure coming through the middle of the inner loop. Maybe thought he was carrying just a hair too much speed, tried to feather the brakes a little bit, and then as a result of that, locked up the fronts and just got that car to twitch with the shift of weight on the car.
Yeah, not what they were hoping for, absolutely. Car that was battling for the podium. How many times today have we said that, DJ? Cars that were up front battling for what could be a win 7 hours and 14 minutes from now. And they will join the group of cars that needs replacement parts. Do not give up, repair that car and get back in the show because it is going to be a true race of attrition today as it has been so far.
Yeah, it certainly is. And at this point, they're only categorized as 2 laps down right now. So they're going to be a little bit in that position here at this point as they run. There we see nice and easy being taken by that Penguin RC Simulation Magma team. Nate Stewart still continues to lose a little bit of time, though, it has to be said. He's gained it back a little bit on the last lap, but only by about 2 seconds. Kevin Burrell is bringing that gap down for Satellite Racing Arnage.
Yeah, looking really good. They've been fast all day, but they hadn't really had the track position to truly fight for the lead. But keep our eyes on this throughout the rest of this day. As long as they can stay out of trouble and not make mistakes, then they'll be just fine. Burrell on the slowdown here into turn 1, chasing one of the Acuras. I believe that's the Precision Racing Esports black car, which is now the leading Precision Racing Esports car. It's the one that we have talked the least about. And again, as we said earlier, if we've talked about you today, it's probably been because you've had a mistake in the bus stop.
Yeah, probably has been. And good heads up there. I like seeing that from the Precision Racing team there from them, just kind of getting out of the way, recognizing that there was some faster traffic coming up from behind them.
Notice this. Watch the racing line through here. Watch what the Acura doesn't do. He hardly touches the curbs, and that is going to be a key to this race. You know, these drivers in these GTP cars are attacking these rumble strips as if they're in a GT3 car. You just can't do that. It's not going to... You can't predict the way your car is going to land every single time. I don't care how precise you are. We saw the best team from Road Atlanta make that mistake. If I'm driving one of these cars right now, in particular the Acura, because it is the pointiest through the corners, I'm going to avoid those curbs. I'm going to take a lap time deficit and stay off of the rumble strips. I don't think what you're gaining is worth it, given what we've seen today. Normally I'd say hammer them all day long, but you watch in real life, they're not touching them, and then you're not going to touch them here today if you want to outlast the rest of the field. So that's my thought on that with 12 minutes until the 7 hour to go mark.
Yeah, and I think that's the key phrase here, Kyle. Outlast. You want to try to make it as long as possible. Now, as we switch over to the GT3s, that's a different story. As we talked about, Michael Marlowe being very, very aggressive there over the curbs. Watch this. That's because these GT3s are more compliant. The suspensions are not nearly as stiffly sprung. They're able to go over a little bit more onto those curbs, and they're going to be able to take that harder.
Yeah, they're just higher off the ground, right? The downforce is generated by the rear wings and the front splitter and a little bit of the diffuser. But the other thing to consider with the GTPs, not only is it the suspension that's getting upset on the curbing, these cars generate a ton of their downforce from the floor. And anytime you jump over the curbs, you're kind of releasing the car from the ground, and it's not going to generate that downforce. So while you're landing and slamming the suspension against the ground, you're having a wildly varying amount of downforce. Look how tight this is here with the composite performance car and Kevin Burrell in the Satellite Racing Arnage machine. Not for position, but this is how intense it's getting at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing these almost pseudo battles take place amongst different machines here at this point. So they are certainly having to fight and scrap all their way around the track right now. Even if you're not on the same lap, there is still so much to be gained. Everybody's putting it on the line. Yeah,
and with 7 hours and 11 minutes to go, we're now joined by Finney DeCuna and Jake Sperry. We're not going to turn it over to you guys quite yet as far as bailing on you. We want to fill you in on what's happened. Finney, and this has been a race of attrition so far. big crashes early in the going. Blue Chip Racing out almost immediately. Same with Satellite Racing and RSC Esports. And the big story coming in was the Hydro Race Geodesic team was so fast finishing, but they've also had a variety of incidents that have put them down the order.
Yeah, I joined the server and immediately saw how many drivers left very early on. I was like, what on earth happened? Because I didn't see the start of the race, and lo and behold, a lot of stuff happened in the first 10, 15 minutes. But yeah, it's crazy, especially considering, I think you mentioned at one point in the broadcast or another, that this is very unlike what we saw at Road Atlanta, where, you know, maybe we saw some single car incidents here and there, stuff happens. But quite a few multi-car collisions, and I guess it's just due to just how tight some of the, like you see the GTP flying through the final corner there. For these prototypes, they're very much on one lane, and if they catch a GT car in one particular corner or the other, it's hard to get by without giving up a lot of speed, and especially when you're in a tight fight with other cars, it's hard to give up that time. Yeah,
and it's been trouble in GTP, and then Jake Sperry, welcome aboard. The GT3 category has been equally as dramatic today. A handful of teams, including the Overtech team in the 327, the Energy team 19, crashes in the early going here at Watkins Glen, and so many of the accidents have happened in that inner loop, the bus stop.
I think it's really important to keep in mind just how difficult this Watkins Glen circuit is. It is a glorified street circuit, some would say, in terms of the way that the barriers hang over. You got that catch fencing that makes you feel like you're driving through a tunnel on every single straight. I tell you what, this is going to be the sort of series that if you come out of here today with any form of respectable points, kudos, because you are in it to survive, and this isn't even the easiest pass of the race. I've just taken a look at the in-date times, which is something that we haven't ever really had the chance to talk about on iRacing. It is exactly to the day that we're racing, which means one thing and one thing only, Kyle. With 2 hours to go, it's going to get dark.
Oh, man, racing into the night at Watkins Glen. That's something I've always wanted to see, and it is going to be a topic of discussion when we get there for sure. 9 hours here at Watkins Glen. We're going to take a very short break, and we'll be back right after this with the remaining 7 hours of coverage from Watkins Glen.
Welcome back, everyone. Now it's Finney Ndakuna and Jake Sperry in the booth. Jake, we've been missed the first 2 hours of the event, but as Kyle mentioned, very attrition-filled, but we still have quite a few drivers in there, and especially the drivers out involved in earlier incidents. They're struggling to claw their way back in, because again, it's a 7-hour race. A lot can still happen.
A lot can and a lot has, and I think the key here to a 9-hour race is that it's not a typical number that you tend to hit. You traditionally get 90 minutes, an hour, 3 hours, 6 hour, 12 hour, 24 hour. 9 hour isn't necessarily what you hit, and around a circuit like this, which has remained, I would say, pretty stable over the last 50, 60 years in terms of design, what this circuit is and what it offers, you're looking at a track which I think a lot of drivers take for granted and think, oh, it's Watkins Glen, it's flat out, I can do this, this is easy. No, this is going to be a difficult one today, and I think it's being shown that of 28 starters, we're already down to 20 there or thereabouts, 21, 22. and you're going to struggle, and that is going to be the key of today. Who struggles, who doesn't?
Yeah, absolutely. And taking a look here at our overall race leader, it's currently Nate Stewart driving for Penguin RC Simulation Magma. That car leading the way in the 0-3 machine. And doing so in a decent fashion, 26 laps led for the 0-3. Up there, and then in behind them, Satellite Racing, Arnage, in Kevin Burrell, not too far behind. A 12-second gap in after 75 laps running. That's a very small gap, all things considered. And the big thing to consider, too, we have not had a caution yet. We've been green all the way these first 2 hours. So that chance of a caution coming out is looming, and you can bet that a lot of these prototypes in behind, such as the ice car for Penguin RC in 52, and Mark, I'm going to say this wrong, Mayhausen?
I'm going to say Mayhausen.
Mayhausen. That sounds a lot better than my pronunciation. Over at Team 1, the 396, they're on the tail end of the lead lap, 1 minute, 10 seconds in behind. So they're waiting for a caution to come out to get themselves back in this race. Not to mention, too, there's other prototypes just over a lap down. The 171 here, Precision Racing Esports Black, Nicholas Schwartz in that machine. Then the silver car, sister car in behind, Steve Baker. And M. Plower, the 557, Gavin Thompson in behind as well. So these cars are all lapped down. They're waiting to get back on the lead lap. And again, they're just kind of waiting for that opportunity to strike back.
Well, they don't have a guarantee. Oh, that's the wrong way for one of the NRG cars there. And that was very nearly contact going through. So through the penultimate corner there, that was very much a case of uh-oh spaghettios. It was Sam Harper in the NRG Team 20 car that found itself around. And that's the fine margins you get with the GTP field. It was Umar Diallo who was there for Penguin RC Simulation Ice, just running around the outside. And that NRG car there, I don't think realised that there was the prototype on the outside and just took the natural line.
Easy right there, just a little bit of contact setting him into the tire barriers. I guess if there's any consolation, he hit the tire barriers and not the Armco, but you see that car is going to be in pit lane. They've just pulled in. And I guess they're going to just make the most out of it, and I think come in for an impromptu stop. Taking a look at the GT3s. Yeah, I think some of them have been due for a pit stop. So he's going to come in, get some service to that machine, maybe fix a little bit of damage. Didn't look too bad, the number 20, so they'll try to get back out there.
Good news is they haven't been mandated by the black and orange mechanical flag, which indicates that it is mandatory repairs, so it will be optionals only, which is the key. Another car down then in on the lane is Matt Kingsbury, and the Kingsburys are often incredibly quick when it comes to their sim racing action. They put Christian Youngwall in behind the wheel of the Quokka Racing car, so Youngwall taking over from Matt Kingsbury, and I would say local knowledge from him, Club New York, so very much a case of Watkins, Glen, you better understand it.
Yeah, hopefully they can. Hopefully they can get back out there. The composite performance number 77, Mark Kodrowski in that car. They also just come out of pit lane in their Porsche 911 GT3. They're out there now through the bus stop chicane, leading this race. Murphy Nichols, a familiar name, BRT Hemdahl in the number 86 of Bombshell Racing's GT3 entry in the BMW. They're going on through. They've taken over second place, and looking at them, they came in 9 laps ago, so they're good for the time being.
Yeah, they're good right now, and they are looking to really push and show exactly where they are. Third position is definitely something that I would say is very good for them at this moment in time. We'll see how that improves as they go through the race. But you look as well, you got Scarlett Marco, who's there just sitting behind in the 23 car, the twin-turn sim racing ultraviolet machine. Now that Porsche has been doing a pretty solid job over the course of the race so far, and it might be a case where they just start ratcheting up the laps here and start getting themselves into a rhythm. You sort of look at this as, how do you want to split this race up? I would say, Finian, 2 hours to get yourself situated. Then you do effectively your laps, your tractor-style laps. You just got to go ploughing the field up and down and all around and get yourself through for the next 5 hours. And then the final 2 hours, that's when you can finally stop, situate and go, this is where I want to be.
Yeah, and that's really, again, and we talked about how attrition-filled is racing. It's just a matter of getting to that point because, like you said, that 2 hours left to go. We still have 5 hours left, and we saw the 23 get very close to the final corner here. And this corner is so tricky because He managed to just get right up against the wall and scrape it, and that's right where the racing line is. That's where the speed is. As the 23 just avoided that as he's working his way now on through the S's. But yeah, like you were saying, you know, making it to that 2 hour mark, but that's 5 hours left in this race. That's a very long time. And you just want to make sure that nothing happens. Speaking of which, major damage to the 171, missing the rear wing. This is in the toe of the boot. Oh, and he's already had damage. So this is on the entry to the boot that Nicholas Schwartz got some damage. Back in, kicked out. The Acura goes flying around and bam, into the Armco.
Well, that is a very, very weird accident there, because that Acura shouldn't have been going that slow. Now, the issue is the car was going too slow through that corner. Because the car was going slow, there's less grip on it, and because there's no rear wing, it's going to go around a second time. The tyres hyperheat as you go through. But yes, coming down into the chute, this will give you a good idea of what you're trying to do. So you're trying to go out over to in, so slowing it down, trying to save the car backs itself around. The moment you slow anything below 100% in prototypes like this, you lose the downforce. When you lose the downforce, you lose the grip, and that's the moment when you turn around. It's the one thing that you have to say in order to get quicker. It's going to be really counterproductive for those trying to get used to driving cars like these. If you want to go faster in a prototype, just drive faster.
I was just going to say, to go fast, you must go fast in these cars. It's absolutely right with the way the aerodynamics are set up, but unfortunately going to catch out the 171. So they're going to be in for some repairs. Hopefully not too long. It looks like they just lost the bodywork, so I'm trying to remember how long the repair is for that. I know iRacing's made some balance changes to that, so hopefully they should be
racing cars in trouble as well.
Oh no, we just saw them on pit lane. Where are they?
Still on pit lane.
Still on pit lane. Trying to find where they fell to. There we go.
Oh, it's the bus stop. They've been caught out at the bus stop. So Christian Youngwall, who's just got into the car, has found out what makes this such a really difficult circuit, and he's been caught out at the bus stop and had himself a little bit of argy-bargy with the wall. Car versus wall, car wins every time.
Yeah, and I think this is right after they came out of pit lane as well. So, unfortunate for the 55 and a decent hit to the wall. Take a look from another angle there. And yeah, I just think got over the curbs. Ooh, that's a decent hit.
It is. It's the best way to hit it. Side on is the way that you can normally escape dash. Look at the wiggle. Try to catch it once, twice, and then 3 times you're in the wall. Never going to help in terms of the situation that's there. But it goes to show you that even though these GT cars can jump over those curbs, I wouldn't do that too often, because you are going to unsettle the car, and the key phrase of today is going to be compression damping.
Definitely going to be. We've seen so many cars. We saw on the opening lap many drivers getting involved. We saw a crash with the GTs before the bus stop chicane, and then the prototypes into the chicane. 3 cars involved in both accidents on the opening lap. So going to continue to see how they can get their car back in the race again. Still looking at Nicholas Schwartz. And there you go. They're actually back. They're back out on the track. It didn't actually take them too long to fix that Acura. So good for them. They're back out in the race. Unfortunately, they are 2 laps down now. So it's not ideal, but still very much a chance for them to get back into this.
Look, anything inside of 2 laps right now, you're still in with a shot of a really good result. And that's going to be the key here when you consider that the next car that they're racing against behind them, which is Carter Kundinger driving the Composite Performance number 13 machine, is 8 laps back behind you. You're in a good place right now. You don't have to worry too much about what's going on. You know that at the moment it's 7th, so long as I don't do anything difficult. There is Carter Kundinger, and he is about to find the group of traffic that is there just in front, and he'll just have to dance away through. Which way do you want to go? Inside line. He is very much fighting against the G-forces there. The car trying to pull straight as much as possible, and had to wait at the last moment to get to the inside.
Yeah, that's one of those things, again, as a GTP, as a prototype driver, you have to make those quick decisions. Do you want to make the move? Do you go left? Do you go right? Or do you want to back off and just kind of let it roll? Again, for Carter Kundinger's performance, composite performance number 13, he's got to, consider, he is 7 laps down. Is it worth potentially making these moves and potentially taking the car completely out of the race? Because there's 1, 2, I count 4 prototype drivers still in behind him. They're many laps down, but they have a chance of passing him. So, again, you have to err on the side of caution while not giving up too much time overall, and especially you get to consider the whole picture. Do you want to potentially put your race at jeopardy. And actually coming back to Nicholas Schwartz in the 171, just talking about him, as a driver, it's hard. And I'm sure, Jake, you probably know from experience, it's hard, right? You have that accident, you put your team back on the back step. It's kind of hard, and I've done this from experience myself. You get in that mindset, you got to make up time, you got to push even harder. And how hard is it really to, kind of keep that mindset down and just kind of focus on making the car to the finish?
Well, you're talking to the guy who races iRacing on an Xbox controller, so you take your pick in terms of how much experience I actually have behind the wheel. But the experience of seeing high-level sim racing out there and drivers getting themselves into trouble, I've seen it so often that one mistake leads to two and two leads to four, and before you know it, you've got more mistakes than stars in the sky. It is going to be this sort of race where you're just going to have to forget your mistakes, go out there and just drive what's in front of you. Put everything in the rearview mirror behind. It's very easy to get hung up on mistakes, but it's the sort of thing when you learn to drive on the road, just getting your general driving test. It's the sort of thing of don't focus on what has happened, focus on what's going to happen.
Yeah, I can tell you what's going to happen is we might see a fight here for GT3. I was pulling up the last lap times. Mark Kudrowski, his number 77, he ran a 146.9 his last lap, and Murphy Nichols 145.7. Not sure if traffic was involved with the prototypes going on through, but I feel like this BMW has been closing in. When we started, gap was about 6 seconds. It's looking now like 3 seconds in closing. So Murphy Nichols is making up time in the 86, and potentially you could see a fight here between these two for the lead.
It's consistent here from Mark Kudrowski. He's losing a second a lap, 46.5, 46.7, 46.9, his last three going around the circuit. So you get drivers, you get a quick driver and you get a safe driver is the way I'd like to put it. I think Mark Kudrowski is their safe driver at the moment in the Composite Performance 77, and the key is very simple. Keep the car on the road. Sometimes it's okay to lose the race lead, to lose second position in a race like this, knowing that you can find a quick driver like Young Park, for example, who can get back in the car and go out there and charge forward. So there aren't going to be too many worries in terms of whether they lose the position and whether they go out and make something happen of that. I would say at this point, Mark Kudrowski is doing everything he needs to do.
And again, it is just a matter of just keeping his head focused because he's got a lot of competitors still in behind. You got Murphy Nichols 3 seconds in behind, another 5 seconds down the road. Scarlett DeMarco in the number 23 who we were talking about earlier. Then Tabula Rasa Esports Yellow, Vincent Leroux in the 901. That Porsche is closing in as well. So 4 cars within 15 seconds. It's a very close spread for the GT3 cars. Then a little bit further on back is the number 20 BMW. We saw the Energy team. That little accident just before pit row with a prototype, so they lost some time, but very much still in the running. That's looking to GT battle at the moment as Kudrowski continues to lose more and more time. Here comes the 171 as he runs a little bit wide. The Acura goes on through.
Well, he can use a little bit of that open space there, keep himself out of the way, be a little bit mindful of the incident points, but first through fourth, I mean, these 4 drivers are interesting in terms of how they sit up. Mark Kudrowski, 46 flat that last time by. Murphy Nichols, 45.9, didn't really catch. Neither did Scarlett DeMarco on a 45.9. It's going to be a case where everyone's sort of balancing out right now, and that includes Vincent Leroux in the Tabula Rasa Esports yellow car, 46.2 on that last lap too. So these drivers are pretty much sat in a holding pattern, but that gap is coming down, and the key there was 46.8 meeting a 45.1 from Murphy Nichols. Back onto the pace, and Murphy, I think, is going to be spurred on at the moment, and is going to be one thing that Mark Kudrowski will not want to see alongside him, and that is the anime girl on the side of that BRT Heimdall car.
It's one thing to just get passed by another driver. You see Murphy Nichols flashing the headlights. It's one thing to get passed by a car, it's another thing to get passed by a car with an anime girl, and it just feels that much more like a defeat. But that 86 Murphy Nichols, that car is moving places. And I'm curious to see how he's going to handle this battle. Is he going to try to be a little bit patient with it, or will he be potentially pressured by Scarlett DeMarco, both bearing down really on both of them?
I don't think Scarlett DeMarco is the focus at the moment. 6 seconds down the road is not an immediate worry, I would say, at this point in time. I think there are bigger worries out there, and Scarlett DeMarco is going to be on a different style of race here. So I think that's not going to be where the main worry and the main focus is going to be. I think it's very much for Kudrowski right now. Focus on Murphy Nichols. That BMW is right there behind, and there are going to be different cars over the course of the season that's going to have pluses and minuses over the course of a season like this, as I believe that you've seen what I've just seen, which was the M Plower car there just going off at the chicane.
Yeah, I just caught them for a glimpse, trying to find them on the scoring. Where did they go? I saw them earlier. There they go. They're in 6th.
Yeah, so the trouble that they're going to run into is this outer loop section. So this bus stop is going to be difficult. Absolutely clatters the inside curve. Very fortunate that the car remained pretty much straight there, but never really had the back end of the car. So took the natural line and said out of the way, look, in trouble, turn, no, can't commit to the corner, try and escape over all of those escape roads, which can be just as difficult to go through. And there goes second place. They're the Satellite Racing Arnage car making a way through.
Yeah, so they made their way on through, but that was smart driving by Gavin Thompson in this machine. Just to bail out of it, he realized he couldn't save it, because if he went on that grass again, might have had the car spin around and gotten into an accident. So just decided to take a small loss with the cut course and then get back going, reset, and fire off away. Speaking of firing off away, you're going to see Murphy Nichols now. He's on the back bumper of Kudrowski. This is a battle here for the GT3 lead.
And this is going to either be a very simple overtake or a very, very painful one. There is going to be no in-between in terms of how this move is going to be constructed. Either Mark Kudrowski is going to fight or he's not. And Murphy Nichols is effectively going to get his hall pass to the race lead of this race here with MTEC round 2 of the championship. On the brakes, then the heel of the boot, and this is where you start climbing the hill. It's surprising how much elevation that you have here around Watkins Glen. And then this off-camber turn 9 corner, effectively riding up the top of the hill and then escaping the boot itself towards these two 90-degree corners. No chance of making the move right now because there's a prototype on the inside. Whoosh, straight through.
And that's the big thing, right? These guys are having the battle and they got prototypes passing them. Sometimes it feels like in the worst corners possible, and that definitely hurt Murphy. They lost a couple tenths, but will be able to slipstream a little bit back up to the 77. So Kudrowski now, I can imagine, he's just constantly looking in his mirror, looking at his BMW slowly bearing down on him. And again, I'm curious to see, whoa, see Murphy get a little bit sideways there, getting on the curbs. You can tell that he's pushing, trying to catch up.
Yeah, he's pretty much going to be on it, but he can't push over the limit around this circuit, because the moment that you start to is where the track basically bites back, and it's at midday at this moment in time. It's the hottest that the track's going to be. 30 degrees is not much heat in terms of what they've got. No! Just as we say it, there's the trouble, and bang, right into the side of the wall. We were saying he was just that was just how he was going to start pushing, and there is a prime example of what goes wrong. Look at the front right, absolutely caved in.
Oh man, a massive hit for and he's gonna retire. He's not even gonna be able to drive it back to pit lane. What a heartache for the 86 team, looking to take the lead of this race. And it's all gone up into the tie barriers. Taking a look there, just grab the barrier, and we were talking about it earlier, how that was going to be a bigger issue, the curbing, and unfortunately for the 86, into the barrier he goes.
Yeah, just the back end going around there, and this is what we're seeing. Drivers have to pick a line. It's a one-line corner through this bus stop, and they are getting too aggressive over that curb. It is a very hefty rise that they've got over there, and bang, that's not ideal. That was in fact the wing mirror there, just landing in front there. Had a massive moment going over the top. Yeah, just losing the side, and then at that point, the moment that you get that grip back and all four tyres get back on the ground, you get that massive influx of grip, Finian, because the car is then trying to settle back down, and that's what's sending the cars one way or the other. Not the fact they're in the air, it's when they come back down.
And for Kudrowski, it's going to be a sigh of relief that one of his main competitors has been, we shouldn't say retired, they still have a chance to get back in this race, but taken out of the competition for now. And now, again, the sights are going to set back to now Scarlett DeMarco, who's also probably a little bit happy. He's gained one position up to second place for the 23 machine. Trying to see if they can close in on Kudrowski, although it looks like he's picked up the pace. The gap was 6 seconds last time we checked in on it. Now about 7 seconds in behind, and Vincent LaRose in the 901 also trying to bear down and further 9 seconds down the road.
Yep, so there's definitely a chance then for that gap to start clawing down, but I would say there's not too much worry about that in the GT field at the moment. Another hefty clatter over that curb from number 77. This gap, though, for another race lead. Starting's clawed down. I'll tell you what, Kevin Birrell has been doing an incredible job of just whittling that gap away against Nate Stewart in the Penguin RC Simulation
Did he just
Magma
clutch
car.
it? Or is that just a weird audio glitch at his head?
Well, he might be clutching, he might be trying to save a little bit of fuel out there, and that might be one of the keys that he's got over the course of this race. If he can continue to maybe go an extra lap, 2 laps longer than Nate Stewart in terms of his strategy, that will pay out in the long run, or it will pay out when a pace car has to come out with these competition cautions that we get in this series. So it's the sort of thing where Kevin Birrell is obviously going to a number, I would say, at this moment in time. And even if he wants to push, or even if he doesn't want to push, it's clear he's got to get to a number and try and outlast Nate Stewart in the Penguin RC Simulation car.
Yeah, and I guess it's great, right? Because he's doing a fantastic job, especially considering he is trying to save some fuel. And he's got a big gap to do it. He's got 39 seconds back to Omar Diallo in the number 52 machine. So he's got a big gap to work with. Doesn't have to worry about any competitors coming up behind. Just can kind of focus and run his own race, as the 52's got to work by some heavy GT3 traffic. Gets on by half of them. Got another Porsche to deal with, number 32. That is Twin Turn Sim Racing Aurora. That gets passed by, and in behind, some cars side by side. Trying to see who that is.
I believe that is Victor Lind and David Nelson who are out there on circuit. So it's the CMSRacing.com AM team, which are 23 laps down at the moment. The Overtick Team 2 car is 2 laps behind them effectively on the road. So that was a move to unlap themselves.
No.
Oh, and that'll be a bit more. David Nelson goes spread eagle sideways.
Oh boy. And again, same thing what we saw with Murphy Nichols and his BMW, and the Ferrari for David Nelson. He's able to save it, thankfully.
It's going to be the same story all day long here, Finian. They are going to attack that curb, and they are not going to learn that that curb is going to chuck you up in the air. All these drivers are trying to get as much time out of the track as they possibly can. The issue that they're going to find as they go over that is that they need to find a set that's consistent to go over. They are locked now on their set, so what they have to do is very much stay alert to the way that they're driving. Kevin Birrell, maybe a little bit less curb there than Nate Stewart. Nate Stewart, of course, a driver who's been fantastic when it's come to the NASCAR College Series out there over the course of racing, but you get a sense that Birrell slowly trying to whittle away like an artisan, trying to just chip a little bit off here, chip a little bit off there.
And actually a big chunk was taken off as Nate Stewart was working around one of the BMWs in traffic, so lost about over a second. So it's going to sting a little bit, but again, bigger picture for Nate Stewart is trying to make sure this car makes it to the end and makes it to the end in a decent position. So far, so good for him in that 03 machine. He's currently sitting 28 laps into his stint. Those cars going to make it 29. Everyone else in behind on similar numbers. Kevin Birrell 30 laps in for him. 52 also 28 laps. So most of the GTPs on a similar page except for
and in comes Birrell.
Oh, there he goes. So I guess he's made his number. So he went 30 laps, 31 laps on a tank. That means you can expect Nate and the rest of them to come in fairly soon. So 65 is going to be kicking off pit stops for the GTPs.
And I'm just getting word that car 171 has a drive-through penalty, or had a drive-through penalty at some point, but I think might be soon due another. Just seen that come up over on the timing. They got a 5-minute appeal timer that goes along with them, so that's going to be crucial for them. 2 laps down. It's not going to cost them massively in terms of their race. It might keep them away from the M-Power team for a little bit, but in terms of the overall, if they've got themselves a drive-through penalty, that's not going to be ideal for them. They're going to have to make that time up again.
Oh, wow, yeah, that's surprising to hear. Did we get any word? Does it say what it was for?
I believe it was contact with the 55 car. This would have been right at the beginning of the race. It was about half an hour into the race. So that 55 car would have been the Quokka Racing Team machine. And just like that, they're going to go in and take their drive-through penalty. No appeal on that. They're straight in. And I believe they should be straight back out again.
Actually, speaking of Quokka Racing, yeah, it looks like they have retired the car. I haven't seen the 55 back out on track, and it doesn't appear to be sitting in pit road, so I would say probably a retirement for the 55, and they're going to be out for the rest of the evening. That's unfortunate to see there. So that leaves about 10 cars running in that class. Actually, sorry, pending if BRT Hemdahl gets it back out there in the 86. This car still sitting in pit lane, has dropped down to 6th in class. We'll see if they get out there relatively soon. Looks like Anthony Flores is lined up to take that car over when they come in. Meanwhile, I'll see a battle here brewing. Whoa, that's getting close between two sister cars in a different class. Overtech Team 1, Mark Mehusen in the 396, sorry, in 4th. Satellite Racing Orange under attack for 3rd.
Yeah, they've just come out of the pit, so Jesse Lyons getting up to speed as that's happening. The 03 car is in the pit as things stand at the moment, and the simulation ice car has gone through and taken the race lead. So Umar Diallo then is the longest on the stint of your top 3 in category, and I'm just hearing that 171's drive-through, they're getting a word that drive-through does not count as serving said penalty. So that obviously did not go through the way that they were supposed to go about it there. So race control, Ben Breen leading the control on race control, says 171, you need to wait for race control to apply the penalty before you go down and serve the penalty. So as the penalty hadn't been applied, they saw the message come up in sim that you've got a penalty and thought, great, I'll serve that right away. No, there's a process to this. You've got to wait for the black flags to come out for you. You've just been notified, not issued.
Oh, interesting. So miscommunication there. And that's going to potentially cost them. I'm sure they're going to be, or the team's going to be arguing, well, we served the penalty anyway because you said that we were going to get a penalty. So I'm sure there's going to be a bit of back and forth there, some debate between the team and the race officials to see how it turns out. But again, ultimately, the officials have the final say in this. So we'll see what happens with them. If that is the case, it's going to be unfortunate. Just more time lost for the 171.
Just listening, they've got to wait for the official penalty system. So the way that penalties work here in the MTEC series is that you will get a notice over the in-sim communication, not verbally, but as in writing. This car has a drive-through penalty, and you have X amount of time to appeal. And then after that, you will then be issued on the iRacing system with the black flag penalty for a drive-through. Now that is the key. That's what indicates it, as in is the Penguin RC Simulation ice car Umar Diallo to make a stop, and he's going to be followed in behind by Mark Mayhausen in the Overtick Team 1 machine, the 396. But the key is that you have to wait until you get issued an iRacing penalty to make sure that you can then go through and get this all sorted. And that's what I was just hearing over the radio. We haven't had a chance to hear it over broadcast feed itself, but over the radio, that's what the stewards are trying to indicate at that point. Yes, you came down and served a drive-through penalty, but you served it before your penalty was even served, so you haven't yet served your penalty.
All right, so there is the update there. Thank you for the comms coverage for that, Jake, for listening in for that. So there you go. There's your word from the official. So the 171 is going to have to come back in again for the drive-through. I guess it could be worse. It could be stop and go. I feel like those penalties are a lot worse for you just having passed through pit lane. You lose a bit of time, but at least you're continuously moving. So they'll have to serve that penalty again. Just really begging that we get a couple cautions towards the end of this race to sort of even everything back out. But they're that team, the 171 Precision Racing Esports Black, struggling at the moment. Looking at Steve Baker, his 111 Precision Racing Esports Silver, running in 6th. They're behind the Empower team, Gavin Thompson. Not necessarily, technically it's a battle on the track. However, Empower is due to come into the pits in a couple laps time, so it will sort out in a lap or two. But I'm sure they're going to want to get past them sooner rather than later, especially with some fresh tires.
No, I certainly agree with that. If you feel like you're quicker and you can make the pass cleanly, by all means go ahead, but it's your risk if you try and make that overtake and try and get that pass. So that's going to be really the difference maker in terms of how that goes for Steve Baker. driving about in the Cadillac compared to the Acura. Now, we haven't seen too many Cadillacs out there. It's a little bit more of a wider body. It's got more of a look about it that screams it's trying to be more like a sports car than it is the pointy noses that we see in some of the other cars like Gavin Thompson's Acura M-Plow Machine, which is trying to use more of that formula style over the top of the car. So you actually get a little bit of differences in design, which massively affects the flow of how these machines go over. I find it very incredible.
Yeah, that's why it's so great. This new era of prototype, top-class prototype racing. It's fantastic. The cars look amazing. They're relatively affordable to race compared to the LMP ones that they're replacing. And then just such, like you mentioned, such a difference in design philosophy. Of course, we only have the LMDH cars to work with, the four that race in North America in IMSA. We're still yet to get any of the hypercars that race in Europe and abroad. But man, you need to look at the Peugeot entry, the Peugeot 908. That thing looks completely different to the rest of the cars, and unfortunately, I've been hearing some rumors in the off-season that they might be adding a rear wing to that machine to make it a little bit more conventional, because I don't think they like the performance that they've been getting without that rear wing.
Well, I don't blame them. I think having a rear wing is certainly going to help you more than it isn't going to help you out there. And you look at some of the rear wings that these drivers have, and it's going to be heavily accentuated here today on a high-speed circuit that you're not really going to see much flap really from anyone out there in terms of their rear wings, just because they are going to have to carry so much speed here today to keep up with everybody else. So I think this becomes a case that if you do have a car and you're looking at, okay, well, our balance isn't great on the rear. We thought we could effectively cognitively design it out of the car, but we can't. You're going to have to take a rear wing. I think if it works, and it's a tried and true convention since about the 60s and 70s, then why wouldn't you? You're trying to reinvent the wheel, and the wheel, unfortunately, is very good at being a wheel.
I mean, with the aerodynamics, we know like basically what makes a race car work. For the last, I'd say 20, 30 years, they've really honed in on that. Of course, with the rear wings and front wings, they've been evolved many times over time, but really started to see, cars develop a particular shape in the last 30, 40 years, and Peugeot trying to go against the grain. Of course, with the regulations, it's always interesting because you have to meet a performance delta, not necessarily make the outright fastest car. Really, you're trying to make just the fastest car within the narrow set of regulations, which I kind of like as a little bit of a change, and just to control the cost just a little bit. They try to go for, making it without the rear wing and meeting the downforce requirements throughout the rest of the car. Just didn't quite work. So I'm curious to see if they're going to have to fundamentally redesign the car, because adding the rear wing, I'm sure it's going to change a lot of performance metrics up. But as the 557 M-Plower team finally in for their pit stop, one of the last of the leading prototypes to come in, so they will surrender that lead. So they've gone also around 31 laps. So they've gone around the same time as same amount of laps as Satellite Racing Orange. I think Nate Stewart might have come in, I think, a lap earlier on only 30 laps. So minor differences in strategy there.
At 30 versus 31, it depends on how aggressive that you're being around the course of the lap, and drivers will have different preferences and different places where they put the throttle on compared to the other drivers that they have, and how they use it. And of course, what they've got available to them as well is a certain style of boost that is a little bit different to what you would traditionally have in these hypercars that they have going around, these prototype divisions that we've got racing. And that is that basically you put on the power, you press a button, and you're going to get your deploy of hybrid, instead of it being just there all the time without really having to think about it. So that's going to be something that they're going to be dealing with a little bit different, and when that does get developed by iRacing, it'll completely change the prototype division, mark my words.
Oh yeah, and we're about to see a change in GT3 here on the track, potentially. Scarlett DeMarco, he's closing a lot. Under 2 seconds the gap now between himself and Kudrowski. So just when that 77 looked like it was in the clear, was relatively going to be smooth sailing to the end after one of its main competitors, the 86, crashed out. 23 is stepping up to the plate, trying to close and saying, hey, I want a chance at the lead.
He wants a chance, but the question is he going to get one? Is this going to be where he starts thinking about, okay, right time to make the move is going to be very soon? It's been done very well. It's closed that gap down under 2 seconds, so they've certainly been chipping away at that, but this is going to be the trouble that Mark Kudrowski's got. same type of lap traffic, the toughest to try and deal with.
Yeah, this is not a slow car by any means. This is fourth in class in GT3. The number 20 NRG team, Sam Harper, still behind the wheel of that car. So, yeah, it's really just slowing them down. There's no clear way past, so he's just kind of having to deal with it. And Scarlett DeMarco taking a big advantage of that. Now the gap 1.5 seconds, so, and closing in. So this 23 starting to make some moves. I'm curious if they know what happened to the 86 team. I'm sure they're very well aware of the curbs, but there's this kind of switch that tricks in a driver when you get close to you see the car you're trying to fight against right up ahead. You've been chasing them down for so many laps. He's brought this gap down from I think about 9 seconds down to under 2. And you just want to push just a little bit more, and you see him take a healthy helping of curb over there, and you just want to take that much off the corner, dive that much harder into the braking zone, and that's when you start to see the mistakes. I think that's similar to what we saw with Murphy Nichols. He saw the goal line just in front of him and just pushed a little bit too hard.
Well, one of the keys of the Porsche right now and the way that it's driving is that it is such an incredibly balanced machine. You very seldom find a car like this, a car that's designed like this, in terms of being rear engine, rear wheel drive, finding itself with all sorts of balance issues at the back. No, it's perfect. It's an absolutely perfect car through the middle, and there went your race leader, Nate Stewart, chasing down what I would say is his mentor right now at the Penguin team in Blake Reynolds, who is down in 11th position in category. Now, this is a really interesting scenario for Blake Reynolds. Of course, the car got caught up in all sorts of trouble. They're still going in the Carbon Machine 66. They're down 16th position overall at the moment. They've still got 5 laps to try and traverse before they get past the GT cars at this moment in time. But for someone like Blake Reynolds, who was so huge when it came to the eNASCAR series, and back at the time, I believe it was the Peak Anti-Free series that he was driving, he is someone who has got a wealth of experience, a wealth of knowledge of how cars work, and he's shifted away into, what do I love doing on iRacing? I love endurance, so I'm going to do some endurance racing. And I tell you what, he's really enjoying it.
It definitely looks like he probably would be enjoying it if he was pretty much in the fight for the lead, but I mean, hey, I'm sure he likes a challenge of trying to bring this car back as close as it can to really make up points, because again, like you mentioned, they have 7 laps to the next car in class. It's JT Motorsports, Casey Shue in that machine, running in 10th in class, so they're just trying to make up some time as much as possible. But hey, it's a good challenge. You always like to be on the back foot, so Blake Reynolds trying to see if he can claw that 66 machine back as much as possible, in a solid run for that team, despite what happened on the first lap. I mean, just kind of getting your head down in and just keep on moving forward, try not to get into another incident. Taking a look back at the GT3 battle, a little bit of a pause on it. Scarlett DeMarco got held up a little bit with some prototype traffic. He's caught back up, and the 77 still not able to get by this BMW.
And with good reason. That BMW doesn't want to go a lap down. And that's going to be something that is desperately being held on to for that NRG team. They are hoping that there is no caution that comes up there is a caution that comes up soon, because they are going to try and stay on that lead lap and get themselves right onto the back of this group, being 4th out there overall. If they find themselves then lapped, essentially, by Kudrowski, that is trouble. It's absolute trouble, because they'll go the lap down, and then they'll have to completely change their strategy in terms of how they get through. This is absolutely one of the cases in endurance racing where I would go, absolutely, do not let the race leader go through, because it's going to cost your race if you fall a lap.
Exactly, so he's trying to keep that on, and he has every right to do so. There are no mandatory blue flags, so he can defend that position as much as he likes. And in some ways he's holding the 23 up, and some days he isn't. So, because that 23 car sorry, not the 23, the number 20, Sam Harper, has quite a bit of pace in that BMW, just not the track position that he would like at the moment. Scarlett DeMarco still waiting in the wings, and there is the JT Motorsports 24 machine that we alluded to earlier. They're working their way by the GT3 leaders.
Yeah, so Casey Shue will wish that his shoe is on the other foot here today, because of where he is at the moment in this race, down in 10th position. There's got about a lap to catch the Precision Racing blue car, which is back out. They ran into troubles earlier on in the race. Lance Loomis behind that one. But yes, just trying to navigate around.
Whoa.
Off a very difficult. Yeah, and there's the problem. Running a little bit wide. Now, the car's on the inside. That's one of the slowest sections of the circuit down there at the toe of the boot. But the issue that you're going to have in these prototype machines is that in the low end, they are very similar in terms of pace to the GTs, which naturally has great mechanical grip. So when you're going through that section, trying to make a pass at the toe of the boot, you have to go around the outside. It's pain. It's like trying to get yourself out of a thorn bush. It is difficult.
It is very difficult. Carter Kundinger, one of the only drivers now on pit lane in his number 13 machine, coming down for some service. Continue looking at the battle for a GT3. And still heating up. Now, if you're Scarlett DeMarco, what do? Do you try to make this pass, and then you yourself will have to deal with the 20 BMW who doesn't want to go wrap down? Do you just kind of sit and kind of just conserve your stuff and watch the 77 trying to like struggle to push on by? What would you say would be the game plan for these guys here?
Whatever comes up in front, if it is my plan. If the car in front is struggling and you think you've got a good run and good pace, go for it. If you think that it's more beneficial to save the fuel, try and gain an extra lap by lifting out and gaining that opportunity elsewhere. You've got 23.5 seconds to the car behind. Absolutely, save the fuel, try and get it done on strategy. This is all about getting to the next pit stop cycle for these drivers and questioning this next point. Do I want the track position for that next run of stint, and how do I want to do it? Do I want to do it with risk or without risk? That's what Scarlett DeMarco is battling with. I believe that he's got the pace to do it with risk, but I would try and do it the most risk-free way possible, which is you pass in the pits.
You can see, talking about risks, those guys getting very close to that grass just outside of the toe of the boot. Now into the heel they go. And back down the hill they go, and that 23 all over the back of the 77. So we'll see what decision he's made, if he's decided to push and make a move or decided to sit and wait by that 77 as another prototype comes in behind to get on by. I believe I saw a 52. That is Omar Diallo in the ice machine as he has to go off the track and almost gets into the back of the 77. Just the closing rate of these high downforce, high-speed prototypes.
And that closing rate is massive. It really is something that they're going to have to be so alert to, especially in high speed. So that ice car has to sit back into line, has to wait through the corner. Wait. When can I put the power down? Now I can. Once the car in front has finally hit the accelerator, it's very much a case of trying to balance every single phase of this lap, because you're going to get a lot of these medium to high speed corners, especially near the end of the lap for the prototypes, and that's where they want to be absolutely flying about. And it's the medium to high speed corners which deal the most damage, because there's the biggest disparity in terms of speed difference.
Scarlett DeMarco working her way through the entry to the booth, down the hill again, waiting to see when she can find her way past Mark Kudrowski. As the Acuras and other prototypes bearing the way on there, there is the 171, who I believe has successfully served their drive-through this time. I think they've gone in again.
I believe so, and having successfully put their penalty together, I think that they will now be driving, I think, very, very perturbed at this moment in time. I think they're going to be very much a case of trying to go out there, put as much pace down on the track as possible, because they've got to drive a penalty away, and that, I think, is going to be their driving force for the next hour. Oh, we had to come down twice and serve the penalty. The world's against us. Oh,
yeah, you definitely feel that as a driver when you get scolded at by the admins and given a penalty. You just kind of feel that, especially having to serve the same penalty twice, too. I can imagine the frustration from them, but the rules are the rules, and you have to follow them, so it's their job now to crawl out of that hole. They served the penalty. The slate's been wiped clean for now, and they've still got a lot of time left on the board. It's 6 hours and 21 minutes to be exact. We continue to watch the battle for the overall GT3 lead. Take a look at the overall lead in general for prototypes. Nate Stewart, that gap has started to close in a little bit. Jesse Lyons working his way in the Satellite Racing Arnage machine, the 65. Starting to catch up. The gap's dropped down to 7.7 seconds. I think it was 12 seconds when they came out of the pits. So 65 is working his way as he works around some GT3 traffic, working his way up to try to catch the 03.
look at the last 3 laps here, actually the last 4 laps from Jesse Lyon. He's just gone to a different place. 28.9, 29.2, 29.3, and a bit of traffic on that last lap. 29.7 was able to be managed. Look, Nate Stewart, by comparison, has had the wrong end of the stick, really, with the traffic. 30.2, 29.9, 31.4, 29.4. So Nate Stewart has the pace to match, but I think Lyon's hit the rhythm and is getting the right end of the stick with where the traffic goes, and that's why that gap is slowly creeping back in again.
That guy's creeping in, and so is, again, this battle for GT3. I feel like every time I look away, I feel like she's going to make a move, that 23. But sitting in behind, satisfied for now. It takes a decent line through there, and she's going to get a good amount of slipstream. The Twin Turn Sim Racing Ultraviolet car. But I'm just, again, curious if they're going to do anything. The 77 is also going to get a decent slipstream off the BMW, and I think actually that's helping them. And one of the main things keeping them in the lead, they're going to get separated through some prototype traffic.
Well, if that gap extends out over about 1.5 seconds, the rubber band snaps and all of a sudden you're on your own. Now that is very interesting, moving across, letting the lap traffic go through. It really is affecting that balance, and that is your overall race leader having to pretty much stay slow through the traffic, allowing this race to go on. And this is what you're going to get. Different cars are going to affect this battle more and more as this race goes on. It's going to chop it up, it's going to change it, and every single time you go around this circuit, that's what you're trying to keep in focus. Everyone is affecting everything.
Taking a look at the GT3s, trying to see when they're going to be doing for their next set of pit stops. So looking at the leaders, 24 laps. All right, I forgot I can't pull that up on there. That's that button's not mapped right. I'm gonna have Scout fix that. I was trying to. There's a thing for a stint. I was trying to pull that up, but that's not hooked up correctly, or either that or iRacing's making a little bit of a fuss at the moment. But Mark Kudrowski, that car, 24 laps on their stint. Scarlett DeMarco, 25 laps on her stint. 26 laps for Venix Leroy in his car, and the BMW machine. Harper is also 24 laps in, so all very similar strategies there. And this BMW, Sam Harper has done a fantastic job keeping himself on the lead lap.
That's all you've got to do. Keep yourself on the lead lap and you've got a chance. And this is the key for NRG. Give yourself a chance. And they're doing so brilliantly. But that gap continues to close down and up through the S's. This is where it's going to get difficult here. Mark Mayhausen is going to start trying to drive past everyone and manages to do so. But again, that will affect the lines that they go through, because you go through turn two, you have to be pinned to that inside. The track naturally pushes you out over the entrance to the paddock, which is effectively underneath the circuit. So you're always trying to deal with all of the forces that you've got as you go over the bridge, and then as you go through the right, you're given the license then to attack further. That's going to be the struggle when you get pushed out of line, because the moment you're out of line, the marbles, they've been driving about for nearly 3 hours, so they are going to not like what's offline here around this Watkins Glen circuit.
Taking a look at our race stats, actually, as we're into this race. You can see 0 cautions, yet 105 green flag laps. We've had 2 leaders and 2 lead changes. Or actually, don't quote me, actually, the lead changes, I'm not sure that might be affected by me joining later in this race, so I don't know if that's actually necessarily 100% accurate. Now that I say that out loud, because I feel like there's probably more lead changes than just 2. Tell you what is accurate, though, is the weather right now. It's 1 p.m. in Sim. And again, like you mentioned, we're going to be finishing this race at around 7 p.m. And I'm not sure what date it's set in Sim time. I think
real time.
Yeah. Oh, it is. Oh, yeah. So, like you mentioned before, we are definitely going to start to see it get very dark out there. And let me tell you, this track, not really designed for nighttime racing. There's not a lot of lights around here.
Nope, there's not a lot of lights, but what they do have is a right headlight and a left headlight. So I think they might be okay.
Hopefully they are. It's another prototype working their way on through the M-Plower machine. Gavin Thompson now snaking his way through the S's. Will get on by pretty successfully. It's always really the best parts of the track to catch these GT3s, depending on what line they're on, but when you're going full tilt, not when you're going through part, like the bus stop here, one of the worst places to be behind GT3 traffic.
It is, because you have to really slow down and keep yourself out of the throttle, which can very easily mean that you're doing nothing. You're basically idling through that section and you're still catching. You're like, oh, God, I've got to hit the brakes. It's not what I really want to do at this point in time. So you're always having to have that little bit of an internal debate. I've just seen the Precision Racing Esports blue car have a little bit of a half spin. Mark Kalin behind the wheel then in 10th place, having a little bit of an oopsie daisy.
Yeah, and to, I guess no one's surprised, this issue was in the bus stop. So actually, he went through the first part all right. It looks like it almost looked like he almost got a little bit behind on the steering in the second half. We'll take a look here. I think that second curb kicked him a little bit wide, then turned in a little too late, a little too ferocious, and kicked the back end out.
Yeah, it was very violent. The car suddenly snapped with a massive influx of grip, so it was already losing it actually there after that first curb. It was trying to settle, and then trying to get that more steering into the car. It looked like there that Kalin just saw the back end start to step out, tried to correct it, but couldn't find the right angle, and you've essentially got to find the Goldilocks zone when you're trying to save a car. If you don't, it's snapping the other way with a massive influx of grip, very similar to a bike's high side.
Taking a look at Jesse Lyons here, still closing in that gap. This is a serious contender, this number 65, not that they weren't before, but they're looking really competitive now. They've been closing into the leaders, consistently chipping it away. We were talking about earlier, chipping away like an artisan is how you phrased it, Jake, and he's continuously chipping away that gap, now under 6 seconds and closing. Nate Stewart, I'm sure probably by now starting to feel just a little bit of pressure in behind. He's been in challenge since we've taken over for quite a while at 0-3, but might have a challenger looming in their mirrors in just a couple laps' time.
And I think the biggest help right now for someone like Lyon in second position is having the marker, I guess is the right way to say it here, of Carter Kundinger in the Composite Performance 13 in front. Doesn't have a direct search and say, this is what I've got. He's got a bridge, essentially. If I can match the pace of that car in front and slowly reel that one in, I am one step closer to catching the 0-3 that leads this race outright.
Thought I saw it in a battle somewhere else. Apologize for that. So I saw one overtake. It was between a prototype and GT3 for way down the order. But here is another prototype working their way on by. It's 52 again. Omar Diallo coming back again to get back. Actually, ironically, in the same part of racetrack. Oh, as we look there for a second, here we go. Some action going on. The 23 has decided to not waste Scarlett DeMarco, trying to make a move as a BMW prototype splits them in between.
Might have the angle here to the inside, here at the 90, turn 1. Takes a big wide line, bucket loads of understeer. That is the NASCAR line through the opening corner, and it did not pay off for Mark Kudrowski. There is the move then, and into the race lead of your GT category goes Scarlett DeMarco without any thought of what is there to come after.
She was waiting for her right moment to strike. And I think it was when this when this Cadillac prototype, the 52, came on through. And there, put the 77 offline. She said now is finally the time of waiting, and so patient for so many laps. Got a better turn here and a run on the straightaway, and really took advantage of it.
Yeah, very, very comfortable run there to get that one all nicely situated. It's the very easy, comfortable look at turn 1, never putting the car in any doubt, lots of room being given, and then that move as easy as you like. That was a brilliant pass to gain that position. Not bad from Scarlett DeMarco, 2,600 or 2,700 iRacing coming into today and just making nice and easy, respectable overtakes.
Let's see now if she can hold on to the lead. Now she's also going to have to deal with the number 20, Sam Harper, who's probably, again, going to continue to keep both of these Porsche 911s at bay and behind, preventing them from getting on by. And Sam Harper's been doing a fantastic job. Almost looks like he should be the leader of this race with the way he's been controlling them in behind. Again, still waiting to see if we get a caution. Almost about 3 hours into this race, caution-free. And I was saying that because last race, in the first race of the season, pretty much as soon as they took over in the first 20 minutes, had a caution come out. Have yet to
Well,
see
you
that.
never know. Could be 20 minutes into the race, could be with 31 minutes remaining in the race. The one thing we do know is that there will be no cautions in the last half hour of the racing that we've got. So we are guaranteed to have this race finish under green with a great run to the end. The question's going to be, well, how many cautions are there going to be? I believe that traditionally when it's been the long races, it has been anywhere between 0 and 4, I think, has been the number of competition cautions there could be. It's going to be one of those things where I wouldn't rely on it. I would just imagine that it doesn't exist. It's not there, and you just drive to what's in front of you. And if the competition caution comes along, then great, change your strategy.
Yeah, and that's the big thing too, is that like you mentioned, because there's always the fact we're not guaranteed a caution whatsoever. We can go green the entire 9 hours. But you don't want to set up a strategy where you're just relying on a caution coming out. I'm sure a lot of these drivers further down the order are praying for a caution to come out, but you don't want to make your strategy based around that. You want to keep it open. Just kind of hope, if things work out, have a backup strategy. And the big thing is being adaptable to the conditions, because it is random. It can happen at any time, and these drivers don't know when it's going to happen until they announce it on the radio. So they're, again, you have to be adaptable to the situations. As take a look, I saw the 86. Finally, they're back out on track after nearly half an hour of repairs. The 86 is back out there. Anthony Flores behind the wheel as they get quickly out of the way for the second place Jesse Lyons machine. But glad to see this car back out on track. They're the last of the GT3 runners, 5 laps down from David Nelson, who's the next car in class.
Yep, so they've definitely got themselves down the order now, and they've got work to do. I've also seen Ramon Shepper get behind the wheel of the Venom Sim Racing car as they've come down into the pits then and look to make a stop, but it's been a long stop for them in terms of this one, so they've got to go through. Just taken over has Ramon Shepper from Stein Van Houten, who has been in behind the wheel over that long stint, so a long way for them to get back going. And the 78 of David Nelson, speaking of which, has an absolutely totaled front of their car. That is not how a car is supposed to look.
Yeah, let's see if we can try to find where this happened. It's been in the pits for nearly 5 minutes here. I didn't even notice this car so that severely damaged. It's like, they're in pit lane.
Guess where?
Yeah, I just found it on the replay. The race fans, I'm sure, will also not be too surprised at this point where these wrecks are happening. There's a very particular part of racetrack that's been catching these drivers out, and yes, it is the bus stop.
Oh, just the rears jumping up, and then that is a head-on collision with the barriers down there. Last thing that you want. Now, this is the key. Comes up over, and it doesn't matter how much time that they put there to try and get cars to slow down. It won't matter. You're going to go around there, and you are not going to stop. You're going to need at least another 150, 200, 250 meters just to stop that sort of incident from happening, being able to save that.
Yeah, and right there, just, man, it looks even worse from the outside. Huge damage to the 78. We'll see if they're going to be able to repair it and get back in. But they're currently having to sit on pit lane for nearly 5 minutes over on repairs. Looking at Sam Harper actually in the fight now with Vince O'Reilly. Oh, they've come into pit finally, I believe, the number 20, if I'm not mistaken. No, the opposite. The 901 has come in, yeah. So they've come into pit. That's ignited this battle for third place now. So the leader has not one but 2 cars as quick as it pretty much as both leaders.
Just in the background there, the BRT Heimdall car has made that section of track there. It's home.
Again. Oh. That is heartbreaking.
Oh, same way. Gets over the curb, catches it incorrectly, and straight into the wall, and not very ideal for them as they go through. And that, I would say, with the MLG glasses being hung off of the anime lady that is there on the side of the car, was not a very MLG moment.
No, it wasn't. It looks like, at least in this case, I thought they were able to get going again and go back, but no, unfortunately, they're going to have to retire in the pits. And you can see that car is smoking. So yeah, I'm curious if they're going to try to see if they can get that back in, because I could bet you that's another half an hour repairs at least.
Well, at least is the key word there in terms of that. And there, of course, is the breakaway which is forming, and in will come 2 more. So this is important here. This is going to be a battle of pit crews now between the Twin Turn Sim Racing Ultraviolet race leaders and the NRG Team 20 team, because those two who find themselves where they are at the moment, it's going to be a case of, I don't want to go a lap down, and Scarlett DeMarco is going to go, well, I don't mind if you're a lap down or not. If you're a lap down, that's one less car for me to worry about.
And I think you're going to change Wiesenberg in the number, going into the number 23. And for the number 20, another driver change, Adam Preston, going to be going into that machine as they're having to deal with a barbecue of another BMW just ahead of them in the smoke. So they're going to exchange out for position. So this is going to be curious to see this race off of pit lane for these. I mean, typically we don't talk about races off of pit lane in endurance racing. That's more of a NASCAR term. But in this case, it's going to be if this 23 can get out. There's the BMW rolling. The 23 has yet to go out. They're going to be longer in the pits, actually quite significantly longer.
Yeah, I think that might be even a case of a shorter fuel there for Adam Preston, and Dominic Eisenberg had really nothing much more that he could do. Of course, in these GT cars, it is tyres then fuel that they have to navigate through, so they get the driver change done in the tyre section, but it is very much a case of you will lose a little bit of time on the driver change, but as both change, I think Dominic Eisenberg's done really, Adam Preston, I should say, has done really well to get out and get a little bit of a margin. That's something that you can play with through the run of this stint. But if you're going to have that sort of pit stop time, you're going to have to pay it back somewhere.
Yeah, taking a look at the number 77, Mark Kudrowski, and he will come in this time, 32 laps finish for the number 77. I think 33 laps going to be complete on this stint. So that 77's made it a long way. They finally come in for a pit stop that'll reset the GT battle. We'll see where the 77 comes out in relation to their competitors. Taking a look at the prototypes for a second. Again, this battle still on board. Jesse Lyons now 3 seconds in behind. You can see, finally, they can see on the same straightaway the number 03 just ahead of them.
Jesse Lyon is doing a very good job of keeping that Cadillac pointed pretty much in a straight line, as all Cadillacs were originally invented for by General Motors. So definitely doing a very good job of keeping that poised in the right position and through the 90, which now leads onto the old pit straight back on Inception. That curve doesn't often catch people out on that outside, so Jesse Lyon, I think, has just saved himself. Now watch the movement here of the steering wheel. Doesn't look like much in the car. It'll feel like a lot behind the steering wheel.
Well, when as a driver you feel, that feeling of losing the weight in the steering is something. It's a terrifying feeling. When you lose that, you just feel like you lose complete control of the race car for a second, and you have that sinking feeling in your stomach. You just kind of have to do just a minor correction, because a big correction like that, you can end up in the wall. So Lions continue on, still pushing hard. Looking back at the battle for GT3 quickly, as we will quick switch back to the prototypes in just a second. The 23, Eisenberg, up in the lead, and the 77 out on track. It'll take them about a lap or two to get those tires up to speed, I would think, but still in the hunt. And Michael Marlowe now in behind the wheel for this team.
So Marlowe versus Eisenberg, I think, is going to be really interesting. Dominic Eisenberg has already been in the car once over the course of the stint. Didn't have the fastest lap from that stint, but was very, very consistent with that run in comparison to Scarlett DeMarco. But I think this track is getting hotter as the race goes on. The key here is going to be Michael Marlowe. He has also done one stint, but it was legitimately just one stint in the car. So there's definitely run some quick times, but I wonder where Michael Marlowe will be trying to chase down Eisenberg, as if this was a case of running forward in an episode of Breaking Bad.
You know, I'm glad that you're also not the same person that thought of that when I did it. I was also just thinking about that in my head. So I guess two great minds think alike in this situation. But you're talking about the track heating up. The battle for the lead overall is going to be heating up in just a second here. 2 seconds and under is the gap now. Nate Stewart falling prey to Jesse Lyons, chasing him down in the Sim Racing Orange Machine, number 65. Cadillac versus Cadillac for the lead.
It is, and I tell you what, it's now going to be a case of who's got the car set up better at this phase of the race. They'll hit the 1/3 distance of this race in 1 minute and 20 seconds time. And Nate Stewart here is just doing one job, I would say, at this moment. And that one job is to keep it out of trouble. And the Penguin RC simulation car is doing just that. Keep it out of trouble. Buy a ticket to the end.
And so far, so good. And again, I'm curious to see when the 65 does catch up, because at the rate they're going, last lap through 65 was about 0.8 of a second faster. This time through, as they come flying across the line, almost 0.5 of a second faster for the 65. So it's not an insignificant closing rate. So I'm curious to see, will the 03 Stewart fight it or decide to let the 65 just ride on by and play the long game?
I reckon it's going to be a ride on by. I don't see why Penguin would try and challenge this far out in the race. They've still got 6 hours. And yeah, you're right. That's smoke. And when there's smoke, there's normally crashes.
Yeah, I'll let you try to see if you can find out who it is. As we look at this battle, though, for the lead, as the prototype is Stewart caught up by a lap car. Here's Lyons now on the attack. Going to run a little bit wide because he's struggling with the wash from the dirty air off this prototype. Still trying to stick him behind and see if he can get him on the straights.
I've got it. It's Nicholas Schwartz, the Precision Racing Esports Black Machine from 7th place, having a spin and having to wait to get back out onto circuit because of the fact that they didn't hit the barriers then in any way, shape or form. They were able to slow it down and get it stopped by stopping the car at a sideways angle. But look at how close this is. Out of turn 9, heading to 10 and 11, then to end the lap, these fast-flowing 90-degree lefts and rights. In this final corner, you just hook it down in on that inside line, attack as close to the exit as you can, and wait for the next big overtaking opportunity, which is set up by this run out of the 90.
You're going to see here if the run he can get, probably switching the battery into attack mode here, trying to get as much charge as possible, much of a run as possible, using the slipstream as well to see if he can get on by. Arguably, he's got the faster car. And it looks like Nate Stewart, he's not pulling over for this. He's going to take the line. He's going to hold his line, and not enough time for the 65 to get on by. So it looks like Stewart is going to fight this.
Look, he's not going to give it to him. He's going to have to earn it. You're going to have to get alongside if you want to take the place away. He's driving a business, not a charity.
Hey, I like it. It makes it interesting. You can see how close the 65 is running in the coattails of the 03 of Nate Stewart here. Battle for the lead overall with these two prototypes. You can see the 65 just trying to get more turning in the toe off and almost trying to see if they can get some body work alongside. Not able to get on through the heel they will go. And Jesse Lyons is trying to wait for his moment to strike. Might potentially eye up looking at maybe using GT3 traffic as a pick, depending on where they catch it. It could either work one way. It could play out into his favor or hinder him.
It definitely could go one of many different ways. Depends on how it gets caught, and that's where the Satellite Racing Arnage team have to be very careful over the course of this stint. The number 65 is going to look at where is the right place to make this move. The man from Club California, Jesse Lyon, sees the lap traffic. Well, that's not going to help. Out of the way, then through the opening section. Therefore, Sammy Hendricks staying out of the way in the overtakes second machine. But now here's where the run starts to come in. Now, it took a lap to wait. Now we're going to have a scrap for it here. Defending it hard on the inside. Will have the line. How aggressive do you want to be on the brakes? Oh. Jesse Lyon loses the game of chicken and forgot that there was a turn.
I was going to say 2 wide is definitely not going to work, especially with what we've seen here today. And yeah, the 65, I think he was hoping that Nate would back out of it, but Nate kept in it. He's really not going to hand this over for free. He said he's definitely not a charity as he goes flying over the curbs, Nate Stewart.
Yeah, he absolutely battered those curbs and did just about enough to keep it out of trouble. That's the look. That's how aggressive you got to be. Side by side, scrapping it through the corner, and you got Nate Stewart pretty much trying to hug the Armco and give it a high five as he goes by.
Wow, that is commitment right there if I've ever seen it almost took the camera off the wall as how close he got to it. And then you see him working past the GT3 leaders. I think the 23 Eisenberg flashing. I don't think he was too happy with the way the prototype got on by. But now the 65 working their way around as this battle's starting to heat up. Oh, and actually 65 into the pits.
Yeah, so it heats up and it immediately cools. So into the pits it goes, and now it's going to have to be done on strategy here by Jesse Lyon, as that GT battle is for the lead, and it's clear that there is pace from Michael Marlowe over the course of the last few laps that have been run. 45.3, 46.1, 46.5. It's been all 46s really for Dominic Eisenberg. So it now puts Michael Marlowe in the box seat to try and take the GT race lead back away for composite performance.
Some great action here. Battles for the lead in both class heating up and just a lapse time of each other. Almost as if it was planned. Michael Marlowe trying to see if he can get his way on by the 23 and retake the lead in class. They've got quite a bit of a gap to work with to the two cars chasing them down in behind. The 9091 Tabula Rasa Esports car and the NRG Team 20 car. The Porsche 911 and BMW respectively in behind. But these two by their lonesome for quite a distance, so curious to see how patient or how aggressive Michael Marlowe is going to be.
I put it in this phrase, right? You have 5 hours and 55 minutes, Finian, to gain 0.3 of a second.
Yes. I mean, tell that to Nate Stewart, because he almost put the car in the wall, either on the entry or on the exit, with nearly 6 hours remaining. So clearly he feels like time was to go, and I'm sure for these drivers, it's really hard to tell a driver to be patient and wait. Racing drivers don't really have that kind of logic sometimes. They just see car ahead, I must get past now.
Yeah, and you're basically racing against your own instincts in endurance. You know, you're told, oh, you don't need to pass just yet. You can do that later. You can do that in the pit stop. But no, I'm a race car driver. I want to go and do that thing called, oh, I don't know, racing.
Very hard to fight your own instincts. Just keep them at bay. Again, 6 hours remaining in the clock. Plenty of time to a normal person, but to a race car driver, that's not enough time. They need to go now. And still watching this battle kicking off for the lead, still waiting on their pit stops. Looks like Jesse Lyons, as we mentioned, we saw him pit. He's back out onto the racetrack. And notably early, he only pit with 29 laps on his stint. We saw him go 31 laps previously. So I think that was, I guess they were figuring, since they, they weren't able to get on by the 03, rather than waste time trying to get in behind, catch back up, just pit and get fresh tires and go back out there and beat them on pit road.
I think they're trying to undercut them. I think there's no doubt about that. They'll save 2 laps of fuel in this stop. They'll have to pay it back later on in the race, but their understanding of it is if we can get the leapfrog, eat into our margin that we'll have at the end of this race, we can then make that stop, get the track position, and then by the time the end of the race or a caution comes along, then we've basically paid our tax for a little bit less of what we would done a little bit later on. So that's covered off by Nate Stewart, who decides to dive into the pits for the Penguin RC Simulation Magma car, trying to mitigate as much damage as possible by that pit stop and jumping in and making that happen. And one thing that will catch out a lot of drivers is that it plateaus through the pit lane. If you've got an early box, you've got an uphill box. That's fine. You can stop easy. Make sure it will get out of the car. He stays in the car. It looked like he was trying to pivot to get out of the car, but decided against it at that moment in time. Nope, we are going to get a driver change there. So Nate Stewart's going to give it over to Michael Gonzalez, who is now going to be behind the wheel. But the key is that if you get a late box like what Michael Gonzalez has and Nate Stewart had, it's downhill braking zone. You have to brake a little bit earlier.
Yeah, you definitely do. And I remember running stock cars here. First time I ran stock cars around Watkins, Glen in a race. Got a pit road speeding penalty because going downhill, of course, these guys don't have to worry about that with a pit road speed limiter. But for me, you're having to manage the revs. I forgot that it goes downhill, and of course, physics take over, and you go just a little bit faster and that much over. And I got a pit road speeding penalty, and it was very embarrassing.
Look, everyone's done it. We can all hold our hands up and say, I've got a penalty for speeding on pit lane. It's all happened to every sim racer. But I tell you what, that coming out of the pits then that's a very big gap.
Yeah, and
that's
actually,
like 10 seconds big.
There's a big difference in the pit stop time. 60 seconds on the dot for Magma Penguin RC. And sorry, for Arnage, Satellite Racing Arnage, 50 seconds. So a 10-second difference in pit stop time. I'm really...
I'd say 8. I'd say, Finian, 8 of that would have been the driver change, and 2 of that would have been fuel.
Right. Yeah, I forgot that they have that. Yeah, so I guess there you go. So interesting strategy. And again, depending on when you use this driver swap, that could also very much be strategic because you do have that minimum time, or maximum. Is it maximum time, I think, technically?
I think it's minimum time.
Minimum time is as considered, yes. So depending on where you use that, can be very strategic.
And it makes a nightmare, actually, for all of these drivers because you are then going to have to double stint, triple stint, make sure that you're in the car. You're minimizing the amount of times that you have to make that change out on the circuit. And every time that you're going and you're making a driver change, you're saying, right, I'm going to give away 10 seconds to you as a head start to put a different driver in. But the difference is that my drivers are fresh and less likely to make a mistake than your drivers. That's the trade-off.
As a trade-off, we'll see if we see any potential mistakes from Jesse Lyons. I'm sure they're going to just keep their head down, look on forward, because they're going to be enjoying a lead with a decent delta, 15 seconds. When the cycle's out, still waiting on Omar Diallo to come on in. Should be coming in this time, but he's on 31. He's really hyper-mild. I think he's gone the furthest. He'll be completed, I think, 32 laps when he comes in this time by, unless he somehow manages to go an extra lap, and in that case, I would probably call that race for a post-race inspection. Hyper-miling it that much with a 52, just trying to, again, everyone's trying to meet their targets, again, especially assuming that we're going to be green for the rest of the race. If they have a caution, they'll throw a big wrench into things as I just saw Blake Reynolds get past one of the GT3 cars for overall. That 66 still trying to catch up to the 24 GT Motorsports machine. Adam Preston still ahead of the GT3 leaders who are still in a fight at 23, ahead of the 77.
Yep, so Dominic Eisenberg still in control for the twin-turn sim racing Ultraviolet, and it is going to be an interesting scenario for Blake Reynolds because the moment that he gets past those two, the 23 and the 77, he's due to do that over the next couple of laps. You will be on the same lap as them effectively, so we'll be able to gain that back, and he'll be, I'm sure, cheering about, going, yes, I'm ahead. I'm 18 laps behind the race lead.
It looks like Omar Diallo has finally come in, so the lead officially gets handed back to Satellite Racing Orange, Jesse Lyons, and again has a gap to work with. Now, this is the time where you've finally been able to get past your competitors. You have nothing except, quote-unquote free track ahead of you. Of course, you still got to work past lap traffic, but you don't have a competitor that can potentially hold you up. So for Jesse Lyons, should be relatively smooth sailing so long as they don't make a mistake. Of course, when they have to make their driver change, it's really going to depend now what can Michael Gonzalez do in this car in the 0-3. Can he step up and start to chip away at that gap?
Well, I'm just looking at the opening laps then from Michael Gonzalez to see what's trending what way at the moment. 130.3 as an opening lap. Doesn't scream amazing out there when you consider Jesse Lyon did a 130.2, but I guess both of them had a little bit of traffic. So it's even Stevens at this moment in time. I would say that Michael Gonzalez now just has to keep the car on the road. I think that's the only focus that he'll have going forward, trying to dice it up and underneath.
Whoa.
Very nearly in trouble. And now Carter Cunding is going to start putting his nose in then with that secondary machine. So that could very easily be a race where someone as experienced as Carter Cunding is thinking, right, I want my lap back.
Yeah, I was going to say, that was very close. You're taking a look at this. Wow! Playing with inches right there, right on board with what Adam Preston saw. He's like, okay, I'll let one on through. And I had two go on through and nearly cut me off.
You just blink at that point. You spend the next lap going, wait, what just happened? It's that sort of feeling that you get when an incident like that does occur. So the focus is very much there and in position. So we will see what happens. Ben Ford in behind and trying to keep things going for Overtech Team 1 in 4th position. So they're getting a very nice quiet race done at this moment in time. They're doing a very good job in that Acura.
Yeah, doing a very good job just managing their race, not trying to go all out make a mistake there, just keeping it tidy. A nice solid 4th place finish coming to them if things finish as they will. But again, we still got so much racing left on the clock. We are not even halfway through this race. We would have been halfway through this race if it was Road Atlanta 6 hours, but now 9 hours on the clock, an extra 3 hours for these teams to go around here. And again, considering how attrition-filled race we've seen already, as we've seen an exchange for the lead in GT3, though I don't think we're done yet. The 23 coming back now, going to be on the outside into the heel.
Well, can Scarlett, can she find a move? You've got Michael Marlowe, though, who has got the, sorry, that's Eisenberg there, who was there. Scarlett DeMarco, of course, has come out of the car, but Michael Marlowe then gets the pass done on Dominic Eisenberg and gets it done thanks to the help of the lap traffic. Look, the pick then is at the chute. The run is not there by Eisenberg, and all of a sudden Michael Marlowe just looks to sling one up the inside and says thank you very much, and Dominic Eisenberg left about the width of a football field when there's 13 seconds left for the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, I know. I think they definitely should have gone more defensive, but I think Eisenberg wasn't expecting a big dive from Marlowe. Marlowe saying, thank you very much. I will take the opportunity. So the 77 in the lead, but again, he's got the lead now, but that 23, he's not dispatched him. He's still very much in behind, so we could expect Eisenberg. He's not going to take this down sitting lightly. He's going to try to fight back. Maybe not on this occasion. He catches up, not nowhere close here for the bus stop, but that 23, mark my words, still very much in this fight.
Yeah, we've got cars coming into the pit, so the M-Plower car now making its pit stop on a very alternate strategy compared to everybody else in category, just trying to save that fuel and gain that advantage a little bit later on going forward. Stops in the box, gets up, we'll take some tyres, we'll also take some fuel, and we'll soon be back off and away again. And really, over the course of the racing, I think we've seen it here as Lars Wieler gets back behind the pedals. I think we've seen over the course of an hour that it's been a very interesting thing. Full course yellow's just been deployed.
Oh, wow. So there we go. Finally, the first full course yellow has been deployed. And everyone will slow on down.
So that will be interesting because Overtick had just come out of the pits and lost that lap. If they'd been able to have stayed about 2 laps longer, they would have been in the prime position to be back on the leading lap again. They've just caught the safety car wrong.
I'm not sure if it's going to hinder them or hurt them because they should be able to get the wave around, if I'm not mistaken, correct? So I think they should still be able to get their lap because they're only 1 lap down. Correct me if I'm wrong.
They should be all right. Well, they should be all right then. So the key's going to be who's still a lap down as they go through. Lars Wieler, I think, has just gone to 2 laps down, so they caught the pit stop at exactly the wrong time. But Matt Miller, I think, is going to get a free kick as well here for Precision Racing Esports Silver. So they can be very happy about that and the way that they're going about their racing too. So I think this becomes a really crucial phase of the race because it's slap bang, I would say, just after a third race distance. And the moment that they get that little bit of calm, it's also going to be something that they're going to be very alert on what the tyres are doing as well, because those tyres are all going to cool, which means that they're going to have to spend, again, another couple laps when they go back to green racing, getting those tyres and the heat back in them again.
And taking a look again at the 557 M-Power, they're just going to be kicking you. They're going to be, are you kidding me? Because like we were just talking about it, they came in 1 lap earlier. This would have worked out better for them, but now they've lost that lap. And again, I'm not really sure. I mean, they could have come in 1 lap earlier. They could have gone in probably a lap more, but it's one of those things, right? You know, they're random yellows for a reason. And just like in real life, yellows are random. They're not planned. There's no caution clock in real life except for when the NASCAR Truck Series ran it that 1 year, but we don't talk about that. But
I mean, you tell Nelson Piquet Jr. that there's no such thing as a planned caution.
Yeah, no, but Lars Wieler, it just didn't work out, and you know that's just racing. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, I think they're going to be hoping there's going to be another caution coming their way to get themselves back. But it is what it is. They will still get they will still benefit, mind you. They still will get at least 1 lap back, so it's still far from the end of the world with over 5 hours remaining. Taking a look at how the GT3 field is going to be lining up, so the 77 out of the 23, the 901, and then how about also Adam Preston, who is still just ahead of the GT. Actually, were they just?
think they just lost the lap.
Oh, they did.
So the wave around process now is starting to begin, which means that all of these cars now will get effectively a jump around the field. They'll get their lap back and they'll put each other pretty much as single line as they can. And the key is that what you see is the organization is fantastic. All of the cars will move over to one side, the right-hand side of the circuit, to allow the cars getting their wave arounds to make the pass through on the left-hand side of the circuit. Very clever system.
Yeah, it is a very clever system. They did a great job managing this at Road Atlanta, and I'm sure they'll do another great job here at Watkins Glen. Again, really love this unique take for the series. These cautions add such a dynamic to endurance racing that I'm still every time you see it, because I always see so many times, especially at Watkins Glen, ironically, so many lap 1 crashes that there's no caution comes out, everyone goes flying through. And, you know, it caused that desperation because essentially without the caution it becomes a 9-hour sprint. But here, at so much strategy, like we're talking about, drivers trying to stay out on a lap just to keep ahead, just in case the caution comes out that can put them back into things. Sometimes working out in some drivers' cases, like Overtech, like Precision Racing, and sometimes not in their case, like we saw for M-Plower. But here, coming to pit lane, I think we're going to see the prototypes come in this time by, and here they go, and I think everyone's going to come in to top off on fuel.
Well, they're not going to top off much, that much we can say, so it's pit window open for the LMDHs only. That, I believe, is Carter Kundinger deciding to throw the fake, and that fake brings only Precision out, but everybody else then is going to stay out then on circuit and try and gain another lap back. So some clever little bits of driving. Some drivers saying, you know what, I want to go in. No, I'm going to throw the dummy. Why not?
Yeah, so interesting stuff there. So the 3 cars on the actual lead laps, they're going to be coming in. The other drivers staying out to get the wave around. And the GT3s will be coming on next time by, it seems. So pace slow down for this race. Trying to look and see here how the rest of our drivers are doing. Talk about the 171, Nicholas Schwartz. This team's had an up and down day.
I say they have. They've managed to get themselves back into that 7th position, but they now find themselves 3 laps down over the overall lead, which is effectively 2 because the top 2 dived down in and made a stop. So not been brilliant for them, but I think that it's been a tough day, but they've still got time to try and battle it back. And speaking of battling on back, I believe, Finian, we've got DJ and Carl back with us.
Oh, hello guys. Glad to see you back in the booth with us here, and you picked a great time to come back in because we got a caution. First caution of the evening.
I was going to say, it worked out pretty nicely, I'd have to say, as we've got a yellow flag that has slowed the pace down to this race. And I think yellow flags were probably one of the things that everyone was looking forward to get a bit of a reset after that frantic first hour, Finian. So it's been a frantic race in the first hour, and the couple after that have been a little bit less chaotic than at least the opening laps were, but finally everyone gets to take a breath.
Oh, I'm sure, and for these drivers just to kind of relax back and, you know, kind of reset, especially yourself, your strategy, see how to go from here. As far as big things that you guys missed out on, I'm not sure if you've been watching or not. The 86 Murphy Nichols crashed out for BRT Hemdahl. That team has not had one; they had 2 crashes, both in the bus stop. Actually, quite a few crashes have been in the bus stop since you guys left us. I think you've probably seen similar
yes.
in your first 2-hour stint.
Those curbs are evil, DJ. We've seen that all day long. The rumble strips in the bus stop. The GT3 cars are a little nicer, but those GTPs, those are no-touch zones for those guys.
Actually,
no, they certainly aren't.
We've actually seen more crashes with the GT3s recently.
Interesting.
Yeah, we've seen them more recently in the last 2 hours. I think they're just pushing a little bit too hard. But some great battles going on between the 65 and the 03 for the lead, and then the 77 and the 23 in GT3. But we'll be coming back in just a little bit, take a little bit of a break. While the drivers do maybe some driver changes in pit row, we'll be switching over the broadcast crew. So we'll be going away. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Back live at Watkins Glen International for the second round of the MTEC Endurance Series here this season. Welcome back. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by DJ Clark as we make our way towards the 5 hours to go mark in this 9-hour event. 130 laps complete here, DJ. It's been a really interesting race so far. You and I are back after about a 90-minute break to catch our breath and on for another 2 hours here to get us to about 3.5 hours to go.
Yeah, we're just waiting here at this point for ourselves to get back under safety car, out of safety car conditions, rather. That is what we are seeing here at this point. That's why all these cars are maneuvering around the track a little slowly. And Kyle, I for one am excited to see what this is going to bring. We obviously know the absolute chaos that was the beginning of this race, and there's a little still strong voice in the back of my head that's wondering if we're going to see more of that chaos start to erupt now that we are back under a what will be a single file restart.
Yeah, we're going to get a restart, and we're, again, under yellow for the first time today. And the cautions are the great equalizer. Finian touched on it, DJ, just as we jumped back in, that you can't plan for yellow flags in iRacing's official endurance series racing because there are none. And here, you can't plan for it either because they're not synced up with any accidents or anything on the racetrack. They're done by a random number generator that not only generate the number of yellows that we're going to see, but the number of time between them. We just won't get them in the first half hour or last half hour of this race. So it's going to split up the strategy. Means you can't plan for anything, and you can't just turn this into a sprint race. You have to be ready to adapt all the time, and drivers have had to adapt already.
Yeah, they certainly have. Having to adapt on the fly here to not only the changeable conditions over the course of the several hours that we've had, the 3.5 hours that we've nearly had at this point, but having to adapt to multiple conditions within the cars themselves. They've been beaten, battered, and bruised multiple times over the course of the running, and so that's going to really throw a wrench here into the works for a lot of these drivers who now we thought were going to be front runners who find themselves farther back down in the field.
Yeah, the BRT Heimdall car with Elias Roman behind the wheel now is sitting in the pit lane with the engine basically melting itself, so that car is likely done for a very long time. And you know, we touched on the dramas that we've seen today in both of the categories, in GTP and GT3 especially. On our first stint, DJ, the opening 2 hours of the show, it was the GTPs that had the most drama. That was the front runners, the drivers and teams that we expected to win today. And then when we left, it was the GT3s that had similar troubles. So I think for everyone, this reset and another chance to kind of gain some track position is going to be welcome. There are only 5 cars on the lead lap in GTP and 4 in GT3. So those that are still on the lead lap are looking forward to a chance to move up some positions.
Yeah, and this is where you've got to balance a little bit of risk versus reward, Kyle. You want to be aggressive here off the restart because this field is going to be bunched up and you're going to be able to get yourself on forward and put yourself in a position to be able to make an overtake. But you don't want to do that at the expense of risking everything here at this point. You still need to be remembering that there's still 5.5 hours left to go in this race, and it's not going to be easy to be able to carry that on through. So you need to have a cool head about you as you start to make these overtakes and get back under green flag conditions. Yeah,
there are a handful of retirements that we should clue you in on. One of them is, well, the 86 is still sitting on pit lane, but for the rest of the field, it looks like the RSC Esports car is out. So is the 06 Blue Chip Racing, both their GT and their GTP entry, and of course the 64 Satellite Racing Mulsanne car of Ayrton Williams. That car was basically out before they started, effectively with a lap 1 incident. So catching things up now, we've got 11 of our GTPs, make that 12 rather, with the Hydro Race Geodesic still running, and 9 of the GT3 machineries. Here's a look at Dan Neese, who has spent the lion's share of the time behind the wheel of the car today. Still about a handful of laps down from the next closest GTP, 2 laps down to the Penguin RC Carbon car. And these were the 2 cars that fought for the win at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta a couple of weeks ago, as we'll have another look here at our season standings to refresh everybody on how that went. Those were the 2 cars that finished first and second. Now they're 11th and 10th.
Just goes to show you how much difference 2 weeks can make, Kyle, that we thought that was going to be up at the front. Those two duking it out once again, and certainly off the drop the green flag. It looked like that was going to be the case with that Hydro Race Geodesic team up into position, but early problems here coming back to bite, and that's been the story of the field all over, as lots and lots of drivers here finding themselves in hard running and having to gather things back up underneath them.
The only team in the top 5 in points coming into today that haven't had major problems is Penguin RC Magma. Michael Gonzalez behind the wheel now. The Bin Boys team isn't even here today, so they won't be able to collect on points. As we have a look here at the GT3 standings, Twin Turn Sim Racing Ultraviolet. So they've had a pretty decent day so far. Dominic Eisenberg behind the wheel right now, second in class to the Michael Marlowe-driven composite performance car. They were only 6th best at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, so they're off to a really good start. Tabula Rasa Esports Yellow, another team that is outperforming their results from Road Atlanta.
Yeah, they're doing a good job here, and for that Tabula Rasa team, it's really been a case of just staying out of trouble. We haven't seen necessarily a bucket load of pace from them, but they've just been able to weave their way through incidents, not get themselves into trouble, and doing a very, very good job of that. They find themselves in podium position right now in 3rd.
Yeah, so there's a look now. Currently driven by Corey Stafford in that number 901 Tabula Rasa Esports yellow machine. 132 laps in to this race, and still a long ways to go. The GTP cars getting the tires warmed up here, DJ. I think we're getting close to a restart as the GT3s were waved around to rejoin, or I guess dropped to the tail of the GTP field, which means that we should be headed back to a restart here next time by. And when we do that, for the first time in about, 3.5 hours, we're going green.
Yes, indeed. We'll be back under it here, and I, for one, am going to be very interested in this battle up at the front of the field with the two Penguin RC simulation cars, Magma and Ice, starting off 2nd and 3rd. We're going to see a little bit of team tactics here between the two of them as they try to overtake Satellite Racing Arnage.
Yeah, maybe you've got a bit of that co-opetition that we always like to talk about, working together to beat each other and the other competitors around here. You got to play nice here. I think Gonzalez is going to be happy to have a teammate on his rear wing for the restart. I'll tell you who's not excited, though, Jesse Lyon in the Satellite Racing Arnage car out front. To have two teammates lined up behind you, all in the same machine. They've got the same power, they've got the same ability to get tire temp here on this restart. If I'm Jesse Lyon, the mirror is going to be a very busy place for my eyeballs here for the restart.
Yeah, and for Jesse here, the biggest thing that he can do is try to not look in that rearview mirror as much as possible. I know that that's like telling you not to think about an elephant. The only thing you're going to be thinking about is an elephant. But for Lyon, he's just got to focus on driving his own racing lines here and not getting distracted.
Tires warming up, coming to the restart here shortly as the field works their way through turn 10 and 11 here at Watkins Glen International. And 5 hours and 28 minutes remain in this 9-hour event here at Watkins Glen. Up on the outside into turn number 11, waiting to get into that restart zone. And here we go. Green flag back in the air from Watkins Glen. Jesse Lyon brings the Satellite Racing machine, and there's contact in the background as the lead changes hands in GT3. It's a frantic start, and Eisenberg steals it from Marlowe.
Yeah, a little bit of contact there, as you said, the two Porsches diving down into turn 1, the 3 Porsches, indeed, the BMW trying to stay out of the way there as much as possible, as that is a lapped car. We take a look back at it as they rise up through the S's.
Yeah, this is going to be a frantic moment here because everyone has the ability to make moves here on this restart. Everyone's so close together. The Penguin RC cars still remain 2nd and 3rd at the moment. As the field streams here into the bus stop for the first time, here comes the GT3 field, and to show the 23 twin turn car leads the way. Composite performance then ways back in traffic is that 3rd place machine. Is that the 19 of Edward Shelley taking a ride through the grass in the bus stop.
Yeah, lucky that didn't get a little bit more sideways there for Shelley, but he was able to hold on to it at the moment. That's the NRG Team 19 machine, as you said. We take a live look, though, at the number 77 Composite Performance 77, as they are closing in on the back of their fellow Porsche.
Yeah, this is the battle for the top spot here in GT3. Michael Marlowe lost it on a really wild restart, but Dominic Eisenberg pounced and was able to steal that spot away. So that position is pretty volatile. We'll keep you here for a moment. I've got my eye as well on a very tight battle for second in GTP. We'll take you there if it gets any closer, but this one is as close as it's going to get.
Well, I think that battle for second in GTP may stabilize a little bit because, once again, it's the two Penguin RC simulation machines. This one, however, is dealing with some drivers that need to try to make up some positions. Marlowe, again, losing that position off the restart. I think the blood's going to be up behind the wheel of that 77.
Never feels good to lose the lead on a restart. You feel like you got gamed, you got jumped, and you got your pocket picked. So the work is going to be heading down this back straightaway here in just a moment as they head through the 90. All Marlowe can do here is tuck in the draft and try to use that slipstream to catch Eisenberg by the time they get to the bus stop. But that's been a challenging place today in both categories to make passes and just to do by yourself.
Well, and let's remember here, Sebastian Eisenberg in the number 32 is actually up in front of them right now, so that draft is going to be slightly negated here for Michael Marlowe. He's not going to be able to get the full send that he'd like to going down into the inner loop.
Yeah, your draft isn't as effective on the car in front. If the car in front of you is also drafting, that's an absolute great point to bring up. But two Porsches lead the way, actually make that three Porsches with Corey Stafford a little bit deeper in the field here. Here comes Marlowe up the inside at turn 6. A late lunge, and he's through just like that.
I did not think that Porsche was going to get slowed down in time, but Marlowe with absolute pinpoint control of the number 77. A brilliant move down into the laces.
That was well done, well executed, and he'll try to run away even with the lap traffic ahead of him. Jump on board the overtake car with Ben Ford. They've had a slow bit of progress forward, but it's progress nonetheless 11th to 4th, and chasing Umar Diallo in the 52 just ahead of him. That's a battle for the podium spot here in GTP, but don't look too far back because that is a Precision Racing Esports silver Cadillac, and it has been a very busy day for this Cadillac racing team, this number 111.
Yeah, it really and truly has. Mac Miller currently piloting the car right now as they fling their way through the bus stop. And it looks like here that they're in good position. They're going to be hoping for this battle between Overtake and Penguin Simulation RC, or Penguin RC Simulation Ice, to develop very wide runs there around the corner.
Yeah, Diallo used all the racetrack and a little bit of the runoff to assist wide again at the exit of 6. It's Cadillac, Acura, Cadillac, 3rd, 4th, and 5th right now between these three. And these are the last three drivers on the lead lap as well. So there's no one behind him placing pressure. It's all on the lead lap here. I'll tell you what, Mac Miller is moving right now way quicker than Ben Ford last time around. I think this Acura is going to be under fire here very shortly.
Yeah, I think he is as well. I think this Acura is just a matter of time. We've already talked about the straight horsepower advantage that the Cadillac does have. The Acura known a little bit more to be darty, that you can point it and put it where you want it to be, but the grunt of that Cadillac V8 engine going to come into play here down the long straights.
Well, one of the reasons why is because it's naturally aspirated. It doesn't have any turbochargers to spool up, and while the Acura does pretty well once you get it up to speed, up in the RPM range, it is a bit sluggish, leaving first gear corners especially. The good news here, this track doesn't have a lot of those. If we're at Indianapolis or something of the sort, that's where this car really struggles to get pace. But right now, looking like a little bit slower on the straightaways for Ben Ford, maybe assisted by the draft. Here comes Mac Miller DJ to the outside.
Ford's going to go defensive onto the inside there, going to try to hold that line. The question is who is going to give first, and it looks like Mac Miller's going to sweep around the outside and take the position.
That was well executed there, and Mac Miller moves the Precision Racing Cadillac up into 4th place. And 3rd is just ahead, another fellow Cadillac car. That's that blue and white Penguin RC Simulation Ice car of Omar Diallo. So GTP, I thought it was going to simmer for now, but Ben Ford is still applying pressure back to the rear wing of Mac Miller. He's got to just try to drive away. Behind them, that is a very quick car in the form of Hydro Race Geodesic. Remember, they are many laps down to their competitors, but their pace is phenomenal. Leader quicker than the leader pace.
Yeah, they're really putting down some good times here. They're about 19 laps behind the leader here at this point, and they are indeed about 2 laps behind Penguin RC Simulation Carbon, and that's what they're really trying to chase down here at this point, Kyle. They want to try to outscore that team that sits second behind them in the championship. That is what I think they're starting to race for here at this point.
Yeah, obviously this race is going to be an outlier. I don't expect Hydro Race Geodesic and Penguin RC Carbon to have a dramatic season with lots of accidents. This might be a one-off for them. So you make a great point. Their battle is going to be that 66 car this season. Those are probably the most stout driver lineups of everybody. But Dan Neese is not going to sit around. Laps down, who cares? To the outside here of Ben Ford in the overtake Acura, and he'll go through. I think Ford will let him have it. He will.
Yeah, that's good heads up there from Ford, just recognizing that BMW is going to be coming on strong. But the other thing that Ford does have to worry about here, no, excuse me, that's Blake Reynolds down in 11th place here at this point. So that is that carbon car. But that is job done here for the moment for that Hydro Race geodesic machine with Dan Neese behind the wheel of the car. He wants to be ahead on track of Blake Reynolds right now. Still 2 laps to try to make up, but 1 less he's got to do here at this point.
Yeah, you want to just keep that number 66 behind you as best as you can. So that battle will reignite, I'm sure, at a later point in this race. Back into GT3. It was the restart that Michael Marlowe lost a spot to Eisenberg, but it didn't take him long to fight back and regain the lead. And he's put a second on Eisenberg since. But I wonder how much the driver of the number 23 twin turn car is learning following Marlowe here. I think we can all agree that that composite performance car has been the class of the field as it was in the first half at Road Atlanta, but they had a problem that dropped them down to 6th. So is there something that the twin turn drivers can learn from following in Marlowe's tire tracks?
Well, this is clearly a faster car than the twin-turn sim racing ultraviolet machine. The 77 is quicker on the track, and when you are following behind a driver that is quicker than you, there is always something to learn, Kyle, whether it is braking zone, whether it is racing line, whether it's little slips of the differential or anything like that. There is always something you can be picking up. So I've got to think here that Dominic Eisenberg is not only driving for his life here and pushing as hard as he can, but he's also taking time to notice what's happening as we've already got the GTPs overtaking the rest of the field.
And it's a busy place right now. Here comes Michael Gonzalez, the Penguin RC Magma car, all over the hips and heels of the Satellite Racing Arnage machine, the Cadillac, through traffic. There's not going to be a lot of it, but there is some of it, and that has allowed the Penguin RC car to close the gap, and now he's well within the slipstream distance here of Jesse Lyon. We'll see if Jesse can dispatch him or if he'll have him in the rearview mirror from here on out.
Yeah, we'll have to see here at this point. Gonzalez just trying to close on in. Maybe he's going to use a little bit of this traffic to his own advantage. Try to close in here a little bit and push to see if he's able to do anything. But I'm not sure if he necessarily wants to make the move unless it is presented to him in a surefire way. If you're able to keep this close behind, don't push the maneuver, just hold on.
Gonzalez tracking through the traffic here past the 32. Twin-turn Aurora car, Sebastian Eisenberg, that you pointed out a couple of laps ago. A little wide there. The curbing at the exit of turn 1 is tall enough that on low tire pressures, you're going to skate the underbelly of these prototype cars on that rumble strip, and through they go past the second-place GT3 car, and now it's just the leader left.
Yeah, and that'll buy a little bit of time here for Jesse Lyon to just sort of relax for the moment and be able to breathe, but he's going to get held up massively there. That was Michael Gonzalez. Big time hold up coming down through the bus stop. Is now this battle starting to rage in behind a little bit as the Penguin RC Simulation Carbon car trying to make up some laps.
Yeah, and they're all over the back of the 396 of Ben Ford. Now remember that Ford is many laps ahead as far as track position is concerned, but pace-wise, you have to give it to the 66. So how long and how much will he defend this spot for, or if at all?
Oh, and we've got some big news coming from race control here at this point. It looks like a drive-through penalty has been issued to the number 77. That's the composite performance car.
Oh.
That is your leader in the GTP class for too large of a gap left on the restart. Now, there is a 5-minute window to appeal that for composite performance. But as we've seen the other penalties come down, once those stewards make the decision, I find it very hard that it's going to be overturned.
Yeah, and again, as a race leader, you have a responsibility to maintain a particular gap to the class lead or the class ahead of you. If you did not do that, that would be a penalty for Michael Marlowe and that 77, as you pointed out. So that penalty is going to come down, and the question is, will they appeal it? Will they be successful in appealing it? All those things are on the line. So is a podium spot, by the way. Mac Miller is all over Diallo here for third down.
Yeah, trying to make the push here at this point. Only about 0.2 of a second the gap. Mac Miller going to break a little bit early, give himself some time, give himself an opportunity to be able to make this charge. And remember here, once again, They do have a little bit of lap traffic up in front of them. That's going to throw things out a little bit. That is going to be Daniel Neese, who probably will be scampering away, but it's going to be distracting the likes of Omar Diallo.
Yeah, I just wonder who's got a bit more pace right now. It seems like it's Miller half a second faster last time by. That's going to be hard for Diallo to hold off. But again, we're almost to the halfway point of this race in about 45 minutes time, and once you get past halfway, you know, your pace has been established. There's still going to be some opportunity for chaos and some reshuffling of the deck, but as far as raw pace goes, the sorting is already underway here. Miller and this Precision Racing Esports Silver car belong higher up the grid. It was a penalty early that put them down a lap. They're back on the lead lap and now battling for a podium spot.
And that should tell you all you need to know about their pace. The fact that they were down a lap and were able to claw their way back up, that's a lot of speed here for the 111 machine. As Miller takes a little bit of a look down to the inside of the 90. I don't think that was a full commitment there, Kyle. I think that was just a little bit of a chance to see if he could maybe force Diallo off the line.
Yeah, it's going to definitely keep Diallo looking in the rearview mirror, just distracted slightly by the approaching PRL Esports car. And through the inner loop. That's been the trouble spot today, Calamity Corner. And you know, again, in the real world, those curbs are so damaging to your suspension and your floor that you wouldn't take that line every lap that is so aggressive over there. But without that in sim racing, you're free to take it as many times as you'd like, only with the chance that you land wrong and end up in the fence, which we've seen plenty of times today.
Yeah, we certainly have. I mean, just a litany of drivers that have caught that corner wrong, from some of the best in the field to more of the mid-pack drivers. It has caught everybody out here today, and certainly not what they want to see have happen. So good heads up here that we haven't seen any of that coming off of the restart. I was a little bit concerned that drivers were going to be pushing a little bit harder to try to make up that opportunity.
Seems like now that they're out of traffic slightly, Diallo is able to turn up the wick just a bit and put some distance between himself and Mac Miller. All the while, Michael Gonzalez lapping just a hair quicker than Jesse Lyon, but wasn't able to stay close enough to have a real chance at an attack on that leading Cadillac.
Yeah, just not quite able to really get that to play here, and now it looks like Lyon's going to start to stretch his legs a little bit. But remember, we still have plenty of traffic to come on here at this point, so the 65's not out of the woods yet. If they get held up a little bit by some slower GT3 traffic, particularly coming through the inner loop, down through sections of the boot, we could see that 1.7 second gap diminish to absolutely nothing.
Yeah, that's what happened previously. He just wasn't able to fully capitalize because the traffic ran out before he could complete that assault. A little bit of smoke there leaving turn 6. Somebody's had a big slide. And the Hydro Race Geodesic car, by the way, has passed the rest of the GT3 cars that it was behind in the overall order, which means that all of our GTP cars are now together on the overall listing. And I mentioned a couple dozen laps that the GT3 cars will be down to the GTPs. Well, we're already 19 laps between the GTP leader and the GT3 leader at a 3.5-mile racetrack of all places.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we think about Watkins Glen. Sometimes we don't really consider just how short it is when we talk about some of these tracks. So that means you're going to have a lot of traffic to deal with over the course of it. You're really going to have to be pushing. We ride on board with Mac Miller here, continuing to rise his way up through the field and continuing to see what he's able to do, closing in under braking. That is a brave, brave breaker there for the 111.
But he gained on entry. He lost on exit, though. That's the old adage of slow in, fast out. But you know, the Cadillacs, or I guess it more specifically the GTP category, kind of feels like it breaks physics sometimes with how much downforce they generate, and that hybrid assist as well, past the BRT Heimdall car, which is back on track now with Elias Roman. 58 laps down to the GTP lead, 17 laps down to the next closest competitor, just getting some laps in here for experience.
Yeah, I think just getting that experience in, and you never want to wish ill of your competitors, but maybe hoping for some attrition up farther in the field to see if they're able to claw just a few laps back here at this point as they run. We take a look here, though, on that leading car here, the composite performance number 77, Michael Marlowe behind the wheel of the car. We're still waiting for the result of the appeal of that penalty for a drive-through.
Yeah, a little wide there at turn 1 as well. Yeah, you know, I have to imagine that they're not going to win that. If the penalty was applied, it means that they had already looked at the gap that Marlowe had. Maybe there's an excuse as to why there was that overly sized gap. And DJ, the question would be, why does that matter? Well, I don't know that it does matter. It's in the rules that you have to leave a very specific car gap. But the reason why the stewards don't like those big gaps is because it reduces the amount of time that the fields have to filter out before they catch each other. It means the GTPs would be further around the track when the GT3s are still basically restarting. So Marlowe, while they have had a huge advantage, you know, it was just a drive-through though. So with still 5 hours on the board plus, I don't know if that's the end of their day, but it'll put them behind the 8 ball on strategy.
It'll definitely put him behind the 8 ball as he spins out, coming down through the heel of the boot. He's going to catch it, but has to lay prone as the rest of the GT3 field's going to filter on by.
Well, speaking of putting yourself behind the 8 ball, that'll do it as well, and he's stuck there. Engine had died and stalled. He'll back it up, knock into the tire bundles, and he'll get back rolling. But what is it with the penalties and then the spins? We saw that with the Precision Racing Cadillac earlier. This is kind of a same scenario where they got a penalty and then maybe they were just distracted by the thought of the outcome of that and then ended up making a mistake. This is the first mistake that I've seen the 77 car make all day, DJ, and at a critical point.
Yeah, at a very, very critical point. Just too much speed coming into the corner. Those Michelins just kind of refusing to grip on the track. We take a look on board right there of Dominic Eisenberg, who was able to get on by. And to your point, Kyle, I think it's a combination of two things. It's one, that distraction that you're trying to make up a little bit more time, knowing that that penalty is hanging over your head. And the second part is you may be in communication with your team around those points in the track, talking to them, explaining the situation, maybe giving information to them to give to the stewards, and that's going to distract you. By the way, update here, the appeal has been entered from the number 77 machine, and that investigation is ongoing. So we will let you know the result of that as soon as we hear it.
And some damage to the rear bodywork of this car. And again, this is the only rear engine car, so I mean, it was a very light impact, but it's not an area that you want to be running into things with the Porsche in particular. That's where all the expensive stuff is housed. For the lead in GTP, it's game on. Lyon and Gonzalez here.
And just like I said, traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. Jesse Lyon caught some traffic on the bad way, and now he's got a fight with Michael Gonzalez closing in behind.
And they're 3 seconds off their best laps while they're dealing with traffic here. They don't have a lot of it, but it just holds you up so much if you have to slow down in a spot that you weren't planning on. But Gonzalez, he hasn't really been able to fully capitalize in traffic, and already they're catching the front of the group here. This is Dominic Eisenberg, the class leader, but look how close Gonzalez is.
He is certainly starting to smell the exhaust there off of that number 65 Cadillac. Not going to be able to make the move here coming down into turn 10, but let's see what he's able to do. It looks like Lyon's able to get a gap here of about 5/10 of a second, but brushes the outside wall.
That's a tough place to make a mistake there. Lyon a little bit tight, scrapes the fence leaving the final corner. Don't think it'll damage the car all that much, but you don't want to make that mistake more than once. Big wiggle over the curbing as well. Lyon is feeling pressure from Gonzalez there, but I don't know that he needs to. He might be a bit quicker here without traffic. He just needs to focus and drive away again.
Yeah, I think he does here. That looked like a glancing blow, so hopefully that caught the majority of the bodywork, and it wasn't actually the tire making contact with the wall. The danger is if the tire is what makes contact with that wall, then you've got to worry about bent suspension, bent toe links, those kind of things in the car. But it looks like from what I can see here at this point, that Satellite Racing Arnage machine able to keep going straight.
Yeah, hasn't slowed him down much at all. Right out to the edge of the road, dropping tires in the dirt. Umar Diallo also hoping and praying that these drivers maybe tangle, gives them the opportunity to climb up to the top step here. But this is 4 hours of racing in nearly, and the battle for the lead is under half a second, despite all the carnage that we've seen through the rest of the field.
I mean, it's what you love to see. It's what you dream about seeing when you talk about racing such as this in an endurance-style fashion, that they are just going to keep on keeping on and keep on closing in as much as this point. It does look like Lion's been able to pull out a little bit of a gap here coming through Sector 3, so that's going to be in good stead for him.
Yeah, I think he's quicker without traffic. It's just in the traffic, Gonzalez has been able to make better decisions that have allowed him to close up. Either that or the traffic was more alert. I mean, it's like these things are spaceships passing you at light speed in a GT3 car. You can look in the rearview mirror, look at your relative box, and know that they're coming, and all of a sudden they're on you before you even thought they could be close. So, you know, the first car goes by you, you go, what was that? And then you have a chance to look in the mirror and see the subsequent cars. Usually makes it easier for second on back.
Yeah, it certainly does here at this point. When they first come by, it definitely does scare you a little bit. And rest assured, no matter what it is, when you hear your crew chief or your spotter in your ear saying faster class car coming up from behind you, it is definitely going to make your whole body pucker if you're in a GT3.
Look at Ben Ford there in the 396 for the Overtick team, and then Lars Veal in the 557. We haven't talked a lot about M. Plower today. It's just been a kind of a so-so day. Started 9th, running as high as they've run. And they've just managed to avoid most of the major drama, which is the good piece. They are a lap down, but they are the first car one lap down. If they were to catch a lucky yellow on the right strategy, they're right back in this. And their pace been a little slower than the front runners, but I don't think the pace is what's going to win you the race today. Just making it to the end and being in contention is how I think the winner is going to get this done.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you there. Just staying out of trouble. That is the name of the game here. You have just got to keep on keeping on, as that's Adam Preston down into pit lane.
Yeah, the number 20 NRG team is on pit road. Right at about the even hour mark here, 5 hours and 5 minutes to go. I don't think that's unscheduled, so I don't see any damage on it either. So they should be in fairly decent shape as we jump back to GTP and just keep our eyes on this lead battle. It's still 8/9 of a second.
8/9 of a second here is once again proving your point, Kyle, that Lion, when he's in clear traffic, is able to run away. It just doesn't look like his traffic management is nearly as strong here as Michael Gonzalez's is. Or the flip side of that is that he just got unlucky, and that sometimes is the name of the game when you're talking about an endurance multi-class race such as this.
I want to keep your attention on the last lap that everyone's run as you see these two leaders putting in the work here. I know fourth place might have just run the slowest of this front group, but Mac Miller in this Precision Racing Esports Silver Cadillac is making progress. He's 5.6 back from the lead. This car led a bunch of laps early in the race, the entire first stint essentially. And this is a different driver than led the entire first stint as well. So they've got at least two very sharp arrows in the quiver. And I think this car is a podium contender for sure. Could still be a favorite to win.
Yeah, certainly could. We just need to see them continue to rise up through the field here. We know the speed that they have, and I mean, they're setting some relatively competitive times here. 29.9 on the last time of asking. It's only about 0.7 of a second off of the last, a 29.3. That's right on pace with the cars in front of them. So they've just got to keep their nose down here at this point.
Maybe get the assistance of a yellow flag again later in the race as well. Little bit wide there at the exit of turn one. Got to watch that wide curb. Get you in trouble here. Back to the lead, 0.8 of a second. Still the closest battle on the racetrack at the moment.
Still the closest battle here at this point. Let's see if it continues to pull on in a little bit as I take a look at them. Whoa, they are chucking it through these corners. Now they've got about 2 seconds up the road until they're going to come upon Elias Roman. Roman is there going to catch him right about now. That's going to be one bit of traffic they have to deal with, and then it looks like it's going to be clean sailing for the next while as we take a look at that replay. My goodness gracious.
Not slowing down, but that was really risky. That was almost too much risk, I think, for Gonzalez at this stage. This is probably a moment when the team should tell you, hey, we're battling for the lead here. We're in contention. You don't need to throw it away. There's just so much time left in this race. What's the urgency now to get by Jesse Lyon if we're going to put this car in the wall in the process? That was very, very close to bidding that Cadillac.
Yeah, very much so. There's no reason to absolutely chuck it on through the corners. You just need to be heads up about it. You don't need to be too aggressive. You don't need to be too crazy with anything. As again, though, Jesse Lyon playing it fast and loose with the limits on the outside of the last corner.
This is new. Precision Racing Blue, Matt Kalin behind the wheel. And I have a hunch that this is another bus stop victim. And yeah, this is new damage. And I think I'm right about that. And I am. The bus stop today, DJ, has claimed a dozen or more.
Yep, just too aggressive there with that first corner, jumping the curb, and Mark just absolutely losing control of the car as he came over, kind of sending that car. You can see the hop, skip, and the jump that it takes. Mark jumping on the binders, trying to get that car slowed down in time, and pretty hefty damage, not only to the front clip of that car, but it also looked like the front right tire, some suspension damage as well.
Yeah, almost identical to the accident we saw with Dan Neese in the Hydro Race Geodesic car earlier in the show, where it had that bad bump, got it straight, locked it up, but then just knocked into the wall at the exit of the bus stop. So that will cause them some more strife. Back up to the lead, under half a second here between these two, in traffic again.
Yeah, having to deal with traffic, and once again, this is allowed for Michael Gonzalez to just close in behind, flash of the headlights there, giving a heads up to David Nelson, saying he wants to get on by as quickly as possible. But I think through that corner, advantage goes to Jesse Lyon. He was able to get about 0.2 of a second out of that.
Back and forth, the ebb and flow of endurance racing. And with only 10 running GT3 cars, this traffic shouldn't be a problem as far as the thickness of it. But again, it's not always about that. It's just about the closing rate that you're contending with here. As a pit stop for Precision Racing Esports Silver, Mac Miller on pit lane. This is about 40 minutes, 35 minutes or so after the green flag from the most recent yellow flag, so maybe not a surprise to see Precision Racing Esports on pit lane. It looks like they're going to leave Mac Miller in the car potentially.
Well, Mac's been running good pace, as we said, so, you know, ride the hot hand here at this point. I understand that decision for Precision Racing Esports. Just keep on keeping on and maybe save a ringer or two for the end to try to close on in, especially if Miller continues to display this kind of speed.
Ooh, a little slide there for Jesse Lyon as they, Sima Gonzalez still pushing the track limit there, working their way by the 77 Composite Performance car. This is a great battle for the top spot, and it is not going away anytime soon.
No, it really isn't. This is a very, very patient drive here from Gonzalez. We haven't seen him chuck the car down into the outside. We haven't seen him be hyper-aggressive in the way that he wants to try to get this done. He is just playing this exactly as he should, and I think he is just continuing to apply pressure to the back of Jesse Lyon in the hope that Lyon makes a mistake here at some point.
Yeah, he's been aggressive, but on his own. He hasn't yet put the car alongside Jesse Lyon. He's been I would say aggressive with the limits of the racetrack, but we have not yet seen him at least be quick enough to get fully alongside. Maybe this is his opportunity here as we climb the S's. Traffic, and they sweep through. That was very tight. Here comes Gonzalez now with a run. He's going to sweep to the left, to the right. Which way is he going to go? 3 wide with traffic. Here they go into the bus stop.
And here he comes. He's going to try to go around the outside. It's not going to play out. Big hop of the curb there for Gonzalez. He is lucky that car didn't go flying.
Yeah, that was a wild trip up the S's. Have a look again from high above as they come up on the one of the 32 twin turn car. They get past that one. But here, which way do you go? Left or right? Past the overtake car to the left. And then that was when Gonzalez had the opportunity to drive around him, but there was the leader, there's the second place car there. No, that is the leader, actually, that they were able to navigate around. But then he had the wrong side of the road for the inner loop, and that's just a bad place to put your car. So the lead battle is still hot and contested at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly is. It continues to rage on here. Both drivers extending that track as long as possible, just trying to get as much speed as they can through turn 8. Here they come. Now it looks like they're going to have a little bit of breathing room before they come up against the next car that they're going to have to deal with. It's actually Mac Miller is the next car on the road, as Miller's about 6.3 seconds up in front of him.
And when do they have to make their pit stops? I'd imagine it would be pretty soon as well, so that's something we want to keep our eyes on. How many laps have we been on the road? 24. They can go another 5 or 6 laps. Obviously, some of these numbers not quite right because of I joined the session obviously fairly late, but it's going to be very soon. And so I would love to see Michael Gonzalez get by Lyon and then immediately pit. Just be that distraction and then come to pit lane, get your fresh tires, and head back out there. But this is going to cause someone to make a mistake sooner than later.
Yeah, the tenacity that we're seeing here from this battle, it's really going to cause a mistake here at some point. Somebody is going to crack, and my biggest hope is that we don't see too big of a crack, that it's going to be something that is a little bit more calm, that is just a little bit of a bobble that's going to separate them out. Boys, maybe here comes the run.
Here we go. Here comes Gonzalez. It was a slip for Lion. And Penguin RC Simulation Magma down the inside at the heel of the boot, DJ.
Textbook maneuver there from Michael Gonzalez. Saw the mistake coming out of the heel, but here comes the fight back from Lion coming up through turn 9.
And Gonzalez in the marbles. He could not get rotated on the worn out area on the racetrack. It's bringing Diallo into this fight. He's only 8/10 back, but Jesse Lion with a stout defense hangs on for now.
Gonna hold on for the moment, and it shows that Jesse Lion is not willing to let this go. Let's check out this replay and the tenacity and stick-to-itiveness of Jesse Lion to just hold that car around the outside.
Yeah, he was clear here, but watch, he's gonna get into the marbles right here, and he just cannot turn.
And that's exactly what I was talking about, the difficulty of that corner, trying to apply the throttle correctly. That combined with the fact that you do have all those marbles built up around the outside. But look what this has done here, Kyle. Penguin Simulation Ice with Omar Diallo behind the wheel of the car. He's now in this battle. He's within a second. That's drafting range.
He was closer. He made a mistake at the tail end of that lap. But he's dealt well within drafting distance of these two now as they continue to hound each other with 4 hours and 55 minutes to go. This is the closest, tightest battle on the racetrack. A fierce fight for the lead in GTP. About 25 minutes from halfway here at Watkins Glen.
Yeah, and this is what is capturing our attention. This is our closest battle that we have on track. These 3 cars up in front of them as Gonzalez comes down through turn 8 once again. Not able to get the same run that he did last time. Closes up a little bit under braking here. Maybe a little bit of a twitch up in front there for Jesse Lion, but he's going to hold it together.
There's those top 3 all on top of each other now through turn 10. And who will be the first to pit from this group as well? Does someone take the opportunity to do the undercut while all this battling is happening? Not this time through. See what the VMAX is here heading into turn 1. 175 miles an hour on the front straightaway. We'll see it again on the backstretch what the speeds look like, but it's going to be well over 180. These cars are lightning fast. The assistive hybrid assist from that 70 horsepower Bosch electric motor unit. 186, 187, 188. 189, 189 miles an hour for Gonzalez into the bus stop.
And that is out of a prototype, folks. Let's remember that. That is absolutely remarkable. We are talking about a fully closed cockpit car, 189 miles an hour here. That is just the speed these drivers are dealing with.
Well, you'd like the closed cockpit here in an open cockpit. That's a lot of wind in your face. Visor down and windshield on here for these two. The battle continues for GTP's lead here overall. Getting closer and closer to pit stop window here for this duo.
Yeah, this is going to close down on here at this point. We're working on about lap 26 of the stint. Now, there is going to be, I think, a little bit of an extension there. We may see them run to about lap 32 or so, but we will have to see what they are able to get done.
Traffic again on the horizon here. Field heads down the front straightaway past the pit terrace grandstands. That's going to help Lion a bunch, putting the BRT car between him and Michael Gonzalez. That bought him a little bit of time. It actually closed the team car in, but who knows how much they're going to do battle.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the strategy here is going to be between the Penguin RC simulation machines. We're going to have to see how this plays out. I could see a situation where they're drafting back and forth, kind of flirting with each other a little bit, but we will have to see exactly what they want to do. I could also see a slingshot maneuver, maybe getting engaged here at this point if they get close, and trying to send Diallo around Lion as a way to try to get him down.
Well, the burning fire that was that lead battle has kind of come down to embers for a moment. Checking back in on GT3. And composite performance still with that appeal in the book for the restart violation. And then Tabula Rasa Esports Yellow into second place, a ways back. Scarlett DeMarco, she's jumped back in, the number 23. We didn't talk a ton about this team and the battle that they've had back at the Road Atlanta race either, but Scarlett, she and her teammates have put on an exceptional display back at round 1, and they're doing the same here at round 2, just incredibly consistent. They've been safe. There is not a scratch on that automobile here as they battle. But I want to go back to the lead in GTP because you cannot leave them alone.
No, you certainly can't. Here comes a move around the outside for Gonzalez, trying to take the look. That's David Nelson right in the front. He's going to kind of block any opportunity, but they're going to go side by side up the S's.
This is not going to work. Side by side here, 160 miles an hour through the tightest point on the racetrack for the lead in the MTEC Endurance Series here at Watkins Glen. Jesse Lyon, Michael Gonzalez, side by side. Here comes Omar Dallo. 3 cars on top of each other into the bus stop.
Who is going to be the latest of the late breakers here? It's going to be Gonzalez. He is able to get that car in front. A little bit of a wide run there for Lyon. He barely saves it, and that's going to put Diallo right in prime position.
What a battle there. Gonzalez with the muscle move around the outside takes the spot into the inner loop. Jesse Lyon has to settle for second, and then Diallo scrambling for spots will stay third for now. That was a frantic fight up the hill. Here's a look at it.
Absolutely remarkable, and this was all set up by just that little bit of checking up that David Nelson had to do, that they had to do as a result of David Nelson. Michael Gonzalez timing that move to perfection.
And battling again for second place, Diallo gets around Jesse Lyon, but Lyon's not giving up yet. Maybe a crossover here at turn 9. That's just really hard to do with how flat the track is. And immediately, Penguin RC back up into second place. Let's quickly jump back and see how that formulated. It was back at turn 8 and down the inside, big late lunge, got it done.
Yeah, big late lunge coming down into that position, and they are very, very good running here at this point, as now they've got a little bit of a stopgap for themselves. Penguin RC Simulation running 1 and 2, and they're going to be able to put up a good defense on anything from behind from Satellite Racing Arnage.
Yeah, that was just an exceptional drive there by Michael Gonzalez to make that pass when he did, to do it with such bravery in the S's of all places. It's full throttle there. You've got enough downforce to make maneuvers, but it still doesn't feel very good to go alongside cars, especially if you can't see what's over the crest. But Gonzalez and Penguin RC Magma back to the lead after Nate Stewart led some laps earlier in this race.
Yeah, I mean, this is starting to turn into a little bit of a battle, and so now my question here is how well can Jesse Lyon hold on to the back of these 2 cars in front of him? Ooh, as it doesn't look like Michael Gonzalez is waiting around.
No, that was very tight there with the 32. That was the twin-turn sim racing Aurora car. And I'll tell you what, Diallo's actually had a really nice run through traffic here and is closing in on his teammate. They were battling for second, now they're battling for the lead.
Yeah, they are in good position here at this point, and I wonder, once again, team orders, are they going to come into effect, or are they going to play nice? Whoa, is getting by Sammy Hendricks there, putting it all on the line was Michael Gonzalez.
That will wake you up if you were not awake already. The Ferrari was a very busy driver there for a moment. Ben Ford leaves pit lane in the overtake Acura. And that begs the question, when do we see these leaders come to pit road? I thought they would do it before they change positions, but obviously they've ignited that firework before they've had a chance to come put fresh tires on.
Well, just for note, they are on lap 30 of the stint. Now, the longest we've seen drivers be able to extend here at this point is 32 laps, and those laps have both been set by the Penguin RC Simulation Magma and Ice cars, respectively. So they were able to do that 2 stints ago. As I said before, I think 33 is going to be about possible here. That's what the majority of the field has been able to do, including the overtake team that we just saw come into pit lane.
Yeah, really, really awesome battling for the top spot here in GTP. Just ahead, there's that Precision Racing Esports silver car that pit earlier in the run. Last time by was a couple seconds off pace. Mac Miller not running the laps that he was running earlier, and that's going to put him a lap down if he can't speed it up here pretty quickly.
Yeah, he's got to hurry things up here a little bit at this point. Now, remember, he will get that lap back courtesy of the leaders coming down into pit lane, but you don't ever want to go a lap down, especially if you are running on the lead lap for the majority of it, as it can just be a little bit demoralizing.
Well, that and if you get a yellow flag, you're trapped now, so you have to consider that. You just want to stay on the lead lap, keep yourself in contention. Also, since they owe everyone a pit stop, where was Where will this 111 kind of cycle out is the big question. They're not, I mean, last time by, that was a pretty decent lap, but it was still a second slower than Michael Gonzalez. That would mean, I think, that Gonzalez is going to catch this 111 this lap around. Now, that might open up the opportunity for Diallo to steal the lead away from his teammate if he gets held up here by this lap traffic.
Yeah, he very well could. Again, Diallo looking very aggressive coming through the first part of the bus stop here at this point, being very close to that wall. Remember, I forget who it was. Oh, that was Gonzalez getting a little bit off the track there, I think.
Yeah, he's pushing, and there's this traffic he needs to contend with. There's the leader in GT3, which is the Tabula Rasa Esports yellow Porsche that they're going to navigate. Excuse me, that's the 77 composite car, third place in GT3. So there's a little bit of frantic nature here for Gonzalez because I think he's going to feel this pressure from his teammate now that he's got GTP traffic to contend with as well. And if you get right ahead of him, you have to make sure that you have a clear line to get to pit lane as well.
Yeah, that's the other problem. If these drivers are really pushing to the end of the stint, they need to be able to get a clear lane down into the pits and not have their way affected by a slower class car in front of them that they're trying to lap, because if they've got to slam on the binders, that could throw things off, as we've got already one of them coming down in. That's Jesse Lyon for Satellite Racing Arnage.
Yeah, I like that call. Undercut the leaders by a lap or two. So that'll bring the race leader from a few laps to go in that kind of Colgate-colored Dr. Dabber livery, the kind of metallic blue and the red color combination. Let's see if they leave Jesse in this car, if it will be a driver swap now for this team. And it appears that it will be a driver swap. Kevin Burrell is going to jump back in, who was in this car at the start of the race.
Yeah, not surprised that they're going to change that up there. If Jesse was losing pace courtesy of the traffic, they know they're going to have to deal with a little bit more traffic, and so putting a new car in, that is going to be it. By the way, we do have an update here from the race control office. Composite Performance, the number 77, was officially given that black flag. Drive-through penalty.
They tried. If you give drivers and teams a resource to appeal, it would almost always be a bad idea not to try to appeal. So you might as well. And they've done that. It just didn't work out.
Yeah, exactly. It's the right call to be able to do that and to be able to come on in and try to be able to see if you can make that appeal work. And they bought themselves a couple of laps, I believe, based off of where they are in the order. They came down on lap 135, so I think they may have already served their drive-through penalty here at this point.
Yeah, I think you're right. No, they're coming this time. So
yeah, they're serving it right now.
Yeah, so into the pit lane following the number 13 composite car of Dominic Dornenberg. Now, this is such a shame for the 77. Again, there's still so much time left to go. I don't think this pulls them out of the chance to win. But this is like what happened at Road Atlanta. They dominated the first part of the race and then had some issues that relegated them deeper in the field. I hope the smoke from this pit stall is not one of the leaders. It is not. It's the 66. Did we know that they were out?
Penguin Carbon, I was not aware of that. That is a mighty hit on that car. Let's see if we can find out what happened here.
Yeah, this would have been a couple of laps, a long time ago, actually. Go back several minutes. I hadn't caught that they had a problem. Well, here we go. Let's see.
This is coming up out of turn 8. Did they just... No, they kept it together there.
Could be anywhere in this minute. Had to jump back pretty loosely. Came to pit lane. Then did they just stop and then it's just caught fire? They had, I wonder if they had engine damage of some kind. There's no contact or incident there, but their car was smoking, so I'm not sure what's up with that, but yeah. I mean, maybe the car, you know what I think it happened, DJ? Is that they jumped out of the car and they didn't shut the car off, so it overheated on the pit side, and there goes the engine just like that.
Yep, that's exactly it.
Didn't shut the engine off. That's rule number 1. You and I know it from Fanatec GT World Challenge. You enter the box, engine off. And that's for safety and because cars don't cool themselves very well when there's no air running through the grills. So you can leave your fans on, but you want the engine off. Unfortunately, in iRacing, you don't have that ability to leave the cooling on while shutting the car off. So that's going to cost Penguin RC Carbon Car a race, at least for a while. Now, that's great news for Hydro Race Geodesic, because they were battling them in the points, finished first and second at Road Atlanta, and now presuming that Hydro Race Geodesic finishes this race, that's going to be a big, big advantage to that team.
Yeah, that's going to be a massive advantage there for them. And remember exactly what we talked about one of the reasons why Hydro Race Geodesic wanted to stay out on the track for as long as they did, even though those efforts might have appeared slightly futile, is they wanted to be in position if anything were to happen to their championship rival. And lo and behold, something just happened to him.
Well, the other thing, they're just letting us know that they retired the car because if they just stopped, they were guaranteed a P12. They weren't likely going to make up many more spots, but they weren't going to lose any. So just a strategic decision there. And this is what I mentioned earlier about the Hydro Race car after they had their second incident. You know, at what point does it even make sense to continue? I think for Dan Neese and this Hydro Race car, I think there is point to continue. They're still laps down, but any trouble could happen here in the top 5. They could vault themselves up a few more spots. I'm always of the opinion you should continue until you can't, but for the Penguin RC Carbon team, they have decided to cut their losses.
Yeah, and if they know they can't get any better than P12 here at this point, that's clearly what they've decided to do, and they're going to bring that car down in, retire the car. They'll walk away with the points that they have, and we will see how that changes the championship equation by the time everything is said and done.
The 1 hour since we restarted, 1 hour left in DJ and I stint before we'll hand things back over to Jake Sperry and Finian DeCuna. And then Finian and I will take it to the conclusion from there. Corey Stafford and Scarlett DeMarco lead in GT3. Tabula Rasa Esports yellow, and then that twin-turn sim racing car with Scarlett DeMarco behind the wheel.
Yeah, just continuing to work their way along here right at this point. Now, they do owe us a pit stop here, Scarlett Marco and the rest of that team does. The last time they came down into the pits was on lap 111. Twin-turn sim racing, Ultraviolet, they came down on lap 133.
So that will toss second place back over then to Young Park in the Composite Performance 77 Porsche. A little bit of that damage from that spin seems to be repaired as well. But again, I think this car is the class of the field. And even right now, they're running a full second faster than Corey Stafford is leading this category. So I'd give my pick still to the 77, but they have to make sure that they execute the next 4 hours and 40 minutes perfectly. That's what got him in trouble at Road Atlanta and got him in trouble here again, too.
Yeah, it's just, that is the thing when we talk about these long endurance races. It's not necessarily about trying to run the fastest laps necessarily. That is not what we also often see here many, many times, is what walks away with the winning combination. It's much more about consistency, consistency, consistency. And if you're able to keep that up, you're going to find yourself either on the top step of the podium or at least on that podium.
Having a look around the racetrack here to see what kind of marbles exist around the racetrack. We saw them be a challenge at the exit of the boot section there, and it seems to be probably the easiest place where you're going to run into those. I don't think you're going to see a lot of those in the yeses, maybe at the exit of turn 1 on the runoff area, but mostly in the boot section is where I'm most concerned about those, because it's so single groove with all the camber that you have to lean on. But there's your leader in GTP, Michael Gonzalez in Penguin RC's Magma car, and they gained a bit on the pit stop sequence. You see 2.4 over Umar Diallo, and then Kevin Burrell is back 7 seconds from that, about 10 seconds back from the leader.
Yeah, about 10 seconds back here at this point, as everything has kind of separated itself out a little bit more. That'll be some relaxed running up at the front, and I'm sure that's going to be a huge relief for some of these drivers.
Yeah, clicking laps away. We saw that earlier before we handed things back over to Finian and Jake, that laps were just kind of clicking away. And I think that's the mood and the mode that a lot of drivers are in right now, is just put in laps. And that's what Gonzalez is doing. But his laps in the mid-29s right now, and much quicker, actually, than everybody else. Mid-30s and slower for the rest of the field, save for Ben Ford, who was at a 30 flat last time around.
Yeah, to 30 flat here at this point. Ford doing everything that he can. It really does look like it. I'm not even sure that it's down to the driving performance here of Ben Ford. We have not really seen a strong challenge out of any team that is not in Cadillac machinery outside of that BMW of HydroRace Geodesic that has had exceptional pace here over the course of the running. That's really the only team that I've seen to be impressive in a non-Cadillac machine.
Yeah, again, the BMWs, I think, are really good cars. They've got pace. Just haven't had the luck today. The Acuras, I think, are probably the third quickest car. Of course, we don't have any the Porsche 963s, which is a shame only because I think they take to, whoa, big slide there for Ben Ford. I think the Porsches take to liveries the best. I think they lend themselves really nicely to paints, and they also look great. They just happen to be a bit too sluggish. Well, at least while tires are cold right now for teams to really want to use them here in iRacing. So maybe we'll see a Porsche someday, but 4 Cadillacs, 3 Acuras, another 2 Cadillacs, and a BMW M Hybrid V8. That's what makes up your top 10 right now. You know, the Acuras, we have not seen a dominant one yet. You pointed out the BMW. The HydroRace Geodesic car led almost all of Road Atlanta. And there was a fight from some Cadillacs, but no Acuras. They are consistent, they are darty, they are good in traffic, but I don't know that they've got the overall pace at the moment, at least none of the teams that have the cars do, to win this race.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't look like it here at this point, but I think maybe, Kyle, as we go a little bit farther into the season, we get some different tracks here. We'll have to see how it shakes out. We may see them come alive. The other thing we have to remember here is that the constantly changing balance of performance in all of these machines that is going to be constantly changing. Anytime iRacing releases a patch here going into the last couple of cycles of MTEC, we could see this change around, and we could see the Cadillacs be nerfed a little bit. We could see the Acuras come alive a little bit more in the way to get good parity among all of these cars.
Yeah, I have to wonder also, our next race is at Silverstone. I have to wonder if Silverstone is going to be a better track for those Acuras with a flatter surface where they're relying more on the chassis balance than the camber of the corner to get through. That'll be a good race for them. I don't think Le Mans or Daytona will be a very good race, but when we head to what should be either Aragon or Portimao, depending on if Portimao is out by then, in March, that'll be a decent race for these cars. And then Sebring, I am going to hand to the Cadillacs, I think. I think that'll be the car to beat there. So we'll see the ebb and flow of the balance of performance and the speed of these cars over the run and the development of the setups from the teams. But it is definitely, I think, the Cadillac and BMW house as far as the general speed is concerned. At least that's what we're seeing here this weekend.
Well, that's a good point that you raised there, Kyle. When you talk about the development of the setups, we have to remember that these GTP entries are very new to the iRacing service. They're not like how we used to run some of these endurance races with LMP2s up at the front of the field when that Dallara model, that Dallara P217, was something that we knew for years and years. These are less than a year old. They are still not only growing pains in these cars, but there is still a level of comfortability that I don't think has been fully established. And so finding out those little itty-bitty details of just what a click of camber can do and just what a degree more of toe can do onto the car, I think that's still coming into the mind of all of these drivers and these engineers working behind the scenes.
Absolutely, as we just get a look at the Tabula Rasa Esports yellow car on pit lane from the lead. I think there's a great point about that. The other point we should make about these GTP machines, as far as changes are concerned, we could see a massive overhaul of the hybrid electric system here in the next couple of builds as well. I've been told that it is on the plans at some point to rebuild the hybrid model to more closely align with what these cars actually use. Now, this is a version of the iRacing hybrid system that is much more similar to the Mercedes-AMG Petronas F1 car, where it is an additive hybrid model, meaning the electric assist is in addition to your internal combustion power. So run the battery out of charge, you're going to be out of power. Well, in the real world, these cars have this electric system as part of a max energy output limit, where if the electric assist spools down, the hybrid or the combustion engine spools up, and vice versa, to maintain a constant power output. And you're more modulating that hybrid assist for at corner exit speed and for the stint length where you have a megajoule limit measured by torque sensors on the output. It's a very complicated and complex system to kind of regulate all the cars across the global LMDH platform, but it results in managing an electric hybrid system over the course of a stint rather than over the course of a lap, which is what you're doing right now with the state of charge system these cars have implemented. So that's a big change that could fundamentally change how you approach an endurance race, in particular as Umar Diallo gets a little sideways at the exit of 6.
Yeah, it gets a little bit sideways there, and I know you had a chance to be able to go view these cars up close in person earlier this year at the Battle of the Bricks, and, well, Kyle, I couldn't get you to shut up about them when we were down in Sebring. You were just absolutely raving about them, so I also am very excited to hopefully see that, I don't want to say proper, but more accurate way of having that energy recycling system coming back into it. I think it's going to change the way these cars are driven, and it's going to change the way that we see these races play out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the biggest component of it was just the way that you're using the hybrid now. You're managing it over the course of a lap, and honestly, quite frankly, you're not even really managing it. You're going to leave it in that balanced mode of the 4 modes that you've got to choose from, and not really touch it probably over the course of the race. Maybe you'll turn it up to attack in the heat of battle, but you don't have to manage it all that much. In the real world, it's an engineer's job, but it's almost a constant manipulation of parameters to make sure that you're extracting the most possible power for the longest amount of time. Of course, you're limited electronically in both of those scenarios, so you're just you're aiming for a target and you're trying to hit it, where right now the target is really just a fuel number, but there's so much more complexity to these that is not yet being explored. I can tell you what, though, the way that they drive is not going to change all that much. They are darty, quick, powerful prototype machinery, and I'm very excited to see these, especially at places like Daytona and Le Mans later in this season, where we're really playing to the strengths of the car.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about the implementation of the GTP as well as the hypercar program, there were 2 tracks in mind, and that was Daytona and Le Mans for the 24 hours that take place at those 2 racetracks respectively. And so I think you're right, Kyle. That is where you're going to see them absolutely come alive. I'm very, very excited to see them at Le Mans. I've had the chance to be able to call at Daytona before. It is an absolutely spectacular display. But I got to tell you, I have yet to see these cars out at Le Mans, and I am very, very excited. And let's also talk about the fact that for this series, as well as going into next year, for the first time in history, we don't have GTEs taking place at Le Mans. We have these same GT3 models going out on track. And for the first time in a long time, we're going to see a wide amount of parity among those cars. We are going to see everything from Mercedes potentially coming back out and making their return in sports car racing at Le Mans. Some familiar faces in the form of Porsche and Ferrari. Aston Martin making moments as well. And maybe even hearing that we're going to get that Lexus coming in to race Le Mans.
Yeah, that's a great transition to talk about the upcoming season in the World Endurance Championship. You know, we're talking about convergence as far as prototypes and GT machinery are concerned. The focus in the last couple of decades has been to converge the top-level prototypes between the World Endurance Championship and the IMSA WeatherTech Championship. And now that we've effectively done that, the next goal was to converge the GT categories. There wasn't a huge difference visibly and in performance between the GT endurance cars and the global GT3 regulations that have been used for now over a decade by many organizations. Now we've got that convergence where you can run a GT3 car in Fanatec GT World Challenge, in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, in the World Endurance Championship, with just minor changes to balance of performance. That's really exciting. Combine that with the return of Corvette to a factory, or I should say a customer program with its Corvette C8R that we're going to see in a couple championships next season. Ford returning with the Mustang this time in GT3 competition. And you mentioned Mercedes returning to Le Mans, Ferrari with their new 296, and so many other cars. It really is an exciting category. And it's really neat also that the MTEC Endurance Series has elected to go with that same lineup of GTP or LMDH cars and GT3 across a global championship here in iRacing.
Yeah, and obviously following the model that will be taking place at Le Mans with pretty much single entry or single categories of prototypes and GT cars, seeing that GT3 field as well as the hypercar or GTP category up at the front. Obviously, the exclusion of LMP2 at Le Mans for 2024, to the chagrin of some, I will say, but that being done to make way for the influx of cars in these two fields that we are seeing. And, it's a necessary evil, I think.
I think, isn't it, the World Endurance Championship is omitting LMP2 from everything except for Le Mans, as far as I understand it.
That is correct.
So they'll keep the LMP2s at Le Mans, which I think is a good decision, but they're eliminating those cars from the other rounds because, DJ, they're just, frankly, they don't have enough spaces on the grid, which is a good problem to have.
It's a great problem to have, and especially when we think back to 2-3 years ago in the sunset era of the LMP1 category, when we only really had the one manufacturer entry in the form of Toyota, to now having, as we mentioned earlier in this broadcast, not only the Ferrari, the Porsche, the Cadillac, the BMW coming in. Noises being made that Acura will be making that step across the pond in a number of years, but also seeing Lamborghini, Alpine coming on in. It is an exciting time to be endurance racing. It is an exciting time to be wanting to watch prototypes and sports cars. It is arguably, I think, the most exciting time we have seen in this category for at least 30 years.
I think the name GTP I was excited about, but I was also conflicted about. The reason why I was conflicted was because these are the furthest things from a Grand Touring car that you can get. So Grand Touring prototype didn't feel like an apt name, but I think what it does accurately capture is the spiritual essence of what those cars meant to the endurance racing world, the GTPs of the 1980s. And so for them to harken back, maybe not because of the type of car or maybe the inspiration of the car, but what it means to race fans, what it means to the racing world to have this legendary category with so many different manufacturers involved. That's what it means, and that's why it's a fitting name. And you're right, this is a golden age, not only for endurance racing, but for iRacing. To have all of the North American-based LMDHs represented here in the simulator is something that we could have only dreamed about 10 years ago.
Very much so. I mean, think back to 3 years ago, Kyle. I mentioned it earlier where we were, sort of having to fiddle with it and saying, well, we've got LMP2s. And that's what we're going to run as our category. Don't get me wrong. If you ever see me on the simulator, I'm running an LMP2. That's what I feel comfortable in, mainly because I don't trust myself in the super high horsepower, high downforce GTP type cars, which is a commentary on my own driving ability, not on the ability of these cars. But, we had to sort of fudge it a little bit. And now with the advances that we've seen in iRacing and raising the car counts as well. I mean, it was, a year and a half ago when we were staring at only 7 cars in the field, and that's what we were limited by, and we don't know what was coming in. Well, now we're at a point where we're able to raise that car count, have multiple makes and manufacturers of cars coming in, and it frankly opens the door on what other GTPs or GT3s we could see entering into this field. There are the constant noises, the constant chattering for the NSX to come on in. There are also, the Lexus we've talked about earlier. There are multiple GT3s that aren't nearly as popular, say, as the Porsche or the Mercedes AMG or the BMW M4 or the Ferrari 296, but they're still out there, and I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that we're going to see them, we're not going to see them.
I think you're right about that, and, thinking back even to when we had a relatively accurate lineup of cars back in the 2017, 2018, 2019 area, kind of right at the end of the Grand Am level Daytona prototypes, but when we went into DPI, we had a accurate to 2016 field when we had the Chevrolet Corvette Daytona prototype, and then the GT LM cars, and then the GT3 cars. The challenge then, even at that point, was, we only had one prototype to choose from, which the C7 DP. And then the other problem was that car was as of 2015. The other cars were as of much later generations, much later homologations of those cars that made more speed. So the difference between the classes in pace was not significant enough to really have a fair and competitive endurance environment. The Daytona prototype was much slower than it was in later years with additional modifications, while the GT-LM and GT3 cars were much closer to what they make now as far as horsepower and tire is concerned. Now we've got what feels right, looks right, and let me tell you, sounds right as well.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we haven't talked about that nearly enough as we ride on board with your leader, Michael Gonzalez. Just listen to that soundtrack of that naturally. Well, you can't listen to it now because your commentators are screaming and hooting and hollering. But take a minute here and just listen to the sound of this car. It's perfectly replicated.
Whoosh, just like that, past the wall in the bus stop. Michael Gonzalez leads the way. 4 hours, 21 minutes, and 47 seconds remain in the MTEC Endurance Series here at Watkins Glen. It's been a frantic day. Precision Racing Esports Black is on pit lane. They've got Bradley Holly climbing back behind the wheel. Dominic Dornenberg has been in pit lane for a while, a very long while. Is there more to this? I wonder.
Maybe. Let's take a look here. As I take a look at that pit stop time, it is creeping over 5 minutes here at this point.
Yep.
And it looks like the bus stop would have claimed another victim.
This is the composite performance. Number 13, again, a skip and a hop, locked it down, and right there is that contact with the wall. Didn't rip the bodywork off, but it did put it behind the wall again. And that has just been such a challenging place so far this weekend. That inner loop continues to claim victims. And again, it just comes down to how much are you willing to risk lap after lap climbing those rumble strips. Is it worth it to just kind of sling through there and not run over them? You're going to give up some time in the short run, but you're not going to spend all that time back on pit lane.
Well, it's risk versus reward. Those kind of moves are acceptable during a 35-minute, 45-minute sprint race where you have absolutely got to push like the Dickens and not back out of it at all. When you're running a long endurance race like this, you have got to be thinking about the long term. And as you mentioned earlier, Kyle, when you were able to watch this race, the Salient 6 Hour of the Glen, the majority of the GTP entries were not getting up and over those curbs. They were being very, very clear of them, and that is indicative of what you have to do here in iRacing as well.
They're a lot gnarlier in the real world than they are here in iRacing. When we get them 3D curbs, they'll really show you how rough they are. They've got the profile down so that the hop and the skip is right, but they are even gnarlier when you drive over them yourself. Let's keep an eye on the stint window here. Precision Racing Esports Silver, remember they pit a little earlier, so did JT Motorsports. Both of those cars are going to owe us a pit stop relatively soon. Let's also talk about this JT Motorsports car. We haven't really mentioned them much at all, at least in our segment, DJ. This is Thomas Bressi, who, again, is that, whoa! Well,
that's the commentator's curse coming back to bite.
Same thing happened to him in the S's earlier, and the same thing will bite him again. I can't believe that just happened.
That is pretty remarkable there when you take a look at it. As we watch this car coming up and over here, that looks like another hardware failure.
Same exact thing that took Bressi out earlier. I was going to mention that they had a hardware problem earlier in the race. That was the only time we really talked about him. They were on pit lane for a while. And something is unplugging Bressi's gear today, and that is just so frustrating. They had made it back into the top 10, and that's going to pull them out of it again.
I'm going to guess that Thomas may have a furry friend that is playing around with his pedal box or something of that nature there, because if that happens twice, either he needs to get some new equipment or he needs to work
Lock
on...
the cat away?
Yeah, something of that nature.
Trust me, I know the feeling. My cat's on my lap right now. And I'll tell you,
I was going to ask you where Apollo was.
Yeah, he is on my lap, and it makes these races feel a lot longer because I've got another 10 pounds sitting on my lap, and it makes my butt get sore because I've got extra weight laying on me. So, yeah, he's hanging out, sleeping, and enjoying the warmth right now. But Anyway, that's a really bad timing, and that was the worst commentator curse I think I've had today. So that I get a slap on the wrist for that one.
Well, let me just say this to make yourself feel better, Kyle. At least you have a 10-pound cat. My 25-pound Dash, if he were to sit on my lap, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be able to so much as move.
I thought you were going to say 25-pound dad, and I was going to get really confused because A, your dad's not 25 pounds, and B, I don't think he'd be sitting on your lap.
Yeah, that'd be weird.
It would be weird.
No, Dash, my cat.
Good. Your cat's 25 pounds?
He's chunky.
Holy cow, that's a big cat.
We had a delivery gentleman come in earlier this week and saw him, and his first response on walking into the house was, "That is a large cat."
I think Apollo's about 10. He might be a bit more than that now. I actually was submitting an application for a new apartment and had to list how much he weighed, and I took a swing at it. So we'll see. He was a little baby boy, but he's not little anymore. So anyway, Michael Gonzalez and Umar Diallo. We should mention lap times for Diallo a little bit quicker in recent laps, and that gap has come down to about 1.1 between Diallo and Gonzalez. So we could have a battle between teammates on our hands here at the front of the field shortly.
Yeah, and crucially here, the Satellite Racing Arnage number 65 with Kevin Burrell. We thought Kevin was going to be able to close this gap and hold it close. It doesn't really look like that's the case. He's dropped off pretty dramatically. He's running pretty consistently in the 130s here at this point, where the likes of Gonzalez and Diallo are running in the mid to high 129s. So that gap has ballooned up to about 14 seconds. And I think what that's going to allow to happen here for the Penguin RC Simulation, Magma, and Ice cars is the gloves are going to come off a little bit. They're going to be able to scrap for this lead. They don't need to worry about playing team orders with a car close behind them. They're going to be able to have their own little battle up at the front.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. And what you really would not rather battle with anybody other than your teammate, right? Because you know that they're going to leave you space that you might not get from someone that's not your teammate. Although there's maybe even a bit more on the line as far as bragging rights go. A little bit of a hold up there for Gonzalez in the bus stop. That's a big gain for Diallo through the outer loop now, through the carousel at 125 miles an hour. That's going to get him right back into the drafting distance to the leader.
Yeah, he's going to be really pleased that that happened there, to be able to catch back in and get himself into position. Is I think here for Gonzalez, his biggest thing right now is to not overcompensate for that kind of situation. That's one of the things you have to fight against in an endurance race such as this. When you lose time on the track, you can't let that come to bite you. You can't focus in on it. You've got to, frankly, just keep on keeping on and ignore the delta for the rest of that lap.
0.6 of a second, now 0.7 of a second. We're past halfway, by the way. 4 hours and 15 minutes to go. And 180 laps complete here in the MTEC Endurance Series, round 2 of 7. And the battle for the lead in GTP has not gotten any less fierce in that 4 hours and 45 minutes that we've seen so far. Quick look at your GT3 running order right now. It's 20 seconds between your front two. Much closer than that in GTP, DJ. And Diallo trying to reel in Gonzalez, and he's doing just that.
Yeah, doing just that. He's been able to get that gap down here at this point, down to about 0.5 of a second. So he's going to be feeling the full effect of the draft here as they come down the long back straightaway and into the inner loop. It does look like here at this point, though, that Gonzalez was able to gain a couple of tenths of a second there, call it about 0.2 of a second, as they came out of the inner loop. So that'll be good news there for him. He'll feel pretty good about that, and he'll be able to keep on keeping on.
Planned pit stop for Mac Miller. This was at the end of their stint, so he's on pit lane. And Lars Veal in the 557 should pass them pretty easily here. The M Plower car, the Acura ARX. We're on 06 with this version, I believe. ARX 06.
I believe that is correct, yes.
And Acura, just such an interesting car. This is the same engine that has piloted, or at least the internal combustion component of this engine is very similar to that of the Acura NSX GT3 Evo and the ARX 05 that ran prior. And then the other interesting vehicle here that we don't actually have represented is that Porsche 963. That engine, that V8, is very similar to and based off of the prior Porsche Penske prototypes from the early and mid 2000s. So that engine, that V8 that's in the Porsche 963, has a long lineage in prototype racing. Obviously, it's twin turbocharged now, and it wasn't back then, but a very interesting car regardless.
Yeah, very interesting car. Really, all of the engineering behind these cars is pretty spectacular. And pretty
spin,
fascinating.
crash.
Oh, big spin, big crash. Is that? Oh, no, that's Hydro Race Geodesic.
Oh, again, that was Nathan Jew in the 14, and that was a huge impact. This is the third major incident that they've had today, and this one was in the outer loop, which is a really bad place to have it off.
And I wonder if this was just a situation of maybe some worn tires here, although I do see some lap traffic up in front of them, so I wonder.
Yep.
Oh, just got a little bit too aggressive there got out onto the marbles, caught the outside grass, caught the marbles, and a big lick to the back of the car. And as you mentioned earlier, Kyle, that is of a concern here, because as opposed to that front impact where the suspension is the only thing you've got to worry about, if you make contact with the rear of the car, that's where all the important bits are.
That is an off at 120 miles an hour. You're right, the gearbox is in this rear engine cover as well. The engine is under that rear cover, and they just slammed it into the tire bundles there with a huge force. And that was just, frankly, driver error. Nathan Jew had just climbed in this car, I believe, relatively recently. Goes to the outside of the Porsche here, just leaves too wide of a berth, gets on the grass, gets into the marbles, can't pull it back, slips, slides, and then slams into that wall. That was a bigger impact than I even thought it was going to be. And here's what it looked like on board Diallo. You're going to see the smoke up ahead, and then the stricken number 14 as they come around the corner.
Yeah, there you can see the smoke and then the car coming back across the track. You hear Diallo throttling off there big time, just trying to avoid any part of that incident. And let's not forget, new damage model on these cars means that those bumpers you see flying across the track, they'll hurt you.
Yeah, so Geodesic would like to forget this one. It's been a tough day for them. As Omar Diallo lost a lot of ground there, having to brake and miss that whole shenaniganry there. And then back in GT3, let's update you on this scenario here because we've got so much time left. The Young Park-driven composite performance Porsche is making ground on the leader, Scarlett DeMarco. She's doing a nice job running very consistent laps, but composite performance is going a little quicker. That gap was over 20 seconds. That's now down under 18. Slow but steady progress now for the 77.
Yeah, the Iberian driver over the past 2 laps has had about a second and a half taken out of that gap. Now, I wonder there for Scarlett just how much traffic has played into that for that twin-turn sim racing ultraviolet machine, as now we get the latest lap time as Young Park crosses over the line. That's going to be a full 2 seconds taken out over the course of the last 3 laps. I wonder if Scarlett's tires are starting to wear off a little bit too much here.
Yeah, you have to wonder where she's at in her stint as well. Let's check in on the stint lengths and see how things are going. 22 laps for the prototypes. We could expect them to come in 10 laps or sooner. And then they've still got a little bit of time left to go in GT3. So Scarlett has a little time left in her stint. She just jumped in this car, so I think she'll stay in it another stint or 2. But composite performance, again, they had to serve that penalty, so they've got a little bit, maybe more time to go. But all the while, the Tabula Rasa Esports yellow car is about half strategy off. And the NRG team that runs 4th, a couple laps down, they just came to pit lane with with Sam Harper. So a lot of different strategies playing out, but I think that this composite car, despite their penalty, I think is still the favorite to win this.
Yeah, I think they are as well. They've got the speed to be able to close on in.
So we're running a little wide there at turn 8. In the background is the Precision Racing Esports silver of Michael Diaz. Up into 5th place. They've had a very crazy day. They fell all the way down to the very bottom of the order with that penalty early in the going. They've rebounded nicely. We approach that 4 hours to go mark. And Michael Gonzalez continues to lead. Omar Diallo continues to eat away just little chunks here and there, and I can't really decide which one of these two is the faster car over the stint. They both seem very good. It seems that Diallo's better in traffic despite him getting held up by that spinning Hydro Race Geodesic car. I think either of these two cars could win. Clearly the 0-3 has led more laps and has been in contention more. But with Omar behind the wheel, I might give the advantage right now to the 52.
Yeah, I mean, looking over the past 2 laps here at this point, he's been able to take about, call it 0.2 of a second out of the gap. And running in the same machinery, that's pretty good. We've got to assume here that the Magma and Ice teams for Penguin RC Simulation probably running a very similar, if not an identical setup to one another. So if Diallo is able to extract that, that's a good thing. Now, he did lose about a second there in Sector 2, that I'm talking microsectors, on that last lap, courtesy of that traffic that you talked about, Kyle. But let's see here. He's going to come out of the microsector in Sector 4, and he's going to gain back about 23 thousandths of a second. So when he's in clean air, he is taking those little infinitesimal chunks out of it here at this point. Now, the only problem with that is Diallo spent a lot of time in the car here in the first half of this race, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's got to sit a little bit more for the second half.
Yeah, drive time, it's a whole other consideration we haven't really talked about, but there is a minimum and maximum drive time that every team must abide by. So you can't just drive, you can't put your hottest shoe in for the entire race. You got to split it up nice and even. So Diallo continues his charge in second place in the prototype category. In GT3, Scarlett DeMarco gives up another second or so on that last lap out. And it won't be this stint, but I think the next one, the composite performance machine is due to overtake twin-turn sim racing car just based on pace alone. Notice a little damage to the left rear of the 23 that I didn't notice before. Won't affect very much, but there is some damage to the left rear of that car. I have to wonder if that could be also affecting the toe and the camber of that rear wheel. And that is something that you wouldn't expect to affect the lap times, but maybe the wear and the longevity of that left rear tire.
Well, remember, we speculated maybe that number 23 had a little bit of tire wear on it. If that's the case, that could be what we're seeing come back to bite Scarlett here at this point. The Porsche is known, if you're not perfectly careful with it, as a little bit of a tire chewer. So maybe that's what's going on here, that damage is just exacerbating one of the flaws on the car, and Scarlett's having to manage that along with everything else.
Yeah, again, you're going to set up these cars to be fast. Everyone knows that, but what you might not consider is that it needs to go fast and make it to the end of a double stint. So you don't want to have to put tires on the car every time. So you have to very carefully tune those suspension settings to make sure that your tires will last the duration that you need them to. The slightest change in suspension geometry can drastically impact the wear of a tire, and absolutely getting damage to a corner that you can't really afford to fix, or you don't have time to fix, or you don't know is even there, will have an effect on it as well. So that time through, another 145.7 for Scarlett DeMarco. And for Young Park, 15 seconds back. I imagine it's going to be in the 44s somewhere. Let's see, last lap around, 45 flat, which is still 0.7 quicker.
Yeah, continuing to close on in. 2 seconds gained on the last 2 laps alone. Young Park just continuing to reel in Scarlett DeMarco here at this point. And it looks like the biggest sections of the track are through some of those high-speed sections where they are trying to get onto power as much as possible. So, yeah, I've got to suspect that rear wheel damage, that's going to be a little bit of a tough run there for Scarlett, and that's what's really affecting her overall lap time.
Into the inner loop for the composite performance car, checking back in with the GTP leaders. About 5 laps from pit stops, we can expect 4 seconds. Still the advantage for Michael Gonzalez and Penguin RC. And despite their team car not showing today, the Penguin RC, or I guess they did show, the Penguin RC black, or excuse me, the carbon car of Blake Reynolds. Despite them having problems and settling for 12th, the other 2 cars have had a very strong day, and they've got some traffic on the horizon, but they've made all the right decisions up to this point.
Yeah, they certainly have, and continue to make the right decisions here. Azumar Diallo actually just set his personal best time of a 1:28.98. Now that's about 0.2 of a second faster than Gonzalez up in front of him, and courtesy of some of that traffic that we just saw Gonzalez have to deal with, that's dropped him another 2 seconds here at this point. He lost 1.5 seconds through the second microsector, so traffic once again coming back to bite Gonzalez here. It just doesn't look like he is nearly as strong dealing with negotiating the traffic as much as his teammate is here in Diallo.
Yeah, he's been more conservative, and that's one of those reasons why you have to be. That was the lunge from Diallo, and that wasn't going to work, and he knew it. He bailed out. But watch from above here. Yeah, thought he might get the door left open by the 20, didn't get it. That will cost him some time, but not as much as he gained. Gonzalez was probably overcautious with the Ferrari in the bus stop. It lost him 2 seconds. Just one momentary lift, and you lose half of your race lead. That's the challenge of racing here at Watkins Glen. It's not how thick the traffic is like it was at Road Atlanta. It's just how much time you have to give up when the straightaways are so long and you're on throttle for such a long period of the lap.
Well, I mean, think about where those two areas of the track that problem happened. Going through the inner loop there, that is a point where you're on throttle and then you're getting on throttle for a long period of time. Coming off it, you need to carry a lot of speed through that section of the track. Where Diallo had that issue was down through turn 8, which is then followed up by one of the slowest corners on the track. So, didn't lose as much time. Sorry, I had to sneeze.
Don't we all? Here comes the race leader past Precision Racing Esports Blacks, Bradley Holly in the Acura ARX 06. Give up another lap, make that 4 down now for the Precision Racing Acura. And working our way closer and closer to pit stops, which will be the final run on pit stops before we hand things back over to Finian and Jake. Bottom of the hour, and then we'll be back. I'll be back with Finian for the remaining 90 minutes of this race.
I was going to say, I get to go bugger off and watch Formula One.
Oh.
I don't know what you're talking about, so.
Fair point. 4 hours, 1 minute to go. Penguin RC Simulation controls the field here at Watkins Glen. And now you're just in a rhythm part of this race, right? Dead in the middle, just clicking off laps. You've done 190 revolutions. As an individual driver, you've probably done minimum 60 by now. So you get to see the same corners over and over. You get to get faster and faster as you navigate this racetrack. But one thing I'm noticing, still a little ways from it, but DJ, look at the sun getting lower in the sky and actually getting into the eyes of the drivers navigating their way around right now. That's something that we'll have to contend with in the final hour, is racing in the darkness at Watkins Glen. Not something that's usually done. The last time I can think of it was racing into dusk, which would have been Grand Am on the NASCAR weekend in the late 2000s. But you don't do a lot of night racing here, so there's no lighting to be had. That means that all the light will be done on the headlights here. We're still a little ways away from that, but just noticing that we're getting closer and closer to darkness here in upstate New York.
Yeah, well, as Jake, I forget if it was Jake or Finian, I think it was Jake, pointed out earlier, we are at the actual date here in sim time, so it is October 28th, 2023, and as a result, it is 3:20 p.m. virtual standard time, and so that means that sun is going to come down a lot earlier as we obviously switch over daylight savings time. I believe I was looking at my calendar a little bit earlier, next weekend.
Oh, really?
Yeah, sorry.
Dang it. I hate that. Man, not to get political, but if anyone wants to make their entire campaign on eliminating daylight savings time, I'd vote for them.
Yeah, see, but I want daylight savings
Why?
time. Because I'm on the west side of a time zone. I want it to stay on daylight
Well, whose problem is that?
Well,
you can fix that.
The city planners of Los Angeles?
I can't tell the government to stop messing with my clock. Anyway. Into the bus stop. Umar Diallo still chipping away at Michael Gonzalez. He lost a whole bunch of time in traffic and having to avoid that spinning number 14, and has since gained some of it back. 2.4 is the differential.
Yeah, going to start closing on in here at this point. 2.4, 2.5 right now. It does look like Gonzalez has a little bit of traffic to deal with in the form of Scarlett DeMarco, but that's going to be nice and easy to get around. Nice flash of the headlights there. Now it's going to be Yannick Heil that he's got to get around as they continue to go.
Yeah, past the 32 twin-turn sim racing Aurora car. 2.3 seconds, though, 2.2. Now Omar's got to deal with the leader in GT3. Nicely executed here. This is always a tricky spot. Which way do you go? Left, right, left? To the left.
All right, that's going to be nice and easy to get around here at this point. And they're going to be able to get themselves around. No problems there. Gap has expanded just a little bit, but it does look like Diallo has it under control.
Mark Moheisen in the 396 for Overtake team. runs 5th right now. We haven't really spent a lot of time talking about their efforts today. Their GT effort is down in 7th right now with Sammy Hendricks behind the wheel. They were a key competitor in the GT3 category at Road Atlanta. Here today in GTP, I don't believe this team actually ran at Road Atlanta in the GTP category, so this is all new to them here today. Not off to a great start, but then they have worked their way back to 5th by just being very, very consistent. And we have not really seen or heard a lot from them today. And as I've said a couple of times today, if we don't mention you, you're probably just having a fine day. And right now, fine has gotten them to 5th. And they're on the same lap as the podium spot with Jesse Lyon in the Satellite Racing Arnage cars. So don't count these guys out just yet.
Well, with everything that we've seen take place over the course of today, it's not out of the realm of possibility that these guys could find themselves in great position to be able to be in a place to strike for a podium before everything is said and done. This has been so topsy-turvy here, Kyle, that it certainly could be something that they could come in just a mere slip up. I mean, we thought that it was going to be fine here for Hydro-Res Geodesic, as it looks like that Penguin RC Simulation Ice car, Diallo, coming down into pit lane.
And an undercut of the team car as well. That is an interesting strat. I thought that they would come in together and maintain control of this, but I think the battle's on between these two. Let's see. I'd expect tires to go on this prototype, but I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't. There's a 557. Gavin Thompson climbing behind the wheel of the M Plower car. Up on the jacks goes Diallo. He will get out of the car. Who will jump in? Ray Kingsbury is back in.
All right, so Ray, a very familiar name here to us in MTEC right now. So he's going to be jumping behind. I've got to think here that we're going to see Gonzalez pulling this wheel down, pulling this car down into pit lane on this lap. And I wouldn't be entirely surprised if we see a driver change here as well. I've got to imagine that both Magma and Ice are probably on relatively similar strategies.
Yeah, keep your sharpest driver in the cockpit. And Gonzalez has been in here for a while now, so come on down. If Kingsbury is going to do a driver swap in the Ice car, you might as well do a driver swap on the lead team car. And through turn 9 and heading back for the pit lane area. They're running out of laps to do this, so they're going to have to be forced to hit pit lane pretty shortly. And wide entry here. And here they come.
Yeah, just as we expected, they're going to come down in. Now, the question's going to be is if Gonzalez actually does hand the car off and over. Ray Kingsbury, by the way, out and on his way here at this point.
Yeah, avoiding penalties and things of the sort, which is always critical in a pit lane sequence. We just saw Jesse Lyon go by. A lap down, though, so earning a lap back. And again, if you want to check in on the stint lengths here, Lyon in the third-place car had just came to pit lane, so they should cycle out to obviously stay on the podium. And Ray Kingsbury is about 18 seconds clear of that, just getting the tires up to temp there in the number 52. Nate Stewart, the opening driver in this 0-3, who led some laps early, climbing back behind the wheel. This is one of their strongest drivers.
Yeah, certainly is, and I think that is indicative here of the pressure they were feeling from behind, and now that Ray Kingsbury is coming back in. I also think this may just be a planned driver change, as we saw Kingsbury getting behind the wheel of that RC Simulation Ice machine. Now it may be the same thing here for Magma.
Here's Kingsbury on the attack. He knows that a chance to take the lead is close. If he pushes hard here on this outlap, Stewart will be coming out onto cold tires as well. Stewart is freeing away from the pit lane. Here comes Kingsbury. I don't think he's going to get there. 3.9, 3.8. They were pretty close behind, but they're going to lose some, I think, in that exchange. And they have.
Looked like they're actually, I'll tell you what, Magma was actually slower in pit lane based off of what I see here at this point, to the tune of about 1 second. But I think that in and out lap there just made all the difference between Kingsbury and Stewart.
Yeah, actually very close, at least on my recording. 78.43 for Nate from pit in to pit out. And 78.40 for Kingsbury. So I think you're right, that out lap was not as efficient by Kingsbury as it should have been. Remember that Nate's on cold tires right now and is losing a little bit of time, but they'll be up to temp by the end of this lap. And then he should be able to put some gap on Kingsbury again.
Yeah, hopefully. That's at least going to be the hope here at this point. Now, we don't really know how Ray is going to respond here at this point in the race, nor do we know how Nate's going to. We've got to kind of figure this out. That's one of the joys of endurance racing when you've got multiple drivers coming into the car, that you kind of have to play this by ear a little bit to figure out exactly how each and every one of these drivers will respond to the challenges ahead of them.
Nick McLaughlin in the Precision Racing BMW. 18 laps down to the next closest car, but they are fighting the good fight. They just passed the out-of-the-race composite performance car of Dominic Dornenberg. And JT Motorsports is also out, so that will just leave us the 8 running GTPs in the final 3 hours and 52 minutes. That means half of our field is out with crash damage, and it feels like, with the exception of the JT Motorsports car that we saw have incidents in the S's both times, the other 7 all crashed in the bus stop inner loop.
Yeah, that has been the real car killer here today, is those big curbs coming up and into the inner loop. It's very, very difficult to be able to try to control the car if you're too aggressive with it. The exception for the most part has been these GT3 field. They've been able to get themselves through nice and cleanly, but you still have to be cautious about it, as it will come back to bite you no matter what kind of machinery you are in.
Just for the record, back when Watkins Glen got repaved, everyone told me it was the same racetrack and didn't need a rescan. And I was adamant that the changes in the curbing in particular were large enough to necessitate one, and I think I've proven my point.
I think you have as well, and you know, obviously the more tracks that do get that rescan knowledge, it's kind of the back and forth here that iRacing has to do. There are so many great circuits that are coming to iRacing. The new ones you mentioned, Portimao coming on in. I personally am very excited. The short track Winchester in Winchester, Indiana, going to be added here in recent builds. Maintaining the stock of new racetracks that are coming in here for iRacing, as well as updating and maintaining the older racetracks as well. And I think they've done a pretty good job of balancing the two here at this point.
Yeah, they're definitely on a trajectory of redoing a lot of the tracks that had been neglected for a while. I think most ports on a list of tracks that really needs to be redone. Sonoma is in that same category just from a visual perspective, but Sebring just got a reskin, and boy, it looks great.
Yellow, we've got a full course yellow.
Oh boy, about 2 hours after the previous one, full course caution, and I think right after a pit sequence as well. So that's going to change things drastically here, DJ, with 3 hours and 50 minutes to go.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I think the biggest news here at this point is going to be the fact that once again, we're going to have the 2 Penguin RC simulation cars and Satellite Racing Arnage absolutely on top of each other, now with Jesse Lyon behind the wheel of the car, and Lyon has been the fast driver there for Satellite Racing.
Right on the heels. This is roles reversed from the previous restart. So I'm very excited. This is a trio of drivers I don't think have shared the racetrack together, at least not in this proximity yet today. So this should be a lot of fun. And then as far as the GT3 class goes, Tabula Rasa Esports Yellow, Mark Antonio Federa's jumped in the twin turn sim racing car just now, and Mark Kudrowski's just jumped in the composite performance car. So 3 fresh drivers, and that was a really well-timed yellow for composite performance. They're going to jump out in 3rd place right on the heels of those drivers ahead of them. There are only 3 drivers on the lead lap in GT3, but they're all going to be nose to tail for the restart.
Yeah, they're all going to be on top of each other, so we are going to see an absolute battle here up at the front of this field. Now, the question's going to be for the GT3 entries. We could be looking at them wanting to come down into pit lane here and maybe get a little bit of a splash and dash. I don't think that's going to be out of the question there for them.
The GT3s, it's easier to understand your strategy from here on out because you're basically going to pit every hour. So you'd pit with 2 hour 49 to go, you'd pit with 1 hour 49 to go, and then pit with about 50 minutes to go. So you got your 3-stop strategy from there pretty much sorted. The GTPs, it's a little bit more fluid than that. It's about 40 to 47 minutes. So I don't see a reason why you wouldn't come to pit lane if you have at least 10 laps in your stint. So let's have a look here. I would say that Precision Esports Silver, this is a great opportunity to get back on strategy with those ahead. Everyone else has basically just come to pit lane, but for the Michael Diaz-driven Cadillac, this is a great opportunity. They're on the lead lap, so come to pit lane, get some fuel and tires, and be right with those leaders.
Yeah, I think that's a really, really good call here at this point. The only other driver that is really on that strategy here is the Precision Racing Esports Black Machine, back down in 7th place overall. Bradley Holly behind the wheel right now. He is 3 laps down from the leaders, it looks like. So I don't know about making that strategy call there for him necessarily. He'd need a few more to get those laps back, but I think definitely for Michael Diaz, come down into pit lane, get a splash and dash.
And the clouds are shifting and changing as well. Slight weather variation here. No chance of rain, obviously, but how does that change your tire pressures? Does that change your setup attack here for the last 3 hours, 47 minutes? The track's going to grip up a lot as the ambient temperature falls, DJ. With the sun heading down, with the track rubbering up, there's going to be a lot of grip to be had, and I think that might shift and shuffle your mechanical strategy here for the last 3 hours and 45 minutes.
Yeah, it very well could. Track temperature right now sitting at about 84 degrees Fahrenheit, so that's a little bit on the chilly side here for a racetrack, what we normally talk about, but that's going to be in good stead for once you get these tires up to speed. It'll be in great condition for to be racing, but it may take a little bit longer for them to get up to temperature.
So under yellow for the second time today here from Watkins Glen International. Let's have a look again at how things looked coming into the night. Here was your standings post Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. It has been a disastrous day for the 14 Hydro Race geodesic car. They have officially retired and they will not finish this. And the car that they're battling in the title, the Penguin RC simulation car, Blake Reynolds, has also retired. So with the Bin Boys gone and Bombshell Racing Team also out, the first car running on the racetrack is 5th in the standings. Penguin RC Simulation Magma, they are in position to rocket their way up to the top of the point standings here shortly, DJ, with the race that they've been having.
Yeah, I think they're going to be the big winners here. And let's not forget about M-Plower either. I mean, they're running in 6th place right now. They're going to find themselves having a good points at the end of the day.
Absolutely. Satellite Racing, GTP, they didn't even show today, I don't believe, unless they've changed their name to Mulsanne. That would be the Ayrton Williams car. I think it is that same team. They are last in class, 16th place. Precision Racing Esports Silver, they stand with lots to gain. JT Motorsports is out, and then Penguin RC Simulation Ice is in great spot to advance. Here's a look at your GT3 standings. Twin Turn Sim Racing runs 2nd on course right now. Overtook Race Team is down the order in 7th. Boca Racing, I believe, is down in, they out of this race. They are in 11th. Tabula Rasa Esports Yellow, that leads right now. They are 10th in the standings. There is lots left to decide as far as the points, championship, and season are concerned.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, we look at this and we talk about what it is, but we've got to remember we're only 2 races in here at this point, and we've got plenty of races left to go. So it's not like everything has been set and decided here. Just as we talked about with that championship order being able to be changed around here quite much. And a few of these drivers will walk away with some points on the day. Let's not forget that. Even the likes of Penguin RC Simulation Carbon, remember, they decided to park the car because they were going to do no better than 12th place, and they chose to walk away with those 12th place points and just try to hold on to whatever they could.
Yeah, and again, just recapping the last hour and 50 minutes or so, the biggest dramas were the crash of the number 13 composite performance car. They are out. The 14 Hydro Race geodesic car slammed the wall with Nathan Ju behind the wheel in the carousel. They are out as well. JT Motorsports also out because of a crash in the S's from a subsequent hardware failure after the initial one that put them down in the order. So 3 of our GTPs out for the count after fighting through much of the drama earlier. As far as the GT3 category has gone, not a lot has shifted and shuffled since the restart, but here comes the GTPs onto pit lane, and Michael Diaz is going to pit with the leaders. I like this call. Get back on strategy and get back in position on course.
Yeah, I like it as well. Looks like the only car that's going to stay out here is Overtake Team 1 right now. They're going to stay out on track in their Acura number 396, so that's going to put them up into the lead of the race.
And then Bradley Holly is going to stay out and hopefully take the wave around here is what his goal is. So Mark Mahoysen in the Overtake Acura, that's going to be a fun restart to watch. So we'll see how things shift and shuffle there. Nate Stewart leaves pit lane ahead of Ray Kingsbury. The teammates have been trailing nose to tail this entire run with that epic battle for the lead they had with the Satellite Racing Arnage car. Jesse Lyon remains in the car, and he's going to try to grab those 2 spots back, but he runs 4th now after Mahoysen cycled to the front.
And there you hear getting up to speed and then backing off, just engaging that clutch, trying to save as much fuel as possible to be able to extend that stint length as much as you can. Good call there by that Satellite Racing Arnage team.
So field works their way through the inner loop. It will turn the pit window open to the GT3 category. Now let's talk about this group a little bit, because Corey Stafford, Mark Antonio Federa, Mark Kudrowski, 2 of these drivers are fresh, Mark Antonio and Mark, in the 2nd and 3rd place cars. Corey Stafford's been in the car for a while, and as far as the stint lengths go for this team, they are due for a pit stop. They are all likely going to come down to pit lane. This will simplify their strategy, basically pit for the next 55 minutes, 3 more times, and you're done.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to completely open up the door here for these GT3 cars. The only real question is going to be is if we get another safety car in the final 3.5 hours of this race. As you said earlier, this is decided by a random number generator, so we do not know if there is another one planned yet to come out or if there is not, and none of these teams have any idea, so it's really up to the luck of the draw.
So once the GT3 cars pit, we're going to turn things over to Finian Dacuna and Jake Sperry. Jake will be here shortly. Finian's hanging out in the green room. We'll keep him company until we've got our other commentator back in the booth. I think he had a show in between. It's amazing endurance races, DJ, when you've got stuff going on. You can step away, go do an entire other race, and then come back, and there's still racing left on the board.
Yeah, it really and truly is. I mean, it's one of those things that we step away, we take a minute away, and then we remember that, oh yeah, there are other things going on in the world, and we kind of come back in and tune in live.
So here comes the GT3 field, and I expect to see all the lead lap cars on pit road, the front 3, and yes, they are. Now, the other thing to note, those orange banners, those are the Am Cup drivers. Especially impressive that they're able to lead this GT3 field overall. That will benefit them well in the points as far as the M Cup trophies are concerned. And Mark Kudrowski, did he not pit? He did not. And I think as they had just made their stop, I believe. That's correct. They had just pit prior to the yellow, so they will take the lead away. Twin turn, Tabula Rasa, they will come on down.
All right, so that's going to change things up there in that running order here at this moment. Yeah, not entirely surprised. I don't fully get the call here from Composite Performance to stay on out, but obviously strategists know better than I do.
They had just pit, and they only had about 1 lap on their fuel, so I guess that makes sense. They're not going to be perfectly on sequence with everybody else, but they're not that far off.
I mean, clearly they think they can make it stretch and they can make it work. So if that is the case, then they're going to be in good condition to be able to go. So we'll have to see what they decide to do. I mean, if they feel that they've got the speed to be able to make this work and that they don't have to be doing fuel saving, that would be my only concern, is just having to do a little bit of fuel saving around such a high-speed, high-intensity circuit such as this. If you've got to be in fuel save mode, that could come back to bite you.
So GTPs following the GT3s once they get the fallback order. That will put us in position for a restart here fairly shortly. Working lap 199 of 218. Well, it'll be 360 something by the end of this. As we're going to jump to break for a few moments' time. We'll be back right after this with a restart after our second yellow flag of the day here on Sim TV. The MTEC Endurance Series is underway. We'll be back in a moment.
Welcome back, everyone, to the MTEC Endurance Series here at Watkins Glen. Still under caution here for the second time this evening, and it's kind of ironic, right, Jake? We left the drivers off when they were still under yellow, and here we are back, and they're still under yellow again, but for the second time.
What are you talking about? They've been yellow for about 3.5 hours here trying to clear up the debris.
No, is this 24 hours of Le Mans?
Yeah, I mean, it's been an incredible race that we've had at this moment in time. The fact that we've got a number of teams that have been able to jump up. I think the big thing's been the 396. They were a lap down 3 hours ago. They've got themselves from 11th on the grid up into the position, but they've got a couple of penguins that are ready to slide on by.
Yeah, we'll see them here as they're working their way through the final corner. I believe the restart should be coming this time by. Or is it next time by? I wasn't sure. We just came in, they were switching over, and it looks like they come their way on through. No, they're going to continue on. Next time by. All right. I wasn't sure because I saw the GT3's pit. Wasn't sure if it was 1 lap or 2 laps. And so we still have one more lap to go till we get the restart here. Enough to get adjusted. So as Kyle mentioned before, we have a couple drivers crashing out. The number 13 composite performance car out of the race, GT Motorsports, and an unfortunate day already for them after some hardware issue crashing them out earlier. Again, they are out one more time after more hardware issues. That's always the most unfortunate thing, especially when it doesn't happen in sim. You know, it's similar. We almost equate it to, you know, having issues with the car, and I like what they do in real life. You have an engine issue, gearbox issue that just takes you out. Not really something you control. For sim races, we have hardware issues.
We do, and it's the sort of thing that you hope that you never have, but it's the sort of thing that can be as very simple as having a faulty little connection down on the bottom of your steering wheel. So it's very much a case of it's hard luck, but drivers should be alert to this before they jump in and get themselves ready. You got to do all your checks around to make sure everything is nicely in position. In sim time is just heading over towards 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It's about 3:45 right now. By the time that we're done on our stint, it'll be 5:45, and we'll be hitting the twilight zone.
Yeah, I was going to say the track is going to start getting a lot dimmer. And for the drivers, that means it's going to get cooler. The track time is going to dive down, and it's going to get a little bit more grippy. These guys can push a little bit more. We were talking earlier how it was slick. Those conditions that are changing. That's the thing with the beautiful thing with endurance racing. These constantly changing conditions. Drivers having to adapt to these changing conditions. Last time we were looking at it was, I believe, the 03 Nate Stewart out in front. Mark Mayhausen in Overtech Team 1 taking the lead of this race. As Nate Stewart's in second place, a little bit in some traffic, though he's got to work his way through. Ray Kingsbury in third. In the 52, Jesse Lyons in Satellite Racing Arnage in fourth. Michael Diaz in fifth in the 111. Rounding out the lead lap, GTP cars. And we go to Mark Hadrowski in the number 77, still leading in that class. Mark Antonio Fodera in the 23, taking on second. Fernando Ferreira in third in Tabula Rasa Esports. Yo, that team, this 901 has been very quiet. Curious to see what they got. And Sam Harper still this BMW 1 lap down. The time ticking down. We'll see what they have to do to get back on, as we got about 3.5 hours remaining, Jack, before we go racing here. Potentially to the end. Potentially I might have more cautions awaiting.
Well, this is it. This is the restart then. They said 1 to go this time by, and this is the launch. So Mark Mailhausen will take them away for Overtick Team 1. The key that they've got is they've got about a car in between them at this point on the brakes through the 90 as they get themselves back going again. It's only Gavin Thompson and the M-Plower car, which is 1 lap down, which is the chase. But that M-Plower car wants to get back on the lead lap as soon as possible as they chase up the S's.
You can see both fields chasing their way through the S's here. The Acura, Mark Mayhausen leading everyone on down there to the first time after the restart. In towards the bus stop they will go. And it looks like everyone's going to be nice and orderly for the prototypes. For the lead, though, the 23 and the 77 fighting door-to-door into the bus stop. Aggressive fighting here on these opening laps.
Yeah, and that just means for Marc Antonio Fodera, he has got to be aggressive early. It's the time where the driver in front is the most unsettled, and a big lunge at the chute is going to get it done. Stuck on the outside, Marbles nowhere to go, and the lap traffic trying to get through. That's Stein Van Housden, who's trying to make the move for Venom Sim Race to get his lap back. A little bit naughty, but it's given the breakaway that's needed, and there's a change.
For the lead overall for GTP, Nate Storr making a dive on Mayhausen into the heel. He will get past in the 0-3 and up ahead, push that Cadillac to P1. That was very quick.
There was no May, that was definitely a move, and now all of a sudden it puts Ray Kingsbury in position. Jesse Lyon is all over at this point in time, trying to get into place then off of the exit. Look at them, nose to tail. The Cadillac trying to find a way through, but still no opportunities there as they hit the brakes, and they will now crest the rise once again on their 203rd revolution of the track.
I was going to say this race is still far from over for most of these drivers, still pushing on through, and they're all nose to tail here within a couple tenths of one another. This is why they love these restarts. It's also very dangerous because a lot can go right, a lot can go wrong if you make a mistake pushing too hard on these restarts, but this is the chance where you can gain the most positions, and there you see the opportunity. 65 taking opportunity, Kingsbury getting off kilter into the bus stop, and it'll be the 65 that'll just ride around and secure third place. How about that?
I tell you what, frame that in the Louvre. That is an incredible overtake. The Mona Lisa, take it down. This is a pass of pure quality. Power off the exit, taking the shallow line and around the outside of the carousel.
Beautiful move, moving that car up. Last time we left them, they were pretty quick, a little bit down on track position now, but they are still looking quick as they're moving up through the order. And it looks like the 77, well, I've been watching this battle for GTP for the 77, Mark Kiedrowski. He's dropped back down to third place. That 901 we were talking about earlier, they've now finally moved up into second place, trying to chase down Mark Antonio Fodera.
Yep, so Fernando Ferreira now will be charged with the chase here for Tabula Rasa, and this is going to be an important run forward in terms of what Tabula want to do with this race. They've had Vincent Leroux in the car, they've had Corey Stafford keeping an eye on things, but Fernando Ferreira now has been tasked with this opportunity here to start charging, to start making some progress. It is getting late though for him. Club Iberia, he starts to tick over into the late hours here, about 10:30 in Spain, so there is still a lot of work to do in terms of finding that time and gaining that extra place.
Taking a look back at prototypes, and in exchange for position, a loss for Ray Kingsbury again. This car starting to fall down the order, feeling the pressure here. This is where the pass was made. This was the 111 of Precision Racing Esports Silver, Michael Diaz, moving his way on through in the 52, surrendering that spot before the bus stop chicane.
Yeah, an easy pass for Michael Diaz, and that Precision Racing Silver car's done very well to get back into range, and so it's been all about range finding at this point on board with Jesse Lyon, and it's the sort of thing where you're using the windscreen wipers as a bit of a marker, so too what looks at that weather vane, looks a little bit like an Allen key out there on the front. Someone's left it in the car. That's going to be something else that they're going to start trying to use as a marker to try and drive on about, and flying through the final corner out on circuit. It says go bowling. Who's going to get a strike down at turn one? Well, it's not going to be Jesse Lyon just now, because he is going to have to wait and get himself in line 1, 2, and 3 within a second.
Oh, Lyon's doing a great job setting up a run out of turn one. You saw him just back off a little bit earlier, turn in a little bit better than the Acura. Mayhausen ahead of him. He's got a good run, but Mayhausen also getting a little bit of a tow from the 0-3 is storing up ahead, but it might not be enough. Here comes the Cadillac charging on. Does he go to make a move? He looks to the right-hand side. He will dive, and on through he will go to second place.
Oh, so aggressive over that inside curb through the opening of that bus stop. Could have very easily have been unsettled at the end of the day. Mayhausen left standing at the bus stop, and he'll wait another hour for 2 more buses to go by. Here's another look at it then as he looks to try and dive through behind the trees, down the inside. Super aggressive. You couldn't ask for anything more.
Again, that just makes me nervous making moves into there, considering how many cars we saw struggle and make big mistakes flying off in the barrier, nearly ending the races in some cases. But these drivers being aggressive early on, trying to make the most out of it. Taking a look now at Mayhausen under attack. Now Michael Diaz, this is 111 car coming alive here in the later stages.
Yeah, definitely starting to find a bit of pace here as Michael Diaz, and this is crucial for the Cadillac and for the Precision Racing Esports Silver team. The entire team hasn't really had too much go wrong. The blue car has probably been the only one that's been on the wrong side of Lady Luck. Precision Racing Esports Black are 3 laps down, but it's the silver car that they're going to pin all their hopes on and get some consistent points, flying through the 90 and back up the hill again. MTEC are pretty much driving in treacle at this moment because everyone seems to be catching and passing.
Did something happen to the black car, speaking of which, 171? I see them off the track, and I think they might have been for a couple laps. I'm sure something happened on the restart.
Uh-oh, that's definitely not good. And that might look like that's a lot of trouble for that Precision Racing Esports black car with Bradley Holly behind the wheel at the time, where it looks like they've smashed it at the bus stop.
Oh, that's unfortunate to hear. Again, we saw them dealing with multiple trips down pit lane to try to serve a penalty earlier on. They had an off where they ended up back into the barrier. They spent time at pit road, fixed that car up. So that car has been struggling. They've had some decent pace, just not the luck on their side, and even more trouble for that team. We'll see they get back out there. They're still running solid in 7th compared to the 16 car that started. So overall, they're in the top out of the field, but again, that's not what you want, especially when your competitors struggle. This is when you want to take advantage, not struggle with the rest of them. Taking a look at Michael Diaz now, still trying to get past the Acura, and he is so close to getting on by. It's hard to get that move done, though. This Acura, they've been pretty good at defending for the most part, but they're going to struggle. We've seen the best opportunity you've had is coming through the S's into the bus stop.
Yeah, that's been the ultimate place to sort of get it done. Mark Mayhausen is pretty much holding it nicely together. A couple tenths of a second up the hill. You've really got to follow the wheel tracks through here best you can. The dirty air effect, there are some turbulences in these hypercars that get these drivers into a little bit of trouble. But now here with the prototypes, it will be a look to the outside to try and find the move. That's not going to get the job done there at the bus stop, so Mayhausen is doing just enough.
And you'll keep that spot for now, but up for the lead. This battle's going to get tight. Nate Stewart, he's able to get away. Might not be for long, though. Jesse Lyons trailing him down here, and these guys are already catching up to the GT3 battle. It's not been that many laps since the restart, but these prototypes so quick around here. And there they are up ahead. Heavy GT3 traffic. This is still coming off the restart, so they're all together. So this could work either very well for the 65 or poorly for him, depending on where they catch him.
Well, here, I wouldn't say is the best place in the world right now to try and catch him. Up the hill's going to get one, but Jesse Lyon almost takes the BRT Heimdall car out of commission for the 3rd time in this race.
And we'll make through at least one spot. There's Nate Stewart working past one of the BMWs. I believe it was a number 20 machine. And then past the 32 and the 77. Onwards he will go through, and there is Jesse Lyons making his way on through that traffic as well.
Somehow in all of that, he only lost 0.3 of a second, and that's just a testament to Jesse Lyon and how aggressive he needed to go in the early stages. Now up the hill, this is the worst place to catch it here, because you're going to have to try and clear them through the corners, and this is where Nate Stewart needs commitment. Over to that left-hand side, keeps it out of trouble, dicing through now will be Jesse Lyon, and he's fully up to speed. So now this is going to put a little bit of trouble in for the Penguin Simulation Magma machine, who just about holds it steady, but now can you clear it around the outside in towards that carousel? Outer loop, yes you can, just about gets away with holding the race lead.
Very tight stuff. I think that was working around the 289 Porsche 911D that is just through the carousel. And it's so tough for the GT3 drivers. They're trying, obviously, not to get involved in this battle as much as possible, but they just kind of have to stick to their racing line, let the faster, more nimble prototypes.
Big trouble. The M-Power car. The M-Power car's gone in with a huge accident, and it's caught the 4th place NRG Team 20 machine of Sam Harper.
Oh boy, let's see what happened here. That's really unfortunate to hear. Again, this heavy GT3 traffic. The prototypes working their way on through. Was in, did he get into the grass? Ooh, a bit of a squeeze from the BMW itself, and a huge crash.
He has on the BMW there, just trying to move across, probably had the M-Power machine unsighted on that inside, disguised behind the Ferrari there that was in the middle. So you can see that pretty much unsighted, and then there's a squeeze. If you remember a few years ago at Singapore with the likes of Verstappen and Vettel and Raikkonen, that is pretty much exactly what happened.
And unfortunate to see 2 very quick cars in class retiring, but unfortunately, or at least being put into the garage for now. We'll see if they get back out on the track. Meanwhile, looking back at the lead, the 03 and 65. Look at the lead. They've broken away from the rest of the field. The 111 trailing on behind and a couple others further on back. But a big lunge for the 65 all over the back of Nate Stewart.
Nate Stewart had a massive wiggle there through at the bus stop, which pretty much opened the Satellite Racing Ironage machine into a position where it could attack. Couldn't capitalize on it. Might have a chance down here at the toe of the boot. So on the brakes, through the lines left on the circuit by the M-Plower Acura that found itself deposited on the outside. No chance of a move just yet, but Jesse Lyon is pretty much hoping that he gets penguins at feeding time.
Waiting really just for a mistake out of Nate Stewart, which we haven't really seen much of. The 03's been pretty solid to any challengers near the front, especially this charging number 65. We'll see how he holds again with him, with that car just all over the mirror, all over the back of him. And we see Jesse Lyons has been pretty quick, and he's not going to give this up lightly. You see him run a little bit wide, almost into the wall. I heard you mention, I'm not sure it was you or DJ that mentioned this is basically a glorified street circuit. I think it was you that mentioned it was a glorified street circuit. And it very much is. These walls come up and you lose so quickly in some of these sections, especially like here through the S's.
It means there is no margin for error out here on this track, and it feels very, very, I would say, difficult out there to consider that on a road circuit, or at this point, you definitely have that feeling of, this is not what I want, no margin for error. It really has that street circuit vibe. It's pretty much a street circuit wrapped up in a trench coat of a road circuit. That's sort of the way it's sort of trying to pivot and position itself down through the chutes and then over towards the toe of the boot once again. It's all about patience here. Remember, they've still got 3 hours and 19 minutes and 15 seconds to go and find that overtake that puts them in the race lead or to hold it off. It's only simple, really.
Yeah, a lot of racing still left to go, as you mentioned. So there's still a lot of time left in the clock, but I'm sure when you have a car so quick, when you feel so attached to the car, and you feel like you can just make any single move, I'm sure the 65 is not going to be sitting, waiting around for much longer. He wants to make a move quickly and get Ike that lead out, because potentially Michael Diaz in behind. He is actually closing in. He was a couple tenths quicker than both of the leaders last time through. And taking a look this time through, 29.4 for Nate Stewart, and another 29 flat for Michael Diaz. He's got some good pace under here.
Yeah, Mikey Diaz, I think, is on the charge, and it will be searching for a very, very precise race lead in the not-too-distant future. That much we definitely can say. But I think the key here is finding that rhythm, and finding the rhythm well is Michael Diaz, and it's been a question of where has he been over the course of racing. Remember, he started in the car, handed it off to Steve Baker and Matt Miller, got back in the car and has that car now in third and searching around to chase these two, Stewart and Lyon, who have been at each other pretty much since their first stint and now into their second stints together, racing pretty much as equals.
Some great stuff here for the prototype battles, very close together. Taking a look at the GT3 field for a moment. A good lead, solid lead for Marco Antonio Fredera on the 23 twin-turn sim racing ultraviolet car. They are about 7 seconds up the road from Tabula Esports Yellow. Fernando Fredera up in there, and then Kudrowski's dropped in a couple seconds back to about 8 seconds back from second in the 77 car. Sam Harper is actually back out on track. He got extra cooling to that car.
I don't think he's actually come into the pits. I think that he's actually just kept it and tried to make it a modified here.
You're right. He has not come back down to the pits. I mean, if you're not getting the black, the meatball flag, you might as well stay out there. I mean, as long as the car is drivable, and for the most part, it seems like it is. He's not really losing a whole lot of time compared to him sitting in the pits getting repaired. So I'm going to think they're going to just kind of try to fix that up as much as they can. Hope another caution comes out and they can really get to work on that machine. But I mean, you're still running in fourth. There's still a race to go, and you can't afford to lose that track position.
In terms of timing, they've been very, very equidistant, the two cautions. It split the race up really into thirds. So the issue they're going to have is that they know they're not going to get one inside of the last 30 minutes. I probably would say at this point, if I was a betting man, I wouldn't bet on another caution happening. I think they're probably going to have to hold this one, I would say, to the end of this race. And that's how they're going to have to consider this. I reckon they're going to have to do some damage repair at the stop, but it'll be what can they do and how many hammers can their virtual pit crew get out to bash the panel back in.
Well, I can tell you one thing, that the next driver they're fighting with is actually just up the road, but one lap behind. That's the number 32 machine. So this is the car they're essentially facing, because I don't think they're, without, again, some divine intervention, they're not really going to catch up to the top three. So they're really just fighting the 32, making sure they can't catch back up, and they're an entire lap essentially behind the number 20. So that's what they got to work with, a lap gap, with just over 3 hours remaining. And again, they got, like you said, they got to consider, is it worth staying out, or is it worth maybe coming in to try to fix that car up a little bit during their next service? As you see a dive in behind from the 86 BRT Hemdahl machine, so they got passed again. 77 and a couple other cars still in behind them. Got a flash, flash of the lights. I think wasn't too thrilled with that dive.
Well, it was a good move, so I don't get what the upsetiveness is about, but this is what they're going to be finding out in a moment, that this is what's on the horizon. Jesse Lyon, Nate Stewart, and the ever-closing Michael Diaz, who is just 2.5 seconds off of the race lead at this point. So that's what's coming up next, and you can flash your lights at the drivers around you. You're in for an awakening when these drivers start lunging from 3 leagues away.
Yeah, I was going to say, and they are going to be diving, right? Because, I mean, similar to what we saw last time they came around the GT field, they're still fighting for the overall lead. They're still very close together. They can't really afford to be really patient for too long, because they have their competitors breathing down their necks. So here they come on through. We got some thick GT3 traffic up ahead. This can get spicy.
It can get spicy right now. It's sort of like a ragu, I guess they're going to have to try and navigate through at this moment in time. It's still that level of spice that they've got. Good place to catch them, though. Front stretch. So 1, 2, 3, all going to get past here. Down on the brakes. No luck for Jesse Lyon. He's going to have to wait for Sam Harper.
Has to wait in behind, loses a couple tenths, and he's going to be just a little bit irked about that, because Nate Stewart got a much better run out of turn 1. There he's going to juke past one BMW, and then, just trying to juke past another. Almost a little bit of miscommunication there with the 32. Wasn't sure which way that Porsche was going to go.
Well, it was a case there for Sebastian Eisenberg, who is the brother of Dominic Eisenberg, I do believe, in the sister twin-turn sim racing car, which is currently leading the category, the ultraviolet car. It was an issue for him that he was in the middle of the road, and you're always told if you slow traffic, hold your line. The issue that you've got, he's trying to get out of the way, and the car behind him hasn't committed, so he tried to make a committed move as the traffic now really doesn't help, and it comes back here to Lyon. Issue that you got, that's going to cause miscommunication, so you've got to hold your line if you slow traffic.
Nate Stewart coming out of the toe, got the back end now, was out in the marbles offline, so that kicked the back end out. He's able to recover, but here is the 65 again, breathing down his neck here. Might drop a little bit back here through this high speed section. So hard to keep in tow when you're relying on the downforce here.
Yep, you're relying on a lot. A little bit twitchy on the fronts then at the moment. I'd say Jesse Lyon is at the moment, but that won't matter if you're going to go to the inside. Search for the overall race lead at the 90 against Nate Stewart. Can he get the drive off the exit? They're going to be wing mirror to wing mirror up through the S's. This is surely going to have to be full into line here for Nate Stewart. He does, right up underneath, and he'll try and attack back. They've still got one lead car that they've got to get by, and it'll be 3 wide almost on this straight, trying to find this move. Jesse Lyon to the point.
Yeah, working their way past the GT3 car as well in the middle of that 3 wide for a second. That wasn't just any car, that was the leader in GT3 they were side by side with. So great stuff there to work their way on by. And this is again another view of that battle. There's the Porsche 911 minding his own business, and the leaders blowing on by side.
I tell you what, you give a wide berth. You sort of let the Bronco out of the gates and let it run free at that moment when you see those two pretty much in lockstep trying to scrap it out for the overall lead. And this is the chance where Jesse Lyon can finally get a stretch to the legs, because all of a sudden that gap, 1.4 seconds, that 111 of Michael Diaz, he's just been a constant presence back there, and he's again closing down that margin.
Yeah, you're going to want to cue the Jaws music. He's been lurking like a shark here, waiting for the moment to strike, although I'd say you probably would have hoped that the 65 would have been held up just a little bit more so he can close back in, but Jesse Lyons is free to go ahead of Nate Stewart, arguably the faster car, that 65, and now the 0-3 of Nate Stewart back in second place, potentially going to be under attack here soon by this charging 111, so very close for the overall lead, 2 seconds between the top 3 in class.
So you mean to tell me right now it is lion versus penguin versus shark?
Basically, yes.
Good race.
Very good race. I don't know who would win. I would say probably not the penguin. It would probably be, I bet money would be on the lion and the shark.
Well, here's the thing. The lion's going to win because the lion's on the land.
That's true.
Tell you what, Jesse Lyon is absolutely pushing. He's trying to break that 1 second and as quickly as he possibly can. The moment that he can get that satellite Arnage car out of the way and gone down the road, that will be happy street that he will be driving himself on at this moment. On the brakes, really trying to G the car up and get it going. But it's also the sort of thing where you're looking at, well, what can you do in this car to sort of look around and get better? They've got different ARB sizes, so the anti-roll bars on the front. They also got different blades as well, so they could have a stiffer blade position. They could also have one that has got itself in settings from 1 to 5. So they've got a lot of options out there: spring, the perch, the toe, and they've also got some push rod length that they can deal with as well, just to deal with the front of the car.
I mean, you can look at the steering wheel in the car. It has a million buttons and switches you can play with, and a lot of data on the screens. And for most of that translates to stuff you can adjust in iRacing, as you're mentioning. So a lot of stuff, a lot of micro adjustments these drivers can make to just fit the handling of the car, not only just when you're making the setup, but also on the track. And again, when you really get down to the nitty gritty, if you can master those adjustments, you can really fine tune your car. And we're talking about it too, these changing conditions. You can see the sun setting off in the distance. We started at sunrise, we're pretty much ending at sunset into night. So you're going to have to adjust the car depending on how much rubber is on the track, the sunlight, time of day, temperature, all these factors, and those fine-tuned adjustments can really get you that extra pace you need.
Well, here's the thing. They are locked once that race starts. And the issue they're going to run into here, Finian, is that you might find someone who's not got a car for the cold conditions, but might have a car that's working well here in the middle of the day, that they're trying to burn the candle at both ends, so to speak. You might have someone who's got a car that works in the cold conditions, so it's really good early, struggling now. Maybe like Martin Mayhausen could be someone to keep in mind on that, but might just get a little bit easier as the race reaches nearer a conclusion.
Yeah, and Mayhausen struggling, I think because he was on older tires, I don't believe came in under the last set of pit stops, so that's why we've seen him drop back a couple seconds, quite a few seconds actually, 15 seconds out from the lead. But again, it's not about here, it's all about bigger picture, your strategy, your game plan to the end. So I imagine they got something up their sleeve in the 396, and like you mentioned, having the car set up for the right time, that's going to be the key thing. So this is definitely a car to watch, and they're still riding off the back of the 52 of Ray Kingsbury, who dropped back to 4th place, 12 seconds out for the leaders.
I've also been keeping an eye on GT because the gap has sort of slowed down a little bit in terms of what Twin Turns 23 have been doing. At the start of the stint, they were gaining upwards of 1.5 seconds a lap in terms of pace. Marc Antonio Federa crossing the line, 45.4 is a little bit more like it in terms of pace. But in terms of what that gap is, I can say it is 1 pit straight.
Yeah, it's not too terribly far. It's still very much within closing distance for Ferreira if he kicks it on. Again, could be talking about him. His car could be set up for later on in the running here. And again, we also have some driver changes left as well. So depending on which drivers get in the car too, who is a quicker driver? Have they been put in? Are they still yet to come in? That could also change when you see some of these cars kick alive towards the end of the race. Taking a look back at, actually a little bit further back, there is a battle brewing here right in behind second place. This is a battle for 8th position in class, the 289 Venom Sim Racing. By Stingen Van Housen?
Stein Van Houston, yes.
There we go. Fighting for 8th place, Kevin Ayers in the 78 CMS Racing Machine. battling in his Ferrari in class. These guys a couple laps away, quite a few laps away from the leaders. I would say about, doing the quick math on my head, about 21 laps off the GT3 leaders.
Now, this is the sort of series where you talk about minimum and maximum numbers of drivers. Now, you could do this as a two-car tandem, 4.5 hours each on average. But you've also got this team like the CMSRacing.com AM team. They've got 5 drivers in here. So they've got Kevin Ayres, they've got David Nelson, Mark Johnson, Michael Parker, and then they've got David Anderson, all who can jump in behind the wheel, all who can give themselves a shot of driving forward. Now, the last time I saw this CMS racing car, it had the front completely obliterated off the front, so credit to the crew to get that back going again, as there's still a search on for 4th position here. Kingsbury and Mayhausen are all going to try and get themselves through, and it's another one of the Kingsburys out there. Of course, Ray Kingsbury is not the only Kingsbury in this field today.
No, Matt Kingsbury also out there on track as well in this event. Seen quite a few of them racing Indy cars is usually where I've seen them at. I guess I should correct myself, redacted car. For iRacing, and again, very similar machinery, of course, couple differences, but high downforce machinery, so not a decent amount of overlap for these guys to get in here and push these cars. Like we mentioned before, if you want more downforce, you got to go a little bit faster and push these cars. So this 52 machine working pretty well at the moment. The gap expanding back out. Ooh, I saw some smoke there. Not sure who that was. I think it was the 32. Oh, I think, was that the GT? Oh. Number 32, I think, missing a nose.
That's not good for the Aurora team, and that will be down at turn 1. So that's the 90 where the front nose has got... Oh! That's a heavy hit, and I think the nature of that would have been, you're looking at it, and I don't think that was what I would call planned for Sebastian Eisenberg.
No, yeah, it's funny. The car just kind of pops into frame there and then ends up in the wall. So I'm sure they had some sort of hardware issue or something. I don't know, but either way,
for the screen freeze.
Yeah, might have been. So you look at the leaders here. This is starting to kick up. I hope that these guys don't have a screen freeze, because you could see 3 leaders taking out here as they're battling in the midst of GT3 traffic.
1, 2, and 3, all through turn 10, heading through now to turn 11, and Jesse Lyon is just getting the hurry up, absolutely has to go, and is followed by Nate Stewart, who wants to clear it, who's followed then by Michael Diaz, who at the latest possible moment clears it to take the racing line. These 3 are inseparable at this moment, and they are dancing through the traffic here in upstate New York.
Yeah, and again, they have to. They can't afford to let the traffic separate them. You can lose out quite a bit, especially for Michael Diaz, who's been working hard, pushing this car, trying to close in here to have a chance at the lead. 3 Cadillacs in the lead. Lyons, Stewart, Diaz still running 1, 2, and 3, but at the rate they're going, this might not change for long. And how about for Nate Stewart? We were talking about him being, a little bit slower than Lyons. Lyons would just kind of go out ahead and break away. He hasn't. The 03's kept him honest and kept in behind. He's still got some pace.
Well, he did have that gap up to about 1.5 seconds, and then the traffic came along and just brought that back again. So it's a case where the pace is there, and again, Stewart, very lucky there with the grass on the outside. He's got to be careful about that. He doesn't want to keep running over that grass too much, because the car will snap when it gets a difference in property out there, be it asphalt or be it that stuff that you don't really want to be touching right now.
No, yeah, and you can see now the 111 Diaz bearing in behind, depending on, I see some more lap cars up ahead. There's one of them. I believe that is the race leader. The number 23, Fredera. He will get passed by again with all the leaders nose to tail. He's probably wondering, when are these guys going to break apart and not come charging at me at full tilt?
Never. At this moment, never. And it will feel like that every time they go by. Oh, I can't believe it. Here's the leading 3 again, and they just don't stop. But now up the hill, here comes Michael Diaz. Well, you talk about Broadway Joe Namath. Well, he's going to look to try and put his name in lights. Looking over to that left-hand side. Can he get it sorted on the brakes? Stewart is so aggressive. Brilliant from him to hold that together. Michael Diaz has seen a ghost.
Yeah, I was going to say, he is so good at being aggressive in this part of the track. Just absolutely full send, throwing the car in. I guess I got to take a look at the wall cam again and see how close he got this time. Whoa, man, every single time.
I tell you what, your wall camera there, Finian, must be held together by Gorilla Glue or something similar.
I think it has to be when Nate Stewart's on the track because he is not afraid. And we've seen, again, so many wrecks. I would say a good 80 to 90% of the incidents tonight have been in that section of racetrack. And that's not phased Nate Stewart at all. He's willing to throw the car in there. He feels that confident that he can make it through there. And not only defend or pass the car through there, but also just fly through there without wrecking the thing. And that's absolutely impressive. That's why he's still holding on to second place.
I wonder if he's got something very loose on the springs in the rear, which is allowing him that opportunity to go through and really attack and pivot around with the car. That's the only thing I'm thinking that's allowing him to be someone who can constantly attack that inside curb where so many others over the course of the racing maybe haven't had it as good.
I would think so too, because he's definitely, because the way he throws it in there, he's not just throwing it a little bit further, he's throwing it right up against that wall. And the car doesn't seem to be phased by it at all. So I would think they've done something with the suspension. Whatever it is, it's worked out fantastic because being able, as a driver, being able to just comfortably know your car can handle most things that you throw at it. You don't have to hold back at all. You can. It just allows you so much more, allows you to be so much more comfortable and therefore push more, get more speed out of the car. So I think that's what we're seeing with Nate Stewart still keeping in Jesse Lyons here. And these guys have worked quite a few laps. They're about 25 laps into their stint, so we can expect them to be on pit road in another 5 laps time, and that battle's probably going to continue down onto pit road.
Well, that's going to be something very interesting. I've just seen the Venom Sim Racing car dive into the pits because they have had an accident at the final corner.
Yeah, I saw 2 of them on pit lane. Let's see what happened here in the final corner. A tap from the 78 and another tap from in behind, so 2 cars involved in this accident.
710 spare, as simple as it gets. Watch this hit. There's the 7th, there's the 10th, and there's the safer barrier on the exit of the final corner.
Riding aboard with the 86 BRT Hemdahl, Elias Roman piloting this machine, and that was weird. It looked like I guess the 289 was coming into pit lane and was slow. And I guess because he was trying to come into pit lane, and then I guess there was a miscommunication. The 78 didn't know he was coming on down.
Well, the issue that you've got is the pit lane filter, and the pit lane filter that you got to go in is right on the racing line. It doesn't make life easy, as in comes Mark Mayhausen then, the first to really make that call in terms of getting a stop sorted here in this race. I tell you what, I think that's the sort of instant where it's so easy to run into the back. I don't think that the stewards are going to look very favourably on the CMSRacing.com AM team there, because they needed to get out of the way and they've basically just ran into the back of the car that's going slow and has taken the filter going in. Question will also be, well, how much is there that has actually been alerting these drivers that, okay, I'm pitting in? That would have been another case of, well, maybe that would have been useful, but you have to pin that all on the Ferrari there that pretty much found himself bowling into the back.
Yeah, I'll have the admins take a look at it. They've been doing a solid job all race long for all these 9 hours. The admins taking a look and giving out penalties where they need to. So, again, shout out to them for their work to keep this race going. And in an orderly fashion, so we'll let them investigate that incident. And we'll see here, Nate Stewart might have an incident here, but in this case, it changed for the lead. The 0-3 starting to come alive towards the end of the stint. Light fuel load, and here we go. Got a run heading towards the bus stop. Not going to make a move on this time, but he's again starting to mount that pressure. And again, we thought Lyons was going to check out. He's now under attack yet again.
Yeah, that Penguin car is absolutely flying. And in fact, the Venom Sim Racing car I've just seen has a black flag attached to it, so the 289 is going to have to come down in. Now, I would suggest that that is for incident limit.
Oh yeah, that's true. That could be for that. So a penalty for them to
Oh,
serve.
Yannick Hale and Victor Lind as well. They're also in trouble down at the final corner.
Oh, let's see again. The final corner catching out GT3 drivers again. I think he's trying to usurp the bus stop as a trouble spot. Oh, just contact there. That's interesting.
I think there was another case there of one car trying to dive into the pits there, the twin-turn Aurora car, which has been pretty much had a horrible half hour. But yeah, what more can you do in terms of that situation? I mean, you're really having to deal with everything there. Of course, they had the lap traffic that came through too, and yeah, yikes.
Yeah, yikes indeed. So everything is sorted for now, it seems. But more contact, and those two, by the way, were fighting. I think they're about 7 laps of separation, so that wasn't a fight for position on the track. So an interesting coming together with these guys as we take a look back at the GTPs. I don't think we could really lay off these guys for a second here. 3 of the leaders within a second of each other, and here they come. I can hear the GT3 cars in the distance coming up on more traffic.
Well, they're coming up on more traffic. Precision Racing Esports Blue were just about to put the Precision Racing Esports Black car behind them, but they've actually clogged the wall as they're now 1, 2, and 3 on the road. He's clogged the wall through the outer loop, through the carousel.
Oh, which car was that again?
That would have been the 162.
162. That's unfortunate to hear for them.
So what that means is that they now were just about to lap or get themselves ahead of Precision Racing Esports Black. They're now back out on the road, but look at this for the race lead. All chalked up behind one Mr. Mark Kradowski. And I tell you what, this is pretty much leaning into who can attack off the exit and get the break. Great driving by the 65 Satellite Arnage car. They are able to run away.
Able to run away indeed. Here we go now into turn 1. These two getting held up by the 86 BMW. Lines ahead was able to get clear of that, and you see him passing another BMW up the road, but that's caused these two to get close together, and now as they fly past the BMW traffic, here comes Diaz with the run. Gonna look to the left-hand side. Can Nate Stewart again make a big dive into the bus stop? Will he yield? He'll dive again. It'll be the 111 that will surrender.
You've got to get to the inside of Nate Stewart. It's the only way you're going to make that pass. Twice Michael has looked at the outside, and twice Michael has been rebuffed. So I'd say he's going to have to try again to try and make that move. It's not an ideal situation to be in. Someone who is pretty much a hero on the brakes right now is Nate Stewart. He's doing everything right.
Doing everything he needs to do to keep that second place and still try to keep up with Jesse Lyons. Again, that pit road window, I would say, has definitely opened up here. These guys 20-9 going on 30 laps into the stint. We could see potentially one of them dive on down as Jesse Lyons. Whoa, he gets loose. Can he save it? Still getting loose. That's such a tight corner to get past. And here comes 3 wide up the middle. Nate Stewart making a dive through traffic will take the lead away.
That's incredible there. A mistake by Jesse Lyon, a rare mistake at that as well, trying to get around the outside of the traffic going up through the corner. He just gets loose being out on the marbles, and Nate Stewart, oh, you needed commitment there. That gap was closing, and he muscled his way through.
Fantastic stuff there. I'm genuinely amazed that Jesse Lyons made a mistake there, but that is such a tight section of track to get through when you're offline. But here he comes back on the attack, heading to the bus stop. Can we see 3 wide into? That's not going to work. Nate Stewart going to actually let the 65 on by. I think figured it was better to let it go and keep in the fight, get him back again.
I don't think he had a choice in that one, Finian. He was very much slow, hampered by the traffic, a bit of dirty air, and the monster run that was there by Jesse Lyon and the Satellite Racing Arnage car. Absolutely, he was going to attack at the first opportunity, and there he goes. He's back ahead, and parity is resumed.
All 3 of these cars nose to tail. There's a GT3 race leader up ahead. They'll get on through. Even closer in tandem this time by as they go on by him.
Tell you what, Michael Diaz there had to be pinned down to the inside in terms of making that move. It would have compromised his line slightly as he looks at this group in front. Now he's hoping for the double toe, and that's what he's going to be banking on out to the 90 and up through the S's. If he can get a double slingshot here, he might have a way up to the race lead. The issue he's got is he's racing so aggressive with these drives. In fact, he'll undercut them.
I was going to say, I was really hoping to see, ooh, he came in hot. I'm hoping he didn't get a black flag for speeding there, and I was waiting to see what one of them would do. I was hoping to see that one of them would come in because, again, they're getting close to the end of their stint. They might be able to go 1, maybe 2 more laps out on the track. So Diaz making a smart move, saying if I can't beat him on track, try to beat him on pit road, get some fresh tires, do the undercut. So we'll see how that plays out as the 03 to 65 continue their battle on the racetrack.
Now, what you have to remember is that Michael Diaz was the pole sitter, so he very much could be the fastest driver. He did also slightly miss his box he missed it short, essentially, so he had to drive a little bit quicker to go through. So all that time he would have saved, he's now going to have to double down. I doubt he's going to get the leapfrog on either of these drivers because of the fact he missed his pit box.
Oh, that's really unfortunate because, again, that strategy looked like it might have paid off. But again, with these, when you're fighting with tenths of a second, that extra second or two spent trying to get back into the box properly, that's definitely going to cost him in the long term. That's unfortunate to hear, but as you look now, what's going to happen this time by as these guys approach the pit lane, will you see both of them go in? Will you see one try to extend? Of course, Nate Stewart has the benefit of being able to do the opposite of what Jesse Lyons decides to do. Lyons pit, maybe we'll see the 03 go longer, although we've seen really most drivers having to save to go just that extra lap more. Here they come by pit lane, and there we go, opposite of what Jesse Lyons is going to do. Nate Stewart will continue for one more lap.
Yeah, and this is key here for Nate Stewart's strategy because it means that on that final stop, he will be taking a little bit less fuel than both the drivers around him. So this is where you start sensing that there is strategy ploys that are available. Look around if you're the satellite Arnage car. You're going to have to go to what is the third to last box out there, and he stops it perfectly. The difference being, of course, when you have got the Precision Silver car out there, it's only down at the bottom of the circuit here, so it's a long road back up, but it just shows you how long a pit stop is here.
Take a look at Ray Kingsbury, who's currently inherited second place, still yet to make his stop. He should be coming in this time by. I'll be surprised if we haven't seen anyone stretch any more than Ray Kingsbury. He has 32 laps, will be 33 at the end. Really hypermiling it there for the 52 machine. Taking a look also at how Mark Mayhausen is doing. We saw him come in a lot earlier than a lot of these other drivers, is running in 5th in comparison to Michael Diaz, a lot further up the road. And Diaz actually working through the final series of corners. So we'll see now how much that overshoot in pit lane has it cost him, and where he comes out ahead of Lyons. Lyons off and away. He's in the access road. We'll see him off to the right there, and there you can see how much time the 111 has lost.
I'd say about a second and a half is what it's cost him here up the hill. 49 and a half seconds, but the pit lane transit 79 and a quarter seconds. It'll be very telling to see what that is. 78.2, it cost him about 1.6 seconds all in all.
And again, that's exactly what we're basically seeing out there on the track. They would have been nose to tail. Maybe he might have had a shot to get a little bit closer with the tires more warmed up, maybe even make a move, but we'll have to sit in behind Lyons. Of course, Nate Stewart out, and a driver change for the 03. Michael Gonzalez getting into the Magma Penguin RC Simulations machine. So a driver change for them. We'll see. I wonder if Penguin, if the ICE car is also going to do a driver change as well, if they're going to do something a little bit different to the sister car.
We will see. Ray Kingsbury in then up onto the Jackson. Is he going to jump out of the car? He is going to jump out of the car, and this should be Umar Diallo who will jump in. No, it's going to be Graham Bolin here. So Graham Bolin, a lot of oval experience with Graham. He's going to decide that he wants to take the road courses on.
See what he can do when he gets into this machine. Here is Jesse Lyons working his way out of the final corner down the front straightaway. Still waiting for the 03 to get on track. There they are off on pit lane. There they are on the right-hand side. I think this might be Lyons for the lead. And as they come out of the corner, indeed it will. And actually, oh no, it won't. Sorry, I thought he did get by. But more speed for Lyons here, and the tire is more warmed up. Might have a shot.
Jesse Lyon is going to have to try and find a bit more, but he's not there. Look at that. That's aggressive there from the Penguin car, trying to weave some heat into the tyres. Get up to speed quickly. Lap traffic's not going to help here, and you're going to be out of the frying pan and into the fire as they navigate their way around Tom Guest in the NRG 19. And this is where Jesse is going to be so good. He's got to put him under pressure immediately. He's fresh out of the pits.
This is the best chance he has here, though. He's got traffic to deal with as well, so that's going to hamper his progress, just not getting the right times to make a move because the GT cars keep getting in the way. There he goes, has a chance. 0-3 having to give room. They're approaching a BMW GT3. This can get dicey real quick.
Oh, no,
contact! The 0-3 around. Contact with the 65. And that's not how you wanted that to go.
I'll tell you what, still on for the lead here because around the outside tries Michael Diaz, looking to take it away from Jesse Lyons. So it's still on here for the lead despite the contact that we've seen at the front and powering around the outside. Still room on the inside there at the final corner. Michael Diaz puts precision to the point and takes the race lead. But all of that crucial with Michael Gonzalez, who was always angling to try and get back. He wasn't clear. He was never clear as he tried to pinch and squeeze.
Bad run out of the corner for the 111. Here comes Lyons again on the attack up the S's, and he'll get him even before they get to the bus stop. A fantastic move from the 65, although I'll be a little bit worried here. We'll have to take a look at the replay because there could potentially, depending on how the stewards roll, potentially be a penalty coming to that 65 car as they make their way through the bus stop. We'll take this time to take a look at the replay and see what happened between the 65 and the 03.
Look, the 65 gets a nose, always has a nose, but he's held his line the entire way along the straight. I think Michael Gonzalez is trying to pinch, is trying to take a little bit of that road away, and as he does now, this is going to be the key. He just comes across the nose, and there's not much that you can do there. Big lock up from Jesse Lyon, and that is pretty much where it is. You can see straight, and there's the small little tap. At best, I would say that's a racing incident.
We'll see how the stewards rule it if they agree with that assessment and it being a penalty. I'm sure the 0-3, they're going to be yelling foul play at the admins, hoping that they do something. On the bright side, this could be a lot worse for this team. That car is still very much in racing order. I think maybe some minor contact damage with the wall. I don't even think if they hit the wall. If anything, might have been minor contact, but they're still very much, and they're only 6 seconds down the road.
Look, it's 6 seconds right now. I would say that there's still time for them to get back into it. But the question's going to be, what have they hit and how badly have they hit it? I think they've got away with it, but they've still got an entire stint before they can go and really assess that damage. And that's going to be the key here. The feedback from Michael Gonzalez is crucial now in terms of this stint for them.
Taking a look at the remaining leaders, the 65 of Jesse Lyons and the 111 of Michael Diaz. And it's unfortunate for Diaz because he took a great chance at an opportunity while the 65 was still off kilter and probably still trying to recompose himself. Took advantage and attacked. Unfortunately, that attack, he made a mistake into turn 1, and that allowed the 65 to come back at him again. That just shows, don't give Jesse Lyons an inch, he'll take a yard. And there you see the 111 getting held up by the 23 of Mark Antonio Federa. By the way, there is a GT3 race going on as well.
There is, but it's very much being led by the twin-turn sim racing ultraviolet driver, and it's a game of gaps at this point. It's an entire soul of the boot that's the lead over the Tabula Rasa Esports yellow machine of Fernando Ferreira. Mark Kradowski finds himself in the middle in third too. So it looks like all of these drivers now are just gapped at this point. The NRG car of Adam Preston's just gone a second lap down to that crew as well. So really you got 3 out there, 4 out there on the front that could maybe put themselves into a situation that they could maybe go out there and challenge for it, but I would say at this point it's looking pretty dominant as we do have a taker in the lane. That's Darian Roy trying to get back out and away again.
Yeah, this car coming back out onto the racetrack after an incident, so they're back out 31 laps down to the leaders, running in 8th place. They're trying to see if they can catch up to the 171 Precision Racing Esports Black. They are about 9 laps up the road, so I think they're just hoping that they have an incident or any drivers up further up the order have an incident. They can still gain some valuable points, but taking a look back at the leaders, the overall leaders, closest battle on the racetrack.
Yeah, and you think that these 5 drivers at the front of this field here, Finian, have a 19-lap buffer from falling outside the top 5.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a really big gap to play with, a huge gap to play with, and it just shows again, we talked about it many times, you, myself, Jake, as well as I'm sure Kyle and DJ. It's been a race of attrition. Just making it to the end is most of the challenge. We started with 28 drivers. We have 20 cars remaining, and really for a lot of those drivers, they're out significantly down on laps compared to the leaders. Like for the GT3 field, there's, I think, 4 cars within, or I would say maybe 6 cars within 10 laps of the GT3 leader, and for prototype, we're seeing only 5 cars within 18 laps of the leader.
To put that into a time context here, Finian, they've got a 28.5 minute gap on 6th place.
Yeah. It's a huge, huge gap, and I think if anything, that just means that at least if we go into the final stint of this race and they're close together, if they're within 28 minutes to the end, hey, you can't finish worse than 5th if you make a mistake. Could see these guys be a little bit more aggressive to just get that extra spot. And we'd already seen it be hugely aggressive between the top 3. And Michael Gonzalez, that car, I think they are hurting here. Either that or Gonzalez has just not been able to kind of get back into a rhythm after what happened. This car, they've fallen off a couple seconds. The gap now about 3 seconds back further than it was when we last checked on them.
Well, I'm just looking at the times. There's still 130s that he's managing to produce, and Nate Stewart through the traffic was doing 130, so I think there is about a second's worth of damage in the car at this moment in time, which could be certainly hurting, because Michael Gonzalez was very happy in his earlier stint doing those mid 129s. He's now currently in the mid to low 130s, so that Penguin RC car is not looking very much like an Emperor, is looking a little bit worse for wear at this point. I do have to also note that the twin-turn Sim Racing Aurora car has been down on pit lane for a little while, so I think something's happened to the number 32 machine, and that's coming out of the 90.
Yeah, I wonder if this is... Oh, okay, yeah, they have been down there for a while, so let's take a look and see if we can try to find out what happened to them. Because we already saw them have one... Actually, I'm going to cut to the B-roll here to see if we can pinpoint this. We already saw them go flying off into turn 1 time, and I think I have that time again here. Out of there for a second. It keeps switching off to another car. Give me 1 second here. But we already saw them have one off into turn 1, so I think this will be the second time they went off.
Yep, so they had one where they went straight on. This was coming off of the exit. They've just grabbed the curb, and because of that, they've been spat out here, and I think we're going to catch it now. As they go through turn 1, and so they're going to grab the curb on the exit. They're going to get spat about there with the rear wheel drive into the wall 1, and then here's the second hit. Bang! Rear tyres go up in the end and digs into the Armco barrier, and that is just how quickly it goes. You
can hear it on the revs when they get over the curb. The car is getting unbalanced. It's not designed to go over curbs like that. You can go over curbs like that comfortably in a stock car, and that's why you see the NASCAR drivers absolutely sling their cars around here, but you have to be a lot more precise, a lot more careful with...
Oh, Jesse Lyon's in trouble.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say where he is. Whoa, major damage to the 65.
It's the bus stop that's got him. And it's a hefty hit here that has gone and got him on his own, was being pressured from behind, but bang, over the curb, and suddenly Satellite find themselves in orbit.
And that's unfortunate. We've seen so many drivers fall victim to the bus stop, and they're the next victim on the list. You can see right there, just caught the curb the wrong way. Like you mentioned, facing the pressure in behind from Precision Racing Esports Silver, and then just, again, caught the curb wrong. Oh, and a hard impact.
It's right on the corner there, which is the worst place to hit it because you're just going to bounce off at that stage. Now they're going to trundle down in, hope that it's just going to be a clip that they're going to put on, but I think that the front right...
You can see that front right wheel is not moving at all, so that's going to be major damage. That's going to be a lengthy repair to this machine. Again, like we talked about, at least they won't be dropping lower than 5th, but this is not at all what they would have been hoping for, especially for Jesse Lyons. That car has been so quick. They've not been able to catch back, but a huge sigh of relief for the 111 because, well, Januf, they didn't do anything. They just kind of, again, like we talked about, just managing their car, making sure they don't get involved in anything. We saw the 03 get spun out by contact with the 65, and on the 65 out. So they're looking pretty good at the moment.
Are we saying that the 111 is literally Luigi wins by doing absolutely nothing?
Yes, they are Luigi in this case. And I mean, if they can hang on for the next 2.5 hours, they can easily win this thing again. uncertain what's going on with the 0-3, if they're just down on pace or if there is damage. But as it stands, they're looking pretty good. Overtech Team 1, Mark Mayhausen, is 18 seconds in behind. They've not been quite able to close in this gap, so they're looking at trying to see if they can catch up to the 0-3 of Michael Gonzalez, but again, still a lot of racing left to go.
I'll tell you what, we are in the middle of a GT pit cycle while all of this is going on, so everyone's trying to get as much as they can out. It's also worth noting that the 327 machine, which is the second of the overtick cars, also has had themselves a drive-through penalty out there. So it looks like the drive-through penalty was upheld after the appeal time was closed. So the overtick 327, they've had another little trip down pit lane.
Yeah, I think this is for contact in that final corner, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it would have been that one. It would have been the one which saw the chain reaction that went through that caught out BRT Heimdall and many others in that case.
Taking a look at the 77, Michael Marlowe in the car in the 77 as they roll off of pit lane. And for the 23 machine, looking good. Dominic Eisenberg taking that car off and continuing that lead. 10 seconds now to Fernando Ferreira in the 901. And again, we've talked many times the color difference, the green coloring, the Pro-Am drivers and the Am Cup drivers in the orange for GT3. Both part of the same championship, just a separate cup as well for the Am drivers, and this team looking pretty good. Trying to see their next competition. Am, I think it's the number 20. That is not a Porsche. That is not a Porsche. That is a BMW. The number 20 with their increased air cooling on the front.
Yeah, I'm sure the crew over in Leipzig are not going to be too happy about that, with it being called a Porsche, basically. But what you could say is that if you have taken the front bonnet off of that, all you got to do is hit the front so hard that the engine shunts into the back, and you've basically got one.
Both a German. But the number 20 is doing a really solid job, and they've got a little bit more of a gap because of some more attrition in the GT3 field. They now have a 6-lap gap to 5th place in class. It's Robbie Bradbury, the other BMW in the field, number 19, the other NRG machine, sister car in behind.
Yep, so there is certainly a lot of chasing out there, which is being conducted at this point as the M-Plower car has gone off again, this time at turn 1.
More trouble for them to add on to the laundry list that they already have so far. Taking a look at here down into turn 1. What happened with them was, I feel like this is probably a strike on the curb, on the exit, off they go, upsets the car, and around they spin.
Well, the issue that you got now with that curb is that used to be just absolutely flat on the old scan. With the new scan they brought in, there's height to that curb. Not much, but enough. Enough height on that curb that if you reach the crown of the curb and you're going, you catch it just wrong, welcome to Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, you failed the ollie.
Yeah, unfortunately it was a relatively light hit. I don't see major damage to that car. I think the biggest thing is what they're worried about is any suspension damage or any handling damage. But it looks like that car has gotten away okay, so it definitely could be a lot worse for them.
Well, it could. I think they're paying the waifu tax for having that on the fin.
And from the steering, it looks like that car is going straight, so they will continue on.
Yep, no, that's good news there for Gavin Thompson, who is out there at the moment in the 557. He seems like he's been the one driver who's been left to saddle with all the problems, it seems, out there with the M-Plower team. So a shame that the incidents are starting to catch up here, but they have been racing around now for what is 6.5 hours. So they've got 2.5 hours still left in this race to try and bring it home. And this is where mistakes start slowly creeping in.
It's definitely where they started to slowly creep in, and it looks like someone pointed this out in the chat. I was looking. There is some slight damage to the rear of the car. Someone was saying. I'm trying to see it there. The car keeps zipping. This car is too fast. It keeps zipping by the camera by the time I can take a look.
Might be a bit on the diffuser.
Yeah, I think I see a little bit there. So that could be hindering them a little bit, but definitely not worth coming into pit for, so they'll continue on out. They're just trying to make up the laps. Really now their competition, they're trying to see if they can catch up to the number 65 because they took a massive hit. So they're trying to just trickle down the laps and see how many they can make up. They got 15 laps to the 65, so that is about, 25 minutes, I would say? Or not 20, probably like 23, 22 minutes.
Well, they've got to reconstruct the entire front of Kevin Birrell's machine in 22 minutes to recreate artwork. I'm sure even the best forgers would struggle.
Kevin Burrell looking like he's going to be sitting in to take the next spot in that car, and that's just got to be unfortunate, right? You're sitting there as the driver, you're hoping to get into the car, bring it home for victory, if not fight hard for a top 3, and you're just sitting there in pit lane, watching your competitors lap by and taking away more time from you, and other competitors catching up to you. It's a horrible feeling.
It's the sort of feeling that where there's not iRacing, I'd go, someone grab me a spanner, I'm going to help.
Help fix the car. Unfortunately, I have to sit and hope your virtual mechanics can get that car back onto the track as soon as possible. Taking a look at Michael Gonzalez again in the Penguin RC Simulation Magma machine. Still riding out there. That gap expanding ever so slightly to the overall leader. I want to take a look again at their previous lap time. So previous lap 130.2 for this car, and then the leader, the 111, 129.6.
Michael Diaz is just in that mode where he's just ticking off the laps, trying to drive it around everyone and everything. Puts another lap. It's finally calmed down for Dominic Eisenberg and the twin-turn sim racing Ultraviolet. He's not got to deal with 3 or 4 now going by him. It's just the one now with Michael Diaz clear and increasing the margin at the front. I think this is really the moment where Precision Racing Esports Silver are proving that they've done the one thing here today that everyone else in this entire GTP field has struggled to do. Keep it out of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, to finish first, you must first finish. And the 111 following that to the T. I think they're the only driver, like you mentioned, I think they're the only car that has not had, I'm going to knock on my wooden desk here, that has not had any issues so far, any significant issues compared to the other drivers.
What if I told you your desk was resin and not wood, therefore it doesn't
I
count?
wouldn't be too surprised. I'm pretty sure it's wood, but it could be fake wood for all I know, so... If anything, I'm sorry, Michael.
Well, if it's fake wood, we'll know when if Michael has a moment. I won't say when, if. But Michael Diaz then flying up through. He's now got his own category of lap traffic. It's the M-Power car. Now, this is probably the great, I would say, difference point to see what the difference is in terms of the damages on their cars and which way they go forward. It looks pretty stable and simple from the pair. I can't see too much that's wrong with that M-Power rear out there at the moment. There's the front of it, and I think that they've got away with one.
Yeah, I think they've definitely gotten away with it. The lap times are not too terribly off the pace, probably a little slower than they would like, especially to the leader that's put them one more lap down, but again, they're just kind of hoping to finish this thing out, potentially pick up one more spot before it's all said and done. And while I guess there's a lull in GTP action, let's take a look again at the GT3 field, and really not much has changed on this front. We've seen, really, I think last stint that we did, we saw a lot of accidents for GT3, and now I guess in this stint we've seen a lot of accidents in GTP.
We've seen a lot of accidents full stop here today around this place, and a penalty has just been issued for car number 289 out there. So this is the Venom Sim Racing car being driven by Ramon Shepard, and that will be with the contact with the 78 car out there overall, which was the CMSRacing.com AM. So they now have a penalty, and they are now going to have to come in and serve that penalty, which is going to be a real shame for them.
Yeah, and actually, whoa, no, save it. Nope, they're going to go into the wall. Hard hit for the 289. They're supposed to come down to pit lane soon, and this is not how they would have liked to have served that penalty. Big damage to them.
Oh, this is awful for them right now. So because they've actually had that contact, they have to serve the black flag first before they can serve the black and orange flag.
Oh, that is really just salt in the wounds right there.
Just misses the apex there through turn 1, heavy over the curb, and then the curb just spits them out. Look at that. Brutal.
Brutal damage for their machine. There's going to have to work their way around, limit the damaged car, and then come through pit lane not only once but twice. And it's actually interesting because remember that we were talking about this. This was the first, if you're wondering what the penalty was for, this is for the first incident out of the final corner that we saw. We saw a pair of incidents, one after the other. This was the first one between the 289 and then the 78 car that ran into the back of the 289. So I guess they're feeling that they came to pit road unsafely, or they unsafely slowed down coming to pit lane. That would be my understanding from the ruling.
Yep, so the correction was put in to 22:31 as a penalty has come in, and that was the stop. It was a stop. Oh, it's a stop and hold for 60 seconds as well.
Oh, that is really brutal. And so they're gonna have to serve that and then not do any repairs, get back out there, do a lap, and come back in again.
Yes.
Oh, that.
Welcome to iRacing, where the penalties pretty much are going to be painful.
And so here they come on down to serve just the penalty, not even get a chance to fix their damage. And Raymond Shepard just really feeling like probably the world's against him at this point. So hopefully they get back out there sooner rather than later. But there they go in to their pit stall. Taking a look at the leader, Dominic Eisenberg. Actually, the lead has fallen for the first time. Fernando Ferreira has been keeping that gap closing a little bit, it seems. Last lap through, I think probably traffic might have been involved. But Fernando Ferreira 144.9 to Eisenberg's 146.4. But that gap's been stabilized. We saw it eke out a lot further at the initial restart. It's stabilized around 7 to 8 to 9 seconds.
I'm going to put it like this. I think Fernando Ferreira's got that car dialed in. I think Dominic Eisenberg isn't as quick, and now all of a sudden the Tabula Rasa car is slowly going to reel back in on a line to try and get that move into 9th overall in the racing, and on top of that, 1st overall in class.
And again, this is very impressive again for an AM Cup entry. You typically expect the pro cars to be near the front, but again, they've just done what most people haven't done, just get the car to the finish, minimize the mistakes, and that car's been running solid. You can see, if I'm not mistaken, not a single scratch on it. It looks as pristine as it rolled off the truck, arguably other than some oil and rubber splatter around all of it.
Well, I've got good news. Kevin Birrell's now got a clip on his car. The bad news is it looks like it's Picasso's Cadillac.
Well, I mean, at least it's got some sort of front downforce. It's actually repairing pretty quickly, so I think they're close to getting back out there. And I guess that it's this is going to be... Oh, no, it's going to be unfortunate news for M. Plower, Gavin Thompson, because I think they were going to be hoping that they'd be held up in the pits a little longer. Still got 10 laps between themselves and the 65.
I've got it down as 12 laps at the moment, so they've got a long way to go.
A long way for them indeed. I think my timing's messed up. I think I've just been sitting on pit lane for quite a while, waiting for them to get back out on the track, with that car looking in much better state than it did in about 9 to 10 laps ago.
Yeah, certainly does. So they've got the panel beaters out and they've put it back into shape. But now the next question is, where can they go? Now there is the 03 Penguin RC Simulation Magma car, which is out there. 29.7 that time from Michael Gonzalez. Only 3/10 off there, as finally there goes Kevin Birrell in a very lonely 5th place now.
Yeah, it looks like that car actually, wow, it looks like it's pristine now. Looks like they put a brand new clip on and it's not looking like Picasso anymore.
I tell you what, they have lacquered that car up fantastically.
So that was 14 minutes and 20 seconds down on pit lane. They actually fixed it up a lot faster than I thought they were going to. I thought it was going to be at least a 20-minute repair. And this car back out there ready to go racing again, but they got 9 laps till they get back to anywhere near their next closest competition. So I think they're just going to be out there, just take the laps off. Maybe hope for some carnage for the drivers up ahead. Again, still a lot of racing left with over 2 hours on the clock.
Yeah, all the 2s there, 2 hours, 22 minutes, and there was 22 seconds about 6 seconds ago. So there's still a lot of time left to go and get that final position if you can find it. There's still a lot of time for trouble to befall some drivers. And I tell you what, we've seen so many drivers and so many teams out there be allergic to the race win.
That is true. We've seen a lot of cars jump to the front, have some sort of issue, some sort of complication, they drop out of it. So we'll see that ebb and flow continues. Again, looking at Michael Diaz up in the front, he will be next on the target list. Looking at Graham Bolin now running in 4th place. He's been catching up slowly to Mark Mayhausen, who's inherited 3rd in the 396. So it's the Penguin RC Simulation Ice Machine. Penguin RC Simulation running 2 and 4 at the moment with their cars, trying to see if they can be 2 and 3.
Well, 29.9 that last time by wasn't able to catch the Overtick Team 1396, but I think the key here isn't a case for Graham Bolin of can I catch, it's can I stay in range, maybe get a driver change going on later on in this race that unlocks that final stage of the race. Now, normally what you get at the end of these sim races is either you get an anchor driver or you get your fastest driver in. 2 different philosophies. Do you want a driver that safely brings you home, prioritize the finish, or do you want to put in a driver that's going to chase down 1 extra position?
Yeah, I mean, it really, and that's the debate, the discussion these teams would have had. I mean, I would have hoped that their driver order would have been sorted before the green flag starts. But they're just kind of looking and trying to see, you know, and also the big thing, too, you have to manage the hours driving, right? Because these drivers have to make a minimum hours of driving if they are participating in the race, and a maximum, too. They can't be in a car for too long. So you got to consider that as well. How many drivers can you even put in for the car, and how long can you put them in the car?
That's the key. How long can you put them in the car? And it looks like the ICE team have got Graham Bolin in terms of how long Graham Bolin has been in the car. Well, they started with Ray Kingsbury, went to Umar Diallo, who did a very long stint. This is actually the first laps that Graham Bolin is putting into the car. So this is really important for Graham to find a rhythm right now. And if he wants to, maybe drive this one all the way home.
Oh, I'm just getting word also, too, there is no minimum drive time for the drivers in the GTP category.
Huh.
Just a maximum.
Just a max. So they can't go over the top, but
Ooh.
they can do as many as 1 lap.
Yeah, maximum of 60% for a single driver. So you can put someone in for, we're just about almost close to 5 hours for this race.
Yeah, there's a long time, and this is one of the things about this MTEC series. It was a case last season of 4-hour and 8-hour races that were traditionally found, but now you've got all sorts of different times out there on the races. These races are going to feel like marathons compared to last year.
And again, that's what we're seeing too. The guys that are managing this race like a marathon are the guys that have been rising slowly to the top of the order, as they've just been managing their car, keeping the car clean and in one piece, and just soldiering on to the end here. We got 4 prototypes on the lead lap within 40 seconds of each other, and the leaders, again, slowly drifting away between 1st and 2nd, and this gap between 3rd and 4th has been kind of managed here. It looks like Mayhouse has picked up the pace a little bit, I think feeling some threat in behind in his Acura, trying to just manage that gap so he can hold on to 3rd as the 77. Michael Marlowe got very close to the exit wall there out of the boot.
Yeah, that could have been disastrous out there, and we'll take another little look at it to see exactly how... Oh, can't get much closer than that. Tell you what, that could have been very, very troublesome. I have noted that I've seen the 14 Hydro Race Geodesic racing car back out. They've just dived into the pits. Now, they are currently 16th at the moment. They are 56 laps down, but they are currently 9th in class and away in the BMW. So they are trying to hope that someone's going to run into, I would say, 2 incidents between now and the end, relying on the likes of some of the precision cars, maybe the M-Plow machine, and they just might be able to move up into 8th place. There's no harm in trying.
There definitely is no harm in driving, and that's the thing in endurance racing. You know, you may suck, you may feel like you're out there running for nothing, but again, with a long championship like what we have, you know, there's many points to be had. So you might as well try to get there, get every single point you can, even when you may not feel like you can. I mean, how about, talk about staying out there for what feels like almost nothing. How about the 66? They're actually dead last in the running order. They're behind all the GT3 cars. They're just about 1 lap coming up for the next car. That's the 86 BRT Hemdahl machine. And they are 74 laps down to the overall leader.
Well, Justin Richardson and Blake Reynolds have been the two drivers in that car. I have them clocked with 1 lap on lap 133. They took 1 hour, 35 minutes and a second to get around the track.
Whew, that's a very long lap.
I think that's where the damage was done. They've had a couple of 5-minute laps here and there, but I would say the big one was the hour and a half they spent trying to get the car recovered. So obviously they must have totaled it over the course of it. Blake Reynolds into the pits will get up on the jacks. I expect fuel to go in. I expect tyres. And then I expect him off and away again. Is there in the background, also diving in, Adam Preston for the NRG Team 20.
Jumping into pit lane, and I think this is actually the first time we've seen this car on pit lane since it received its damage to the hood. So this will be one of the first times I'll actually be able to see how bad the damage is and how long it'll take to repair it. Of course, I think they're just going to kind of get it back out there as quickly as possible. I don't think it's worth for them to sit and get themselves closer to the sister car. But we'll see what they do in that number 20 machine as the prototypes continue on out there. They still got... a couple of them have got about 5 to 10 laps to pit. The next car coming in will be Mark Mayhausen from the leaders. He's got 27 laps on his stint.
He does. He's doing 131s at the moment. Graham Bolin was able to recover a couple tenths of a second in that range. But there's your race leader out there, the 111, Michael Diaz, driving for Precision Racing Esports Silver. Now, they qualified the car, of course, on that pole position, dropped a whole heap of time over the course of the race, and I believe lap 30 was the lap that pretty much clawed everything in the wrong direction for them. But ultimately, they have been able to gather some time back up, gain a little bit more out there through the stint, and by running those great laps, using the cautions to gain the laps back, they have driven themselves back into a race-winning potential. They were at one stage at least 2 laps down.
And it just really shows you can never give up because you never might know what will happen. And here they are, blessed with the lead of this race, slowly expanding away from Michael Gonzalez for Penguin RC Simulation. But again, there's still quite a bit of racing left. With 2 hours left on the clock, this gap very easy to come back, especially if these guys have more driver changes at bay. I'm not sure if Michael Gonzalez is going to be finishing out the race because I believe we've seen him on the track earlier on. So.
Yep, so we've seen him out there, and the question's going to be, are we going to see him back in at any point? I would doubt afterwards that we have. It's been a lot of tandem between Nate Stewart and Michael Gonzalez, but what I would say is that Nate Stewart has done the lion's share of the work at the moment. So I think Michael Gonzalez is going to have to do a lot of the work there in the 03 car to get themselves over the line and done with, and it is just those two, the California kid Michael Gonzalez and the man from the Mid-South, Nate Stewart.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if they need some passing to be done, I think you can get Nate Stewart back in the car if they can, if they have enough time left to put him back in the car and have him absolutely send it over the curbs as it saw him send it here in the bus stop.
Oh, I've just seen word on the contact between Michael Gonzalez and the 65, the Satellite Racing Arnage, and they've ruled it no further action on that incident.
Great to hear for that. I'm sure for Arnage, I'm sure they would have been really annoyed to hear that, being 9 laps down, having to serve a penalty. Again, kicking salt in the wound. I guess out of everything, it worked out in the end. If Penguin RC Simulation felt they were wrong, their competitor anyway crashed out.
Yep, so that gives them, I would say a Pyrrhic victory, I would say, at this moment in time. But at what cost?
Yeah, at what cost indeed. Here comes the 03 working past some GT3 traffic, past the 19 NRG team car in 5th place. Then that is the 298 Venom Sim Racing machine in 8th place in class.
I tell you what, those windscreen wipers going off is such a tease for rain whenever it gets released.
It was funny because I didn't realize that some of these cars even had that enabled until I was randomly watching. I think I was watching like iRacing cars go around because I was making cameras for a track and I was just riding on board with one of them, making sure the cameras were all good. And then I just saw the windshield wipers go off. I'm like, hang on, when's that been a thing? Because before it was only on the rallycross cars to get the dirt off.
Well, apparently you can get dirt off of everything now, and at every course as well.
I cannot wait for rain to come. I'm really, really hoping it's coming in the next build, at least at some point before this season is over, because we've already talked about, the ebb and flow of the endurance racing. You throw in the yellows to throw things out of order and mix things up for strategy. How about rain being a thing? Drivers having to watch the radar like a hawk, trying to figure out when they may want to come in to put rain tires on. We could see major accidents come from drivers just trying to ike it out on the slicks this that much longer. I cannot wait. It's been something iRacing's needed for such a long time, and I'm glad they've been spending the time to hopefully get it perfect and right. And for the previews, I cannot wait. That'll be absolutely awesome.
At what point on the license system, then, would you introduce rain?
Oh, that's a great question. That is a really good question. I don't know, because we already know how rookies can be in the tries. Imagine them, a bunch of Mazda MX-5s heading into turn 1 at places like VIR. I'm trying to think of even more treacherous turn 1. I guess even Watkins Glen here. Imagine drivers going in here with full rain tires. You just can see a million cars go flying off into the barrier.
Long Beach.
Oh yes, oh god, that sent a shiver down my spine. I think if rain comes out of Long Beach for Long Beach races, yeah, that's going to be a very treacherous turns 1 and 2. I also cannot wait when rain comes out, because it's going to be non-stop for several weeks, just nothing but wet races. It's going to be very hard to find a dry race in Austin.
It will. That much you can definitely say. There was a little bit of a weird line there from Michael Parker, skirting across the grass to get out of the way of the prototypes that were going to put a lap on him. So that Ferrari back out and trying to find some laps out there. 9th in class at the moment. Just desperately trying to stay out of trouble at this moment in time.
Yeah, and they're competing with trying to see if they can catch. They're 4 laps down from Raymond Shepard in the 289 Venom Sim Racing machine. Trying to catch up to them in 8th, and they got 8 laps to BRT Hemdahl. Anthony Flores now back in that machine for the 86. I think the last time that he was in was when he went off into the bus stop, where like Murphy Nichols, who we saw earlier in the car, also go off and get major damage to the car. That's when we saw this car, because this car was fighting for the lead of GT3, and unfortunately too much damage just put them way down the order.
Yeah, it all started when they were right behind, looking for an opportunity. They came to this chicane right here, and they clipped the inside, and they went straight right, which is not the way that the circuit goes, or it is, but they're trying to take a major shortcut, which doesn't work. So they found themselves in the barriers, and that was a case of the trouble starting there. Lap traffic there, that's your leader. Oh, having to dice. Oh, I tell you what, you don't want to be taking those risks too often if you're Michael Diaz. Headlight flashes and all. Trying to get that sorted as in finally will come Mark Mayhausen there, the Acura in. And I tell you what I found interesting, it's the Cadillacs that have proven that they've been the best on manufacturer. The Acura has felt like it's been in a slightly different class.
Yeah, and they've been struggling a little bit to get up near the top, and I'm not sure just the way that this car has been having it set up. They've been doing okay, but not quite, I think, near the pace that they need. Again, I think they probably want another caution. They're also a little bit off sequence, too. It's another about, I want to say, 7 to 9 laps before the rest of the prototypes come on in, but we're now seeing Ben Ford jump into the 396. I'm curious if this could be till the end of the race, maybe one more driver change in their future.
I'll tell you what, there is something quite interesting about Ben Ford in terms of the way that he's driving. It's the fact that he's not in his manufacturer of a Ford.
I was tempted to make that joke earlier. I wasn't sure if it was going to be a little bit too corny, so I was like, I'll let that one slide. But even my thought was like, oh, if only there was a Ford prototype.
Well, I'm sure they could jump in on something. I guess the closest Ford prototype would be the powertrain engine they're doing in 2 years for Red Bull.
Oh yeah, that is true. They're somewhat their wink entry, or I guess like quote unquote entry to Formula One, where they're really only working with I guess the hybrid part of the electrical part of it, not really the engine part of it. Red Bull being an engine manufacturer. Imagine telling someone that 10, 15 years ago, oh yeah, Red Bull's going to be making F1 engines at some point in the near future.
I think there's been more trouble for the carbon car out there, which is not good for the 66 team. I wonder if they've just parked it or they've actually run into damage because they've been down in the pits for an even long time.
Let's see what happened to them. I think this is when we saw. I thought this is when we saw Blake Reynolds come into the pits. I guess they never
It
left.
might have been.
I guess they felt maybe it wasn't worth continuing on from this point. I'll take a look and see. I don't think I saw any damage.
Yeah, no, they just come in and parked it.
I guess they figure that. I guess they're probably looking what the laps remaining, because remember they were at least 75 laps down, and I think we have. It's looking at an estimate, we have 100 to go. I guess their feeling is just not worth it, because in 20 laps time, I'm not going to be able to catch anyone up. So, unfortunate to see them retire, but I don't think it's too well out of understanding. I'm sure if you were that many laps down, you feel discouraged to continue at this point.
It's sort of like being at school and not having the school teacher there, and it's like, well, if I'm here for 15 minutes, I'm legally allowed to leave, aren't I?
You know, it's really funny how everyone knows that rule, but no one knows if it's an actual rule or not.
I love how it's universal.
It really is, yeah. Because I've heard that in school. I've heard that in high school, and I was like, there's no way there's that. I heard that in college. I was like, is that really a thing? And I've had that situation where it's like 15, 20 minutes. I was like, are we actually allowed to leave? I don't want to get in trouble.
Everyone's had it, but I'm sure these drivers know that I'm sure if there's no race briefing in 15 minutes, they're legally allowed to leave the race.
And not lose any points. But we've seen quite a few drivers over the course of the race lose out on points just from big crashes here and there. This one car, the 111, Precision Racing Esports Silver, they're coming into pit lane. This is a little bit earlier than I would have thought, but in they are with 29 laps.
Yep, so this is an aggressive run, and they're going to go aggressive on their numbers because they've got a gap at the moment. So it's either that they're coming in a little bit early or they've got the laps planned out.
Michael Gonzalez will surge on by and inherit the lead for the first time since that car had contact with the 65 Silent Racing Arnage machine. And now Michael Gonzalez will have to eventually come on in about the next 4 laps or so.
So let's do some basic math here, I think is the right way to say it. The laps are taking here roughly about 90 seconds here over the course of the race. So let's say 1.5, and then that's 29 laps on a stint. So you times that by 29. They're going 43.5 minutes on a stint. So 43.5 minutes on a stint, you times that by 3, you get 130.5, which is 2 hours and 10 minutes. And they are in the wheelhouse right now to be home and dry 2 stops from now.
Yeah, that's definitely, I think, what they're going for. But again, do you want to kind of keep that in the back of your mind? May there be another caution? Can he be caught out by it? Or at this point, you're just trying to hit your numbers?
The only way they're going to get caught out is if there is a caution in a 4-lap window between when they pit and when Penguin pits.
We'll see what happens.
That's the only way.
Driver change for the 111. It is Mac Miller in the car now. They've only dropped back to 3rd place, showing you how big their lead is to the rest of the field.
Tell you what, Mac Miller is just going to have one priority, I believe, over this course of the stint. Keep that thing on some asphalt. They do not want to be in a position where everyone else has been in terms of taking that away. The Penguin car getting so close there to, I believe that was the Aurora car. Oh, Lars Wieler's run into the back of Robbie Bradbury, the NRG car.
Wow, that gave me a heart attack there for a second. That was extremely close there.
So, I'll tell you what, spooked, and then watch Lars Wieler here, just behind that. So, this is the key. It's that yellow car there, the NRG 19. It's as close as of a gap as you get. And then Lars Wieler turns up on the scene, tries to get through, and car's moved, tries to get out of the way.
Yeah, so I think we'll probably know how the admins will rule with that. Oof, as Wheeler missed the entry into the bus stop. I don't really think any action will be taken. If anything, we might see potentially the 19 get maybe a slap on the wrist.
Yeah, no, I think Robbie Bradbury should get a penalty for that because you're always told to hold your line, and he deviated quite heavily, albeit to try and stay out of the way. He's ended up having a front-to-rear accident because was not predictable.
You can see off the 32, the onboard with them. The sun glaring off. I pray for all the VR users. They're going to be blinded through this series of corners. I speak from experience. Having HDR turned on in VR, it is blinding.
And that sun is very low. Remember, we were saying that about half an hour from now we'd enter the twilight zone. That sun is very soon going to set. In sim time right now is about 5:15. I think we're going to be due for some nighttime finishing here as in comes Graham Bolin from second place.
Really looking forward to that as we see the 52, as you mentioned, down on pit lane for their next scheduled stop. Looking at who we have left to yet pit, we're looking at really the 03 Michael Gonzalez. They continue out there. They're running it long. Takes the wide way around.
It looks like the Precision Blue cars had a bit of an issue out there because they've been down on the lane for a long time and they've had a big one at the bus stop.
Take a look and see what happened to them, adding to their list of woes tonight. Let's see here. Looks like I lost it. Give me 1 second. It's always hard to catch these replays with these drivers sometimes. Let's see. I think I might have gotten it here. Oh, yeah, found it. Yeah, the bus stop strikes again.
It really does. And this time it's not the front, it's the rear of it. So he gets through okay the first bit, and then the second bit, the car just goes away, bang, jumps on through, and you can see front left has completely collapsed there in terms of the suspension. Going on through, never got it gathered, and you're a passenger at that point. There's no way you can stop that one from becoming an incident.
I tell you what, I think the last time I seen major damage to the left front. The BMW seemed to be really, I'm not sure it was, again, just a manufacturer thing or maybe the way they have their car set up for those two cars, but the BMW seemed to be really tough with the rear end stability heading through the bus stop. Just that quick change, they add a little bit of curbing as well. It just seems to really catch them off in comparison to some of the other cars.
Now, what's very key is that Michael Gonzalez is in the pits right now, and this is going to be, for Mac Miller, a return to the race league. There shouldn't be too much doubt about this, and there is an almighty underfill that's going to go on at this point. So there goes one Mr. Mac Miller back in front, disguising himself as a Scottish clansman, Mr. Mac Miller, but he's doing a very good job. He leads this race, and Michael Gonzalez will now have to chase with what damage that is still there on the car.
Yeah, it looks like they wasted no time fixing any of it. Got to spend about 50 seconds down on pit lane, so exactly what you would expect for a prototype pit stop. So no damage repaired, but they probably got to see if there was any to fix. And if anything, I think you fixed maybe a couple seconds of it just by sitting there getting service to your car normally. But not much extra is going to be fixed. Oh, as the 03 goes a little bit offline on some colder tires.
Welcome back to the circuit, Michael Gonzalez. We'll give you a bus stop.
That's always the tricky thing, right? You get back out on the track and, you get into that rhythm, especially, low fuel, warm tires. You get into that groove and that rhythm. You see them warming up, the tires just swerving, trying to build up that heat. And then you get back out, you get cold tires put on, heavy fuel, and the car just handles so much different. You flip a little bit of a switch in your brain to take it a little bit conservative these first few laps.
Yeah, that, I think, is the all-important key, that you just got to keep it nice and calm. Now, Fernando Ferreira, the 901, we've sort of staved away from this for a little bit, is keeping Dominic Eisenberg very, very honest. That's him just going down the corner there, maybe one car in front of this, so gets past the car in fourth overall, the NRG 20 team, will then have Birrell move through on the inside, but Dominic Eisenberg just over that brow and around at the section, so it's only about 5 seconds.
Yeah, I think we'll see him here exit the boot when he makes the right-hander. There it is, that car that you just saw leave the boot. So target acquired for the 901 Tabula Rasa Esports Yellow. They are coming in. We've seen the gap pretty much stabilize. We haven't really talked about a whole lot of GT3 action because they've been kind of managing the gap, but Ferreira has been closing in. But I got to imagine at some point he's going to have to step out of the car. Well, he's been there for a while. Oh, no contact into the wall. There he goes. Hard contact with a prototype.
That is
and gets in the 20 BMW trying to hit the pit.
Oh, he's grabbed Adam Preston, who's very unhappy about that over the radio. that is just a case of, oops, I've been in an accident. That was the ice car there that got itself involved, and I'm not sure how much contact there really was there in terms of that. So going through on the inside, can I call netcode? I think that was netcode.
Have to take a look. I want to see if we can try to get maybe a look up above. Here we go. This will be a great look. Here comes the 52 coming on through. Oh yeah. I don't think it didn't from that angle. It didn't look like there was any contact at all. Right on board with the 52.
Now here's the thing. Normally when there's netcode like that, you don't often see a penalty being given. But what I would say is that even with that sort of contact there, or that netcode that's there still would have been contact. It's that sort of ghost contact happens where the sim sort of understands that there would be contact, and that's just clumsy. That's just really clumsy.
I can definitely see a penalty coming to the 901 just for that, because that was definitely uncalled for. You can see both cars stuck on pit lane. You can imagine the fist fights occurring if this was an actual race between both pit crews being just about 2 pit stalls away from each other. But that's so unfortunate. That car there, we were literally just talking about how well they were doing, and then them not only getting the damage, which they probably would have been able to continue on with, but then that second hit from behind definitely going to put a damper on things, especially considering they got hit in the rear, and that's where that engine is.
Yeah, no, that's definitely not helpful. But I guess the point I'm trying to make is I hope the stewards don't just rule it as netcode for the sake of there was netcode. It looked like there was going to be an incident regardless.
Yeah, I agree with you too. I've noticed that too. Sometimes you just some officials will just kind of hand wave that off as, that shouldn't have happened anyway. But you can usually tell by the way cars close in on one another that there is going to be an incident. I agree with you. That would have been very close. If that would have been pretty much an incident, if not extremely close to being one.
Yeah, it was really dicey and very close. As that happens, though, because both of those cars are in the pits now from it does mean now that the 77 of composite performance has jumped up now into second position. And there's a chance, actually, that the NRG 19 car, which is about 7 laps down on Tabula Rasa at the moment, could be on for a podium.
They definitely could be on for a podium, depending on how things play out. And unfortunately, their sister
but aren't they going to be due for a penalty as well because of what happened with the M-Plower car?
Oh, right. Yeah, that is true. That's where they got that rear end damage. So things are going to have to be kept up in the air. The officials are going to be kept busy because they got a few things to review now. Not only this incident, but the incident we just witnessed, and that had 2 parts to it. So they're going to be getting to work trying to sort this out before the end of the race, and we'll see what happens to these cars because it very much could affect the order for GT3.
It's going to be a race, really, to get back off and away again. How much damage has been done on the NRG20 and the Tabula Rasa car, I think, are going to be the 2 very important points of contention. I would probably say that the NRG car is most likely to get off of the pits first, but it's the case of can they get off the pits and gain then the 2 to 3 laps that's needed to get past Tabula Rasa before they get off the pits. Meanwhile, as that's happening, Mac Miller's being caught.
Is being caught. Michael Gonzalez, he's found another gear. I don't know if there's maybe some minor thing. As I said, I was going to say there's some minor thing being fixed. The flash of the headlights of disapproval, but might have just almost picked up some more damage there. But he didn't back off there. He got extremely close to that Ferrari. Just had to back out and get around him.
Yeah, that was very, very fortunate there in terms of how much he was trying to push. That brought a 30.4 on the books then for that lap because he was having to struggle about with that. Michael Diaz was doing some great times. Mac Miller, I think, has just been catching the wrong end of the traffic. It's a couple of tenths a lap at the moment that the Penguin RC Simulation Magma car has been able to start chasing down. And this is the key. It only has to be a couple of tenths of a second at this moment in time. There's still over an hour and 45 minutes. That's very much in the wheelhouse, 10.5 seconds.
Yeah, again, he just has to make sure, minimize the mistakes, try to make it none, if any, and try to work around this GT3 traffic in a methodical fashion, not try to be too aggressive on the dives, but also try not to give up too much time. Again, that delicate balance is only going to get more antsy for these drivers as less time is on the clock. It's much different than the conversation we had where there's 6 hours remaining it's getting down. We still have some time, but you don't have a whole lot to rest your laurels on, especially now if you make a mistake. Because if you make a big mistake now, it's going to be pretty much next to impossible to recover it from, depending on how severe it is. But the 111 continuing on with its charge, 11 seconds up the road. Michael Gonzalez, that car is looking a lot better, a lot quicker. And I hope so, because I want to see some more action between these two. These two cars have been putting on fantastic fighting all throughout the later half of this race, as well as 65. Kevin Burrell will comment on again, 8 laps down, just trying to minimize the damage.
I'd put it down at 9 laps now. They really have been put on the back foot here in 5th, but they'll be happy that it's only 5th that they're going to fall back to. Now, I am just getting word from the stewards that the incidents between the 52, the 901, and the 20 have all been put under investigation.
There we go. So we'll let the stewards look at that and see what the results are. Taking a look a little bit further up the road, more potential action brewing. Looking at Overtech Team 1, the 396, that Acura trying to catch up. Ben Ford behind the wheel trying to catch up to Graham Bolin in the 52 Pigments Simulation Ice car that we saw make contact, or almost make contact with the, which car was it? The 901, Fernando Ferreira.
I'd argue it did make contact.
Yeah, I think, you know, we'll let the stewards decide.
Oh, and heavy over the curve goes Graham Bolin. I mean, he's purpose-built for this track. Bolin by name, and it says go. He gets a pep talk every time he comes out the final corner. He
lost about half a second, though, with that clumsy bus stop to Ford, who's closing in. So this could be a spicy battle on our hands there, as you see the Acura running, using up all the curbs, all the racetrack to catch up to his competitor. He can see just up the road.
He can. The Overtech car is now going to try and chase down that gap, and the Acura might just get onto the podium here today in what has been a Cadillac fest up front.
Trying to break out that monotony. A lot of the BMWs that were competing as well in the class have suffered incident after the other, and then a couple of the other Acuras also not faring as well.
It's been a day where I think the Cadillac has proven that it's been the most stable car out there.
I mean, that's a really big thing. A lot of people have, I've heard some people say that this Acura, while probably one of the quicker of the LMDH cars, is a bit of a diva to drive in some cases, can be tricky, but if you can hook it up, you can get some wicked speed out of it. But I guess it's very fitting in a race of attrition that quite a few of these cars have suffered in the Cadillac. I'll definitely agree, one of the more stable platforms out there.
It has been very stable. I tell you what, we are sat with a very, very good view of what this final hour and a half is going to look like, or an hour and 50 minutes, I suppose, at this point in time. We've got to chase down on for the lead in both categories at this point in time. And you've then got third as well, because you look about at the gaps then, Composite Performance and Michael Marlowe, he's done his previous lap of 45.1. The Ultraviolet car was a 45.6. Now, it's a lot of gap to chase down. It's about 18 seconds, but that's not impossible right now with the rate that Michael Marlowe's chasing in.
No, with the amount of laps we have left, everything, we're still looking at an estimate about 100, less than 100 laps to go now. I think we're over 90 laps left to go. Now, when you consider how many laps are left, if he keeps chipping away like that, he'll be there by the end of the race.
Well, he'll be there in a third of the time. He'll be there with about, what, an hour and 10 maybe left in the race?
Yeah, around the hour mark, but I mean, we always say, though, catching is one thing, passing is another. So that'll be what the 77 has to deal with when they catch back up eventually. And then taking a look at Michael Gonzalez, actually taking a look at the lap times again. They've been kind of trading blows a little bit here and there. Overall, that 0-3 is starting to come back a little bit more now.
All the Precision Black cars have been in the wall, it looks like, because they've been down on the pits for a long time. Jeff Evans missing the rear. And, it's a heavy hit. It's through the final corner. They have absolutely been turned about by the M-Plower car.
Oh, wow. Heavy contact here. I just saw it in a bit of the preview heading here, and here's the look at what happened heading through the final turn, as you mentioned. Oh, I think he was trying to overtake the Ferrari on the exit, but then contact, and went airborne.
so much kinetic energy there, just detailed as they went through. Now, Lars Vila would have been would have seen that there was a bit of traffic there, but the key here is how do you slow? Slows right down, gaps left open. Oh, that's the inside. I'll go for it. Hang on a minute.
Yeah.
Still a car there, and you have to have some foresight that effectively sim racers are like magpies. They'll go all shiny and try and take the position, but it's not always the right decision to go take the shiny.
And especially considering that those two drivers were not fighting for a position. There was a couple laps, I think, of separation between them. So now they were just trying to navigate the traffic. I think the admins are going to look at. There wasn't really a reason for him to make that aggressive of a move. So again, we'll leave that up to them. Add that to their list of incidents to investigate here. The ever-growing list.
And speaking of which, there is a stop and hold penalty of 60 seconds for both the 52 and the 901. So the Penguin RC simulation car is going to fall out of the podium with that stop and hold.
That is not at all what they wanted to hear, so they are being found at fault. And like you mentioned, even though they didn't make contact, there was still going to be the chance that they were going to indeed hit. So 52 being held, and who also got the penalty again? Who the second part of that?
So that'll be Tabula Rasa, who will feel very hard done by because they've had a stop and hold for the last about 20 minutes, and they're going to have to do another 60 seconds.
Again, salt in the wounds, and it is going to get interesting because we're here to see when the number 20 is going to be getting out there.
Well, this is going to get close now because that NRG 19 car has actually gone past the NRG 20 machine. So Robbie Bradbury, who's been driving around Club Oz NZ, he's just been sneaking his way forward. And one of the most famous Australian moments of all time was 2002 Salt Lake Olympics, where one Mr. Derek Bradbury managed to steal the speed skating gold.
Well, here's the thing, though. Remember, have we heard anything about what happened between the incident with the 19?
I believe that it wasn't protested.
Wasn't protested. Interesting. So he's going to be able to, so he doesn't have any penalty pending him. So
he's got nothing. He's clean.
So he's clean to go, and it's going to be music to his ears, because that way he's definitely going to be able to get past the 901 at this point, because again, they got that extra penalty pending them, so, and he's only one lap behind. So that should be an exchange. Should put the number 19 on track for a podium finish here, pending anything else happening in the next hour and a half.
Yep, so that puts them in a very good position. I tell you what, we've got some brilliant races up and down the order, which are looking to try and find their conclusions, but I am very interested to see when Tabula Rasa come out the pit, because you would argue at this point that if they can go in the next, I would say, minute and a half, they've still got a chance of holding the podium. If not, because they've got to come out round and then take the penalty, that car there is going to be on the podium and feeling very happy in that BMW.
Well, next lap by the number 19 will pass the 901. So like you mentioned, if they get out there now, they have a chance, because that is a quick car, the number 901. I would say definitely quicker than the 19 is at this point in the race. But again, they have to make sure they have enough time to get out there. And we still don't know when they're going to get out there. And I'm sure they're saying, come on, fix the car already, and yelling at their virtual picture to get this thing back on the track. It is looking a little bit more repaired, at least in my eyes, that 901. So I think we're just waiting to see when they can finally get back out there.
Yeah, the issue that you got with the Tabula Rasa car, though, is that it's still very, very visible tyres over that front clip. So very much it looks like, I guess the way to describe it is a dog that's been stung by a bee, that's tried to eat a bee and has been stung by it at the moment. That's kind of what it looks like right now.
I was a very accurate description of that. Taking a look at Michael Gonzalez here in prototype again. The gap's expanded to now around 11 seconds. So he was closing in, the gap's gone back out. Stabilized around 10 to 11 seconds, now just over 12, so he's trying to work past a lap car.
So no appeal from the 52, so that penalty will be applied, but there will be a hold on the penalty for the 901 until the damage has been done. So they're not going to get the penalty applied straight away. It's going to be when they're back out and rolling again that they'll have that penalty applied. Michael Gonzalez, though, has seen over the last couple of laps Mac Miller really respond. 29.5 on that last go around. Gonzalez lost 1.2 seconds.
they've been really pushing that car, and Mac Miller is getting really hooked up. Michael Gonzalez trying to respond as the 19 comes across the front straightaway. They officially passed the 901 and have successfully taken over third place there in the podium.
That's a big result then for the NRG 19 team, and they will just have to try and run in that neon yellow BMW at this moment in time and try and rush themselves away. Now, this is a really important piece of history in terms of racing in general, because this is the first sim racing car probably out there that you've ever seen that has had direct sim racing influence in its design.
Yeah, I was going to say, because, I mean, with the M4, it came out on the sim before it came out in real life. Can't say that about a whole lot of other cars, can you?
No, I think there's a couple maybe in Gran Turismo that maybe have done that, come out before they actually come out, but outside of that, to actually have direct influence and use the data points from the sim to get an understanding of the car, this, I think, is a really special car in the history of racing.
I mean, we're also seeing it too. I mean, you talk about sim racing having an influence, suppose the redesign for Auto Club Speedway in California being turned into a short track at some point in the near future. iRacing helping out in the conversion, which is a really good tool, right? Because they get to test out how the racing is actually going to be before they demolish the track as it is. I'm also upset about it.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a massive long track like that, and then you shrink it down by, what, 3/4? I think Kyle has something to say on it, don't you, Kyle?
I was just going to say, what about if we turned Fontana into an Amazon fulfillment center?
I mean, that's basically what they're doing with most of the land that it currently occupies.
They have begun demolition on at least the Turn 1 area of Fontana Speedway. So who knows what it'll actually turn into. I know no plans have been confirmed there, but I will bet that if you live in the Fontana area, you'll get your packages same day in the near future.
Well, I think we've got a driver change there for them.
Yeah.
Tom Guest is going to come back in, but I tell you what, we got so many great races going on, and Mac Miller's had a bad lap there, 30.9. He's been dealing with the traffic, I think, quite heavily, and this gap is fluctuating quite a bit at the front.
Yeah, it has fluctuated quite a bit. Again, we've been seeing it fluctuate around 9 to 12 seconds, the gap between Mac Miller and Michael Gonzalez, so that's effectively the battle for the lead. Of course, that penalty pending, the number 52, Graham Bolin, so he's going to be having to come down and serve that at some point whenever it's officially issued, I would imagine. So that's going to put a damper on their days.
It has been issued.
Oh, it has been issued, so they're going to be doing just any lap time at the moment. Ooh, and a 23 in, I think, for their service as well. And while they're coming into the pits, we're going to take just a quick break. We'll do the last change of announcers. Jake will be saying bye to you. Thank you for joining with me for most of this race. I'm sure you've had a blast here.
No, I have. I've enjoyed it. It's about 11:30 at night for me, and as the sun is setting, it has set for a very long time in my piece of English America right now. I live not a million miles away from a US naval base, so I actually get things like warheads and, Hershey's in my local store, which is actually something that's really nice.
Hold on. We're talking about a candy, right?
Yes.
You said you're close to a naval base. You're like, I get warheads all the time. I'm like, we're just giving those things away to people?
Yeah, I heard warheads. I thought he was going to talk about like M16s or something next. And then he said Hershey's. I'm like, oh, the candy.
Oh, good. All right. Man.
All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Back live from Watkins Glen International as the sun sets on a beautiful day of racing here at the North American Super Speedway of road courses. We're going to see something that we haven't seen in over a decade here, back when Grand Am raced on the NASCAR weekend in the Rolex Sports Car Series with NASCAR. They ran into the night on Friday, but today is a Saturday with an hour and 36 minutes to go. Headlights are on, taillights are aglow. We are racing into the darkness at Watkins Glen for the MTEC Endurance Series round number 2. Kyle Heyer rejoining you up here in the booth, and Finian D'Cunha alongside me to take you all the way to the end for the last 96 minutes and 27 seconds of racing. Finian, dramas, of course, in the last hour, 2 hours or so, but it's Precision Racing Esports out front in the number 111 Cadillac. It's been a busy day for them. They started out front, had some issues, and then drove their way back to the front.
Yeah, if you look at just the stat sheet of, they started near the front, they're near the front, looks like a pretty boring race, but this 111 has had a claw from the back. They've had some pretty good drivers in there just getting their head down, focusing on the track, minimizing the mistakes. It's been the key thing. When you were gone after you guys left after the restart, big contact between the 65 and the 02 Satellite Racing Arnage and Penguin RC Simulation Magma car. That caused the 03 to spin out, just put themselves about 6 seconds down the road, and then unfortunately 65, a big off in the butt stop that sent them out and around and caused them 10 laps worth of damage that they've been now trying to recover for. That car has been repaired. It looks like nothing happened to it except for when you look at the timing sheet and the fact that they're 10 laps down in GT3. It's been a little chaotic in behind the leaders. The 901 Tabula Rasa Esports car, that car was looking to catch up to the leader. They're 5 seconds away from the 23 catching in, and unfortunately they had contact with the 52 Penguin RC Simulation ICE prototype. And in the final corner, that sent them off, put them in the pits, and they've been trying to get that car repaired. And then also that the 901 had contact with the 20 Sam Harper coming off pit lane. They got another penalty as well. So it's been very dramatic since you left, basically.
Yeah. You know what's funny is we got through the entire 6 hours at Road Atlanta with what seemed like maybe 1 or 2 car-to-car incidents, and today it has just been a litany of accidents, whether it's in the bus stop or in the S's or in the boot area. A lot of penalties getting dished out. This has been a very different race. Only 2 cars on the lead lap in the GT3 category. One of them is the Composite Performance 77, which was one of the front-running cars at Road Atlanta before they ran into some issues and fell off of the podium in that fight. But it is the twin-turn sim racing ultraviolet car again that has outlasted the rest of the field. Maybe they're not the quickest at any individual point in the race, but they absolutely have been the quickest over the length of the race, which is the key to winning an endurance race.
Yeah, and actually a change of position. This car, the 77, has just come in, or sorry, not this car, the 77 in behind. They just come in and they exchange drivers. Mark Kudrowski getting back into that car, taking over from Michael Marlowe. And the car was closing in quite a bit. They were on 18 seconds in behind, and now 14 seconds, and I think they've still been closing in a little bit to the leader. So might want to keep an eye. This battle for GT3 still might not be done yet with an hour and a half remaining.
And as far as the GTP battle goes, there's still 4 cars. We'll make that 3 now with the pit stops. I believe there's a penalty also for the 52 from a collision, so yes, they are down a lap. So there's 3 drivers, 3 teams remaining on the lead lap. And just look at this. We started with 16 prototypes, and the racetrack Grim Reaper has come and just cut down half of our field, and the other half, for the most part, is also down a significant number of laps. So it has been, as you said, a dramatic day. And something tells me we're not quite done dishing out the consequences here this afternoon.
Oh, we're just getting started here. I think for some of these drivers, again, they're starting to get into the nighttime, and they'll joke in NASCAR when nighttime is the right time. But I think for many of the drivers, it's a matter of just trying to make it to the finish at this point. You see the sun, a beautiful sunset off in the final quarter. Man, I love looking at iRacing sky at some points. It looks absolutely beautiful.
And the clouds have come over. It's been a fairly cloudy day here as well, but again, the sun setting, and we're about to get into what is, I would call, relative darkness, and that is going to bring a whole new dimension to this. While we started with 28 cars, we have had a lot of drama. There are still 19 of them running on the racetrack, and with that, what we're going to get is traffic and darkness and people, the surprise side attack from GTPs coming up the S's when you can't see anybody in your rearview mirror. The closing rates have been enormous. That's been part of the issue today, especially in places like the bus stop when you just have to stop where you have to literally park the bus to keep from running into the GT3 cars ahead of you. So that's something that we'll have to contend with, although the headlights on these endurance cars are pretty well suited for this application. The racetrack is not. We've never, at least on SimTV, to my knowledge, raced in the dark here at the Glen.
No, I think we gotten close with some late afternoon races, but I think this is the latest we've really gone, and of course we're going to see nighttime fall in maybe about half an hour to 45 minutes. You're going to see the track bathe in night lighting, so it'll be fun for these drivers to get around, I'm sure. But it'll be fun for us to watch them get around. I think maybe not so much fun for these guys trying to work their way on through. I mean, if it's already been hard trying to work their way around GT3 traffic, it's going to be just a little bit harder in the dark. Of course, you got the headlights, but it just feels much more terrifying in the night, like you can't see that much ahead of you.
Yeah, there's just not a lot of trackside lighting. Even places like Le Mans, there are places of relative darkness, and there's also places with relative light. Not here. It's dark everywhere. Not a place that you would normally race into the moonlight here. And there's no moon. It is a moonless sky here at iRacing. Look at Ben Ford working his way by the 32 Twin Turn Sim Racing Aurora car. Sister car to the class leader right now. And Ben Ford has been piloting this overtake Acura for most of the afternoon, and he's done a very good job. They put this car up into podium contention, and their sister car in GT3 did not have the best start to the day, but Sam Hendricks has driven this thing back up to 4th place in class, 1 spot shy of a podium.
Yeah, they've been working pretty hard to get this car back up there, and again, just so they've gotten more lucky in a way with the contact with the 901 and the 20. Those cars actually still sitting on pit road for repairs. They passed both of them. So they jumped up 2 spots from just the contact with those 2 cars in pit lane. They're trying to see if they can chase down the 19 up ahead, who's 3 laps ahead. I don't quite think that may be in the realm possibility. It's a little bit too far behind, but again, like you said, with the attrition rate, you never quite know what might happen. We could see one of the GT3 leaders make a big mistake and take them out of the race.
The overtake working their way towards a double podium in both different categories. That 52 that you mentioned was battling up in contention. What a shame for them to have that contact and then the subsequent penalty. And then right behind, a team that has stuck it out today. I thought they were completely retired. Peter Houston in the Hydro Race Geodesic racing car. This car has taken 3 significant impacts today. A couple in the bus stop and then 1 at turn 5. But they're still in it and still going to wrestle a top 10 away. All this is important because the car that they're battling in the championship, they basically they had signed off a while ago. That is the 66 Penguin RC carbon car that they were fighting in the championship and just beat out at Road Atlanta.
It looks like the number 557 Empower car, Lars Wheeler, going to get a drive-through penalty. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I'm trying to read what it says here. Let's see. They got avoidable contact with the 171. I remember that contact with prototype. So it looks like, I'm trying to see what the actual penalty is. Oh, stop and hold for 60 seconds.
Oh, that's a big one for Lars Vila in the 557. And looks like he's not quite going to serve that yet. He'll stay out again. Love the look of the glowing lights here. That's going to be a really cool. I haven't actually really seen the GTPs in a nighttime scenario yet, especially at a track that didn't have trackside lighting, and some of the GT cars as well with their LED additions. We don't really get to talk about those a whole lot. There's Venom Sim Racing, Peyton Schofield with the blue in the headlights. Of course, their headlights I don't think have come on yet, so no, that'll be shortly.
Yeah, I think we're due. Let's see. I heard that the sun will set around 6:30 in sim, so it's about 40 minutes time.
It'll be dark probably before then, and it'll be obviously dark after that. That's how the sky works, thankfully. They don't throw us a loop too many times with that.
Well, I tell you what, looking at the overall lead, Michael Gonzalez, he's made up quite a bit of time. Last year looking at the gap was around 12 seconds, he's now comfortably around 7. So he's made up a significant gap, and I imagine maybe due to some traffic, but this car that Michael Gonzalez has been going quick in some places, and some places have been a little bit slow, but overall they've been inching closer and closer.
Yeah, this car has been one of the fastest machines here today, and so has that Precision Racing Esports 111. So both of them are capable, I think, of winning this race on speed, but it has seemed like the Penguin RC Magma car has led more today, at least at more different points of the race. So 6.4 and dropping. I think Gonzalez is on a mission here to retake the lead that he held early in this event. Now remember, the very beginning of the race, it was the 111 Precision Racing car that went off to an early lead, but it was being chased by the Hydro Race geodesic BMW. They ended up having a coming together that ultimately set the 14 on a spiral downward that involved them on another collision later in the race. So the 111 got a penalty for that. It was a stop in 60, which buried them in the standings most of the day. They've just managed to recover from that. So the 111 was fast early in the race. We'll see if he can maintain that pace the rest of it, but that Magma 03 is coming.
Yeah, and actually, talking also about the sister car, the 66 Carbon machine, Blake Reynolds was piloting that car last. They actually pulled it into pit lane, I think, for a scheduled pit stop, and we were surprised that they didn't get back out there, and I think they figured at 75 laps down wasn't much point in continuing onward, so they had retired the car of their own volition.
Yeah, they realized there was little to gain and none to lose, so it was just we spend the rest of the afternoon to pick up 2 more spots, or just take it and earn those 2 spots later in an event where we're going to start off with better luck. So I think that was a smart call there. 6.5 is the difference now. 6.0 as they roll through turn 5. Closest battle on the track still is the one for the lead in GTP, so we'll keep you there on this battle until something else piques our interest. But it is Cadillac, Acura, the top 3 right now. None of the BMWs are in contention, and we still have yet to see one of those Porsches in the show.
Yeah, I know. I was just kind of hoping that someone would enter with a Porsche just to complete the quartet, right?
Yeah.
We have 3 out of 4, and honestly, that's my favorite car.
I like it a lot. I said earlier with DJ that I think the liveries apply best to the Porsche for whatever reason. It seems like it has the most bodywork, most continuous bodywork in relation to the Acura, which feels like a piece of origami, and the Cadillac, which is like a box of tacks on your desk with how sharp everything is. The Porsche is just a real smooth, continuous object that you could put any classic livery on and it just looks and feels good. I'm proud of that analogy.
See one of them
also. In the origami one in particular.
Hey, I mean, it's very fitting, right? The Japanese car looks like origami.
Like it looks like one of those, the headlights and taillights look like those paper cranes.
Oh, yes.
What was that book that they made you read about the kid that dies?
Excuse me?
Wow. What? Was it called The Paper Crane? I think it was. In school.
No clue what you're talking.
Somebody will have a clue what I'm talking about. I think it's called The Paper Crane.
I didn't read that book in high school.
No, it was like elementary school. They teach you. I don't know. They teach you young.
What is your school teaching you?
I don't know, but it reminds me of that. I didn't read it by myself. I wouldn't have chosen that. Yeah, I was reading about airplanes and fighter jets. But
there's a Reading Rainbow book. What?
Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's like I recognize those books because I read a couple of them. Yeah, I found it.
Yeah. Right, that one. That's the one I'm thinking of. The Acura reminds me of that. That's what I'm getting at.
To each their own.
Michael Gonzalez, using all the road there. He is working his way up to Mac Miller, and not by a little bit. 4.7 is the gap. Remember, it was just 6 a lap ago, so big gains that last time around.
And most of that, and I was trying to just check and make sure maybe Mac Miller caught a GT3. He got one GT3 car that was entering the boot and offline, so that was pretty much a solid, like a regular lap for Miller. And it looks like that Cadillac just falling off the pace. And I was talking about this with Jake earlier that some drivers might have set it up for the daytime when it was nice and hot and slick. Some drivers might have their car set up more for the evening now, afternoon into night, and where it's a lot cooler. And I think we're starting to see that change over because that 0-3, it wasn't picking up pace earlier on, but now they've really started to come alive.
Yeah, that's an interesting point that some of the teams probably optimized for the way that the track will be the longest. I said to DJ earlier that I expect the track to be its grippiest now, and we're not going really much faster than we were, but I think it's safer than it was earlier in the heat of the day. There's just more grip. Now, the only challenge you have to contend is if you go offline, all those marbles that we saw, especially in the battle. I think it was the 65 and maybe the 52 that were in a battle. They got side by side, and the marbles were very clearly visible as far as their effect on tire performance when you're alongside somebody. So stay online and you're safe. And actually, let's just get a look at this here as this car came through turn one. I want you to take a particular note of the marbles offline that I'm talking about. We have had yellow flags, but we don't get to clear them like we would with an iRacing yellow. If I bring this through here and pause, look at all the marbles right off the racing line. As soon as you transition maybe 3 feet off of where that 0-3 is, you're going to go for a ride.
Yeah, that's 6, 7, nearly 8 hours worth now of rubber and marbles on the racetrack. It's crazy to see how much is laid down from such a long event. There is the 396 Overtech team. They're into pit lane for service to their car. I think they should be away soon. There they are, off and away. They got one more pit stop, I think.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to get to, is an hour and 20 to go is basically 2 40-minute stints. That's easily doable on one more pit stop. Graham Bolin up to 3rd place, so they're still going to owe us that pit stop before they head back out for their last couple of runs of the day. And Penguin RC had this race, I don't want to say in their hands, but they had it in their control for a little while with both the 52 and the 0-3 out in front of everybody. But of course, that contact on that later restart took that opportunity away.
Yeah, and I think with that, actually, has he served his penalty, or am I losing? I thought he had to serve a penalty.
Thought he did as well. Maybe he already had done that.
No, because I don't think so, because he was fighting with the 396 before the pit stops. Unless I'm forgetting something.
It's possible. There's the Overtech car, and then just behind them, or just in between
sorry,
them.
update on that. Let's see. No, it's just penalty play. Oh, I don't think they've given the penalty yet.
Maybe waiting to deploy it, see if they're going to get a appeal. Ooh, wow, the 14 geodesic car right out to the edge of the wall. Many laps down. I think they're about 15 laps down to the next closest car, but just taking away laps. This takes so much patience to finish out a race that you are obviously not going to make up any more spots unless somebody crashes in a 9-hour event when your race is effectively over at hour 3. That's a lot of patience to get done today. Here's your lead battle, though, between Gonzalez and Miller, down to just 2.4 seconds and closing still.
Yeah, still closing it. And correction to myself, yes, so the 52 did serve that penalty, but of course they still have to make a pit stop. And actually, speaking of pit stops, Mac Miller into pit lane for his second to last stop of the night.
I will tee up Gonzalez to be next as he retakes the lead here. As far as GT3s go, Finian, we're about 20 minutes away, 15 minutes away from their window to make it to the end. As far as pit stops, when can we expect these guys? How long have they been out on this current tank?
Let's see. I actually had that stuff in, but I needed to restart ATVO, so I lost that data. They've come in, though. Looks like the 77's coming around 10 laps ago. Mark Antonio Frodera, same thing, around 10 laps ago.
Yeah.
So
they'll probably split it in half then, and it'll be a little closer to the 40 to 45 minute mark. I'd expect to see them on pit lane then.
One thing that'll really make this race interesting is we get another caution. I was talking about it with Jake, and he said if he was a betting man, he would bet that there wasn't another caution coming out.
And we only had the 2 so far, right? We didn't get surprised by another one. So, yeah, I would bet the same. We cannot have them in the last half hour or so of the race, so I wouldn't expect one beyond 45 minutes to go just by sheer chance. So if we don't get one in the next 15, 20 minutes, I would just say that it's likely we won't get another one at all. But that's a game of numbers, right? It is totally possible to get one on that late window and totally mess up your thought and strategy. So you can't count on it. You just have to assume that you have to play a little bit safe, but just understand that the numbers are in your favor, assuming that you're going green.
Well, I just want to see it just to see how it'll spice up the GTP battle. I'm sure for Gonzalez and Diaz, they just want to sort it amongst themselves, but they don't want anything thrown in. Also, I don't think if we highlighted Michael Diaz now in that car, assuming he's going to probably finish out the race for that machine.
Yeah, I assume so. Started the race, I think he'll finish it as well. And I would bet that with how quickly Gonzalez has been going, if he can run a couple really good laps, and he has the last couple times around, they might actually, on this pit stop, be able to leapfrog the 111 without having to pass them on the racetrack. And we saw at Road Atlanta how intense things can get when you have to pass someone on the racetrack for the lead in GTP. We saw that at Real World Petit Le Mans also a couple hours later that same day. And we saw it here as well at Watkins Glen between the 14 and the 111. Try to go around the outside and get deleted.
Yeah. It's tough to go offline again with so much running on this track. We saw the marbles off in turn 1, and every single corner, same thing you see right there from the blimp a little bit. You see the kind of glisten in the light. What little remains on the track. So many marbles offline, so you go to try to make that move offline, you got to really anticipate a huge loss in grip, otherwise you're going to be finding yourself in for a major incident here as Gonzalez works around yet another GT3 car. That's the Peyton Schofield for Menem Sim Racing, as Lars Wheeler, I think, is into pit lane. And
he's been in this car a long time, so he's going to toss it over to teammate Gavin Thompson, I assume, to finish out the race. Double stint this to the end. And they are kind of in a league of their own as well as far as positions. Next closest car is Nicholas Schwartz in the 171 Precision Racing Esports black car. It's another Acura, but they are 12 laps down to that 557.
Yeah. This car, I don't know if it's bad luck, just bad opportunity. Something of the others happened when me and Jake were covering them in the first stint that we were going through. We saw the car spin around back into the wall, get back out of track. They had an incident. They got a black flag. They then served the penalty too early and had to come in again. And then they've had other incidents as well to hamper their progress.
Just pointing out, again, they are being very delicate over those curbings in the inner loop. That has been a huge, huge conversation piece today. And I told DJ earlier that, when this track got repaved in the real world and they redid all the curbing, I told everybody, it's a big wiggle there by the race leader, told everybody that, hey, they need to rescan this racetrack because the track drives different now with all this new curbing. And everyone told me, it's the same track, it's the same track. It is not the same racetrack that it was 10 years ago with all these changes to the rumble strips and curbing. You have to be less aggressive in the bus stop. And in the real world, everyone's abided by that. But in iRacing, everyone sees a non-off-track area on the apex of a corner, says, gimme, gimme. And then they gimme, and they get it.
Well, I'll tell you what, tell it to Nate Stewart in this car, in the 03, of course, his teammate now, Michael Gonzalez, in this machine. He would absolutely send it over the curve. He was not afraid to fight drivers side by side, be on the right-hand side, and absolutely throw the car towards the wall. And some of it, you can see even Michael Gonzalez that's throwing this car over the curb. And me and Jake were kind of suspicious that maybe that they're trying a softer suspension to have this car handle better over the curbs, because they've been absolutely sending it. Look at here.
Yeah, and there's I would set my car up for compliance over these curbs if I wanted to be fast here at the Glen and give up maybe some high-speed handling, because I think it's more important to be able to attack that portion of the track than it is to be at peak speed in a place like the carousel, for example. There's so much to be gained there, but it requires so much precision and the car setup to go with. You can have the precision but not the setup and crash, and you can have the setup but not the precision and crash. You'd have to have both to make it through there, and it seems like they've set this 03 up pretty well there. I haven't really seen this car get sideways or slip and slide in that area at all today. I think every other car in class has had a moment at least once through there.
And here they come into pit lane for their second to last stop, Michael Gonzalez. And I believe he's going to be finishing out the race. I don't think we're going to see Nate Stewart get back in.
Trundling down pit lane at 40 miles an hour. And 1 minute behind is Michael Diaz in the 111. Now, what was his pit stop time was 78 minutes. Wow. It's been a long day. 78.9 seconds in the pit lane. And he's got to be on the attack here because Gonzalez was running him down prior. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to say the gap prior to them pitting was 1:15, so 75 seconds if you convert that over. So I think we'll see Gonzalez come out here, unless he short fuels maybe, to try to give him some time to work with.
I don't think he needs to. I think Gonzalez is faster. But
well, I'm saying maybe to get him a little bit closer, because I think based off the gap, he should be coming out Gonzalez around 3 seconds behind Diaz. But waiting in pit road now just for the fuel. Diaz is through the final corner right now onto the front straightaway.
And Gonzalez is rolling. You'll see him here in just a moment. There he is in the orange car. Here comes the black 111 at speed. But remember, cold tires on this 03. And here comes the 111, and they're ahead.
Oh, wow.
But, like I said, cold tires here. Can the 111 run them back down? You get at least a very long straightaway to help get some temperature in them. But without as much surface temp as well, it's going to take a second for Gonzalez to get back up to full pace.
Michael Diaz goes flying on through, and definitely a very quick driver in this car. He's done some great job battling, getting this car into a solid position. So I think if there's anyone to put in this car to fight, it's going to be Diaz. We'll see if he can get up to Gonzalez and put on a show here. He's just about a second in behind. The 03 still trying to get back up to speed.
What I was mentioning is that cold tire, right when you come out of the pits, you have a big straightaway. You see him there weaving to try to generate some temperature. 0.8 of a second. It's the 32. He's going to have to wait on it. Here comes Michael Diaz. This is his chance to steal it back. He had less pace before. To the outside of the lap traffic. Up into turn 8. He's going to go for a swing. Swings the club and misses. Didn't get up alongside. Still generating temperature as Gonzalez.
Great run off the corner. Is he going to try to throw it into the inside here? He has to back out, though. Was not quite established alongside. And Gonzalez did a great job defending there. He was great at just sticking in and not falling prey to the dive that Diaz made. Exiting the boot, that was key. I think Diaz was hoping he could throw him offline, but Gonzalez is not showing any hole in the defense. However, now we go up through the S's and to the bus stop here. He can't do anything but just kind of sit and watch Diaz catch the draft.
This could be the race here. We still have another pit stop to go, but the pace has established itself as Gonzalez is the quicker driver right now. Diaz trying to get back on the tailpipes, but the temperature in the tires is up to temp now for Penguin RC Simulation Magma. What an excellent defense, despite the lap traffic holding up Michael Gonzalez. He's able to cling to the lead. Orange skies here at Watkins Glen and an orange race leader. The Penguin RC Magma car glowing hot here down through turn 6.
Well, there's a black car in behind, and the night's going to be black in not too much more time, so we'll see that changes when we go into darkness here. But this is a very close battle for the lead. Around the 23, that is the GT3 race leader, Marco Antonio Federa, that they went around. And we were joking that every time that 23 car's been in the lead, these GTP leaders are nose to tail, duking it out, fighting for the lead, and he wasn't able to catch a break on the restart for quite a while, and here they are battling again.
And when you're offline trying to make these passes, those marbles, as we went down into the toe of the boot, they are so slippery. The slightest mistake, you're going to go around for a spin. Diaz has not given this up yet through turn 11. I just think Gonzalez is going to be able to put some distance on him if they get into clear air, but he's been a lot more tentative through traffic than the 111 has been.
There they go into turn 1 again for Diaz in the 111. If anything, if he has any charge left, maybe put that in attack mode and try to charge in, see if he can close, maybe try to overtake the 03.
Yeah, use that energy that you've got saved up, stored up. This is a great time to use it. You can use it for a handful of laps before you run out of your state of charge. So if I'm Diaz, I'm using it now. Into the bus stop. This is
held up by
great.
GT3 traffic, and around the carousel they go, so 03 wasn't able to quite scamper away there.
No, but then Diaz caught him a little bit later in the corner when he had to give up the preferred line. He still got Gonzalez in his sights here, but didn't help him as much as I think he was hoping.
No, not at all what he's hoping for. I think he's just kind of waiting. He can really use his GT3 traffic to his advantage. It really just depends on when they're going to catch him. And here's another car coming up in the distance here as they head towards the heel of the boot.
That's the 32, the twin-turn sim racing Aurora car. Sebastian Eisenberg. Lap traffic again at corner exit. It's going to help Diaz here. Opportunity up the inside. It's a lunge. Wow.
Ooh, and Gonzalez went offline just a little bit, but not enough to throw him off, so he'll continue on up ahead, but this is getting really dicey here, and now is really where you can't let off a whole lot because this is for the lead here with just over an hour to go.
The GTP traffic ahead of him pulls off. Well timed. Can't hit the disappear button, as Greg Kramer likes to say. The only way to do that is to hit pit lane.
That was interesting. That was the Implower car, Gavin Thompson. They were just in 4 laps ago. Not sure why they're coming in again.
Yeah, that's strange. if they didn't get the tank full or something, but
I don't know. Yeah, I'm just looking through, make sure they didn't get any damage or anything. But no, yeah, they were just out there for 4 laps and coming back in, so I'm not quite sure what that was. Oh, sorry, update. Sorry, they did get a black flag for avoidable contact with the 110.
oh, look out! Gonzalez swings to the right around the number 20 NRG car of Sam Harper, or is that the 19 rather? Tom Guess. It's the yellow BMW.
Yes.
That was a big swing. Gonzalez, I think, was going to try to go down the inside, but the BMW stayed track left and kind of spooked the 0-3. Watch this.
Oh man, that's always, again, as a prototype driver, you have to make those last-second decisions. You have to figure out where the GT car is going to go, then plot your car where you want to go and make sure you have enough time to brake and all that in just a handful of seconds.
Yeah, ideally, you don't want to have to make that decision, but Watkins Glen has a lot of switchback corners, right, where you're going from left to right or right to left, and it's pretty clear where the racing line is. The challenge is you have to make the decision, am I going to get there before that driver has to make that switch over, or am I going to wait for him to switch over and then go by? That's the decision that you have to make. It's not which side of the track do you go, it's when do I push this issue, because I'm not sure if the driver's going to stay on the line and beat me to where I want to be, or if he's going to try to move offline and put me in a bad spot. So it is a tricky thing to do at this racetrack in particular because of how many corners flow from left to right immediately.
Yeah, I think most of the big difference, too, is how much more high downforce corners there are compared to Road Atlanta. Because for a lot of the corners at Road Atlanta that are relatively high downforce, you're still accelerating, so these guys are able to beat the GT cars in the acceleration zones. But here they're catching them in high downforce braking zones for the GTs, and these guys are flying on through the corners. I think that's where we've seen a lot more inter-class contact between the two types of cars.
Yeah, you're catching mid-corner, then you have to hit the brakes. And someone once explained to me that tires can only do one thing optimally. They can corner optimally, they can brake optimally, or they can accelerate optimally. They cannot do any of the other two without stopping doing something that they are already doing. So if you're already mid-corner at maximum velocity and you have to hit the brakes, you're going to understeer immediately, and that has gotten us into trouble a couple of times tonight.
See what's in store for the leaders here. Diaz is kind of backed off a little bit. I'm not sure if he's running out of steam or maybe trying to back off, cool everything down, and kind of lunge in for another attack. We do have one more pit stop, so that could be something he's eyeing as well. And this could be really key for these drivers when they make that final pit stop.
I don't know if I'd rely on my pace getting me back into the show with Gonzalez, especially if he's going to finish this race out. I would expect that he's the car I'm going to have to beat. I want to keep him in sight. I think it's more that Gonzalez is just outrunning Diaz right now. The lap times that Gonzalez is running are really competitive. A 29.4 is only a second off of the best of the day. And Diaz just ran a 29.2, so a hair quicker, but he's just not able to do it consistently here. We'll keep our eyes on it, but I don't know that he's got a lot left in the tank.
Oh, speaking of their tanks, they do have about 20-ish laps to pit, so you're going to be out there for about another half an hour or so at the very least.
Yeah, I think 30 to 40 minutes to the end is when we'll see that last pit stop for these GTP cars. And we're in the window now for GT3s. If you wanted to pit now and be done, you could. I don't know that you'd want to put yourself in that box just yet, though. More traffic. Yeah. This is good for Diaz.
Good for him, depending on where he catches them. This could either be good or bad, depending on where you catch up to them in the middle of the corner. It looks like Gonzalez is going to be hampered a little bit. That was definitely good for Diaz.
Yeah, but then followed Gonzalez through 11 and didn't have the downforce on the nose because that aero push in tow of that lead car. It's hard to, and again, you mentioned the high downforce corners here. In some of the slower high downforce corners where you're following in line, you only have one groove to follow, it's just tough to stay in line. These faster corners, you've got enough downforce on the car that you don't really need all of it. So the good run here from Diaz. He's going to close this gap up to Gonzalez. I didn't think he'd be able to run him back down, but he has.
He's closing the gap, but the issue, I think, whoa, man, these guys can make me very nervous how close they're getting to that wall. He's closing in, but he's not getting enough of a run to make a move. At least, again, I'm not sure if he's necessarily holding back or if he's just not getting a good enough run out of turn one, but he's not been able to quite catch with the 0-3, and arguably that run to the bus stop, one of the best passing opportunities they can make without having to rely on a lap car to interfere.
Shallow entry into the toe of the boot there. You mentioned hitting that wall. That's something that the 14 car did earlier in the show. They turned in too early and clipped the fence and then went straight on and hit the wall on the other side. It was just, one of the things that has added to them today in their lap count down. Bad timing for traffic for Gonzalez. Isn't able to get back on power quite as efficiently as he'd like, and Diaz is still in tow, but he's gotten a lot of opportunities, Finney, and he hasn't been able to pounce. So I just don't know that he's going to be able to unless something drastic happens to Gonzalez. Look at him sprint away.
Yeah, that car, that 03 is really good at the acceleration out of these corners compared to the 111. It seems to take a little bit more time to get up to speed. So he had a turn one here too, just a little bit of a better run for Gonzalez over Diaz.
Climbing the S's for the 300th time in this race. Offset in this chase down into the inner loop, 0.4 of a second back.
I'm just curious for Diaz, if you're in a situation, what's the plan? Do you just try to push all out, try to push till you can't give anymore, or reserve back?
I would heavily consider, if you've got a driver that is any quicker, I would consider swapping them in at that final pit stop. I don't know that they've got the outright pace to just drive up and beat that Penguin RC car. So if you've got a sharper arrow, put them in.
Well, the issue is, don't you lose an extra 10 seconds?
Yeah, maybe, but you could gain it back. We'll see over the course of this next 20 minutes or so how far back he drops.
I mean, I guess when you consider it, right, because they got a minute 21 second gap back to Bedford. It's a more than comfortable gap to try to do that. I guess, in some situations, better, worth trying than to do nothing.
Right. Well, I mean, if you know that you're going to finish second on pace, you might as well. But Diaz might be the fastest driver in that car. He's been, led the race for a whole bunch of this night. So you just might get outraced, and that happens sometimes. But the best you can do is give yourself the best shot. 1 hour to go in this 9-hour race here at Watkins Glen for the MTEC Endurance Series. It has been a dramatic day with lots of offs and outs, but this huge group of traffic ahead for the GTP leaders.
And it looks like Gonzalez is going to get past 1, 2. Whoa! Wow, Gonzalez, a big jump over the curb. He saves it. Almost looked like that car was going to get unstabilized.
Diaz had to bail out as well. And he lost some time in all this. Gonzalez carving his way through traffic. Not going to be ideal for Diaz. That did not work out in his favor. Whoa, very tight.
Yeah, had to go in the marbles. Was able to make it on through.
Very busy bus stop.
More bad news to the 901 Tabula Rasa Esports Yellow Machine. Another black flag to them. Contact with them and this was involving the earlier incident on pit lane when they made contact with the number 20 trying to get going again.
Oh, that's frustrating. Well,
yeah, he tried to cut across going back into pit lane. Unfortunately, the 20 was trying to work his way on by, and both of them were in pit lane for about half an hour.
It's effectively nighttime also. The last little bits of sun still penetrating through the horizon, but the headlights are on, casting shadows on the racetrack, and it is down to the wire here at the Glen. And for Tabula Rasa Esports Yellow, they were off to such a good start today and came into the night 10th in the point standings, and they should do better than that this evening, but it's not going to be as good as they were hoping.
No, I mean, they were really looking like they might have been able to win the class, but unfortunately that contact they had with the 52 put them back further. So it's really hampered them. They got damage from that incident as well. It really took them out of the running, and it was sad because me and Jake were just talking about they were closing in. They had 5 seconds left to the 23, and that really put a damper on things for that car.
Oh, Diaz really pushing at the exit of 6. And he's making up a little time. Gained 0.2 in this first half of this lap. Lost it again at the exit of the toe, though. All the while in GT3, Marco Antonio Federa's got lots of traffic.
Yeah, this is really his biggest concern. He's got a 22-second gap to the 77 of Kozrowski, so got a decent buffer to work with. He'll have to really push the limit here. But coming back to Diaz, I'm just curious what they're going to play and if they're going to, come into the pit stop. If you're in his situation, overcut or undercut?
You got the ability to undercut. Again, we don't have to take these cars to the absolute limit of their stint. I would rather do the undercut here. I think that's the better strategy to get this car back ahead of Michael Gonzalez. So that would be my plan. You don't have a ton of room. You're going to have about 6 or 7 minutes worth to do it, but that's room nonetheless. One of my favorite parts of the nighttime here, just when the brake rotors begin to get visible glow. We won't see it into the bus stop because they're on the brakes for such a short amount of time, but we will see it in some of the other corners. Operational temperature, but that is not a color that you normally see during the daytime. It's not hot enough, but into turn 1, I think we'll see it plenty.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's definitely one of the harder braking zones of this track.
And
Really not seeing it on a whole lot of other corners. I mean, against a lot of the medium speed corners, they're just dabbing a little bit of brake, throwing the car in.
yeah, you're not on the brakes a lot around the Glen in the GTP car. Diaz has run Gonzalez back down. Maybe I'm wrong about the overall pace. Gonzalez seems to be just fast enough to keep Diaz behind him, but not fast enough to outright just sprint away.
But yeah, he just can't quite get away. So Diaz has something in the tank left. We thought he might have been out of it, but has something left to give. He seems just about quick enough to stay with the 0-3, but that making that pass, he might have a chance here.
Oh,
Big
right
block
to
to
the
the
wall.
pit. Oh, to the wall. Contact between both of them and the wall.
He put him in the fence down there at the front straightaway. And that is the rules of engagement well understood now. Diaz absolutely will be livid with that one. We'll go back and look at it again, but he's going to try to take him side by side through the S's.
Oh, he has to go now. This is one of the best opportunities he had. He can't go over the attack just yet. You can see the 0-3 defending the right-hand side. Diaz keeping him to the right-hand side, fanning out last second.
Here we go, side by side into the bus stop. But Diaz had to back out. Let's go back and look at it. Well, let's try to look at it this time. This was the approach onto the front straightaway. Did the 0-3 throw a block? I would have to say he probably did. Here's a look to the right. That seems like a block to me, Finian.
I don't know. It depends on what they consider. He made. If you consider, you can't make more than 2 moves. That was 1 move, but have to argue was that in reaction. I guess is the second part of that argument.
I would say that is in reaction. He was kind of picked his line right here, and then right here moves again to the right. And Diaz ended up in the fence. Didn't get a lot of damage from that, but he will be upset. And I'd be surprised if that wasn't a protest. But we'll see. 54 minutes to go, and the game is on up front here.
It's definitely on to see who's going to win this race. And you can imagine that if not one of these drivers are heated under the helmet, both are very heated under the helmet.
That was Diaz's shot. That was the best one he was going to have. And it was squandered there by the contact and the scraping on the pit wall. So he is absolutely going to want another shot at this to prove that he belongs up front. Traffic again at the outside of the inner loop. Not helpful to Diaz all that much. Lost some time in that exchange, but still more traffic on the horizon.
Again, we've seen that Diaz has been able to manage this gap. That's definitely not the question at this point. Just making that final move to get around that defense by Gonzalez seemed to be impenetrable. Except really for that one time, that was the only really weakness we've seen out of him. And just catching that lap car at the wrong place.
That's something that you have to gauge on the approach to a lap car. Is, before you even get to it, you have to plan, where am I going to catch it, and can I lift before the corner so that I don't have to do it when I leave the corner? And I don't think Gonzalez timed that quite right. He was off by a couple feet, and it caused him to lose about 6-7 tenths of a second all at once.
It almost cost him his car with the maneuver into the wall. He could have got turned around and raced over. So I think he's definitely going to be watching that mirror like a hawk and try to make sure he doesn't make that mistake again as they work past another BMW. It's the number 20 machine, 20 NRG machine. Unfortunate run for them, looking like they had a third, fourth place car, but wasn't quite meant to be after some heavy damage later on.
Gonzalez leads Diaz, but just by 0.3 of a second. Look at how aggressive they are being over the curbing here. And these Cadillacs have been very compliant. The BMWs have not been. A couple of the Cadillacs have had other things take them out. JT Motorsports, it was 2 hardware failures for Thomas Bressi, both in the S's. And one of them literally right after I was like, hey, we haven't talked about the 24 in a while, then bam, into the fence.
Update from race control.
Oh, boy.
Contact between the 03 and 111 under investigation.
Yeah, I would be surprised if they didn't determine that to be a move-in reaction, but we'll see what happens, and this could drastically change the outcome of the race. As a spectator, I'm hoping they'd make a no call on this so that we could keep watching this fight.
Well, we'll see. I mean, you gotta manage. I'm just curious to see what they're gonna put out, and I'm curious to see what Diaz is gonna do. If he's gonna try to just wait on this, maybe. Do you want to try to even risk waiting on seeing how this results? Because I mean, if you feel that you were wrong, this could help you out. But can you rest on that laurel of waiting for the judgment to come out?
Couple different ways you could approach this. One, you could go up there and try to pass him again and hope he does something worse.
Right.
And because the steward's already looking at driver conduct, they definitely make a call then. Or you can sit behind and wait and possibly give up your chance to make a pass and just hope that he gets penalized. Or you can go on the attack and know that you can just try to slip by him and leave him in the distance and have the penalty not really affect anything. What you can't do is not pounce on any opportunities that pop up like this one. When there's traffic at exit, you have to be there, and Diaz is.
Is there not quite the opportunity to make the move? So I do see a couple of GT3s up the road. Actually, one of them also a prototype as well, so this could be someplace. Again, it all depends on where they catch them. If they catch them on the straightaway or the middle of the turns.
They're so
actually
close.
Also coming up to lap Ben Ford, third place in class. That's GTP traffic up ahead of them.
That'll be harder to navigate than the GT3 traffic will be. They're also about 10 minutes away from a pit stop window opening as well. About 5 minutes away from an opening and about 15 to 20 from it closing.
Yeah, I think for Diaz, I think if I'm him, especially if you see a lot of traffic coming up the road, maybe try to come in before you hit that traffic.
Gonna pass the GT3 leader right here. Gonzalez is also getting towed along here. He's saving fuel and going faster while he's chasing the 03. So maybe there's something to be said about just kind of lounging back here and waiting to pounce on another bad traffic interaction. It's not a matter of if the 03 will get held up again. It's a matter of when. That's a double-edged sword, but generally if you're close enough to the leader, you'll get through when the leader gets through and you won't get caught up separately.
So it's kind of riding in behind the number 111. Oh man, I'm seriously gonna have a heart attack. I have a heart attack every time he approaches this bus stop because he's just been throwing it into there. I think he actually might have scraped the wall. I think I saw some sparks fly across the on-go from him scraping it.
This most recent time?
Yeah.
We have the power replay. Let's have a look. Ooh, it was really close.
Might have been from the bottom of the car striking the curb.
Let's have a look at it again. Turning in and right there. That was so close.
And the thing is, he's been doing that lap after lap after lap, which is the more impressive part of that. He's been consistently getting close. That was one of the more closer ones, just a couple millimeters close, but he's really flirting with the limit. Honestly, I'm quite surprised they don't give you a cut course there.
Well, so that was one of the other things. Whoa, again, Gonzalez had the slight lift there. There's not enough grass to the right of that curb before the wall starts to get any car short of a Legends car and off track there. So you can keep the center line of your car on the rumble strip by the time you hit the wall. So that's how much rumble there is on the right. And that allows you to be as aggressive as you want with that curbing. And that is a double-edged sword for a racing driver. Give me all the road. Let me decide how to use it. It's just gotten some people in trouble today.
Got quite a few people in trouble today.
Yeah,
the majority of the field.
yeah. I was surprised at that second stint that you told us about all the GT3 cars that had so much trouble in there. I don't find that a particularly challenging section in a GT3 car, provided that you don't have the thing slammed on the ground. But the GTPs, it is absolutely hold your breath through there every lap.
I think a lot of it was due to, I think, drivers just being involved in a fight, and, you know, you get that mindset of, I need to push the car more. You push that limit, and a lot of them pushed a little bit too far, especially in that corner, because, like you said, with the GTPs, you have to throw it into the bus stop. It's not a little bit of a send. You have to full-on send if you want to make up, if you want to be quick through there. But for the GT3s, yeah, it's a lot slower through there, but unfortunately, quite a few of them just went a little bit too far.
Ben Ford, third place in class, not required to give up this spot. Could he be a catalyst for a lead change here?
It could be, depending on how Ben Ford interferes in this battle here.
He's going to move over. Gentlemanly thing to do.
He's like, I don't want to be involved. You guys settle it out.
And it is dark.
I'll take my third place.
It is dark here at Watkins Glen now. Only headlights illuminating the way past the leading GT3 car once again. And here comes Diaz. Gonzalez jumping in behind. What's that all about?
Oh, wow. Big surprise there.
Not what I expected to see.
Not what I expected either. I guess again, I think Diaz, he decided to put it in attack mode and go full send, and I guess Gonzalez had nothing to respond. No, it actually looks like Gonzalez just pulled over preemptively.
I wonder if that's intending to prevent a penalty from that potential block earlier. Or, I mean, I don't know if I would do that, but...
Oh, it is actually getting an update from race controls. Car 03 will climb position as suggested in Discord.
Wow, okay. So, Gonzalez was labeled as blocking in that scenario and had to give the spot. And I think that's probably fair. That's the lightest penalty he could be given for that.
Oh, yeah.
Because anything else would bury him as far as the win is concerned. So now this is going to change our strategy back to what it was previously. Flip it around. Who's undercutting who now? 45 minutes to go from Watkins Glen. We've just had a lead change.
Yeah, I was going to say the attacker is now the attackee. Vice versa for the 03. So now what's the strategy? I'm sure they both weren't exactly expecting that. So I'm curious to see now what Michael Gonzalez is going to do in defense of that. He's going to now try to just go and attack and try to pass on the track right now and maybe come in, do that undercut. Like you said, we're approaching that limit. That pit window, I would say, is pretty much open in either now or in a couple laps' time.
I'm sure Michael Diaz is not upset that he got the lead, but I think he would have rather had a larger penalty applied just so he doesn't have to think about the 03. This is the last car on the... I mean, there's only one car on the lead lap now. So if they were able to dispatch the 03 with a penalty, they could cruise home to a victory, but they're not going to get that luxury. It will be a battle. Don't worry about that, and it's going to be in the dark.
Well, remember what I said. Remember, it was orange. The orange car was in the lead. It's down to the black car in the lead.
That's compulsory. That's a rule that you have to match the sky conditions to be able to lead.
Actually, that is very fitting because Linton's car is primarily blue, and he was leading during the daytime.
That's how the world revolves. All right, so 43 minutes to go. We're in a pit window now for the GTP cars. Who will outlast the other? We haven't checked in on GT3s in a while, mostly because the battle there is much less fierce. Marc Antonio Federa leads by 24 seconds over Young Park, but there still is a pit stop remaining for this crew, I believe.
Ooh.
So.
And actually, I think because Young Park got into the car. He just got in 5 laps ago.
So he's
Marc
good.
Antonio Federa, he just came out of the pits. He's running that car to the end.
All right, so we're good. So at 24 seconds, that's what we've got left. Now the question becomes, what are the lap times? And does Young Park, can he make up 24 seconds in 43 minutes? I don't think that's incredibly realistic, but look at this. Battle for the lead in GTP through traffic around the outside of the carousel.
Well, and it's always where it gets dicey past both of the NRG cars into the braking zone of the boot. Got a lot closer there. Not enough for Michael Gonzalez to take advantage.
Look how dark it is. Can't see anything. You're just, the only signal that you got that something's coming is a red glow off in the distance. And it seems like whatever car is out front is the stronger of the two cars. Now that Diaz is leading, he's got Gonzalez trapped in the aero wash here.
Michael versus Michael. Guarantee you it's probably going to be Michael that wins this race.
Safe bet. Little slide there from Gonzalez leaving turn at 9. A little wide there at the exit of 10, but you can use that at least a little bit. And back in GT3. There's a handful of BMWs coming through your shot. Ferrari hitting pit lane. That is the overtake car. Sammy Hendricks hitting pit road. And I mentioned it was dark. It really is. There is the 23. It's only going to get darker from here. There's still a little bit of light left in the sky.
Oh, yeah.
But now we're going to get to see the lap times that Federa can run in comparison to Young Park.
Yeah, this will be his first complete lap time off pit lane. So across the line for...
Oh, for the lead in GTP. Sorry. Here we go. Gonzalez is there.
Caught up in the carousel, now over the back of him through the boot. A GT3 car just up ahead.
Yeah, game on. I don't think we can pull away from this until it's settled. We'll pull you closer to GT3 when and if it gets intense.
And both of them make it around as they head to the heel.
I think this is going to come to blows here.
Oh.
If I'm Ben Ford, I am not giving up yet because these two are just, they've been scrapping and scrumming this entire run. And they are going to get side by side at least one more time tonight. The question becomes what happens when they do?
Yeah, I was going to say, it's really a matter of how the result of his is some sparks fly as Diaz catches just a little bit of the barrier on the exit.
A little bit of recharge there for Gonzalez, and just hear the free spinning of the car as he let it coast into the braking zone. Maybe charge up that SOC and use that attack mode in the hybrid system. Use the tools that are given to you. It's not a huge advantage. It doesn't do a lot, but it's something to overcome that aero wash from the lead car in through the bus stop. Look at how aggressive they have to be.
Yeah, definitely the 0-3, much better run through the bus stop. I think that's where he got so close last time through.
This is great stuff. 8 hours and 20 minutes, and it comes down to the last 40 minutes. And two Cadillacs thundering through the silent New York air, waiting to do battle here one final time. It has been a race of attrition. There are very few cars on the lead lap in their own class, but on the cars that are, it is very tight.
Yeah, very few cars on track in general. About half the field is sitting in pit lane with junk or destroyed race cars. Many cars still laps down from where they were running just due to damage repairs. So these two guys, the least of the drivers with the least amount of damage, effectively near the front of the field. But don't take that for any mistake. These guys are very quick.
There's brakes glowing on the 0-3 just for a second. You're really on the brakes for very little time around this Watkins Glen International, on throttle for about 85% of the lap. That's true whether you're here in a Honda Fit or you're here in a 670 horsepower, 2,200 pound prototype.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, indeed.
GT3 cars up the road, and I think we're going to see Diaz have to slow down. He's going to get held up here. Here comes Gonzalez trying to find a way around. Looks left, looks right, and has to stay in behind.
Yeah, not just caught him, but what do? You can't go anywhere there. More traffic. That's the Ferrari. I think it's the overtake. Sammy Hendricks Ferrari.
Oh, and Diaz timed that great. Gonzalez barely getting enough room.
Not over at all. And remember, they still have a pit stop to do.
Oh, yeah.
Man, what a distraction.
Yeah, I know. I think it's going to be a great time for these guys to kind of take a break. They've been fighting for the last, I would say, what, half an hour, 45 minutes? It's got to be exhausting. And they still got 40 minutes left to fight this out.
Yeah, the decision, by the way, on the change. Oh, look at this. Oh, boy, to the inside of the second place car in GT3. Diaz almost made a mistake there. That would have cost them the race, almost surely. Watch this as they come out of turn 10. Have to pick left, have to pick right. The 77 takes the racing line, which he should do. It just caught the 111 by surprise. That was really, really close.
Yeah,
I was going to mention Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say it's so tough in that particular part of the track because the racing line is switching over from the right-hand side of the track to the left, so that's where you get quite a few incidents there, and we've seen quite a few incidents there.
Yeah, my point was the decision from the stewards on the blocking incident was they were offered a drive-through or give the spot back in the name of competition. They gave the spot back, and I'm glad they did because look at the battle they are still a part of now.
Yeah, I was going to say, great that also the admins are being flexible. And again, another shout-out to them because they've been very busy tonight compared to the first race of the season, and they've been keeping up with everything, and I think handing out very fair decisions. So congrats to them for being on top of everything to keep the competition fair, and it's resulted in this fantastic battle for the overall lead.
So the 111 looks a little bit less set up for the inner loop than the 03 does. I'm noticing that the Precision Racing Esports car is able to put some distance on most of the lap, but through the bus stop, that's where Gonzalez in the Penguin RC Magma car has been the best all day, better than anybody else. Whoa, big slide there on the curbing.
When Wyatt hit the curves, got a little bit loose, that's allowed Gonzalez to get right up to the tailpipe, so where does he go? He let off a little bit. Actually, he runs really well in behind. I thought he was going to struggle with some dirty air. Got a big run here to turn 1. I don't think he's going to do anything. He looks, tries to do the fake out. There we go, now onto the front straight out of turn 1. This is the big run.
It's so dark you almost can't see anything outside of the onboards. Look at how wild this looks here at Watkins Glen. Gonzalez is going to have a run at him here. Does he go for it? 35 minutes to go in a pit stop. Is it worth the risk?
There's a GT3 car up ahead. They're going to catch either at the exit or in the carousel.
And he is lighting up the rear of that 111.
Here we go, another one into the boot, stays offline. That is the 23, the GT racing leader.
They've not given up any time, by the way. Mark Antonio Federa to park. So no battle formulating yet there.
Overtech Ben Ford, that team has come in for their final stop of the evening.
Mark Mahoy's in behind the wheel again to take that all the way to the checkers. And again, if I'm that overtake team, I'm not giving up because this is going to get so interesting with traffic and how close these cars have been in the last 2 hours of this race.
It's just crazy, right? 9 hours of racing, and it's come down to just a couple tenths of a second.
I was worried the first hour. We're losing cars left and right. Contact! And they spin! Final corner and big dramas, and there's big damage on the 111. And the 03 pulls away, but the Precision Racing silver car is destroyed.
Oh, boy. That's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out, and that's huge for the Overtech Racing team. That could be them entering this race here back into it with half an hour remaining.
That is crazy. 2 leaders, nose to tail. They just ran into each other. Was the leader coming to pit lane, or did they just get rear-ended? I think they just, I don't know, but they just spun out together, and both in the wall with engine cover damage, and both will have to hit pit lane and repair some components. That is enormous. Wow.
I think that Diaz was coming into pit lane. I was looking at the lap prior. Diaz at the apex was at 120 miles an hour. During that crash, he was heading at like around 105, so a big difference in speed mid-corner. I think he was coming in, and there's actually a precedent that was set here earlier. I'm not sure if the admins are going to look at it the same or not, but a very similar incident in GT where a car was slowing down to come into pit lane, got hit from behind, and it was deemed that the car in front was at fault. Again, I'm not sure it's because they didn't come out to warn any drivers coming down. I didn't see anything prompted on the radio to warn.
That's tough. That's a tough scenario.
So,
the pit entry here is a huge challenge because to properly commit, you have to have your tires below that yellow line in turn 11. It's not a rule here in MTEC. It's just a gentlemanly thing to do. It would have been helpful to have assistance on the radio, but I don't think that's required. But if there's been precedent that that's been a penalty for the lead car, then it might not be such a big deal for the 0-3, but they are going to have damage to repair. All the while, Graham Bolin is hoping and praying that there's a penalty and damage to both of them, because they could steal this away in the 52, or the 396 is only 13 seconds back.
The 52 has to come back in,
right.
so they're going to be, yeah.
So it is the 396 then that would be in the catbird seat.
How about that?
I'll say. So we expected there to be some drama. I don't think we expected it so soon.
Or that significant.
Yeah, that is true. Diaz is back on the road. Looks like he's got repairs. Did they make a complete pit stop as well? No, they couldn't have.
What do you mean, get service? I mean, it looks like it.
They couldn't have gotten full service, though, because they would be back behind the 396, would they not?
I guess not. I mean, I guess with that lap lead, I guess he only was in for an extra 40 seconds.
Huh.
So I guess it wasn't enough. I mean, let's see. Mayhausen is about 40, 50 seconds. He caught up, but I guess it wasn't enough damage to keep sitting in the pit. So I guess he's good.
Look at the shark fin on this 0-3, all bent out of shape.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I thought, if anything, the 111 took a bigger hit.
I thought he did as well, but the engine is shut off on the 0-3. When you hit rearward, that's a bad place to hit with one of these cars. 16 seconds is all that remains. The 0-3 is on pit road still. I think Diaz is going to come through and retake this lead.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I was a bit surprised that Gonzalez didn't decide to come into the pits immediately, because I feel like Gonzalez lost out staying out there an extra lap without a wing.
Well, they're still on pit road, still repairing. And the engine's still off, so that's going to be pretty significant. That's going to hurt them more than it did the 111. So I guess the drama here is if the precedent was that the lead car got the penalty for stomping on the brakes in the middle of the corner, then we could see a penalty here, and it would still be the 396 in the catbird seat here. Who knows?
We will see. I have not seen any message from the admins about them looking into it, so I'll keep an eye on it, though.
Well, I bet if Gonzalez thought that he couldn't do anything about it, he would absolutely protest, because they had a shot for the win, and now they will not, likely, because they're on pit lane repairing a broken race car. So it'd be strange if they didn't try to appeal that, but that's also dangerous, because they could end up with the penalty too.
I mean, at this point, you might as well, right? Because that's still your competitor at the end of the day for a championship. So do you want, who do you want to win? Do you want the 111? Do you want the 396?
30 minutes, and we'll settle it all. 8 hours and 30 minutes down. 30 minutes remain here at Watkins Glen. The leaders came together in a big way, crashing out of the top spot. Michael Diaz got right back up where he left off and got the pit stop out of the way. And in theory is good to the end if they do not receive any sort of penalty for that contact. Again, that is I'll let the stewards handle that one, we'll say.
It's one of those times, right? You're just glad you're not an admin. Don't have to make the tough call. Just talk about it.
Yeah. Here's Young Park in the Composite Performance 77.
Yeah, there's a GT3 race going on, right?
There sure is. And it is getting a little tighter.
I was going to say, it has closed in. Young Park has done a great job closing that gap in. I'm just wondering if this is a bit of a situation of too little too late here. Because the gap expanded out to around 23, 24 seconds. It's down to 19. Going to be taking a lot more chunks, just hoping that 23 car runs into a mistake. But that twin-turn sim racing ultraviolet car, they've been pretty nothing but flawless. They haven't made any big errors. They've been getting their head down, solid pace, and few and far between any mistakes.
Mark Antonio Federa leads the GT3 field in the, you couldn't tell it's purple now, but it is a purple Porsche 911 GT3R. I tell you, it is so dark that you're not going to be able to see much unless we're on onboard cameras, so we'll do the best we can here in the closing laps. There goes the 52. That's Graham Bolin, the second place car on track right now. And Michael Gonzalez is still in pit lane. They are now a lap down.
I think I heard him. He got back in the car. Engines fired. Car mostly repaired. So I think they're just waiting to finally get back out there. Because they're not really going to be fighting for much at this point. Jesse Lines in the next car could pass them, and they're going to be sitting in fourth as long as they can get back out there.
Never really noticed that Corning sign before. New glass. Wow.
Corning glass. Up, there we go. Engine fire, off and away.
After 287 seconds on pit lane.
That's really crazy. There was a 3-minute difference in pit stop time for repairs, and really could have sworn that Michael Diaz got the worst of that.
Well, still leading. Rambolin runs second, but they are on pit lane. This is going to turn over second to the Overtake race team, who is going to bring the Acura up on and into the middle step on the podium. And they have already made their final pit stop. They've got Mark Mahoysen behind the wheel. So their last run to the end here could mean that they are either second or first, provided that they have a nice clean run.
Yeah, I think so. Actually, you know what? Even actually, I'll refrain my statement.
Pray tell.
Nah, it's fine.
Okay.
I was gonna say, depending on what type of penalty Diaz gets, if you got a pass-through penalty, you might have enough of a lead for it not to be an issue. But it might be more than that. It would have to be a stop and hold.
If it's a stop and 60, race is over for the 111.
Yeah.
We haven't heard any commotion on that front.
No, have not. Still waiting to hear or see anything from the admins, so we will keep an eye on that. That's really the only cloud looming over the 111's head. If there's no penalty, they're pretty much good with a 54-second lead to the end. But that's the one last thing that they got to be worried about. If that penalty, if there is a penalty, if there's a protest investigation, we will see.
And they're one of the fastest cars on the racetrack regardless. So they're not going to get run down. Not with only this much time left. Michael Diaz, last time by, are in a 130.2, fastest of any of the GTPs. Sans, the Satellite Racing Arnage car. This is another one of those what could have been nights.
Oh, yeah.
For Satellite Racing.
They're looking so good in the day. They were pushing through cars. They looked to be one of the best cars on track. And then again, that damage, that incident that put them out, just went through the bus stop a little bit too aggressively, found the wall like many others have, and it put them way down the order back. Well, I should say relatively down the order of the cars. I mean, they're still 5th out of 16 starters, so it's a pretty good night. It's a top 5, but again, like you said, what could have been?
Looking down from high above. Wow, what a sight to behold. Not something that I've ever seen at Watkins Glen before.
No. It would be really cool if they put some more lights in some place and really give a cool vibe to...
I love how they've redone Road Atlanta in iRacing with just a couple temporary lights around the racetrack. Give that nice yellow glow. Makes it really feel...
Oh, sorry. So Jesse Lines is the wall in the final corner. Not too significant, just a brush. Saw a spark.
How about NRG? 3rd place right now in GT3.
Yeah.
And they fought back from early trouble, for sure.
They were not the lead car. The number 20 car was sitting looking like they had a 3rd place locked in, but again, contact with themselves and the 901 put them in the pits for a very lengthy amount of time. That team's dropped, the number 20 cars dropped all the way down to 8th place, with the 19 car taking advantage of the situation, as well as many other driver situations, really. The 327, they had some issues, the 32, the 901, and they just kind of rose through the order. And there's still, in fact, the GT, it's crazy that between 2nd and 3rd in GT3, 8 laps between those two cars.
I said earlier,
9 laps.
I did not expect this race to be a race of attrition, and once we realized it was going to be one of those days, everyone kind of collectively went, all right, we're crashed, but we've still got a chance. And basically the entire field has had those same feelings today between GTP and in GT3. It has been a day of a lot of bent sheet metal and broken carbon, but they are continuing to circulate, and now they got a chance at a podium. 3 laps back is the Overtake team. Sammy Hendricks, they were down outside of the top 10 earlier with the issues that they had. They've also fought back for a top 5.
Yeah, it's crazy. I always tell you, never give up, especially in an endurance race. You never know what will happen later on. Your competitors will potentially find tragedy in some way, shape, or form. And wow, it's really getting hard to see some of these cars.
Yeah. The Ferrari applying the Mercedes floor mod there through turn 1. Grinding off the underbelly.
Off to post-race inspection for you.
Mark that one. Parc Fermé. 22 minutes to go. This race, again, 324 laps complete. I think the real world 6 hours is around a 300-lap race. But with more full course yellows and things slowing the progress, that's typically what pulls down that number. And Diaz, with no mention of any dramas as far as penalties are concerned, does he pass the statute of limitations on that one?
I mean, it seems so. I feel like if there was going to be a protest, we would have heard about it by now. But oh no, sorry, there is a incident under investigation.
Okay, well,
yeah, I missed it because some drivers disconnected, and it went up past the window. So that is under investigation. I think at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if it might be post-race, if there is a penalty.
yeah, the only thing that would doom them is a stop and hold plus 60 at this point. They'd be fine with a drive-through.
Well, the thing is, if it's a post-race penalty, it might be end of the lead lap.
Yeah.
So.
Well, that would only that'd still put them on the podium.
Well, no, what I'm saying is they won't win, though.
Yeah, sure. I mean, stop and hold plus 60 wouldn't really knock him off the podium either, I don't think.
No.
Considering that Graham Boland's a lap down.
Yeah. So, definitely unofficial results tab to the results of this thing.
Do my results say unofficial? I hope they do.
I'm pretty sure they do. I don't think we've ever changed that. I think we've had that for almost every iteration. I don't think you've ever had a time.
Nope, they don't say unofficial. Well, they're unofficial.
Do you still have the drawing tool? You should just write that.
I don't have that, unfortunately. that only worked when I was screen capturing, not game capturing.
Oh, right. Forgot about that.
I should. When I build my new studio, I'll come up with a different solution for that. Actually, I think that's a great idea. Basically, I'm moving to a 2-PC setup as soon as I get moved here in a couple of weeks, and the goal behind that is have iRacing running on one computer, and that only runs a 1080p display that will I'll screen capture or with a capture card and bring that into OBS, and then everything else, whether it be Zoom, graphics, all the other stuff, will run on a separate machine, equally as high powered, and then that will also allow me to run a couple more displays, including. What I'd like to have is a tablet with a green screen on it, and I can draw, which I think would be kind of cool.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think there's probably a lot of people watching that are seething, considering they can barely afford a semi-decent PC, and you're like, oh, I'm going to have two.
Well, wait till you have to match my production, Finian. That's going to get bad for you before it gets bad for everybody else.
Oh, big news. Car 111 stop and hold for 30 seconds.
Oh, it's only 30, though. That'll take him out of the lead, but
Sorry,
not out of
60.
the... Oh, okay, well, never mind.
I misread.
What do you mean you misread? How does 30 look like 60?
I'm sorry. I looked at it for a second. I thought I saw a 3. There are a lot of numbers.
Well,
a lot of numbers.
One job. All right. Connor says, Finian, come on. All right, stop and hold plus 60 for the race leader. This is the drama that we were anticipating. And that can bring overtake to the top step here. For Michael Diaz, he is going to be frustrated with that one. And I understand the frustration. I mean, you're coming to pit lane, but if you don't do your due diligence and tell the drivers behind you that you're coming, how could they expect that?
Yeah, and just a caveat to that, that the penalty is not applied just yet. They have 5 minutes to appeal.
Yeah, and they're going to. They're absolutely going to appeal, and they should. I don't necessarily disagree with the penalty, but I also understand that the trailing driver is the one that has to safely overtake. There's a fine line there between I can jam on the brakes whenever I want and expect a competitor to know, or the expectation like, hey, I should let them know behind me. So that's a tough line to draw.
I'm very surprised that Watkins Glen hasn't implemented like a separate pit lane entry for the final corner.
It would probably require putting up a wall, and as we know, more walls, more stuff to hit.
I mean, there are a lot of walls very close to this track.
Yeah, I have noticed a lot in the real 6 hours that teams will often use the turn signals, and you have to stay tight in turn 11. So what a lot of drivers will do, and you will not be able to see anything if I go to this shop, but I'm going to go to anyway. Yeah, you can't see much of anything. But you see where that yellow line begins. We get some headlights to illuminate this. When you come off a 10, you're going to stay right up against the rumble strip, and that will signify that you're coming to pit lane. Everyone else will swing wide and go around you. That's generally how you signify it. If you go to the racing line first and then go to the inside, that'll get you in trouble. I think what Diaz is going to fight is that, hey, I went to the pit entry line, and I was there the whole time. He should have known, but I don't know that that's clear because I don't think that it's required to stay in that yellow line here in the MTEC Endurance Series. That's not a rule. That's part of this rule set. So that's going to be hard to argue.
And even then, it's kind of hard to tell, too, when you're battling for position, right?
In the dark.
Tell is, in the dark, that's a defensive line, right? So how do you decide whether it's, fighting defensive or if you're going to pit? It's hard to tell. So, I mean, I'm just surprised, why they wouldn't, go over I would hope they could have radio. Why wouldn't it would just be easy just to call out on the radio, hey, I'm coming in, 2 corners before, just to give a bit of a heads up. But
but you don't want to give away your playbook either. So that's the risk that you are playing with, right? Now look, this is taking both of them out of contention for the win, and it will likely hand it into the lap of Mark Behuizen and Overtech race team. And of course, they're going to appeal this.
Oh, yeah.
Not only because it makes sense to, but because the longer they can delay it, the more that they can extend their lead. They are driving away from the Overtech car.
It's gone to 1 minute 2 seconds the gap now. I mean, again, still, if you were to come down, you'd still definitely lose it from having to come down, then stop and hold for 60 seconds. Like you said, if it was actually a stop and hold for 30, which I'm not sure it even is.
I don't think that it's a thing, but if it was a thing, they would pop out still behind the Overtech team, but within striking distance, I think. Because the pit lane delta is like 25, 30 seconds, and then 30 seconds in the box, and subtract a little more for the pit entry and pit exit. It's like a 45, 50-second penalty.
Okay, I'm seeing a note here in race control. Appeal noted, immediate response to incident decision.
Translate.
Appeal was noted.
Okay, thanks.
I don't see a penalty given yet, so I think they're going to discuss it and see what to do.
Yeah, this is always one of those things as a driver. Now, my experience at the Indy 8-hour this year was that every time there was a penalty levied, it was followed through with. They don't just throw penalties around willy-nilly, so the stewards will be pretty certain that that the penalty should be applied. They wouldn't do it otherwise. The appeal will probably have to include some language that they didn't consider for them to overturn it.
Yeah. So we'll see. There might be a chance, again, this could be post-race if the appeal, depending on how long the appeal takes.
I bet you Overtake can't wait. They're so excited.
Well, again, they need to make sure they don't drop the gap too far. They still got to continue on with it. I'm sure Michael Diaz is watching that. The 396 is a lap down.
I don't think it matters. It's going to be a 30-plus second gap at best for Diaz to have to make up. And they're going to have only about 10 minutes worth of racing left to go.
Yeah.
We just had our NBCSN moment. I had ads running on the stream, and they just inserted with 14 minutes to go. Peacock, we'll be right back. Right in the thick of the drama. Sorry, folks. YouTube Premium helps us out too. Just saying.
Have some bills to pay.
If you've got, look, you watch a lot of YouTube, Premium's worth it. It is.
I really should buy Premium.
I can't believe, how can you use YouTube without YouTube Premium? It is so annoying. I feel like I'm stuck in the middle of Times Square with all the advertisements I see constantly.
I just kind of I'll just watch it, whatever.
Oh my God. Are you a psychopath?
I'm frugal with my money, what can I say?
For Halloween, I'm going to dress up as non-premium YouTube. That's the scariest thing I can think of.
I feel like I'm going to get bullied by everyone else by YouTube Premium chat. I was thinking about the other day, I was like, you know what? I should buy it. I have enough money to buy it.
That's actually a great costume idea. Non-premium YouTube. You just print out, or just get a YouTube shirt and tape a bunch of advertisements all over it.
I was going to say either that or just get a small screen and just walk around just playing advertisements constantly.
Oh, too much fun. Not fun, though, for Michael Diaz, he's going to have to serve this penalty if that appeal does not get overturned. They don't have a lot of time either. They can't waffle around on this decision for too much longer with 13 minutes to go.
Yeah, I was going to say they have I think, what, 3 laps to serve a black flag pretty much, so.
Once it's applied, I assume it hasn't been applied just yet.
No, it has not been applied. Well, I'm keeping an eye on that particularly, see when it gets applied.
Mark Moisen in the Acura ARX 06. What a win it would be for Acura. It was BMW that won the first round. Cadillacs dominated today. Wasn't even close. And in the closing moments of this one, we've got an Acura on the podium and ready to steal a win.
Well, battle of attrition. That's the result of a battle of attrition. You have someone that just didn't quite dominate all day, sneak their way up there because they were there when it mattered most.
I don't think they've even led a single lap today. This is the highest they've run. And the team has to be aware. The team has to be aware as well. For Mark, don't make any mistakes. They've been very, very conservative today. There's no reason to change that this late in the going.
Well, the old adage, for finish first, you must first finish. And also, too, it doesn't really matter how many laps you lead, as long as it's the last one.
Well, the old adage also should include a preamble about to finish first, you must finish the first lap, which was something that didn't happen for a handful of drivers and teams today. Big dramas early. I mean, there was a big crash into the bus stop on the opening moments of this race.
There's something about Watkins, Glen. There's big lap 1 crashes.
I mean, turn 1 is a big wide open passing opportunity, and then you funnel everyone down and then send them into a single file slalom at 150 miles an hour.
And then you send them into a 150 mile an hour chicane.
Yeah, it is ripe for disaster, and it was today. Look at just the absolute slaughtering in GT3 as far as laps are concerned. This is not to your overall leader, that is to the class leader.
Yeah.
9 laps back for 3rd, 12 back to 4th, 25 back to 5th. Man, been a busy day.
I mean, and it just and just an update from race control. Appeal denied.
Yeah, that's it. So stop and hold plus 60 will be applied to Michael Diaz. He will have to serve it in the next 3 laps, and that will turn the lead over to OverTech Race Team. Wow.
I was expecting a pass for the lead late in the race, not quite like this.
I didn't. I mean, I knew that if you put the 111 and the 03 side by side, they were going to have a run-in. I didn't know that it would be nose to tail on a pit road entry. That part I was not expecting.
It's sending both of them spinning, giving a penalty to one of them, and then an Acura nowhere near the front for the entire second half of this race is going to take the lead here. So I'm going to see if Michael Diaz comes in this time by.
Yep.
Here he is coming in.
This is just heartbreaking. I mean, the race, this is their second major penalty that they've had today. Remember back in the early moments of this race when they led, they had contact with the 14 Hydro Race geodesic car. That's what took them out of the lead early. It took them all day to fight back from that, and now trundling along at 40 miles an hour and getting ready to spend a minute at 0. And that is the longest minute that this team is going to spend today.
And to give you an idea how big the lead was, when he came into pit lane, Mayhausen was entering the bus stop.
They've raced for over 8 hours and 50 minutes. I'll bet you this next 60 seconds feels like way longer.
He's always getting really close. He got really close to the grass on the left-hand side.
27 seconds between himself and Graham Bolin. And they're running a pretty similar pace, so I don't anticipate any surprise here in the closing laps of this. But Mark Moisen can't be reckless here. You just have to finish about 6 more laps.
There he goes, out of the final corner, down the front straightaway, will pass Michael Diaz and will take the lead of the race.
9 minutes to go from Watkins Glen, and this came out of nowhere. The 2 leaders got together about 10-15 laps ago. Penalty applied to one, bigger damage to the other. Mark Moisen and OverTech Race Team are in the lead in the Acura ARX 06. What a turn of events if we didn't have enough of those already today.
And Michael Diaz is off of pit lane, and he will just get ahead of the 52 Penguin RC Simulations ICE car. Just hold on to second place.
Yeah, 3.8 between them. And that even stings almost more, right? To stay on the podium but not win.
Oh, yeah.
It's almost
Lost
worse.
one spot, and arguably the most important spot.
I would say it's definitely the most important spot. Unless you're someone that really has a keen idea to finish 6th every race.
I was going to say finish second. I was going to say Mark Martin.
Oh, wow.
Carl Edwards.
Well, if you're talking about 18th place, Finney and Dakuna.
I mean, hey, that's the reason I'm a commentator, not a driver.
333 laps have been completed today. And Mark Mahoysen is going to lead some of the first for Acura.
Jake was making a joke about go bowling at the Glen. We've definitely gone bowling with a lot of cars.
Oh, man. Strike for everybody. And for some, 3 strikes. It took only 2 for JT Motorsports. They had 2 hardware failures, 1 in turn 2, 1 in turn 3. The composite performance car had a crash. Bombshell Racing Team Odin was out in 2 separate accidents. The RC Esports car, similar. And then Blue Chip Racing and Satellite Racing Mulsanne were out basically at the drop of the green.
Carefully working the way through GT traffic. They have over 20 seconds to work with as a gap. Just 8 minutes left in this race.
Yeah, they just have to be smart. You're not going to give that up in the last 6.5 minutes, not on pace alone.
You know, another funny thing I just thought of too, Jake Sperry, right? He had to go to sleep. He's gone to sleep because it was just past midnight for him. He's going to wake up tomorrow, probably look at the results and be like, how on earth did they win?
Yeah. I think we're all wondering the same thing. I mean, they were way down the order earlier in this race. They
started at 11.
Yeah, and they just kind of hung out in like 8th, 9th all day and let everyone else crash around them. And this is a great example of a team that just, they weren't blowing our minds off with how impressive they were on raw pace, but they are on pace and in position. And what more can you ask for in an endurance race?
Yeah, no, again, it's a marathon, not a sprint. This is exactly the reason why.
And you have to be fast in both, but you also can't break your ankle.
Yep.
So just 5 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Down to the last couple of laps in a dark Watkins Glen. Let's check back in on the GT3s. Mark Antonio Federa and Twin Turn Sim Racing. A similar story for them. Just like at Road Atlanta, they were quick. They weren't slow, but they were just put themselves in the right position to capitalize on others' mistakes. And looks like they're going to do the same thing again here today. Composite performance. This is not quite the result that they were hoping for, but it is better than they landed at Road Atlanta after the incidents they had.
Yeah, I mean, really, the same story in GT as it is for GTP. The 23, just very few mistakes and between everyone else. 77, they've lacked some pace here and there. I think they made 1 or 2 mistakes as well. And then pretty much everyone else is one mistake after the other. I mean, the 901 was a solid contender for the lead. The 86, BRT Hemdahl, they were second place. They were right in behind the 23 by a couple tenths of a second. A big off for them by Murphy Nichols, and then a bigger off for them later on in the going, put them way down the order in 10th. So there are many, many cars that could have competed with a 23, but again, just one mistake after the other put them down the order.
Yeah, props for sticking it out, though. And CMSRacing.com in a similar scenario in their number 78 Ferrari. They had the opportunity to bail out pretty early on, and they have not. They are 75 laps down to the overall lead, and about, 31 down to their class leader. That's crazy to me. 75 laps down to the overall leader. The Mark Mahoysen, and well, really, I guess everybody in the GTP class, has lapped the GT field 45 times in this 9-hour event. That is a lot of lap traffic to contend with.
There's a huge amount of lap traffic to contend with, and they've made it work and gone on through as we come into the final minutes of this race. And this is still from the longest race of the season. We still got the 12 Hours of Le Mans coming up. That'll be next year in January. And I think that would be one of the longest ones, if I'm not mistaken.
That is the longest one. The next longest is the 10 Hours of Silverstone, which is the next race on the calendar, November 18th, just under a month from now. So that's the next one that will be broadcasting. And then, of course, I think that's it until that January race that you mentioned. We go to Le Mans, the Circuit de la Sarthe. Then we head to Sebring. Daytona, and at some point, I think Aragon's on that list, so it should be Portimao by then, we're hoping.
Hopefully. No, nothing against Aragon, but I think Portimao will be a much better
Is
track for
Algarve the same?
series.
Is Algarve the same one?
Yes, Circuit Algarve is.
How many
Portimao.
names does it have?
It's just like, you know how you call, like, you know, like Imola's name is not Imola, it's the Circuit.
Oh, I see.
Autodromo de Enzo.
Oh, the
de Ferrari.
leader's off course at 1, got into the marbles. Don't throw it away, boys. 3 minutes to go.
Oh man, I can imagine the rest of the team too watching on board, because they're just like, they're just hoping to bring their car home and secure this victory, but it's just moments like this, you have that slight lapse.
Here, just listen. Go silent for a second and just listen to this. You can hear all the marbles hitting the car. It's not something I've heard in a long time, actually, because we don't normally run races long enough to generate that amount of marbles. You know, what's interesting also is that I feel like, and I've discussed this before, that iRacing's marble system needs a bit of a redo, mostly because the way the racetrack works right now is it takes rubber until 100% rubbering, and then it shreds marbles. But I feel like marbles would happen more likely on a green racetrack when the track isn't rubbered in and it's grinding more rubber off the tire. You'd think then it would generate more marbles, so it would be an inverse relationship. More marbles generated at the start of a stint, less at the end.
Yeah, I would think so. I'm curious if they're going to get a rework. I'm curious if that might be also maybe rework potentially with rain, right? Because you got to imagine with the rain, it's got to wash off the marbles. I'm curious, we'll see how it interacts with washing off the rubber. But looking at the 396, ooh, this might be the white flag. I think it might be.
Last lap at Watkins Glen. 9 hours of racing will come to a close in 3.4 miles. Mark Mahoysen and the Overtech race team, they have fought a battle today. Or maybe I suppose the more apt term would be everyone else fought their battles and everyone else lost.
Yeah, basically. I mean, again, it's a matter of just making it to the end in one piece without any incidents. That's the second key part of that as well. Every other prototype in behind them has had some sort of incident, some sort of major setback that's put them down the order. I mean, that this team as well has had their own setbacks, but they've soldiered on through to bring this car home in one piece and up at the top step.
I don't know that any of those team members, after the first hour or two, thought they could be standing in victory lane here in the nighttime at Watkins Glen, but none of them will be disappointed in the result. This is going to be a great points day. As far as the championship is concerned, the favorites would still have to be the 66 and the 14, but they had catastrophic days. They're going to lean on the points they had from round 1, but for the Overtech team, they were absent round 1. They are here round 2. And they have made a statement, Finian, in these final moments.
Oh, absolutely, and Ben Ford as well. I'll have to mention the work he's also put in to get this car quick and up there near the top, as well as with Mark.
Well, endurance racing is a battle that goes on and on and on. It's not about outright speed. Sometimes it's just about surviving the day. Overtech race team has survived the day and the night. Watkins Glen MTEC Endurance Series Race 2 goes to Overtech race team in GTP. They win here in upstate New York. And twin-turn sim racing Ultraviolet. Mark Antonio Federa, Scarlett DeMarco, she's contributed to this event here today as well. They, just as they did at Road Atlanta, Finian, have made it to the end out front.
I was going to say, and just again, a really solid performance for this team. Young Park, they came very quick at the end, at number 77, 14 seconds back, but just not quite enough for the 23.
Twin-turn sim racing Ultraviolet. They'll need Ultraviolet to see in the nighttime after they shut the headlights off. They've won at Watkins Glen. Mark Antonio Federa brings them across the stripe in a distant second, 15 seconds back. Young Park in composite performance, rebounding from their Road Atlanta result, but just shy of where they want to be.
Yeah, I think that's just the more annoying thing, I think, for the 77. They know they can get these victories. It's been slipping away from them for one reason or the other, but there's still many events left on the calendar, and that team has definitely got some speed.
And already through the checkers is the Precision Racing Esports silver car. This Cadillac fought tooth and nail today. They are going to be disappointed in that result. The penalty, I'm sure they're not going to agree with. I don't have a strong opinion either way. I just know that the 0-3 and the 111 were going to come together at some point. They did, and the result was neither of them won.
Yeah, it's just, again, unfortunate the way things go, but that's endurance racing. Things happen, and unfortunately, a lot of times doesn't go your way.
So, checkered flag, there's the last car across the stripe, and we'll take a moment to breathe and show you the race results here for the MTEC Endurance Series. Race number 2, again, your teams listed there. Overtech race team with Mark Mahoysen wins. Acura, their first victory of the season after BMW took one at Road Atlanta, Finian.
Yeah, you can see they beat 4 Cadillacs directly in behind them, and again, just by pure attrition, making their way to the top, beating Precision Racing Esports Silver, Penguin RC Simulation. Wow, that just blinded me. Switching to the B-roll of the night. Both the Ice and the Magma car will finish 3rd and 4th. Satellite Racing Orange, also a disappointing day for them. What could have been M Plower Precision Esports Black. Then he head to the GT3, fill up in 8th overall, just to show how much carnage there was in the GTP category, with Twin Turn Sim Racing Ultraviolet leading, with Composite Performance and NRG in 3rd.
And looking down the rest of the order here, overall results again. Hydro Race Geodesic, this is a race to forget. They still salvaged a top 10. So did Precision Racing Blue, but the Penguin RC Simulation is going to be looking for a better result next time out. And then looking down the rest of the order here, the Overtech race team managed a 4th in GT3. Twin Turn Aurora in 5th. Tabula Rasa Esports Yellow missed opportunity there after running up at the front for most of this race.
Yeah, they're heading to a lot of the DNFers. Composite Performance, the number 13 car, out early on, as well as JT Motorsports. Their hardware issues throughout the day. Quokka Racing, they had issues. BRT Odin 88, and then the rest of the non-finishers from early on in the event suffering early on.
So let's talk to a couple of our front runners here. Let's first talk with the, let's see what we've got. I think we've got Mark Antonio Federa from Twin Turn Sim Racing. Got Dominic Eisenberg as well joining us here. I think I've got all the teammates that are present between Dominic and Mark Antonio. Guys, congratulations on another win here in GT3 at Watkins Glen. This one, I think goes without saying, was a crazy, crazy race. And just like Road Atlanta, outlasting all the craziness was how you guys found your way here. Take us through it. Mark Antonio, let's start with you as the finishing driver.
Well, it was the final 2 stints. All of this is just, watching out for traffic and just staying safe mainly. And also trying to manage tires and fuel and all that other stuff. Other than that, I mean, the strategy on Dom's end was top tier. Couldn't have asked for a better result.
And Dominic, take us through your night as well. As you guys were running through, the 77 Composite Performance car was putting up quite the fight, as they did at Road Atlanta. But as they did there, they found themselves with some strife that allowed you guys to take home the victory.
Yeah, Composite Performance always is a good enemy to fight against. Always. You need to really be on everything, on pace and on strategy to have a chance to beat them. So really credits to them. And yeah, it worked again all together for us. So yeah, just really happy how it worked out and just the perfect teamwork again.
So this is going to be a really stout points night for you drivers. As you head into Silverstone here in just under a month's time, what have you guys learned over the course of these longer races? A 6 hours, then a 9. We go to a 10-hour at Silverstone for either of you. Is that going to be a different story? It's a much wider, flatter racetrack. So is this going to be different or fairly similar to the first couple races we've seen?
I don't know. I'm just personally, I like the tighter American tracks a bit more, but we will take the challenge for sure. Just keep it clean as well. Just be ahead of everything that can happen.
I mean, if
make
you
the
think
strategy work out.
Silverstone is basically a larger Watkins Glen, but a lot flatter. And because it is such a longer track, I think, having to, figure out who's going to be driving at what times is going to be more important. I mean, it worked out today because Scarlett and Dominic, really held out while I was gone. And then it wasn't until I came back in the latter half of the race and just kind of maintained the pace and almost set the pace in some points of the race. So, yeah, no, really good. We'll get it. We'll do it again. If we can do it 2 times in a row, I have a good feeling we can do it 3 times.
We'll hop across the pond to Silverstone next month. Guys, congratulations, and pass it along to Scarlett as well. A job well done here at Watkins Glen after a win at Road Atlanta as well. We'll see you in Silverstone. All right, we'll move on now to our Pro-Am winners in the GT3 category. That was the Overtook Race Team's 327 car, the Ferrari 296. Sammy Hendricks, one of the drivers behind the wheel, bringing that car home in 4th place. And after the race you guys have had, fighting through most of the day, you guys come home with the Pro-Am victory, 4th in class as far as GT3 is concerned. Take us through this extremely chaotic race. Your car looks pretty clean after what was a really frantic event all around.
Oh, it was not clean. We had multiple repairs just like everyone else. Yeah, we got a little bit unlucky on lap 2, worked our way from the back, just kept our head up and stayed positive. Yeah, and we got lucky really for the last 2 places. 4th and 5th crashed into each other, and we took advantage of it. That's all we could do, is ask for the opportunity. So we did it.
And Victor, this racetrack, it's so fast. It's wider than Road Atlanta, and in some ways, I think we expected this race to be cleaner in some ways, but that wasn't really the case. There was lots of dramas around. How do you navigate this racetrack with traffic especially? It seemed really challenging tonight, especially in areas like the bus stop.
I don't think Victor wants to talk. But yeah, the traffic was challenging, but you know, we put in a lot of practice. And speaking of practice, ton of practice sessions up created by, Fendi Racing and Dan. And before you let us go, quick, shout out to our sponsors, Evaz Designs for the sexy livery, and Palmer Law, and Max, our coach. These guys make it all happen. We just show up and race. So we're very thankful for all of it.
Job well done, guys. Congratulations, and we'll see you at Silverstone next month.
See ya. Thank you.
Thank you. And atop the standings, as far as the GTP class is concerned, wow, what a day for the Overtook Race Team. The 396, the blue, purple, and black Acura ARX 06 comes home in victory lane. Mark, let's start with you as the finishing driver. In the most dramatic turn of events I think I've seen in quite some time, the 2 leaders collide with just 25 minutes to go, and with 15 minutes to go, you are in the lead because of a penalty. Sticking it out for the entire race. Take us through those last 15 minutes or so and all the emotions tied with winning a 9-hour event.
Oh, it's absolutely incredible for sure. I mean, we stuck to our game plan. We're basically we wanted to keep the car on track, keep the pace steady, and make sure we stay out of the wall, especially going in the chicane, which we did. And just absolutely fantastic. And when we saw, the message pop up on screen that there was an incident ahead, obviously I couldn't see the incident. But when we saw that the lead cars were under investigation and there was an incident, we just started, trying to remain calm and didn't want to get out of control. But no, it was absolutely phenomenal. Tough driving at night, but we pulled it through to the finish line. Absolutely outstanding. Very happy.
Ben, you were a big part of the process of this team tonight, making your way through and just logging clean laps when others were having incidents, especially in the bus stop. That was the trouble point tonight, was those big, tall curbs. How do you manage being aggressive in these GTP low-slung prototype cars without being too aggressive and finding yourself in trouble?
I think it's just a lot of obviously keeping concentration and just not overdoing it, just knowing your boundaries, knowing the limits. Obviously, in a long race, you need to know the tyre wear and all that sort of stuff. So the car changes every lap, so it's hard to predict. But it's just staying confident and consistent with the car, and that corner is just a menace.
Well, it's going to be a great points night for you guys as well. What's the plan for the rest of the season? Silverstone's going to look very different than Watkins Glen. It's flowing in a similar way, but without all the elevation and camber and things. So how is that going to play for your Acura as opposed to the Cadillacs and BMWs that you're fighting against?
Well, today showed the Cadillac is very much superior in a straight line. Silverstone can be a power track. It depends on the conditions of the track. If it's low grip, then it should help us. But if it's normal, if the track's quick, then the Cadillacs will come into their own. However, like we showed today, we kept it clean, consistent. We didn't have the raw pace of the leaders, but I think keeping consistent, anything's possible.
Anything's possible. A win is possible. You did it tonight. Overtook Race Team in the Acura ARX 06. The number 396 wins at Watkins Glen. Guys, thanks so much for talking. Congrats, and we'll see you at Silverstone. All right, Finian, 9 hours, long day of action, and well done. And again, for my PC's sake, I'm glad there was only 28 cars. We didn't end with that many, though, in the major dramas that we had throughout the night. Lots of cars off, lots of incidents, lots of high stakes and high drama feelings hurt, perhaps. But we're done with America for now. We head internationally to Silverstone next month for the third round of the MTEC Endurance Series. Finian, final thoughts on this race? It didn't have a lot of side-by-side battles for class position all the way through the field. What it did have, though, was plenty of action up front in both categories.
Yeah, that was the crazy thing to see. There weren't, like you mentioned it exactly, just not a lot of battles going on, not a lot of guys driving their own races back in behind, but for the lead, for some reason or the other, there's constant battles, especially for the overall lead, which, I mean, hey, that's one of the best things to see. That's what you love to see. Guys battling out, duking for the lead, many drivers up there near the top, and of course only one near the end, and it was the one we least expected.
And maybe drama's part of GTP racing as well. It's how the Real World Championship ended. That's how ours is going to start. Round 3 of the MTEC Endurance Series will take place at Silverstone Circuit on November 18th on Saturday. 10 hours of racing. We'll catch you there. Thanks so much for watching and being with us here for this entire race, especially those of you that have been with us since the drop of the green flag. Been a pleasure to call a race from my home track here in upstate New York, and we'll see you in England in a month.